Chapter 1. The Zombie-Infested Apocalypse and the Modifier. Creak, creak, that a sound of nails scratching against the door woke Lin Fei from his sleep. Who is it? Can a person get some sleep in the morning? Lin Fei sat up in bed and walked a few steps to the door, pulling it open with force. Whoosh, that a gust of cold wind hit his face, and Lin Fei's body froze. Standing before him was not his parents or a neighbor, but a monster. Its eyes were red, and black veins were visible on its face, resembling blood vessels. With messy hair and tattered clothes, it evoked a sense of sympathy. But right now, Lin Fei couldn't feel any sympathy. This thing before him had sharp fangs and green, viscous liquid dripped from its mouth. It was clearly a humanoid monster. If it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to evade this sudden attack. Ding! At that moment, he heard a crisp voice by his ear. Modifier activated successfully. Invincibility, auto-activated successfully. One-hit kill, auto-activated successfully. Bang! Just as the clear voice finished speaking, the zombie lunged at Lin Fei, its fangs aimed directly at his neck. However, it seemed to hit steel, its teeth shattering upon impact. Lin Fei instinctively threw a punch. Boom! The entire zombie disintegrated into fragments, scattering with the wind. Lin Fei stood stunned at the door. The events that just transpired occurred in the blink of an eye, the entire process taking less than a second, needing a moment to catch his breath. This moment, he finally saw the world before him. What he saw was not his hallway, but a street, completely empty, with dried bloodstains on the ground and heaps of garbage. Many vehicles were parked haphazardly, as if something had happened that prevented their owners from driving them away. The weather was gloomy, and the wind was a bit cold, a biting chill. Functions have been automatically disabled. After looking around and confirming there were no other dangers, he immediately closed the door. This doesn't seem to be my original world, he murmured, subconsciously thinking he had crossed over and ended up in a dangerous world. Open the modifier, Lin Fei silently thought. Sure enough, a screen appeared before his eyes, filled with gray text. Function 1, Invincibility. Status, not activated. Function 2, Infinite Life. Status, not activated. Function 3, Infinite Stamina. Status, not activated. Function 4, Infinite Carry Weight. Status, not activated. Function 5, Infinite Items, Infinite Goods. Status, not activated. Function 6, Super Speed. Status, not activated. Lin Fei saw clearly that there were dozens of functions listed, including auto-aim, no recoil, wall hacks, and even one-hit destruction and one-hit kills. It really is a modifier. Lin Fei glanced at the name of the interface. Looking at the modifier before him, he could finally confirm that he had crossed over. After calming down, he tried to activate a function. Invincibility, activate. He silently thought, "At the same time, a cool sensation suddenly surged through his body. A refreshing feeling. Lin Fei felt clear-headed and incredibly alert. He pinched himself hard. It didn't hurt. He punched the wall hard. His hand felt no pain, and the wall remained unaffected. This invincibility means I won't take any damage. He immediately understood. Chapter 2. Invincible from start. Looking back at the screen, Function 1 was now lit up. Infinite Life, activate. He silently thought again. Function 2 lit up. I can activate multiple functions at once. Lin Fei smirked, activating them all. With this, who can kill me? With a smile on his face, the unease he felt upon entering this strange world vanished, replaced by an endless sense of security. However, I should first find a survivor gathering, and then look for firearms, preferably a rocket launcher. Lin Fei set this goal in his mind. With firearms and ammunition, his infinite bullets, no recoil, auto-aim, etc., would come into play, so he wouldn't worry even if he encountered stronger or more numerous zombies. What if there were powerful zombies that even the modifier couldn't deal with? Gurgled out at that moment, his stomach growled. He was hungry. Looking at the function list, it really didn't have anything for reducing hunger or sleep. That's enough for now, he thought to himself. He took off his helmet, preparing to leave the room. But as soon as he stepped down, he felt like he shot out, crashing through the wall. He stood outside, a dark expression on his face. Super speed, deactivate. He was fast, but he hadn't adapted, which led to the loss of control. He'll practice later. Right now, I need to find something to eat. There was a faint stench in the air. Walking alone on the street, despite the many parked cars, it still felt spacious. Lin Fei could even hear his own footsteps. It was too empty. He walked boldly down the street with the modifier. He naturally didn't need to be wary of this strange world anymore. But Lin Fei didn't know the way. He wasn't from this world, so he took out his phone from his pocket. Maybe the navigation still works? Opening the map app, he found there was no GPS signal. Lin Fei put his phone away now. It could only be used to tell the time. It was 7:13 a.m. There were many food shops along the roadside, such as bakeries, convenience stores, and fast food restaurants. Food wasn't only sold in supermarkets. However, now, most of the shops along the road had their doors tightly shut. X-ray vision. Activate. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as his gaze pierced through the bakery shutter door, seeing everything inside. All the cakes were rotten, and there were zombies inside. I wonder how long this mutation has been happening. I still wanted to drink yogurt. Lin Fei murmured as he walked toward the next shop. There was a small supermarket by the intersection. Across from the supermarket, in a hotel, a dozen people stood by the window. Our food is gone again, a man in a suit said with a worried expression. He was an ordinary office worker. A middle-aged man with a stubbly face stared intently across the road at the small supermarket. His fists clenched. That supermarket must have a lot of food and water. But there's a bull in there, a woman frowned, and I know. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, but at this point, the food in that supermarket is our last hope. The bull has a strong territorial instinct. It will notice anyone who approaches the door, so we need someone to lure it away. Hearing this, the others changed their expressions, lowering their heads slightly. The speed and strength of the bull far exceeded that of ordinary people. They had the speed of a car and the strength of a bison, capable of breaking through walls. Chapter 3. A monster that destroys everything. The initial distance gap would be closed in less than half a minute at that point. The only outcome for a person would be death. Everyone had their heads down, not wanting to die. I know. The middle-aged man sighed deeply and said, but at this point, if no one steps up, we will all die. Still, no one moved. The entire room was deathly silent. The middle-aged man glanced down at the little boy beside him, his son, who was already so hungry that he was skin and bones. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll go this time. Once I lead the bull away, you all quickly take the food and water and leave. A few people raised their heads, their gazes landing on the middle-aged man. Though reluctant, they ultimately did not try to dissuade him. The middle-aged man didn't complain. No one was at fault. Being alive in the apocalypse was already unfortunate, and everyone wanted to survive. But if he didn't go out today, his son would starve to death. Creak. The door, blocked by a pile of debris, slowly opened a crack. The emaciated middle-aged man slipped out, glancing around but not seeing any other zombies. He swallowed hard and strode toward the small supermarket across the road. He crossed the street and was about 10 meters away from the supermarket. His pace slowed. A dozen people in the hotel were peering out the windows at the middle-aged man. Not only was the middle-aged man nervous, but they were also anxious, because this was also a matter of their lives. Boom. Suddenly, the small supermarket trembled lightly. It's coming. Someone in the hotel gasped, and everyone held their breath. The man in front of the supermarket turned and ran. Boom. The entrance of the small supermarket exploded, and a figure nearly 3 meters tall stood before everyone. It was massive, with arms thicker than a human thigh, its body pitch black, and its eyes glowed red. Each step it took sent slight tremors through the ground. This was the bull. In the horde of zombies, it was an incredibly powerful presence. Its crimson eyes locked onto the fleeing middle-aged man, and with a roar, it charged out. At that moment, the bull was like a rampaging tank with a swing of its arm. It sent the car in front of it flying, crashing straight into the wall. Boom. The bull quickly chased after him, using all fours. Hearing the sound growing closer behind him, the middle-aged man's heart raced. Turn ahead. The middle-aged man brightened, for he saw that the intersection ahead was a turn. The bull, charging wildly, would surely slow down around the corner. But as he turned, he suddenly collided with something. The middle-aged man rolled on the ground 4 or 5 times before finally stopping, enough to knock someone silly at a speed of 50 meters. He still remembered he was being chased. Just as he was about to get up, he saw what he had just collided with, and his face turned as pale as paper. That IT was a zombie. Damn it, why now? He clumsily tried to get up, but a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his knee. Looking down, he saw his knee was bloodied, clearly injured from the fall. Watching the approaching zombie, the middle-aged man's heart sank, instinctively crawling backward. Don't come near me, he shouted. I beg you. Don't come closer. Don't touch me. But the zombie couldn't understand his words. The middle-aged man saw the green, viscous liquid dripping from the zombie's mouth, and he finally broke down. Chapter 4. I am strong, he cried out. Who will come to save me? Anyone will do. Come save me. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie pounced. The middle-aged man tightly closed his eyes, expecting the tearing pain to come, but it never did, so he slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the scene before him, his pupils trembled. He clearly saw a figure standing in front of him, reaching out to grab the zombie's head. Fortunately, help arrived in time. Lin Fei squeezed hard, and the zombie's head cracked open. Then he casually threw it away, and the zombie flew horizontally, rolling a few times before coming to a stop more than 10 meters away. He turned around and looked down at the disheveled middle-aged man, saying, I heard your cries for help. You're okay now. Then he noticed the wound on the man's leg. Can you still get up? There's a supermarket. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he said, I'll go get your companions. He turned to leave, but before he could take a step, he felt his right foot being grabbed. Looking down, it was the middle-aged man. I won't let you go. The man finally remembered the bull-like creature that was chasing him. There are bulls ahead. You can't go over there. You're my benefactor, and I can't just watch you walk into death. What the hell? Lin Fei felt confused. I'm going to find someone to save you. Of course, he couldn't say that his main goal was food. Benefactor, you should escape quickly. The bulls are chasing me. I'm doomed, but I can't drag you down with me. What bulls? I'm very strong. Lin Fei stopped and turned to look at the middle-aged man, saying, Weren't you just shouting for help? The middle-aged man in front of him was truly strange. I know you're strong, but the bull zombie is even stronger. If you encounter it, you will definitely die. Strong? How can anyone be stronger than a mutated bull zombie? Just as the middle-aged man was about to continue persuading Lin Fei to leave, his pupils trembled again because he could clearly see the bull zombie coming around the corner. Moving at a decent speed, already behind Lin Fei, he began to tremble violently. This is the bull zombie, the king among zombies. Just standing in front of him made his soul shudder, as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart. With such a being, how could humans possibly be opponents? He had seen someone shoot at the bull zombie with a gun, but it couldn't even penetrate its skin, which was harder than steel. The heavens are about to destroy humanity. The middle-aged man could see clearly that there seemed to be a hint of a smile on the bull zombie's face. What was it laughing at? It was laughing at these two humble humans beneath it, as insignificant as ants. At that moment, Lin Fei felt something behind him. Turning around, he saw a massive block of muscle. Chest muscles? Looking up again, a 3-meter-tall figure stood in front of him like a tall wall. This thing emitted a disgusting smell. It definitely wasn't human. Perhaps it was some kind of mutated zombie. Bro, your timing couldn't be worse. Lin Fei casually threw a punch. Boom! The bull zombie, as massive as a mountain, suddenly exploded as if it had been hit by a train traveling at 500 kilometers per hour. Its huge head fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 5. Dimensional backpack. The middle-aged man gaped, the words run, stuck in his throat. The bull zombie, just like that, was killed with a single punch? At that moment, Lin Fei crouched down and looked at the middle-aged man, asking, Was that bull zombie you mentioned really that powerful? After all, I don't know much about this world. What if the bull zombie is something even a modifier can't handle? He couldn't see Lin Fei's face clearly, because Lin Fei was backlit. The middle-aged man could only see a silhouette, which should be a very young and handsome youth. It's fine now, he managed to say. How powerful is the bull zombie? The one you just killed with a punch is the bull zombie. He didn't know how to articulate such words. The tank-like bull zombie, which terrified countless people, was so weak in front of this man. Was he a deity? You're really strange, Lin Fei said as he stood up and turned to leave. Benefactor, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Can I become as strong as you? A slow smile spread across his astonished face. He raised his head, watching Lin Fei's departing figure, feeling that the light was so dazzling. Other survivors, a dozen people busy packing things in a small supermarket, were stunned when they saw Lin Fei, instinctively stopping their activities. Did he have companions? Was he good or evil? Was he here to rob their food or to join them? Your companions are injured and are waiting for you at the corner up ahead, Lin Fei said. Our companions? They were taken aback, immediately thinking of the middle-aged man who had led the bull zombie away. What a joke. Several of them glared at him. No one has ever survived the bull zombie. Lin Fei said, I just came from over there. I didn't see the so-called barbarian bull you mentioned. I was actually a bit After all, it might be something even the mod can't handle, but in the end, I didn't encounter it at all. What a letdown. The dozen or so survivors exchanged glances. They had indeed seen Yi Feng coming from the intersection, and he didn't seem anxious at all. Moreover, he knew they had a companion. So what he said might be true. "Someone come with me to take a look," said the man in the suit. "The rest of you continue to grab things and keep an eye on him." As the man in the suit left, Lin Fei had already walked into the small supermarket, took a glance around, and casually picked up a backpack. He didn't have a system warehouse, so he could only carry things himself, and then he started stuffing items into the backpack. A 1.5-liter bottle of mineral water, packet. Braised beef noodles, packet. Sealed butter cake, packet. Huh. Lin Fei was surprised to find that things would disappear after being stuffed into the backpack, but as long as he thought about it, he could take them out again from a backpack. Was it because the items were infinite? In the next moment, he thought of something and opened another backpack. To his astonishment, he was able to take out the items he had just stuffed into the other backpack. What about the pockets of his clothes? Lin Fei tried it and succeeded as well. Chapter 6. He only used one punch. This way, he no longer had to worry about losing his backpack. Lin Fei murmured, "What are you doing?" Just then, a woman grabbed his hand and glared at him fiercely. "The food in this supermarket belongs to us. You better let go," Lin Fei said coldly. Although he had saved the middle-aged man, it did not mean he was a good person. He was new to this place, but he understood that this was the apocalypse. Seeing the coldness in Lin Fei's eyes, the woman immediately trembled and instinctively took 2 steps back. The other said nothing. No one knew if Lin Fei had other companions nearby. Moreover, the fact that he came over so confidently meant he definitely had backup. In the apocalypse, if you're not cautious, you won't survive a day. "What time is it now?" Lin Fei suddenly asked, as he glanced at the production date on the food. "March 17th, 2048. Lin Fei nodded, said nothing more, and quietly packed the food, taking one of everything. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. After getting the food, he would go to the hospital to look for medicine, and then go to the clothing store to pick up clothes. "Do you know where the hospital is?" Lin Fei asked. "It's in the north of the city." The man replied, "It's just your left. Did you come from another city?" Dozens of people were staring intently at Lin Fei. Surviving the journey from another city should not be underestimated. Without solid skills, how could one possibly survive? "Are you planning to go to the hospital to die?" The man said again. The situation in the hospital is the worst. When the disaster struck, very few managed to escape. According to other survivors, there are not only savage bulls inside, but also vomiters and the lost. If you go there, you might not even be enough to fill their gaps. Lin Fei put a bottle of happy water in his backpack and said, "Even if it's dangerous, I still want to go take a look." In the apocalypse, if one gets injured and cannot receive timely treatment, they might die. Although he might not need it himself, it's better to be prepared, right? Overestimating oneself. The man sneered, "If you want to go to your death, we won't stop you." His gaze fell on Lin Fei's backpack. He had just seen him stuff so many things in, yet the backpack didn't seem to bulge at all. What was going on? But no matter what, he had to make him leave the backpack behind. The man thought to himself, in the apocalypse, food was extremely precious. How could it just be handed over? He really didn't die. Everyone was shocked. Could someone really survive the hands of the barbarian bull? He had just been right here. His face changed drastically as he began to look for people in the supermarket. Forget it. He must have already left. The suited man sighed and asked, "You didn't offend him, did you?" Chapter 7. The tongue over 10 meters long. The man decisively shook his head and said no. He had just wanted to grab Lin Fei's backpack. What happened? The man also sensed something was off. The barbarian bull was dead. He killed it. The suited man said solemnly. He still remembered the bull's bucket-sized head. If it weren't for the middle-aged man's eyewitness account, he would never believe that the young man defeated the barbarian bull. He only used one punch? More than a dozen people were taken aback. The woman was even more afraid. What would have happened if she hadn't let go back then? The man was also thankful that he didn't act otherwise. He might not have even had a head left. "If we meet again next time, remember to say thank you," the suited man said. With the barbarian bull dead, our range of action here is even greater. At this moment, Lin Fei was unaware of what was happening in the small supermarket. He was walking normally on the road, heading towards the hospital in the direction indicated by the man earlier. There were rampaging bulls inside, as well as other monsters. Lin Fei murmured to himself. I should be a bit more careful. They might all be formidable enemies. He remembered the fear on the faces of those people in the supermarket when they mentioned the rampaging bulls. An existence that could instill such fear in a group of people was definitely not simple. Perhaps even a modifier wouldn't be able to handle them. If only I had a gun, Lin Fei thought to himself. I could shoot from a distance, and wouldn't he have to rush up to them? It wasn't until evening that Lin Fei finally arrived at the hospital. So this is the city hospital. He looked up. The once clean and tidy hospital was now shrouded in darkness. It seemed that a great fire had rampaged through here. As the sky darkened, the cold wind began to howl. Lin Fei felt a bit cold, so he immediately walked towards the hospital entrance. The hospital doors were tightly closed, with many bright red handprints on them, looking more and more terrifying. Just as Lin Fei approached, something suddenly wrapped around his neck. A rope? He instinctively reached out to grab it. It wasn't a rope, as it felt somewhat sticky. Lin Fei immediately activated his X-ray vision and looked towards the object, only to see a zombie over 2 meters tall, standing at the third-floor window, staring at him. And tied around his neck was none other than his own tongue. The zombie looked down at Lin Fei at the door, seemingly wearing a faint smile. It had already killed more than 10 survivors in this way. Every time it watched them being hung up, struggling desperately, it felt absolutely wonderful. How should it hang this one in front of it? But before it could think of an answer, a tremendous force suddenly struck, and the zombie fell directly from the 3rd floor. This was too disgusting. Lin Fei's expression changed. He was being strangled by a tongue. He immediately reached out to grab the tongue and pulled hard, seeing the zombie on the 3rd floor fall down. Bang! He tore off the tongue wrapped around his neck, holding onto the remaining part of it, and dragged the zombie out from the bushes. The zombie that had ambushed Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Its tongue had actually been torn off. Moreover, it was being dragged away, and that man seemed not scared at all. As if he was even angry? The little intelligence left in the zombie told it that there was danger, so it immediately got up from the ground, wanting to leave. But it found that no matter how hard it tried, the figure not far away remained unmoved. Chapter 8. Like entering a no-man's land. Strength actually lost to a human? Didn't your mother ever tell you that this is very unhygienic? Lin Fei dragged the 2-meter-tall, emaciated zombie in front of him and punched it in the stomach. Boom! A hole was directly punched through the zombie's belly, the force of the punch ravaging its body into powder and crashing through the wall behind it, causing the entire hospital to tremble. Lin Fei removed the tongue that was wrapped around his neck and threw it to the ground before walking through the hole into the hospital. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding survivors. In the community across from the hospital, several survivors were gathered in a room, looking confused in the direction of the hospital. What has happened? A young man with yellow hair asked. His name was Huang Ling, the leader among these survivors. I don't know. The others shook their heads. I think I just saw someone into the hospital, one person said weakly. What? Huang Ling was taken aback. Could someone have beaten them to it? He hurriedly asked. How many people were there? Only one. Hearing this, Huang Ling was momentarily stunned. Only one person dared to enter the hospital? It must be a survivor from another area who didn't know the situation inside the hospital and was walking to their death. He sneered. Should we remind him? Bang! Huang Ling immediately hit the person on the head. Are you an idiot? Do you still not understand the situation? The hospital supplies are limited, and there are countless survivors in City A. Every living person is a competitor. You actually want to remind the enemy? Huang Ling shouted angrily. Do you believe I would kick you into the hospital to die with him? The person lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. We'll go in according to the plan tomorrow during the day. Maybe this person can feed the barbarian cow, and then we can smoothly obtain various medical supplies. Huang Ling sneered. Night fell. Inside the empty hospital, it was pitch black. Although it wasn't completely dark, visibility was very low. Lin Fei did not turn off the perspective function and saw the entire hospital clearly. There were actually hundreds of zombies here. He did not expect there to be so many zombies in this hospital. Wall penetration, activate. Lin Fei moved as if walking on flat ground, avoiding all obstacles in the hospital corridor. He passed through a wall, and the zombie had no chance to react before being blasted apart by a single punch. Lin Fei's destination was the pharmacy. To his surprise, there was that big zombie there. He saw the bull guarding the pharmacy. However, at that moment, he still didn't know that the big zombie was the bull. He murmured, "What if this zombie is better than the bull?" While pondering, he stepped through the wall, not giving the bull a chance to react, and sent it away with a punch before he began to grab the medicine. He naturally took some basic cold medicine and fever reducers. Most importantly, he picked up some medications for treating infections. Lin Fei only takes once and never takes more, because he has the ability of infinite items. A box of cold medicine is put into his backpack, and he can take out countless cold medicines. After taking everything from the pharmacy, he turned to leave. Is it a bit too smooth? Lin Fei felt strange. Everyone outside said the hospital was dangerous, but it didn't feel like that now. He thought he would have a fierce battle with the bull. Chapter 9. The crying sound in the late-night hospital. Poof! At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly heard a strange sound behind him and quickly turned around to take a look. A massive green, viscous liquid was rushing towards his face. Slap! The liquid exploded, instantly corroding the surrounding walls and the ground beneath his feet. Lin Fei took 2 steps back. Fortunately, with the invincible state, that sticky liquid didn't stick to him. Looking at the corroded walls and floor, is this sulfuric acid? The zombie, seeing that its attack missed, didn't stop at all and turned to disappear into the darkness. You think you can run after spitting on me? Lin Fei clenched his fist and chased after it. The zombie seemed to retain some intelligence, specifically running towards areas with more zombies. However, bang! A regular zombie was kicked away by Lin Fei, its body shattering in midair. An unusual chase scene unfolded in the quiet hospital at night. Suddenly, the zombie stopped. It raised its hand and caught a nearby zombie that was lunging at it, using it as a shield. After spraying sulfuric acid, the zombie turned and ran. Can it even kite? Lin Fei squinted slightly. It seemed that the zombie's intelligence was not low, and he needed to show some real skills. He had unlimited stamina, so he wasn't afraid of running further. Even if the zombie ran until it collapsed, he wouldn't have any issues. He just didn't want to run. Lin Fei activated his super speed. In the case of passing through walls, he didn't have to worry about destroying the hospital. Whoosh! With a single movement, Lin Fei was already over 100 meters away. This was still at a normal walking speed, and just like that, he had already reached the speed of sound. The zombie didn't hear the commotion behind it, turned around to look, and found nothing there, thinking that Lin Fei hadn't caught up. But when it turned back again, it was startled. Lin Fei stood right in front of it. When? It opened its mouth and shot out a green, poisonous arrow, then turned and ran away. With the super speed ability, Lin Fei felt that everything in front of him was incredibly slow, and he sidestepped to avoid the poison. Can you run away? With a cold smile, he continued to chase after it. When the zombie saw Lin Fei appear in front of it again, it was startled once more. Can humans really run this fast now? Lin Fei was ready to strike. He had just glanced at the time while waiting for the zombie. It was 10 o'clock at night, too late, and he still needed to sleep. Boom! But just as Lin Fei was about to throw his punch, a loud noise suddenly came from the side, and then a giant bull charged in, breaking through rocks. You still came at the wrong time. Lin Fei didn't even take a second glance. With a quick flick of his hand, the 3-meter-tall brute bull spun and flew backwards, disintegrating in midair. It's your turn. His gaze landed on the zombie before him. The zombie, witnessing the scene in front of it, was compelled by the virus to flee. Was this still a human? With just a flick of his hand, even the strongest brute bull was shattered. Lin Fei casually picked up a stone from the roadside and gently threw it. Boom! The stone actually produced a sonic boom. A gust of wind swept through the entire corridor, and the walls were scraped and cracked. The zombie, no matter how fast, couldn't outrun the speed of sound and had no chance to react before being smashed to pieces by a fist-sized stone. This was no ordinary stone. It was clearly a cannonball. I don't know anything. Lin Fei looked at the wrecked corridor, pretended nothing had happened, and turned to leave. However, in the hospital lobby, he heard a faint sound of crying. Chapter 10. Scaring the zombie into forgetting to cry girls cry? In the middle of the night? How could anyone dare to cry in hospital? Lin Fei felt it was very strange and glanced around, quickly locating the source of the crying. It was not a girl at all, but a zombie. Are zombies this intelligent now? Just like a rattlesnake, they can attract prey to come to them. Lin Fei walked over, stepped over the wall, and suddenly appeared in front of the zombie. The zombie paused and forgot to cry for a moment. It really couldn't react. How did this person come in without opening the door? Lin Fei casually struck out with a palm, and the zombie instantly turned to dust. The hospital fell silent. Today's harvest was substantial. There was food and water, although it was all dry rations, but at least he wouldn't starve. He also had medical supplies now. Tomorrow, he would go looking for clothes, Lin Fei murmured. If possible, he still wanted to find some staple foods. Rice, flour, and the like were all staples. Eating only bread and instant noodles would get monotonous. He also needed pots, bowls, and utensils, and had to think of a way to get hot water for a shower. Thinking of this, Lin Fei suddenly felt that surviving in this apocalyptic world was incredibly difficult. Didn't he know how others managed to get through these tough days? The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Fei woke up. He was awakened by the heat, without air conditioning, and only then did he remember that he had crossed over. He felt a bit homesick. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, he set out with his backpack. He still remembered the goal he had set last night. There were many clothing stores along the roadside, and he wasn't too worried they would spoil like food, which made things easier. Lin Fei was picky as he browsed through the clothes. He didn't need many. After all, as a man, 2 outfits could last him for half a year. However, he still needed to grab some winter clothes. Just then, he stopped in his tracks upon seeing a large sign, a city, clothing city. Looking up at the bright sun, he realized he had been walking for quite a while. But as he stepped inside, it felt much cleaner. Suddenly, a zombie lunged out from a corner. But Lin Fei swiftly grabbed its head with one hand and tossed it outside. Boom! The street shook slightly. The zombie was embedded in the concrete pavement, unable to get free. Don't dirty the clothes here, Lin Fei said. At that moment, in the community across from the hospital, several survivors emerged from their rooms. Remember your mission? Huang Ling whispered. We remember, several nodded. Only then did he smile and lead them towards the hospital, continuously saying, that person didn't come out yesterday. He must have died inside. Perhaps he lured all the zombies into a dead end and fed them well. The supplies in this hospital will be ours. His smile grew wider, his lips stretching. With medicine, we can trade with other survivors for beautiful women and food, whatever we want. The others laughed along, beginning to dream of that day. However, as they reached the entrance, they sensed something was off. Was there a big hole here? They asked in surprise. Chapter 11. A moment's inattention could cost your life. Then someone thought of something and felt a chill run down their spine. Could it be that a wild bull got out? Look, there's a piece of tongue, someone exclaimed, staring at the ground. Be careful. Huang Ling's expression changed slightly, becoming alert. The hospital inside must be very dangerous. The hospital was incredibly bright during the day, yet the group sneaked in through the large hole, each step light, afraid of making any noise. It's so quiet, someone couldn't help but say. There are no zombies in the hall or corridors. Perhaps they really were lured away, Huang Ling thought happily. Let's head to the pharmacy immediately. Their journey was smooth, and when they pried open the pharmacy door, they couldn't hold back their smiles any longer. We struck gold, Huang Ling exclaimed. But just as they were about to grab the medicine, they suddenly heard a girl's sobbing not far away. A girl? Huang Ling's eyes lit up, and he said, You all take the supplies, I'll go take a look. The others said nothing. After all, Huang Ling was the boss now, hoping that after he was well fed, he might share a bit of soup. Following the sound of crying, Huang Ling walked down a corridor and suddenly saw the chaos ahead. His heart skipped a beat. It looked like some monster had passed through here. The walls were cracked, and there was green liquid all over, emitting a foul smell. This must be the wild bull, he thought. It must be because a group of zombies chased that person last night. Huang Ling continued forward, the crying getting closer. Sister, don't cry. Brother is here to save you. He couldn't contain his smile. The sound of crying was so sweet. It must be a very beautiful girl. But when he opened the door to the room, he was instantly stunned. Then came a scream that echoed throughout the hospital. The people in the pharmacy were startled. But before they could understand what had happened, their bodies suddenly froze. Because they clearly saw over a dozen zombies approaching from all directions toward the pharmacy. They must have caught our scent. A scream suddenly erupted from the hospital, piercing and terrifying, scaring nearby survivors. Meanwhile, while Lin Fei was selecting clothes in the store, a group of over a dozen people upstairs across the street was watching him intently. Someone just walked in. They clearly saw Lin Fei boldly enter the clothing store. Another one going in to die, a man chuckled asking, how many people is this who have gone in to die? Are these people out of their minds? At a time like this, why go pick out clothes? They should be thinking about how to survive. The dozen or so people laughed. Maybe this is survival of the fittest. Fools can't survive to the end. They didn't believe Lin Fei could walk out alive. They had already witnessed over a dozen people enter this room, never to come out again. Guess how long he can last? Half an hour, someone immediately replied. Half an hour? No way, another man said. The 5-person team yesterday didn't last even 3 minutes before they started screaming. The sound was gone in under 5 minutes. Chapter 12. Why run? He'll be screaming in 2 minutes at most, the man said confidently, a slight smirk on his face. Meanwhile, inside the clothing store, as Lin Fei was walking in, he noticed numerous uncoagulated bloodstains on the ground. They were left recently. He murmured. It seemed that someone had been here recently and had been attacked. Just as Lin Fei reached this conclusion, a tall, thin figure suddenly appeared more than 10 meters behind him. It was a zombie. It opened its mouth, and its tongue shot out over 10 meters long, trying to wrap around Lin Fei's neck. However, before it could touch him, Lin Fei suddenly turned around and grabbed that incredibly sticky tongue. It's you again, get over here. Lin Fei pulled hard, and the zombie flew over. Recently, he was ambushed in hospital, which made Lin Fei develop the habit of activating his X-ray vision when entering buildings. As soon as he came in, he spotted this thing. The same trick doesn't work on me, Lin. He flicked his hand, and the tongue wrapped around the zombie's neck, pulling hard. With a thud, the zombie's head fell to the ground, alone and isolated. All this time, it had been ambushing others to strangle them. But today, it was the one that got strangled. Lin Fei didn't even glance at the zombie and casually tossed away the tongue in his hand. With his invincible state activated, the slime on the tongue couldn't touch him at all. He continued walking deeper inside, moving as if he were just strolling through a shopping street. After stuffing a dozen sets of clothes into his backpack, Lin Fei heard strange sounds coming from around the corner ahead. If it were anyone else, they would definitely keep their distance. But Lin Fei curiously walked over. Closer, a shadow suddenly darted out from around the corner, like a predatory tiger, catching people off guard. However, this ambush was useless against Lin Fei. You're already dead. He had already raised his hand, waiting for the zombie to pounce. And when it was less than half a meter away, he punched down. Bang! The zombie's head immediately smashed into the ground, its legs sticking up, head buried in the earth, looking like a scallion planted in the ground. Lin Fei was about to turn and leave when he suddenly noticed fresh bloodstains on the ground. Could there still be survivors? With this thought in mind, he walked deeper into the clothing store. Using his ability to see through walls, Lin Fei indeed spotted a survivor. He was in the basement of the store, which seemed to serve as a warehouse. Phase through the walls, activate. He passed through wall after wall until he reached the warehouse, where he finally saw the survivor. However, when he got a good look at the survivor, he couldn't help but pause slightly, his footsteps instinctively halting. The survivor in front of him was actually a boy. He looked no older than 16, leaning against the wall, covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. What truly stopped Lin Fei in his tracks was the boy's abdomen, which had already been pierced through. Beside him lay 2 cold corpses. The boy was still alive. Lin Fei could sense that his breath was faint. Lin Fei quickly walked up, and as he approached, the boy slowly opened his eyes. Lin Fei could see clearly that a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the boy's dim eyes. "Big brother, hurry and run," the boy said. It was just a single sentence, but it took all his strength, and his voice was very soft. "Run?" Lin Fei said. "Why run away? There's zombies outside," the boy said with difficulty. "They eat people." Chapter 13. Events that have never happened before in history. Lin Fei knew that the boy in front of him might not last even a minute, so he took a deep breath and said, "We don't need to escape, because the zombies have already been eliminated by us. Humanity has won." The boy's eyes sparkled. "Really? Really?" Lin Fei turned around and strode towards the tightly locked door of the warehouse. "Open your eyes and see the power of humanity." Hearing Lin Fei's words, the boy instinctively widened his eyes, watching Lin Fei's departing figure. He had 1 minute left. Boom! The 10-centimeter thick steel door was punched through by Lin Fei, who then yanked it with force, pulling the entire iron door out of the concrete. The scene outside immediately came into Lin Fei's view. Hundreds of zombies were gathered in the corridor, which was less than 100 meters long and 3 meters wide. No wonder it had been so quiet when he entered. All the zombies were here. The loud noise caught the attention of the zombies, and the moment the door was lifted, 3 zombies immediately lunged towards Lin Fei. "Get lost." Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped. Bang! The 3 zombies exploded, turning into dust and disappearing into the air. The boy, who was barely alive in the corner, saw this scene and his eyes sparkled even brighter. There are 50 seconds left. Lin Fei walked forward resolutely, but with each step he took, he encountered zombies blocking his way. However, it was useless. With just a wave of his hand, the attacking zombies would explode, some crashing into the walls. Half of their bodies embedded in the wall, dead beyond recovery. There were 30 seconds left. In the 100-meter-long tunnel, with hundreds of zombies, Lin Fei surprisingly walked through most of it as if it were flat ground. Behind him were piles of flesh and blood, and countless zombie corpses stuck in the walls and ceiling. Moo! A bison charged out of the darkness, but Lin Fei merely raised his hand. Boom! The entire corridor shook. The boy clearly saw that the incredibly strong bison was actually blocked by Lin Fei with just one hand. Even after a charge for more than 10 meters, Lin Fei did not retreat a single step. Lin stepped forward. The wild bull actually took a big step back. It couldn't hold on. It really couldn't hold on. Dead. Lin Fei spoke with an incredibly cold tone, and with a flick of his right hand, he grabbed the arm of the brute and threw it. Boom! The brute's massive body slammed hard against the wall beside him, a stunning bloom of blood bursting forth, causing the wall to dent 2 meters deep. The brute's corpse was embedded in the wall, unable to be pulled out. The final second. Lin Fei has reached the end, and in front of him is a zombie wearing a hard hat. When it screams, it attracts other zombies, seemingly a being that can control other zombies. But now, no matter how much it calls, no more zombies will appear. You're too noisy. Lin Fei struck down with his hammer, and the zombie's head immediately collapsed, sinking into its belly. The stiff corpse fell straight to the ground. Lin Fei stood in place for a moment, blood flowing like a river behind him. But no one saw it. The only spectator had already closed his eyes forever. After a moment, he turned and walked into the warehouse, stomping out a 2-meter-deep pit to bury 3 corpses inside before turning to leave. Half an hour had passed. Why hadn't the screams started yet? In the room of the restaurant across from a clothing store, a group of people leaned against the window, looking puzzled. Chapter 14. He's the last hope yesterday. That group didn't last 3 minutes. Yet this person had been in there for half an hour without any reaction. Perhaps he was already dead. Someone said, he didn't even have a chance to scream. It must be so. Immediately, others agreed with this view, because no one had ever walked out of the clothing store alive. But just as their voices fell, they widened their eyes in disbelief, for they clearly saw Lin Fei walking out through the front door. He was still alive? Not only alive, but his clothes were spotless, as if nothing had happened. This was impossible. The group stared in shock. Someone swaggered out of the clothing store, something that had never happened before. Could it be that the zombies inside were full and didn't move to attack him? They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out what had happened inside. There couldn't be such a thing as being full. The leading man murmured, the only possibility is that the zombies inside are all gone. His name was Chun Hao, the leader of these survivors, and as he watched Lin Fei swagger out of the clothing store, a bold idea emerged in his mind. He immediately said, let's go down and take a look. If the zombies inside are all gone, they could safely explore the clothing store. Although clothes weren't worth much now, no one wanted to wear the same outfit all day. Plus, there might be food inside. So more than a dozen people hurried downstairs and entered the clothing store. It was eerily quiet. Upon entering, they realized it was terrifyingly silent, as if there were truly no zombies. Chun Hao said, leave 2 people to guard the door and notify us if anything happens. The rest follow me inside. You 2 go check the basement. He pointed to 2 men. Just as the group had barely spread out for 5 minutes, a scream suddenly came from the basement direction. The faces of the people above changed drastically. Could there be zombies in the basement? Hurry down and take a look. Immediately, the previous voice sounded again. The leading man was the first to enter. He said, what do you want us to see? What is so interesting about a clothing store's basement? Could it be that? His words suddenly froze halfway. The rest of his words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Because he saw hell. Countless zombies were dead here. Blood flowing like a river, some even embedded in the ceiling. In the concrete walls, this pit contained a savage bull. Those who witnessed this scene were shocked, as if a hand was gripping their hearts, nearly gasping for breath. Damn! The leader's head was smashed into his belly. At that moment, they finally understood why there wasn't a single zombie left above. Because they all died here. It must have been that man. They thought of Lin Fei. The 5 people had met a gruesome end yesterday, yet he was fine today. It must be because of him. These zombies were all defeated by him. He was more terrifying than the zombies. Chun Hao was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and said solemnly, "We leave. Find him. We must go look for him immediately. If we find him, we might have a glimmer of hope." The others looked troubled. If they didn't know Lin Fei's strength, it would have been fine, but now that they understood, they naturally realized they were not in the same world as him. Chapter 15. The nearby supermarket, we need something from him. There's no guarantee he will agree. Someone whispered, "As long as we show sincerity, it will be fine." Chun Hao said, "Leave half of the people in the hotel. The others take half of the food and come with me to find him." This they were all stunned. "Half the food? Hurry," Chun Hao said in a deep voice. "This is an opportunity to change our fate. We must seize the time." Lin Fei walked openly on the street. After picking up some clothes from the clothing store, his goal was kitchenware. He thought to himself, it would be great if he could find a supermarket. Big brother. Chun Hao came up with 3 men. Survivors? Lin Fei squinted slightly. He didn't remember having seen these few people before. Yet they suddenly appeared and took the initiative to find him, which was suspicious. Fortunately, his older brother hadn't gone far. Chun Hao leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Worried that Lin Fei would wander too far, he grabbed some food and rushed out with the 3 of them. And luckily, he caught up. I'm not your older brother. I'm even younger than you," Lin Fei said seriously. Chun Hao laughed awkwardly, thinking to himself that of course he knew Lin Fei was younger. But he was even stronger, so why not call him brother? Then he said, "Don't mind such things. You're not local, are you? Your accent doesn't sound like it's from here. You just arrived, right? You must be hungry. I happen to have some food." He immediately offered the food he had brought to Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei did not accept it. "State your purpose." Lin Fei had already seen that the other party came with an agenda. "I know there's a big supermarket nearby." Lin Fei immediately understood that they wanted him to go to the supermarket with them. So that's it. He just happened to be looking for a supermarket. And now someone was offering to lead the way. He nodded and said, "I can go with you." "Thank you, big brother. We'll split the food 50-50. Lin Fei didn't say anything. The modifier had the function of infinite items. So for him, no matter what it was, as long as he got one, it would be endless. But the 3 men behind him looked a bit pale. "Brother Chun, there are more than a dozen of us. If we only take half the food, it would be too unfair. Besides, he alone can't carry that much food," they whispered. They didn't think that Lin Fei was responsible for the scene in the basement corridor of the clothing store. They knew very well that how could humans possibly be a match for zombies? Even ordinary zombies required extreme caution to deal with, let alone the destructive brute bulls. "Shut up." Chun Hao immediately scolded them. "You don't know anything." Then he smiled at Lin Fei. "Big brother, I promise I won't go back on my word. I'll lead the way." He led the 3 men ahead, with Lin Fei following behind. After crossing 3 streets, Lin Fei indeed saw a large supermarket built by the roadside, which surely had the kitchenware he needed. Not only kitchenware, but the food inside would definitely be much richer than that in the small supermarket. Thinking of this, Lin Fei wanted to rush in immediately, but Chun Hao stopped him, because in front of the supermarket, there were zombies everywhere, completely filling the entire street. "Big brother, there must be thousands of zombies here." Chun Hao pulled Lin Fei into a small room and said, "It's very dangerous to walk over like this." Chapter 16. If you want to die, don't drag us down. He knew Lin Fei was not simple, but there were thousands of zombies on the street. Chun Hao believed Lin Fei had abilities far beyond ordinary people, but he didn't think he could survive facing a horde of thousands of zombies. Even if Superman stood here today, he would be overwhelmed by the zombie swarm. Chun Hao took out a box from his backpack, which contained gasoline and empty beer bottles. "We can create chaos with Molotov cocktails and take the opportunity to rush over," he said, then found an opportunity and threw the Molotov cocktail hard. Bang! With a light sound, the Molotov cocktail exploded, dousing the zombies in gasoline, and flames immediately erupted. Now, Chunhao's eyes lit up, and he took out 2 pieces of clothing stained with green blood from his backpack, handing one to Lin Fei and putting one on himself. This is covered in zombie blood. It can confuse them. The other 3 men also put on the clothes and then ran out with Chunhao. Lin Fei immediately followed, but he didn't put on that dirty and smelly clothes because he felt it would suffocate him. Invisibility, activate. Lin Fei's presence immediately vanished. He didn't truly disappear. Instead, he concealed all his aura and reduced his sense of existence. Even if he stood right in front of someone, the other person wouldn't notice that someone was there. The flames surged on the street, and many zombies were drawn to it, rushing over. Many zombies were also lured out of the supermarket, but they ran past a few people. Why aren't you wearing a concealment suit? The 3 men saw Lin Fei swaggering over, and their faces turned extremely grim. Are you trying to get us killed? Lin Fei said calmly. Don't worry, they can't see me. Of course they can't see you. A man chattered on. Because they can't see anything at all. They can only smell your scent. If you want to die, just go further away and don't drag us down with you. Lin Fei glanced at the man, but said nothing, keeping his distance. Now that he had found the supermarket, it didn't matter to him whether these few people were around or not. If they looked down on him, it was just perfect for him to act on his own. Chunhao saw this scene, frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation said, let's not argue for now. He then looked at Lin Fei and said, brother, don't take it to heart. His wife and child were killed by zombies that were attracted by someone else, so he's a bit. Chunhao didn't continue. But Lin Fei understood. I'm fine, he said. Brother. The man wanted to say something, but he was shot a glare by Chunhao and immediately lowered his head. The 4 of them finally entered the supermarket. Countless zombies stood scattered throughout the supermarket. One floor after another. There were zombies on every level. When mutation happened, many people didn't have time to escape. Chunhao said, let's go get some food. However, when they reached the snack aisle, they found all the food was gone, with many torn packaging bags on the ground. Could someone have gotten here before us? Chunhao frowned. Then he went to the area where rice, grains, and vegetables were sold, and sure enough, it was also completely empty. It seems someone got here before us, he said, looking around before continuing. Let's go to the basement. There are definitely fewer zombies there. And it's the safest place. Chapter 17. The Savage Bull in the Warehouse and the Mutated Rats. Moreover, it's usually used for storing food. Lin Fei saw tooth marks left on the wooden barrel that originally stored rice, fearing that something else had been there. On the way to the basement, Lin Fei asked, what happened during the mutation? He still didn't know how the apocalypse had come about. The sky suddenly turned a deep blood red, and then many people's bodies began to mutate, while many others collapsed and died. Lin Fei nodded and said, so, it's not just humans that have mutated? Yes. Chunhao nodded. Monsters have already come out of the zoo, so no one dares to leave their houses. If caught, it's death. These mutated creatures carry a virus. And as long as they injure you, even if it's just a small scratch, you will be infected and eventually become an identical monster. Lin Fei nodded, roughly understanding. In this supermarket, there are not only ordinary zombies, but also mutated animals. He hated the unknown. At this moment, Lin Fei activated his X-ray vision and immediately saw through the entire supermarket. He noticed that there were zombies in the basement, a tall bull, and dozens of rat-sized wild dogs. Such large rats existed. Lin Fei squinted slightly. He glanced at the few people beside him and kindly reminded them, saying, there might be danger in the basement. Chunhao nodded and said, I guess that. He looked at Lin Fei and said, so when the time comes, please help us, big brother. If we can't take the food today, we will all die. I will do my best, Lin Fei replied. After all, encountering these few people might be a kind of fate, or perhaps it was a sign that they were not meant to perish. The door of the warehouse was splattered with blood. Something had clearly happened here. Although the main door was tightly shut, Chunhao and the others remained vigilant. There must be something behind the door. I'll go open the door, Chunhao said seriously. He also understood that in this apocalypse, if he wanted to ask someone for help, he would have to pay a price. Lin Fei remained silent, as he was observing Chunhao's determination. In this apocalyptic world, people's intentions were hard to gauge. He didn't want to be used by others, nor could he afford to be exploited. So if they wanted food, they should lead the way and stand at the front. If Chun Hao didn't stand in front of him, Lin Fei wouldn't be standing there either. With a click, the heavy door opened a crack. Everyone immediately tensed up, gripping their steel knives and iron rods tightly. Boom! With a muffled sound, the heavy iron door was pushed open. A flash of dark light suddenly appeared. Be careful, big brother. Before Chun Hao could react, a man behind him dashed forward and struck the mutated rat with a single blow. Lin Fei glanced at the man, who was the one that had told him to keep his distance earlier. Although he was harsh with his words, he was reliable at crucial moments. Those were mutated rats. At this moment, they could see clearly that a dozen mutated rats were quickly rushing towards them. Boom, boom, boom. There were also heavy footsteps. It's a mutated bull. When they saw the towering figure over 3 meters high, despair filled their hearts in an instant. That was a mutated bull, the top-tier existence among zombies, capable of tearing down military tanks. How could there be a mutated bull in the warehouse? Chun Hao's mind went blank. Chapter 18. Unexpected events. The intelligence they received was not like this. We were deceived. His face turned extremely pale. Run immediately. Talp. The two men did not hesitate and turned to run, but another man blocked Chun Hao's way and said, Big brother, go first, I'll cover you. He then looked at Lin Fei and shouted with justification, Aren't you strong? Why don't you take action and defeat these zombies? Lin Fei glanced at him, feeling quite annoyed by this personality, and said, I'm just an ordinary person, and I can't fight these zombies. I knew it. The man only sneered coldly and replied, You don't have that strength, so don't lie in front of others in the future. Because in the end, you will not only harm yourself, but also those who believe in you. Big brother, hurry up, he shouted. I knew I couldn't trust this person. I'm buying time. Chun Hao looked at Lin Fei with a complicated expression, struggling within himself. Lin Fei remained unmoved, even stepping back. Could it be that he was really wrong? Would the past tragedy repeat itself? Big brother, hurry up, the man yelled angrily. He looked at Lin Fei and said, You should leave too. The bull was getting closer, and the rats were also closing in. The man knew that the deadline was approaching. His face was surprisingly calm. Perhaps this is the price. The cost of watching many people walk into the clothing store to die without stopping them. The man looked at the approaching bull and shouted, charging forward. Ud. He raised a long knife in his hand and swung at the bull, but with a clang, the knife couldn't even penetrate the bull's skin. What? The man's pupils contracted, but before his brain could react, bang. The bull casually swatted him against the wall. He fell to the ground, violently coughing up blood, quickly staining the ground red. Lin Fei still stood in place, not expecting that this extremely annoying man would be so decisive. Faced with enemies several times stronger than himself, he dared to charge forward. Lin Fei could see clearly that the man seemed to want to stand up, but unfortunately, that punch had severely injured him, and he couldn't muster any strength in his limbs. I can't do it. I can't move anymore. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. It's impossible. I can't do anything. I'll just cause trouble for others. Why? Will I always be like this in the future? Faintly, he seemed to see his child standing in front of him, smiling. It hurts, doesn't it? It's painful, isn't it? Can we still do something? The rats were quickly crawling towards him, and the bull was also approaching. Damn it! Just then, Chun Hao's voice suddenly rang out behind Lin Fei, and a glass bottle flew past Lin Fei's head, smashing into the bull. It was a Molotov cocktail. Fire! The flames instantly ignited the bull. Chun Hao dashed past Lin Fei, rushed to the man, helped him up, and anxiously asked, Big bull, are you okay? Chapter 19. Uno versus 100, I'm fine. The man's face was streaked with blood tears, a result of his recent injuries that had left him blind. It's pitch black. I can't see anything. It's a bit cold. He was actually smiling. Big bull, hang in there. Chun Hao lifted the man onto his back and turned to run. The Molotov cocktail wouldn't be able to kill the bull and the rats. At most, it would only hold them off for a moment. It's my fault. Chun Hao left this statement as he passed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei could see clearly that there was a coldness in Chun Hao's eyes. It wasn't killing intent, nor was it hatred. Perhaps it was disappointment, or maybe even self-blame. They ran far away, but Lin Fei could still hear the voices. You'll be fine. We will all be able to leave safely. Lin Fei glanced down at his hands, saying nothing. Although the man's personality was quite annoying, he didn't expect him to be so brave. Bang! The bullman walked up to Lin Fei and swung a punch down. Life! Lin Fei let out a soft sigh and also threw a punch. Boom! Boom! There were two loud bangs. The fist of the bullman, which was bigger than a human head, first struck Lin Fei's head, but after the loud bang, Lin Fei's neck didn't even tilt. The second loud bang came from Lin Fei's punch that went through the bullman, the punch's wind passing through the bullman's corpse, smashing several rats' bodies, and then hitting the warehouse wall, which instantly blew out a large hole. He retracted his fist, and the bullman's lifeless body fell in front of Lin Fei. You taught me a lesson, Lin Fei murmured softly, his gaze falling on the other mice. Those that had been jumping around and pressing forward were now completely still. As Lin Fei's eyes swept over them, they were actually retreating. This human? Strong to an absurd degree. These mice seemed to possess intelligence, realizing they were no match for Lin Fei, and turned to flee. Not a single one would escape. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he activated his super speed, and time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment. This was because Lin Fei's speed was so fast that even his reflexes had been enhanced, making everything in front of him appear to be frozen. When time resumed its flow, Lin Fei had already deactivated his super speed. All the rats present were not left unscathed. He made a quick round in the warehouse, finding it safe, and took some food before turning to leave. There wasn't much food left in the warehouse, as it had been gnawed on by the rats. Only rice remained. He took one bag and decided to leave the rest for the survivors. Lin Fei boldly walked up from the basement. Through his perspective, he knew that Chun Hao and the others were hiding in the restroom on the first floor. However, due to the bloodstains, many zombies were heading towards the restroom. Wait a minute. Lin Fei stood in front of the bathroom and said, "Your opponent is me." He turned off his invisibility, and all the zombies discovered him at the same time, then surged towards Lin Fei. Boom! 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 The entire supermarket shook as if an earthquake had occurred. The few people in the bathroom trembled, huddled together. Can we still leave alive? Someone whispered. Chun Hao replied firmly, yes. We can definitely leave alive. What about that person? Another man asked, noticing that Lin Fei had been missing since earlier. Don't worry about him, Chun Hao said. This time it's my fault. From the very beginning, I misjudged him. He is not the one who can eliminate the zombies. Chapter 20, Regretful Chun Hao. The tremors in the supermarket were thought to be caused by the Minotaur. After all, only the Minotaur had such strength. However, inside the supermarket, the ground cracked. Shelves toppled one after another, and countless zombies fell to the ground, unable to get back up. Lin Fei jumped up and, with the function of super jump, leaped to the second floor. The zombies on the first floor had already been cleared by him, and now he began to clean the second floor. His stamina and endurance were limitless, so he naturally would not feel tired. He casually picked up a long knife from the cutlery area and swung it down. The blade went sweeping across 90 meters. Clear knife marks were left on the ground, and all the zombies along the way were split in half. In a large supermarket, 10 stories high, Lin Fei cleaned the entire place within 10 minutes, leaving not a single one standing. He took some kitchen utensils and dining ware, then walked around the food section, grabbing a lot of food before exiting the supermarket. Outside was a dark mass, all zombies. Bang! He closed the supermarket door, facing thousands of zombies alone. Inside the supermarket, there was silence. The tremors had stopped at some point, and a few trembling people finally became curious. What happened outside? Why did it suddenly become quiet? I'll go take a look. Finally, a man mustered his courage, slowly walked to the door, and opened a small crack. Just that glance froze him in place. What's wrong? Chun Hao asked him nervously. You all come see. The man excitedly opened the door and shouted. All the zombies are. The others saw it too. The ground was covered with zombies, all of them unmoving because they were dead. How is that possible? Chun Hao stood up excitedly and hurried outside to take a look. Although the stench was overwhelming, he was incredibly happy. They were saved. Who is it? He suddenly thought of Lin Fei. Boss, there are medicines here. Suddenly, a shocked shout came from the doorway. Turning around, they indeed saw several boxes of medicine by the door. It's him. He knew we were hiding in the restroom. Chun Hao shouted excitedly. Let us check the underground warehouse. Then they saw the pierced corpse of a bull, the cracked walls, and the bodies of rats all over the floor. In a vast supermarket, only a few of them were still standing. Chen Hao happily hugged the big bull and said, "Big bull, we are saved." It was him. He saved us. All the zombies were defeated by him. Then he felt a bit regretful. We misunderstood him. Too bad there are no ifs. Grab the food. As they moved through the vast supermarket again, they realized Lin Fei's strength. How many zombies could there be all over the ground? How'd he do it? Is he a superhero? However, the greater shock came when they opened the supermarket door. The entire street block had no zombies standing anymore. Seeing the scene, the few people felt their heads go blank. Is this something a human can do? They clearly remembered that among the thousands of zombies, there were many high-level zombies, which were unbeatable existences. "Thank you." Chen Hao stepped forward 2 paces and shouted excitedly. "Although I don't know your name, I really appreciate you. It was you who saved us. We will never forget this great kindness." Chapter 21 Life in the Apocalypse is really too hard. Chen Hao's grateful voice echoed in the street. And now there were only they few still standing on a vast street, while the zombies had long fallen. No matter how loudly they shouted, it wouldn't attract the zombies. They just hoped Lin Fei could hear their voices, as they had misunderstood him from the beginning. "I hope we can meet again in the future," Chen Hao said. "We owe him." And at this moment, Lin Fei had already gone far away and did not hear their voices. He got some things in the supermarket, a bag of rice, a set of kitchen utensils, and some tableware. The staple food was secured, but there were still snacks, vegetables, and meat missing. Lin Fei murmured, a hint of regret in his tone. If only there weren't any rats in that supermarket. Almost 99% of the food had been ruined by those mutated rats, and Lin Fei felt a pang of sadness. Otherwise, he could have had a good meal tonight. At noon, Lin Fei nibbled on a piece of bread and drank half a bottle of mineral water, finally making a decision. I need to find a vegetable market. There was nothing in the supermarket, so he had to pin his hopes on other supermarkets or the vegetable market. Finding other supermarkets was just as difficult as finding the vegetable market. However, if he could find the vegetable market, the chances of getting fresh vegetables were very high. While others were trying to survive by any means possible, Lin Fei was the only one thinking of ways to find fresh vegetables. It was too hard. Lin Fei took a bag of chips out of his backpack. Surviving in this apocalypse is really too difficult. Without Chen Hao and the others to guide him, Lin Fei found himself lost once again in this steel jungle. The vegetable market is usually by the docks, he thought, as it makes transportation easier. Finding the riverside would make it easier to locate the vegetable market. With that thought, Lin Fei felt he had a direction. Flight, activate. He activated the modifier and leaped into the air, soaring up to a height of 10,000 meters. Standing high in the sky, Lin Fei finally saw the vast Yangtze River flowing through City Ye, and without hesitation, he flew towards the riverbank. As he approached the riverbank, Lin Fei saw countless zombies once again. The streets by the river were choked with vehicles. A 30-meter-wide highway was completely blocked. During the disaster, these people had been scrambling to leave City Ye, but they failed. As a result, many turned into zombies, and the abandoned vehicles completely clogged the road. If these vehicles weren't cleared away, it would be very difficult to leave for other cities. However, at this moment, Lin Fei was focused on finding the vegetable market. In superspeed flight mode, Lin Fei darted like a bolt of lightning, his figure almost invisible. The docks. Lin Fei finally made a discovery. There should be a vegetable market near the dock. He searched carefully and indeed saw a huge canopy 100 meters away. That was the vegetable market. Lin Fei immediately descended and walked towards the vegetable market. He activated his invisibility, although he wasn't afraid of zombies. It would still be quite troublesome if a horde of them pounced on him. It was too quiet here, although there were bloodstains on the ground. He couldn't see a single zombie around. Looking further ahead, he noticed that the vegetable market was surrounded by many vehicles, which didn't look like they were parked normally, but rather deliberately arranged to encircle the area. It resembled a trench on a battlefield, used to repel enemies. Chapter 22. Trading with other survivors, it seemed that someone had arrived here before me. Lin Fei quickly realized this. Stop. Sure enough, when he was less than 20 meters away from the vegetable market, a voice suddenly shouted from ahead. A head popped up from behind a vehicle, and Lin Fei could see clearly that it was a somewhat plump, middle-aged man. He was holding a steel fork and was cautiously watching Lin Fei. No need to worry, Lin Fei said. I'm also a survivor. Of course I can see that. I'm not blind. The fat guy rolled his eyes and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Exchanging for food," Lin Fei replied straightforwardly. Given the current situation, if he said he wanted food, the other party would definitely not give it to him. But if he mentioned exchanging, the chances of success would be much higher. "What do you have?" The fat guy asked this question while swallowing hard. Lin Fei noticed this and figured that the other party didn't have much water, so he immediately said, "Water, mineral water." He indeed saw the fat guy's eyes light up. When the fat guy heard this, he almost instinctively agreed. But he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait here, I'll go tell our boss. Let me in first." Lin Fei said, "What if a zombie comes out and attacks me while I'm out here?" "You just wait," the fat guy said coldly, internally scoffing, wishing Lin Fei would just die outside. That way, all the water in his backpack would belong to them. Lin Fei looked at the departing fat man with some speechlessness. In the vegetable market, there were dozens of survivors, mostly men, who were now gathered in a room discussing how to find water resources. "Although we don't lack food here, we are short on water." Li Bo frowned. He was the leader of these survivors and was originally a butcher in the market. After the mutation occurred, he managed to take down 4 zombies with a kitchen knife, becoming the strongest among the survivors. "The remaining water we have can only last for 1 day at most," someone reported to him. "I understand." Butcher Lee felt a headache coming on. He only knew how to kill pigs, and while he had some skills in dealing with zombies, asking him to find water resources truly touched on his knowledge blind spot. It would be great if someone could bring water to him, he thought. Just as this thought settled in his mind, the fat man hurriedly squeezed back in. "Boss, good news." A person came outside. He said he wants to exchange bottled water for our food. Hearing this, Butcher Lee's eyes brightened, and he immediately sat up from his chair. "Is that true?" "Of course. It's true." The fat man patted his chest to assure him. "More real than pearls." "All right, let's go." He felt excited. Could it be that heaven heard his earlier thoughts and truly sent someone to bring him water? Under the fat man's lead, he saw Lin Fei. "Is it just you?" Butcher Lee asked. "Yes, it's just me," Lin Fei nodded. Butcher Lee immediately showed a disappointed expression. With just one person, how much water could he bring? He glanced at Lin Fei's backpack, which was not bulging high, and presumed it contained at most a case of bottled water. That is only enough for their daily supply. But it's better than nothing, Butcher Lee thought, then waved his hand, signaling Lin Fei to come over. Chapter 23. Listen, is this still human talk? Lin Fei arrived at the vegetable market, glancing left and right. Surprisingly, the large market was clean and tidy. "You don't need to look any further," said the Butcher Lee. "All the supplies are stored in the underground cold storage, including vegetables and meat." He continued slowly. "To be honest, we don't lack water, so you can only exchange 2 bottles of mineral water for a bunch of vegetables and 10 bottles for a piece of meat." Lin Fei smiled inwardly. If it weren't for seeing your lips that were already peeling from the dryness, he might have believed you. So Lin Fei regretfully said, "You don't lack water? Huh? Then I won't change it after all." After saying that, he turned to leave. When the Butcher Lee saw this scene, he immediately became anxious. Nonsense about not lacking water. He could feel his throat burning. He was just trying to deceive Lin Fei. However, before Lin Fei could take a step, he was stopped by a group of people. "Want to leave?" Someone laughed and said, "Do you really think this is a vegetable market before the mutation, where you can come and go as you please? If it weren't for our boss being a butcher before and having his own rules not to target survivors, we would have robbed you of your things long ago." Lin Fei took a glance at them. There were dozens of people. If there were no rules in place, they would really make a move. Lin Fei chuckled to himself. These people were quite interesting. 1 bottle of water for 1 head of cabbage, 2 bottles of water for a pound of meat, Lin Fei said. This was a relatively reasonable exchange condition. Okay, the Butcher Lee nodded. They weren't lacking in food. How much water could Lin Fei's backpack hold? "Bring the counting board." The fat man immediately came over with a pen and a board. The board had white paper on it to record the items Lin Fei wanted to exchange. Lin Fei placed the backpack on the ground and began to take things out in front of them. 1 bottle of mineral water, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. At this moment, they were still calm. However, when they saw that there were 30 bottles of mineral water on the ground in front of Lin Fei, they could no longer remain calm. This was too slow. Lin Fei murmured, then took out a 1.5-liter bottle of mineral water. Everyone around was stunned. staring in amazement as Lin Fei continued to pull out bottles of mineral water from the not-so-big backpack. The actions of the fat guy recording everything came to a halt. No way. Could such a backpack hold so much mineral water? Even the butcherly was dumbfounded. This isn't just 2 boxes, is it? Lin Fei glanced at them and said, I take showers with mineral water at night. What's the big deal? Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, the butcher Li and the others were once again stunned. Taking a shower with mineral water? How much mineral water do you have? You're wasting it. Li the butcher lamented. Lin Fei didn't explain anything. He glanced at the nearly 100 bottles of mineral water and said, this should be enough to exchange for a bit of all your vegetables. The butcherly subconsciously nodded. This was more than enough. Rip. The fat man unhesitatingly tore the white paper to shreds. No need to remember anything. Lin Fei could exchange everything without any problem. At this moment, several people nearby were staring at Lin Fei's backpack, their eyes shining with excitement. They were now sure that Lin Fei's backpack had something unusual about it. After the disaster, the world had changed, and they believed that some items had mutated, like the backpack that Lin Fei was carrying. They had the idea to find a way to seize it. At this moment, they all shared this thought. Chapter 24. The sudden arrival of zombies. Kill him, and the backpack will be ours. Then we will never lack for water again. They were itching to act. They had even tightened their grips on their weapons. As soon as Lin Fei and the butcherly walked towards the warehouse, they planned to strike from behind, aiming for a quick kill to completely eliminate Lin Fei. And the backpack would be theirs. Big brother, let's. The butcherly was about to lead Lin Fei to the warehouse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the loud alarm rang out in the large vegetable market. Those who were ready to act were startled. This alarm had been set up by them to trigger when zombies approached, stepping on the warning line. Zombies were coming. The fat man exclaimed in horror. So many, so many. This shout caused everyone to rush to the front line, and sure enough, they saw a horde of zombies approaching. The butcher Li's expression turned grim. There are at least over 100 zombies. Just at that moment, a loud shout was heard, and all the women ran to the underground warehouse. Meanwhile, dozens of men picked up their weapons, mostly knives as well as pitchforks, iron rods, and the like, to defend themselves. The fat man handed Lin Fei a kitchen knife and said, one more person means one more strength. Lin Fei quickly caught it. He had already killed too many zombies today. However, looking at the people in front of him, they did not seem very panicked, clearly having been prepared. At this moment, those who had just wanted to kill Lin Fei saw the fat man hand him a kitchen knife, and a plan formed in their minds. Perhaps they could use the zombies to eliminate Lin Fei. Just then, the zombie horde drew closer. Attack! Shouted Butcher Li. Immediately, more than a dozen men rushed to the car with buckets and threw them out with all their strength. Lin Fei saw clearly that it was filled with gasoline. The gasoline flowed on the ground, quickly soaking the area, and many zombies stepped on it. Light it up. As soon as the words fell, a rocket flew out from the market, instantly igniting the gasoline. A huge fire. Flames erupted in an instant, igniting dozens of zombies. However, this alone was not enough to burn all the zombies to death. After all, the gasoline was limited and could not cover all directions, and some zombies were already very close. Keep going. Butcherly shouted again. Another rocket shot out, landing on an oil barrel that had been set up earlier. Boom! The oil barrel exploded like a bomb, instantly blowing apart a dozen nearby zombies, and the gasoline spilled around, igniting another area. In the blink of an eye, only about 20 or 30 zombies remained. These zombies climbed onto the vehicles, heading towards them. However, when they got off the vehicles, they all tripped and fell. And Lin Fei realized that a rope had been pulled up there without him noticing. It actually tripped all the zombies. Let's work together to deal with one. Be careful not to get hurt, and try to attack the head. Butcherly shouted, charging forward first, slashing the zombie's head with his knife. As easy as cutting a watermelon. After killing one, he rushed toward another. Don't just stand there. A man beside Lin Fei shouted, let's deal with that one. Lin Fei was pulled away by him, charging towards a zombie. Chapter 25. Wait, I came first. As they got closer, the man suddenly pushed Lin Fei away forcefully. Be careful, the man shouted, but in fact there was a cold smile on his face. He wanted to kill Lin Fei to get his backpack. You will die, he thought to himself, believing that no one could react in such a sudden situation. As long as he got hurt, I could justify killing him. But the next second, he was stunned, because he clearly saw Lin Fei raise his hand and slash down. The zombie's head fell off. The man was startled. This shouldn't be. Lin Fei's reaction was so fast. It must be a coincidence. The man secretly thought, next time he will surely die. Did you just push me? Lin Fei looked at the still-dazed man. No. The man immediately shook his head. Lin Fei didn't say anything more. His instincts were not wrong. That man had indeed pushed him just now. He had already placed this man on his list of enemies. Although he was not a bad person, he had never been a good one either. As the last zombie was killed, the alarm was finally lifted, and Li, the butcher, let out a long sigh of relief. Everyone has worked hard, he said with a smile. The others also smiled. But in the next second, they all stopped laughing as the alarm sounded again. They clearly saw a dark mass of zombies rushing towards them. Moreover, they spotted some special types of zombies among them. The bull, the vomiter, the leader, and the long tongue. And there was not just one of each. Seeing this scene, everyone present turned pale. Uttering 2 words in a daze, zombie tide. The zombie tide refers to a phenomenon composed of zombies, resembling a tide, indicating that there are many zombies. This was a major attack. Damn it. Li the butcher's face turned white. They had just exhausted all their traps. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's death whether we run or not. We might as well fight." The bull was the fastest, already closing in. The car barricade that had previously blocked countless zombies was no match for the bull and was directly smashed aside. Then, countless zombies surged through the gap into the market. The scene was chaotic. People screamed. Many were so terrified upon seeing the zombie tide that they dared not fight back. However, there were also brave individuals willing to pick up weapons and resist. The bull stood in front of Li the butcher, ready to crush him with a single punch. From the moment he saw the bull, despair filled his heart. It was an existence that humanity could not contend with. In fact, when the zombie tide appeared, everyone present felt hopeless. They were just ordinary people, not soldiers, lacking powerful weapons. So in the face of such a zombie tide, they saw only a dead end. Especially with the presence of powerful advanced zombies in this tide. They felt as fragile as ants before this wave of death. However, at that moment, a figure flashed and appeared before Li the butcher. It was Lin Fei. He stood in front of Li the butcher and raised his hand to block the bull's punch. Boom! The force of the bull's punch spread at that instant, causing the floor beneath Lin Fei to explode, and Li the butcher was directly sent flying, rolling twice on the ground. Chapter 26. Killing the bull is like killing a chicken. But at that moment, he seemed to feel no pain at all. He quickly looked up, his face filled with terror as he stared at the scene before him. He saw clearly. Lin Fei actually blocked a punch from the bull with just one hand. Butcher Li rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was still the same scene. Lin Fei stood there, raising one hand to block the gigantic fist of the barbarian bull. It was like a painting, and the Butcher Li engraved this scene in his heart, never to forget it. At that moment, all eyes were on Lin Fei. Everyone was stunned because someone had actually caught the barbarian bull's punch with his hand. Lin Fei's hand, in front of the fist of the barbaric bull, is as insignificant as a small boat before a tsunami. This is something that has never happened throughout history because it is simply impossible. Now, this impossible scene appears before them. How can they not be shocked? How can they not be horrified? Your timing couldn't be worse. Lin Fei said, "I finally found this place with great difficulty, and I was just about to exchange things. Don't disturb me." After saying that, he threw a punch. Boom! With a loud explosion, the upper half of the barbarian bull's body exploded on the spot and vanished. Only the lower half remained standing. With a gust of wind, bang, that half of the body fell backward and no longer moved. "Get behind him!" Someone shouted, and everyone reacted, scrambling to Lin Fei's back in search of protection. Originally, they had all felt despair, but now they saw hope in Lin Fei, the hope to continue living. Even the man who had tried to kill Lin Fei earlier couldn't help but swallow hard upon witnessing this scene. A single punch shattered the barbarian bull. Is this still human? He couldn't believe that he had wanted to kill Lin Fei before. Was that really possible? At this moment, he too crawled to Lin Fei's back. Seeking his protection, Lin Fei had become the guardian of everyone. These people had led all the zombies to Lin Fei's side. Today, They were determined to kill until they were sick. Lin Fei complained, having just wiped out a street full of zombies. Now another wave of them came. With a swing of his kitchen knife. Boom! The blade wind immediately sliced through the horde, cutting down who knows how many zombies. There was a knife mark over a meter deep on the ground, and the cars along the way were split in half by this strike. Damn! Seeing this scene, everyone was startled. Is this still a human? On the other side, a fierce bull charged over, and as soon as it got close, it exploded. Just like the previous fierce bull, its upper body was completely gone, as if it had also been punched by Lin Fei. But no one saw Lin Fei throw a punch. What exactly just happened? It's you again, you disgusting monster. Lin Fei saw the vomiter and remembered how, back in the hospital, it had violently spewed sulfuric acid at him, which was absolutely disgusting. It was also incredibly fast, running away right after it vomited. As the vomiter approached, ready to spit acid, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to throw the kitchen knife he had in hand. The knife spun through the air and directly split the vomiter in half, taking out a large group of zombies behind it as well. Just at that moment, a tongue shot down from the greenhouse, wrapping around a man behind Lin Fei and lifting him up violently. Help! Came a scream. Chapter 27. This is too lenient for you. Lin Fei looked up and saw that the man who had been captured was the same one who had tried to kill him earlier. So he pretended not to see. Help me. The man was hanging in midair, struggling incessantly, seemingly having completely forgotten about his earlier attempt to harm Lin Fei. Seeing Lin Fei's indifferent demeanor, he exerted all his strength and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? I told you to hurry up and save me." Lin Fei merely cast him a cold glance. Still not making a move. What the hell? I'm asking you to save me. What are you doing? Are you deaf? The crowd below was shaking their heads and sighing. This person was naturally rebellious, and many had conflicts with him. And now, facing danger, he still dared to command Lin Fei like this. Not to mention Lin Fei. Even the others found it disgusting. Do you want me to save you? Lin Fei finally spoke. Do I look like I'm joking right now? The man's face was already turning purple. Hurry up and save me. Don't just stand there. Are you an idiot? Why should I save you? Lin Fei asked slowly. Give me a reason to save you. The man angrily replied. Are you an idiot? Hurry up and save me. Lin Fei simply shook his head and said, If I remember correctly, you pushed me earlier intending to kill me, right? You wanted to get my backpack. The man trembled at these words, not expecting Lin Fei to have discovered his intentions. However, at that moment, he still shouted, Yes, I admit it, but in the end, you weren't harmed, were you? You're so powerful. How could anything happen to you? So why don't you help me now? After all, you're fine. Hearing these words, a cold light flickered in Lin Fei's eyes, and he finally stopped speaking. He raised his hand, and a stone flew up, directly piercing through the man's head, causing him to fall to the ground. You know your place. The man gasped for breath, celebrating his narrow escape. Don't get it wrong. Just then, Lin Fei walked up to him, raised his hand, and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. I'm putting you down because I think dying this way is too easy for you. What do you want? The man's face changed dramatically. You can't do this. Are you allowed to kill me while I can't fight back? Lin Fei sneered and said, Am I supposed to accept your murder just because I'm stronger than you? That's not how reasoning works, young man. With that, he directly tossed the man towards the distant tide of corpses, and with a scream, the man completely disappeared. The tide of corpses might be terrifying for the people behind, but for Lin Fei, it posed no threat at all. He stood alone like a wall, with no zombies able to pass by him. The massive tide of corpses eventually all fell down. Lin Fei stood on a sea of blood, and everyone looked at his back, feeling a sense of loneliness. It's all over now, he said. Let's continue the trade. They looked around, swallowing hard. Could it be that this person before them had dispelled the tide of corpses? He had cut through the horde. Was he a man or God? They could no longer think clearly. Remembering how Lin Fei had continuously taken out bottled water from a small backpack, they felt certain that Lin Fei must be a deity. Trade. Butcherly reacted, Yes, trade. Great God, please follow me. Chapter 28, Chef Lin Fei. Lin Fei followed them into the underground warehouse. This was a cellar, as cellars can preserve fresh vegetables, so the butcher Li and others moved all supplies into the cellar. Great God, you can choose freely, he said. We don't want your things anymore. Even if we die of thirst here today, I wouldn't dare to take Lin Fei's mineral water. It wasn't out of fear, but out of admiration. In their eyes, Lin Fei had become a divine being, and he was also their savior. "No way," Lin Fei said. "This is a matter of principle. Once a deal is made, it's a deal." He selected some of his vegetables, not too many, and then took various types of meat. Finally, he got the greens and meat. Lin Fei sighed. It's not easy. Having obtained what he wanted, Lin Fei was about to leave, but just as he was preparing to depart, the butcher called out to him, "Master, you're so powerful. Why haven't you gone to the survivor gathering place in City B?" Lin Fei's footsteps came to a halt, as if he had received some good news. "What survivor gathering place?" he asked. "There is a sizable survivor gathering place in City B, where resources are abundant. It is said that there is everything there, and the military is also present, hiring some talented individuals." Lin Fei nodded. This was very important news. In the survivor gathering place, there would definitely be a large amount of supplies, and perhaps even weapons, such as guns and ammunition. Ever since he got the modifier, Lin Fei had wanted to obtain a gun and a rocket launcher. If there was a rocket artillery, he could unleash devastating firepower combined with unlimited ammunition, no recoil, and no need to change ammo, making him completely invincible. When facing a large group of zombies, all he would have to do is open fire. "Thank you for informing me of this news." Lin Fei nodded, bid farewell to these people, and then left. Time flew by, and when Lin Fei left the vegetable market, it was already evening, and the sky began to darken. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He had a bountiful harvest today, with rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, eggs, vegetables, and even pork and beef. Finally, he wouldn't have to eat instant noodles for dinner. Surviving in this apocalyptic world was really tough, so he wanted to treat himself to a good meal. He found a restaurant in the city. Now, he could only stay in some hotels. In this apocalypse, all the houses were abandoned, and Lin Fei could stay anywhere without needing money. In the restaurant's kitchen, flames suddenly flared up on the stove, and seeing this scene, Lin Fei smiled. The gas was still usable. He glanced at the half-height gas canister next to him, deep in thought about whether he should stuff it into his backpack. A spare gas canister. Just as he made up his mind to put the gas canister into his backpack, he noticed a large box nearby. Opening it, he found a spare gas canister. This was a small liquefied gas canister, about the size of a water bucket, but less than half a meter tall, making it easy to carry. Lin Fei unhesitatingly discarded the large gas canister and placed the smaller one into his backpack. It would look so awkward to pull out a big gas canister from the backpack. Lin Fei complained, "The small one makes much more sense." He took the kitchen utensils and prepared some dishes. Spicy and sizzling water-boiled sliced meat, translucent braised pork, sweet and sour fragrant sweet and sour pork, along with vibrant stir-fried bok choy and fragrant snap peas. Chapter 29. The girl drawn by the aroma. And one more soup, radish, corn, and pork rib soup, plus a pot of fragrant rice. Gulu gulu. Lin Fei heard a rumbling sound from his stomach. "Wait, it seems like it's not my stomach making noise." Lin Fei slowed down his movements and immediately activated his X-ray vision. Looking outside the kitchen, he unexpectedly saw a young girl. Clearly, the earlier stomach growl had come from her. Lin Fei clearly saw that the girl had a pair of bright, large eyes. Although her cheeks were a bit dirty and blackened, she must have originally been quite charming. Her clothes were torn, and she had bloodstains on her body, as if she had encountered something. Lin Fei glanced at the dishes on his table, hesitated for no moment, stood up directly from his chair, and walked towards the girl hiding outside. The girl seemed to see Lin Fei approaching, and her eyes immediately filled with panic as she turned to run away. "Stop!" Lin Fei spoke up and called her to a halt. "Since you're here, come in and eat together. It's just a few more chopsticks." When the girl heard this, she indeed didn't leave. One reason was that she had been hungry for too long, and the other was that she smelled the delicious food and was too uncomfortable from hunger. At that moment, Lin Fei walked up to her and said, "Let's go. Sit down." Lin Fei pulled over a chair for her, took out a bowl and chopsticks from his backpack, and served her some rice. He thought to himself that the girl must have been hungry for a long time, and eating plain rice directly wouldn't be good. So he poured some soup over the rice to make it much softer. "Just eat casually." Lin Fei said boldly that he didn't lack these ingredients anyway. The girl hesitated for a moment, but in the end, unable to resist the temptation of food, she began to eat heartily. Lin Fei had been busy all day. During the day, he only ate a few dry loaves of bread, and now he was extremely hungry. Seeing the girl eat with ease, he started to eat as well. The braised pork was fatty but not greasy, melting in his mouth. Lin Fei never expected he could make such delicious food. Perhaps it was because he had been gnawing on bread for 2 days. The sweet and sour pork was appetizing and tasty, and the girl couldn't stop eating it. Lin Fei had 2 bowls, while the girl finished all the remaining rice, a total of 4 bowls, making her the one who ate the most. After the meal, Lin Fei put everything into the sink. It was fine to clean up or not. The things he had risked his life to bring back from the supermarket were unlimited. Lin Fei wiped the dining table clean, feeling full and satisfied, and it was time to get down to business. The girl seemed to realize something as well. She became uneasy, sitting in the chair with her head down and clutching the hem of her clothes. "There's no need to be nervous," Lin Fei said. Seeing the girl's reaction, couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I'm not going to eat you. Yiyushua, why are you here?" Lin Fei asked again. This time, the girl didn't speak, as if she had something difficult to say. She didn't say anything, but firmly shook her head. Lin Fei didn't say much, just stood up. He also understood that this was the end of the world. Seeing the girl's distressed appearance, he didn't need to think too much. Her parents were probably long gone. Chapter 30. The backpack no one can lift. He wanted to take the girl to the hotel next door, so she could take a good bath. But at that moment, voices from outside suddenly came in. "You really didn't see it wrong? She ran over here?" It was a man's voice. Lin Fei immediately activated his perspective and looked outside. Sure enough, he saw 2 middle-aged men standing outside the restaurant. That's right, one of the men said, "I saw a man come out and bring her inside." Bang! The next moment, the 2 kicked open the glass door and walked in. The girl seemed to have heard the voices of the 2 men and immediately stood up, hurriedly hiding behind Lin Fei. It seemed that these 2 men were here to find the girl. Sure enough, they quickly spotted Lin Fei and the girl. "Who are you?" The 2 stared at Lin Fei, very vigilant of this unknown survivor. "Isn't it basic to introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name?" Lin Fei said indifferently. "Forget it." One of the men waved his hand and said, "Hand over the girl behind you." "Why?" Lin Fei said, "Give me a reason." He could clearly feel the girl behind him nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. "She is one of us. What reason do we need?" The man glared at the girl. "If you don't believe me, ask her." The girl quickly shook her head. It seemed she didn't know them. Lin Fei said. The man's expression instantly turned ugly, and he said, "I advise you not to interfere. This is our business. This isn't about meddling in others' affairs. It's about the fact that I happened to run into her today, which means she needs my help. You are trying to make an enemy of us." The man's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, another man suddenly wrinkled his nose, his eyes brightening as he said, "This guy has food on him. I can smell the aroma of a meal." Upon hearing this, the other man's eyes also lit up. "Wonderful." He looked at Lin Fei and ordered, "Hand over the food on you, and we'll pretend nothing happened today." Lin Fei smiled indifferently and threw his backpack to the ground. "Take it. You're smart." The 2 men laughed and reached for the backpack, but nearly fell over because they couldn't lift it at all. Even when they worked together, they couldn't raise it by even a millimeter. "What the hell, it's so heavy." They didn't believe it and tried to pull the zipper, only to be shocked again to find they couldn't budge it. "What is this?" They couldn't lift the backpack, nor could they open it. "My things cannot be taken without permission," Lin Fei said with a faint smile. Not to mention the backpack was locked by a modifier, but even the infinite items inside. Who could lift it without a weight reset? "You're playing us." A sinister look appeared on the faces of the 2 men. "You're seeking death." The leader lunged forward, throwing a punch directly at Lin Fei's head. However, before he could even touch Lin Fei's face, he was sent flying backward. He slammed hard against the wall, then bounced to the ground, rolling in a sorry state, his arm twisted in a horrific manner, with bones protruding. Lin Fei closed the one-hit kill. This is the result of a devastating strike. Any defense is useless in the attacked area and will be directly destroyed. Chapter 31. The warehouse that might have weapons. "Get lost," Lin Fei said. "I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to make a move." The other man, witnessing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils trembling. He had just seen nothing, and that man was sent flying out with his entire arm rendered useless. Is this still a human? "I'm sorry." He immediately helped that man up, then screamed and ran away. The restaurant fell silent again. He glanced at the girl, who was also in a daze, said nothing, and walked straight out. Lin Fei took out the gas cylinder and started boiling water on the balcony. The girl stared blankly as Lin Fei pulled the gas cylinder out of his backpack. How could such a small backpack fit like a gas cylinder? And after putting the gas cylinder in, why did the backpack still look completely flat? Sit, Lin Fei pointed to the sofa. The girl didn't dare to. First, because she was too dirty, and the sofa looked so clean. Second, because she saw the cold indifference on Lin Fei's face and was afraid to approach. Standing is fine, Lin Fei said. I really hate it when people lie to me or hide things from me. He looked at the girl and said, if you want to sleep here tonight, you'd better tell me everything. Otherwise, I will personally throw you out. The girl immediately lowered her head. Without hesitation, she told Lin Fei everything. They wanted me to go to an old military warehouse to attract monsters, and then they would take the opportunity to go in and get weapons. Everyone I was with died, and I barely escaped. Lin Fei nodded. Since the other party was willing to speak the truth, there was nothing to worry about. However, he also received an important piece of information from the girl. You just mentioned an old military warehouse. Yes, the girl replied honestly, but it has been abandoned for a long time, and no one knows if there will be any equipment inside. I just want to go down and try my luck. But there's a kind of parasitic monster guarding it. When she mentioned the monster, the girl's face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly, as if she had seen something incredibly terrifying. Lin Fei naturally noticed this. But weapons. Today, when facing those zombies, he wanted some ranged weapons. Some zombies were simply too far away to take action, and those like the leader and the vomiter, who specialized in disgusting people from a distance, could only be dealt with using ranged weapons. It would be great to get a gun, preferably a rocket launcher. So he immediately asked, do you know the way to the warehouse? The girl nodded. Take me there tomorrow, Lin Fei said without hesitation. The girl's face suddenly turned pale. Did this person in front of her want her to attract the monsters inside the warehouse like those others? Don't worry. Lin Fei seemed to see her worries and said, I won't let you get hurt. The girl did not fully believe him, because she had witnessed the terror of those monsters with her own eyes. They had armor like silver glints on their bodies, sharp teeth, long and powerful tails, and their hands had sharp claws. Even a 10-centimeter thick steel plate could be easily torn apart by them. Chapter 32. Enjoying tea in the apocalypse, the girl knew Lin Fei was not ordinary. He could break a person's arm in an instant, but he was still far from being able to defeat those monsters. Those monsters could tear a person apart in an instant. At that moment, she was contemplating how to escape. But just then, Lin Fei suddenly stood up. He glanced at the large pot outside on the balcony, where water was boiling. The water is ready. He looked at the girl and said, you should prepare to take a hot bath. He took out a towel, a water bucket, shampoo, shower gel, a toothbrush, and toothpaste from his backpack. This once again left the girl dumbfounded. How did he fit all this strange stuff in that not-so-large backpack? Clothes. He fell into deep thought. Previously, in the clothing city, he only took some men's clothes and didn't take any women's. You can wear my clothes for now, he said, casually taking out a shirt and pants and handing them to the girl. Seeing that the girl seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old and only reached his chest when she stood up, his clothes should fit her well. I'll take you to get some clothes tomorrow, he added. After thinking for a moment, he supplemented, you lead the way. Lin Fei thought to herself that she really was directionally challenged, having even forgotten the way to the clothing city. The girl blankly carried a pile of items into the bathroom. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrush, as well as clean clothes and towels. These were things unimaginable after the apocalypse. Lin Fei casually gave herself up like this. She even mentioned that she would take herself to pick up clothes tomorrow. She was starting to doubt if this was a dream. The girl stayed in the bathroom for a long time. It was already dark outside, and both the room and the bathroom were pitch black. Lin Fei took a candle out of her backpack to light up the room. It felt a bit like a power outage, Lin Fei thought. With a click, the bathroom door opened and the girl walked out. With the candlelight, when Lin Fei looked at the girl, her heart skipped a beat. Previously, the girl had a dirty face, and Lin Fei thought that if she washed her cheeks, she would be charming. Now, with her long hair cascading down, the girl had an ethereal beauty. The candlelight made her look like she had stepped out of a painting. Yi Yushua noticed Lin Fei staring at her and unconsciously lowered her head. Back in school, Many people liked to stare at her, which made her cheeks flush. After getting her clothes, she also went into the bathroom to take a shower. It had been so long since she had a hot shower, as she had only washed with cold water the night before. After showering, Lin Fei moved a chair and sat on the balcony, boiling water to brew a pot of jasmine tea, looking at the night view below. But what night view is there now? Lin Fei sat here, partly out of boredom and partly to dry his hair before sleeping. There was no signal on his phone, so he couldn't play any online games, and he was already tired of single-player games. Top. The girl moved a chair and sat down beside him. Would you like some tea? Lin Fei asked. The girl nodded. It was a bit cold in the evening, and drinking some hot tea could warm her up, plus jasmine tea had a calming effect. At that moment, she was struggling inside. Should she escape or not? In the 3 months of the apocalypse, no one had ever treated her this well. It was the first time in so long that she had taken a hot shower, the first time she had eaten a warm and hearty dinner, and it was the first time she was sitting so comfortably on the balcony drinking tea. Chapter 33. As long as you have strength, iron can turn into cotton. She felt that it was not the apocalypse at all. It was simply a vacation. My name is Lin Fei, Lin Fei suddenly said. He hadn't introduced himself when he asked the girl for her name in the dining room. The girl nodded. Then, she suddenly asked, "Can you really protect me?" Lin Fei took a sip of tea and said, "As long as you listen to me, I can protect you from harm." The girl fell silent. Looking back now, even dying in there would be worth it. Tonight, the memories are beautiful. The two of them dried their hair, finished their tea, and it was time to sleep. The girl's delicate face turned red, as if she thought of something. In the apocalyptic world, in a hotel room, a lonely man and a woman. "I'll sleep on the sofa," the girl said immediately. Lin Fei glanced at her and said, "Are you stupid? Why would you sleep on that narrow and hard sofa when there's a soft and fragrant big bed?" Yi Yushue was speechless. "Wait a minute." Lin Fei changed all the sheets on the bed and took out a clean sheet from his backpack, spreading it out neatly before finally revealing a smile. The girl watched this scene in a daze. She didn't even know how many times she had felt this backpack was magical today. It was simply like a treasure bag, capable of producing anything. The girl wanted to say something, but hesitated, feeling extremely curious about why this backpack was so extraordinary. Others couldn't lift it or open it, but Lin Fei did so effortlessly. It was very simple. Lin Fei seemed to see through what she was thinking and said, "As long as you use great strength to compress things, you can fit them in. As for why I can pick it up, it's because I'm strong. Iuit instanti rollet herius." It would be a miracle to believe that. "Let's sleep." After Lin Fei said this, he lay down on the bed, which was so soft it felt like it could melt a person. The girl nervously climbed onto the bed. If Lin Fei were to do something to her, would she submit? Or resist? Or just put up a symbolic resistance? In the end, before she could come up with an answer, she heard Lin Fei's steady breathing as he fell asleep. Lin Fei was busy all day today and was already tired. That night, Lin Fei had a dream. He found himself alone in a post-apocalyptic world. As he crossed a bridge heading to City B, the river beneath the bridge suddenly boiled. Boom! A loud sound echoed. A gigantic tentacle shot up to the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. Then the tentacle came crashing down towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, and he threw a punch. Boom! Another loud sound echoed. Lin Fei suddenly felt a tremendous force coming at him, one that he found impossible to resist, and he was directly knocked flying. Is a one-hit kill and invincibility unable to stop this? Just at that moment, several identical tentacles attacked again, directly binding him and suspending him in the air. Then, Lin Fei woke up. When he looked around, he found that he was indeed tied up. The girl was like an octopus, tightly holding on to him, and the blanket had been kicked aside. "So it's you, so young. Yet your sleeping posture is so unattractive." Lin Fei reached out and pulled her down to prepare breakfast. There was no kitchen here, so breakfast had to be simple, just some oatmeal and 2 pieces of dry bread. Before long, the girl woke up. She smelled the fragrant oatmeal and immediately got out of bed. Seeing Lin Fei sitting at the table, she finally believed it wasn't a dream. After brushing her teeth and having breakfast, Lin Fei said, "I've brought your clothes, and then we'll set off." Chapter 34. The cave with monsters. The girl nodded and immediately went into the bathroom. The oatmeal was sweet and fragrant, and the bread was soft and chewy. Yi Yushua thought this was the best breakfast she had ever had in her life. After so long, she had finally slept soundly and eaten her fill. She felt that even if she died, it would have been worth it. Lin Fei took her out. As soon as the door opened, Lin Fei discovered that zombies were already waiting there, seemingly attracted by the scent of humans gathering in this spot. Breakfast had already been finished. Lin Fei punched out, and the entrance was instantly empty. The girl standing behind him was stunned by this scene. A single punch to kill a zombie? Let's go. Lin Fei said, "You lead the way. I don't know where there are clothing stores." Perhaps he could really come out unscathed from the old warehouse? After seeing Lin Fei's strength, the girl felt a bit happy and pointed out the direction for him, then closely followed Lin Fei. The girl didn't take Lin Fei to the clothing city, but instead found a nearby clothing store. She picked out some clothes for herself, a complete set, and then shyly handed them to Lin Fei. Lin Fei casually stuffed it into his backpack. He was not interested in the girl's clothes. His mind was completely focused on the old military warehouse, weapons. The girl led him, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the outskirts. In the distance, Lin Fei could see a dilapidated military base, where thick smoke was still rising continuously. Lin Fei noticed and said, "Don't worry, I keep my word. You lead the way." The girl felt much more at ease after that. She then led the way in front. Strange, there used to be a lot of zombies here. But why are there none to be seen now? As they passed through the square, Yi Yushue felt something was off. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the two finally arrived at the entrance of a cave. "It's inside," the girl said seriously. The cave was pitch black, and even in broad daylight, it was hard to see anything. Lin Fei took out a flashlight and handed it to the girl. As for himself, he had the ability to see through things, so even in the pitch-black darkness, he could see clearly. The cave had a complex terrain, and Lin Fei felt that if it weren't for the girl leading the way, he would definitely get lost. "There's someone inside." The girl frowned slightly upon seeing a pool of fresh blood on the ground. "It could be them." "Let be them," Lin Fei said. "We'll look for our things, and they can take care of theirs. We won't interfere with each other." "They're not that easy to deal with," the girl replied. "We'll talk about it later," Lin Fei said. "It's just ahead," the girl said. However, Lin Fei didn't see anything chasing them. "Run." A voice came from ahead. Immediately, several figures rushed past Lin Fei and the girl in a panic. They also saw Lin Fei and the girl. Lin Fei didn't recognize them, but when they saw the girl, they were momentarily stunned before running away. Chapter 35. Breaking out, they were running from what? Lin Fei felt it was strange because he didn't see any enemies. The girl, however, seemed to think of something, her face turning pale as she tightly grasped Lin Fei's arm and said hesitantly, "Let's go too." "Why?" Lin Fei wondered. "We've come this far, and the weapons are right inside." "There are monsters inside," the girl said nervously. "If you're scared, you can go out by yourself," Lin Fei replied. The girl immediately fell silent. If she went out alone, it would be even more dangerous, and she might encounter danger halfway. At this point, she could only grit her teeth and follow Lin Fei inside. As they entered the warehouse, a strong smell of dust hit them. Lin Fei waved his hand, and only then did he see the scene clearly. There were many boxes placed all around. It seemed this was originally used to store weapons, but unfortunately, most of them had already been opened and were completely empty inside. Lin Fei carefully examined and finally discovered a locked box. This was also the only box at the scene that was still locked. Hopefully, it contains a gun. Lin Fei didn't use his perspective to look at the box, which gave him a feeling of a lottery. He had only taken 2 steps forward when he felt the girl pull him back, seemingly not allowing him to move forward. What was ahead? He immediately asked. He only saw a corpse. That corpse seemed to have just been left behind, clearly belonging to one of their companions from just moments ago. "The monster is inside that corpse," the girl said, her face pale. She remembered clearly that when the monster burst out, no one could stop it. It was as if it had come straight out of hell. Just as her words fell, a crisp crack echoed clearly in the silent warehouse. Her delicate face turned as white as paper, nervously staring at the corpse. Because the sound just now had come from that very corpse. Lin Fei's gaze also fell upon it. A monster crawling out of a human body? It was his first time seeing something like this. Could it be an existence that even the modder couldn't handle? Crack. Another crisp sound echoed, as if some animal was breaking out of its shell. The next moment, a claw pierced through the chest of that corpse, and with a tearing sound, the entire chest opened up. A half-meter-tall monster slowly crawled out from within. Its body was covered in human blood, as if it had crawled out from hell, and a strong smell of blood immediately filled the entire warehouse. Ugh, so disgusting, Lin Fei said. The monster seemed to have noticed Lin Fei, but did not rush towards him. Instead, its body was rapidly growing, and in the blink of an eye, it went from half a meter to 1 meter, then to 2 meters. In just a few breaths, it was already as tall as the warehouse. It even had to bend its body slightly. Its body turned black, as if a shell had formed around it, gleaming with silver light. The girl's face turned pale as she hid behind Lin Fei, her body frozen in fear. "Don't let it catch you. It will lay eggs inside the human body," she said fearfully. "Not bad," Lin Fei said. "This thing really violates biology. It grows so fast and gets so big." Just then, the monster finally moved. Boom, boom, boom. When it started running, the warehouse shook gently, as if a small vehicle was crashing towards Lin Fei. The girl was extremely frightened. Chapter 36. The result is just a compound bow. However, at that moment, Lin Fei raised his hand and blocked the charging monster. Swish! The monster swung its claw at Lin Fei. However, a cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he pushed with his right hand. Boom! The monster was sent flying as if it had been hit by a large truck, crashing hard against the wall and exploding on impact, black blood splattering all over the warehouse. Is it dead? The girl was stunned upon seeing this scene. The thing she had always feared was so weak in front of Lin Fei. It exploded with just a light push. Yi Yushua saw it clearly. That thing truly disappeared with just a gentle push from Lin Fei. Is this really the monster with immense strength that can easily tear through steel plates? At this moment, the girl felt dizzy, experiencing a sense of unreality, even doubting if she was dreaming. But now she held Lin Fei's hand, and the warmth told her this was not a dream. The result is out. Lin Fei pulled the girl to the front of the box. As for the monster he had just encountered, he really didn't feel anything. It was just like those ordinary zombies, as they couldn't withstand even one of his attacks. Perhaps the only differences were their appearance and height. He activated a strike to destroy and knocked off the lock on the box, then slowly opened it. Guns! The box opened. Inside lay a bow quietly. It was actually a compound bow. Although he didn't get a gun, Lin Fei still felt a bit regretful. However, a bow is also a ranged weapon, so it would do. He reached out to pull it, and it was strong and powerful. This compound bow seemed to be made of special materials. It was not heavy in his hands, and it had intricate patterns emitting a faint metallic sheen. Even the string was made of a special material, so he didn't worry about it breaking. The bow could strike silently, which was an advantage. If he activated a one-hit kill, one arrow might even pierce through an entire street. Along with the bow in the same box were arrows. Lin Fei picked them up and counted. There were only 20, all made of special materials. The arrowheads shimmered with a silver light and looked very sharp. Lin Fei put both the bow and arrows into his backpack. Thus he possessed countless bows and arrows. Let's go. He had already used his perspective to look around. And in this dilapidated warehouse, the only weapon was this compound bow. The other weapons had presumably been moved long ago. Only this bow and arrows were overlooked. The recent events had a huge impact on her, and now she began to doubt that Lin Fei was not human. As they reached the cave entrance, she wanted to ask this question, but before she could speak, Lin Fei pulled her to a stop. The girl looked ahead and discovered that a dozen people were blocking the cave entrance, all of them staring at them with unfriendly expressions. They were surrounded. Seeing these people encircling her and Lin Fei, Yi Yushua's expression changed slightly because she recognized them. She used to be part of this gathering. You actually managed to survive. Upon seeing Lin Fei come out with the girl, everyone present found it somewhat miraculous. They had rushed over as soon as they heard the girl was inside, not to rescue anyone, but to take the opportunity to grab weapons. The monsters inside favored young girls, because they like to lay their eggs inside the bodies of young girls, and the incubation speed of the eggs inside them was also the slowest. They could have over 10 minutes to grab weapons. Chapter 37. Monsters emerging from the cave. This was also the reason they had forced Yi Yushua to enter the warehouse's dilapidated cave. However, They never expected that Yu Shue would actually come out from inside. She us out. Lin Fei glanced at these people and said, "Are you here to pick us up? Pick you up?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, the leading man immediately laughed and said, "You're thinking too highly of yourself. Hand over the girl behind you, and then you can leave." Lin Fei's smile faded. "The young people nowadays really can't even take a joke," he sighed. "I've heard that you broke the arm of a useless person on our side." The leading man sneered. "I originally wanted to break one of your arms too, but if you act smart today, I can pretend that nothing happened." "Hand over the girl," Lin Fei said. "It's useless for you to tell me this. She is not an object. If she wants to go with you, I won't stop her." The girl immediately hid behind Lin Fei. The answer was already obvious. The expressions of the few people turned grim. "You're looking for death," the leading man said coldly. "Let's go together, use weapons, and don't hold back." They all held machetes and iron rods, and upon hearing the man's command, they immediately moved forward aggressively. They had heard the rumors. The girl had a very strong man protecting her, someone who could break a person's arm with a single punch. However, these people naturally did not believe such words. How could there be such a person in the world? If there were such a person, how could there be so many zombies? They only believed in the weapons in their hands. They were confident that if Lin Fei dared to stop them, the outcome would only be one. He would definitely die a miserable death. "You really like to meddle," the leading man laughed. "Letting her in this warehouse to attract monsters was my decision. Even my mother has no objections. What business is it of yours, an outsider?" The girl's head lowered. Lin Fei's gaze sharpened, realizing there was such a reason. Boom! However, they had only taken 2 steps when they immediately stopped, their faces turning pale, as if they had seen something terrifying, instinctively retreating backward. Even the leading man was no exception. Originally fierce, he now looked ashen, unable to control his body as he retreated, because they all clearly saw that a monster was quickly crawling out from the warehouse passage, the very monster that could parasitize. It had come out. Everyone was frightened. This was a creature that could easily tear through steel plates, and now it had actually emerged. In that instant, a sense of despair rose in their hearts. This monster moved swiftly, with immense strength, comparable to a wild bull. And the most terrifying part was that it did not eat humans, but relied on human bodies to reproduce. Now that this thing had come out, who could stop it? Bang, bang, bang. Many people's legs went weak, and they sat down on the ground, all frightened. Russell, Lin Fei, and the girl were closest to the cave entrance, making them the monster's first target. It charged at them like a small vehicle, then struck like lightning, aiming directly at the girl. But in the next moment, its sharp claws could not advance an inch further, because Lin Fei had caught it. He had noticed the monster as soon as it crawled out of the ground. Chapter 38. This monster is actually a bully. It was at that moment he realized this creature was hiding in the soil, which is why it was invisible at first. When the girl saw the terrified expressions of the group of people, she guessed what was happening. Slowly turning around, she saw the claws right in front of her, along with a fierce face. She was indeed startled. "You scared her," Lin Fei said to the monster. But the monster couldn't understand Lin Fei's words. Seeing one of its hands captured, it immediately swung its other claw. However, Lin Fei simply raised his hand and caught it again. Not far away, the group that had just been about to attack Lin Fei was now dumbfounded, their heads filled with question marks. Wasn't that a monster with immense strength, capable of rivaling a bull? How was it that this man effortlessly held it back? The monster finally looked at Lin Fei. It opened its huge, bloody mouth, seemingly trying to intimidate Lin Fei, who found the creature disgusting. But in the next moment, with a whoosh, a pipe suddenly shot out from the monster's mouth, aiming straight for Lin Fei's mouth. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Super speed was immediately activated. Everything in front of him slowed down 1,000,000 times. Lin Fei released the monster's hands and punched it in the face. He already found this thing disgusting, but he never expected it could be even more repulsive. Time resumed its flow. Boom! The monster's upper body exploded, leaving half of it standing in place, just like the last bull that Lin Fei had smashed. Fortunately, his hands remained clean. Lin Fei glanced at his hands and then turned his gaze to the girl, asking, "Are you okay?" The girl instinctively shook her head. She had truly been scared just now, but thankfully she was really fine. How could this be possible? A shrill scream echoed in the area. It was the previously aggressive man. Now his face was filled with horror. What had he just seen? That invincible monster had actually exploded right in front of Lin Fei. What could this mean? Lin Fei was even more monstrous than the monster itself. The group of people began to tremble continuously. They had actually thought about killing Lin Fei moments ago. Could this person really be defeated? When Lin Fei's gaze fell on them, everyone was terrified, their souls nearly escaping. Just a moment ago, half of them had weak legs, but now, with just one glance from Lin Fei, they all went weak. Bang, bang, bang. They all fell to the ground, swallowing hard. Lin Fei killed the monster, and now he's not coming to kill them, right? Please don't kill me. Someone immediately cried out in fear, using all his strength to kneel on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Lin Fei. Seeing this scene, the others followed suit, bowing and apologizing to Lin Fei. They had previously doubted that Lin Fei could break a person's arm with one punch, but now they completely believed it. Even if someone said Lin Fei could kill with a single punch, they would have absolutely no doubt. Even the man who had just shouted the loudest was now kneeling down. Lin Fei walked over and kicked him to the ground, then asked, "You just said it was Yi Yushue's mother who sent her to this cave?" The man coughed up a large mouthful of blood, but didn't dare to complain at all. Upon hearing Lin Fei's question, he immediately nodded and exclaimed, "I dare not hide it from you. It's true. Her mother is simply inhuman, actually making her own daughter do such things." Chapter 39, Her I took away. "Take me to see your mother," Lin Fei said to the girl. Yi Yushua looked at Lin Fei. Their eyes met, and she nodded vigorously. "I felt like my body was falling apart. Compared to the city, the suburbs are even more dangerous. Because outside, there are not only zombies, but also many unknown mutated creatures, just like that monster from earlier. No one knows what it mutated from." Yi Yushua brought Lin Fei to the front of a hotel. They went inside. The girl said. Lin Fei nodded, then kicked open the hotel door and took the girl upstairs. He had activated his X-ray vision and saw that these people were on the top floor. There was no need for the girl to lead the way. She just needed to follow. In the living room, as long as they had weapons, they could deal with the zombies in a simpler way, and then they could obtain more resources. "Sister Huang, that's your daughter." There was only one person sitting there, a woman who looked to be in her 40s. "She's not my biological child." The woman didn't care at all and said, "She's her father's ex-wife's." The relationship wasn't biological. "I've disliked her for a long time. Even at such a young age, she looks like a vixen. Sooner or later, she'll become a disaster. It's better to eliminate her now." Many men present felt it was a pity. Although the girl looked dirty, she was still a girl. In this apocalypse, women were scarce, and it was difficult to encounter even one. But just at that moment, boom, the living room door suddenly exploded open, startling everyone present. What happened? It was Lin Fei. "If you ask why," he coldly replied, "because I've taken all the weapons." "Who are you?" Everyone became alert. The woman sitting in the chair immediately noticed the girl behind Lin Fei. It was Yi Yushue, and she was still alive. "Who are you?" She frowned. "Why is my daughter behind you?" Lin Fei smiled. "Your daughter? That's not what you just said," he remarked. The woman's face turned ugly, not expecting that her words would be overheard by Lin Fei and the girl. Upon hearing the news, the girl did not feel sad. Instead, she showed a look of relief, feeling much lighter overall. "What did you bring her here for?" the woman asked. "I had quite a few things to do," Lin Fei replied, "but now that I know you're not her mother, I have nothing more to say." He slowly walked over and smashed the table with a slap. "I'll take her with me. If you want to come and take her back, think about whether your life is harder than this table." Chapter 40. Living must have dreams. The girl was slightly lost in thought, watching Lin Fei's back, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a faint light. The woman's expression, however, was extremely unpleasant. How could she be threatened like this? Yet the power displayed by Lin Fei shocked them and made them feel fearful, shattering the table with one palm. Was this the strength a human could possess? All eyes were on Lin Fei, feeling that he was a monster before them. But with such strength, they could only endure in silence. As Lin Fei's words fell, the room was silent. No one dared to object. "We're leaving." Since no one opposed, Lin Fei said no more and turned to leave with the girl. After exiting the hotel, the girl lowered her head slightly and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lin Fei replied. "What are your plans for the future?" The girl stiffened slightly at his question, her mind racing with thoughts. Did this mean he wanted her to leave? She bit her red lip and said, "I need some time to think." "Okay." Lin Fei nodded and said, "To live, one must have dreams. Otherwise, one becomes like a salted fish." At that moment, when she realized Lin Fei might want her to leave, she felt a twinge of sadness in her heart. But upon reflection, it made sense. This was the apocalypse. For anyone, surviving was extremely difficult. Resources like food and water were very precious, and no one would want to share. What was she going to do in the future? Meanwhile, Lin Fei was unaware of where the girl's thoughts had wandered. He merely asked casually, wanted to understand her dreams and aspirations. Lin Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed the girl who was lost in thought. "Huh? What's wrong?" The girl was startled. Did Lin Fei want her to leave now? Look at the road. He took out a compound bow from his backpack, strung it, and shot an arrow. Boom! The specially made arrow feathers suddenly stirred up a fierce wind, transforming into a tornado in an instant, shooting straight towards the rooftop of a nearby tavern. Just as a long-tongued zombie peeked its head out, not even having the chance to launch a surprise attack. It was directly turned to dust by the arrow. "Pretty useful," Lin Fei remarked with some surprise. This specially made longbow and long arrows ensured that there would be no drop within a kilometer, making it accurate to hit the target wherever aimed. This was much more precise than throwing stones. If he threw stones, Lin Fei could only guarantee a hit within 5 or 6 meters. But this longbow could ensure hits even beyond 100 meters. At this moment, the girl finally realized that Lin Fei had spotted a zombie. How'd he see it? She found it strange. The zombie was on the rooftop of a building over 10 stories high, and she only saw the zombie at the moment it was blown apart. Lin Fei had already seen it. "Let's go." Without waiting for her to come up with an answer, Lin Fei walked ahead. Lin Fei took out his phone and glanced at the time, only to realize it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They'd been busy for quite a while. "It's getting late. Let's find a place nearby to rest," he suggested. Eventually, the two entered a villa. The poor owner of the house had long since turned into a zombie, and Lin Fei personally sent him on his way, which could be considered as giving him a proper send-off. The inside of the villa was very clean, no worse than those unoccupied hotel rooms. Chapter 41. The girl fell ill. Lin Fei made a delicious meal in the kitchen here, since he hadn't eaten anything during the afternoon in the warehouse. He now felt quite hungry. Tonight's dinner consisted of golden, crispy roasted ribs with seasonal vegetables, spicy mixed tofu in red and white, and sweet, green water chestnuts. Finally, there was a fragrant, steaming mushroom, 3-delicacy soup. Smelling the delightful aroma, Lin Fei felt his appetite increase and thought he might be able to eat 3 big bowls of rice tonight. However, while eating, Lin Fei noticed that the girl who had devoured her food last night seemed to have a poor appetite, not as enthusiastic about eating as she was the night before. "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Fei asked. "No," the girl shook her head, but she was just thinking about whether tonight would be her last meal here. With these thoughts on her mind, she wasn't in the mood to eat. After hastily finishing a bowl of rice, she said she was full and then went into the kitchen to boil water. Lin Fei had already taken out the gas canister and other things, so even a girl could cook and boil water by herself. He really didn't understand women, Lin Fei thought to himself as he lowered his head to continue eating, having been hungry all day and having a good appetite. However, in the end, Lin Fei realized that he couldn't finish the rice in the pot. He had thought she would eat a lot today, but in the end, she only ate 1 bowl, perhaps because she didn't like these dishes. Lin Fei thought to himself. He decided to save the leftover rice to make congee tomorrow morning with mixed vegetables and lean meat. However, the next day, Lin Fei couldn't make the congee because when he woke up, he found the girl in his arms was burning hot. This was an abnormal temperature. Looking down at the girl's face, he noticed her delicate face was flushed and showed a painful expression. When he reached out to touch her, it felt somewhat hot. She had a fever. Lin Fei immediately understood. He quickly got out of bed, covered the girl with a blanket, and took out some medicine for treating fever from his backpack. Lin Fei only guessed half right. After giving the girl the medicine, he wanted to get a wet towel to cover Yi Yushiwa's forehead. "Don't leave me." But at that moment, the girl's sleep-talking made Lin Fei stop in his tracks. When he turned around, he realized that the girl's hand had somehow stretched out from under the blanket, reaching towards him. "I don't want to go." It seemed the girl was having a nightmare. Lin Fei wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "If you don't want to leave, no one can force you to go." It seemed that she heard Lin Fei's words, and the girl's frown relaxed a bit before she fell into a deep sleep. She curled up on the bed, so small and fragile that she looked somewhat adorable. Lin Fei went into the bathroom to get her a towel and placed it on her forehead. Even now, he still remembers the moment and has been wondering why he doesn't have a lively, adorable, and intelligent little sister. It's truly a huge regret. The girl fell ill, and Lin Fei felt a bit disappointed, as he originally wanted to learn more about the background of this world. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows, as he had been using his perspective to keep a watchful eye on the surroundings, preventing any zombies from entering. However, this morning, he didn't see any zombies but did spot uninvited guests. Two men were sneaking into the villa from outside, being very cautious, as if they wanted to come in and steal something. Chapter 42. If you don't join, then you'll die. What are you doing? Lin Fei appeared at the entrance, calmly looking at the two men. As expected, they were here. When they saw Lin Fei, they surprisingly did not show any signs of surprise. Instead, they let out a sigh of relief. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. It seemed that these two men were looking for him. "Join us," one of the men said directly. "As long as you join us, you will have a safe place to stay and food." Lin Fei said without thinking, "But what you are saying, I don't lack." The two men were slightly taken aback. "What time is it now? It's the apocalypse." If Lin Fei had said he didn't lack food 3 months ago, they would have definitely believed him. But now, saying he doesn't lack food? They thought Lin Fei was just trying to save face. Before they could continue, Lin Fei asked first, "So who are you? Have we met?" The two men suddenly stiffened, their faces darkened. They had just stood beside Sister Huang yesterday. How could he have forgotten them in just one day? Or did Lin Fei never notice them at all? "We are Sister Huang's subordinates," they answered truthfully. But upon hearing this, Lin Fei's expression turned cold. If it were others, he might be a bit polite, but not with these people in front of him. "You can leave," Lin Fei said. "There's no need to invite me again, because the answer is only one, and that is impossible." "Don't say it's so absolutely," one man said. "No one can escape the law of true fragrance." Lin Fei sneered. "A woman who can betray her own family. What more can be said about you outsiders? Instead of talking to me about the true fragrance theory, you should worry about yourselves. Who knows? One day you might wake up to find you've been sold off." Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, the two men couldn't help but frown slightly. Bang! At that moment, Lin Fei closed the door. The faces of the two men immediately turned ugly. They were actually being rejected at the door like this. Just as Sister Huang said, "If he refuses, we should kill him," one of the men said in a low voice. The other man nodded in agreement. They were well aware that they were no match for Lin Fei. The image of him smashing a table with a single slap was still fresh in their minds. So from the very beginning, they had come with a plan. That was to eliminate Lin Fei using the zombies, but not just any ordinary zombies. They needed those high-level ones. They already had some grievances with Lin Fei, and if they couldn't become friends, they couldn't afford to give each other the chance to become enemies. They left the courtyard and took out a bucket of blood they had prepared in advance from the corner. This blood was from animals and could attract zombies. As long as it was splashed on the wall, it would be over for him. A sinister expression appeared on both of their faces. Splash! Without hesitation, they splashed the blood at the entrance of the courtyard, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air, spreading in all directions. This was sheep's blood, and the smell was strong. Within 10 seconds, there were many sounds coming from the surroundings. "Zombies are coming, let's go." The two of them put on clothes stained with zombie blood and immediately left the place. Lin Fei was attracted by a series of roars outside the villa. Looking outside, he found the entire villa surrounded by zombies. Then he caught a whiff of the bloody smell in the air. Chapter 43. Where is mine? Indeed, he realized he had been too kind yesterday. Lin Fei thought to himself that once the girl recovered, he would go take a look at them. However, for now, he needed to deal with the hundreds of zombies surrounding the villa. Just with a casual glance, Lin Fei spotted some familiar figures. Once again, there were those high-level zombies, the long-tongued ones, the vomiters, and that large one whose name he still didn't know. In fact, he didn't care what they were called or what special abilities they had, because these special zombies, like the ordinary ones, couldn't withstand a single blow from him. He took out his compound bow from his backpack and shot an arrow. Boom! The arrowhead stirred up a storm, instantly creating a 3-meter-wide passage. The 30-meter thick layer of zombies inside and outside was directly pierced by this arrow, and the high-level zombies along the way exploded instantly. They couldn't withstand the force of the wind and burst apart on the spot. Lin Fei jumped down. With the invisibility function, not a single zombie attacked him as he knocked an arrow. In less than 3 minutes, nearly 1,000 zombies were wiped out. This bow was indeed effective. In the past, it would have taken at least 5 minutes. Satisfied, Lin Fei sheathed his longbow. He picked up the girl. Outside this villa, there were zombie corpses everywhere, making it completely uninhabitable. They had to find another place. Lin Fei flew in the air for a while, then found a villa. After settling the girl down, he used super speed to eliminate all the zombies within a kilometer. Just as he was thinking about what to eat for lunch, a loud noise suddenly echoed in the sky. Boom! It felt as if the earth had trembled. Immediately after, the sky turned a deep red. Lin Fei stood by the window, looking up in confusion at the scene before him. He had heard before that when mutation occurs, the sky turns blood red. Now the sky was indeed a deep red. Lin Fei murmured to himself, realizing something. This was the second mutation. Just then, he heard the sound of the girl struggling on the bed. Turning around, he saw a red light surrounding the girl. Lin Fei immediately recognized that the girl was also experiencing a mutation. The first mutation was a selection process. He thought to himself, those who were unqualified mutated, leaving behind a portion of people. Now, this second mutation was to enhance this portion of people. Lin Fei felt like he had discovered something incredible. Would he be silenced? Lin Fei lowered his head to take a look at himself. There was no red glow, so he looked up at the sky and said, "Is anyone there? Why do they all have it, but I don't?" As soon as his words fell, a red light flashed towards him, but before it could touch him, it instantly disappeared. "You're too weak," Lin Fei complained. "You're useless." At that moment, the world was bathed in blood red, as if it had turned into hell. Lin Fei found it somewhat interesting and took out his phone to record. The strange phenomenon lasted for an hour. The girl lay on the bed, her clothes soaked with sweat, along with the sheets and blankets. Yushiwa's delicate brows twitched, and then she slowly opened her eyes. The fever was gone. Strange? She examined her hands. "How do you feel?" Lin Fei asked curiously. Although he had witnessed the anomaly, he still didn't know what effects it would have on the human body. Chapter 44. The unmovable backpack. I feel better than ever. And it seems I can control ice. As she said this, the bed was suddenly covered in ice. The girl was taken aback, and Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. Using supernatural abilities to freeze her own bed was a first. "I'm sorry." The girl quickly stood up, hastily dispelling the ice, and said, "This is my first time. I'm not very skilled." "I know," Lin Fei nodded. Looking at the wet bed, Lin Fei thought to himself that he had just moved to a new place, and now he had to change again before even settling in. "Can you not drive me away?" The girl gritted her teeth and tentatively said, "I now have supernatural abilities that could be useful." Lin Fei nodded and said, "I didn't intend to chase you away. If you leave, no one will talk to me, and I will feel bored." He continued, "Actually, I mainly want to understand the background of this world. I'm really unfamiliar with this place." "Really?" The girl showed a delighted expression, feeling for the first time that she was needed, and her heart was filled with joy. "Now that you're awake, we should go out for a while," Lin Fei said. "Are we going to find food?" The girl immediately replied, "I feel like my strength has increased a lot. I can help you carry things." "Then you can help me carry this." Lin Fei casually threw the backpack in front of the girl. The girl looked at the backpack and recalled the scene where the two men had exhausted all their strength and still couldn't lift it a bit. Could she lift it now? Okay. She took a deep breath and said, "I can help you carry things in the future." She reached out to lift the backpack. She couldn't lift the backpack no matter how hard she tried. "I can't do it," the girl said with some disappointment. "I still can't lift this backpack." "Don't be disappointed, because besides me, no one can lift this backpack," Lin Fei reassured her, but this statement hit her even harder. The girl stubbornly waved her small fists. "I will definitely be able to lift this backpack in the future." Lin Fei smiled and jumped down from the balcony, and the girl quickly followed suit. She jumped down from above and was completely unharmed. It seemed that the red light not only granted people superpowers, but also enhanced their physical abilities. However, in front of the modifier, that red light was still too weak. It didn't even qualify to appear. Pathetic. What are we going to do? The girl asked, feeling much better since she learned that Lin Fei wouldn't drive her away. We're going to settle some scores, Lin Fei replied. Earlier, he had refrained from pursuing because the girl was sick, but now that she had recovered and even grown stronger, it was natural to seek retribution. Take me to find those people, Lin Fei said, and the girl surely understood what he meant. I understand, the girl replied. Although she didn't know why Lin Fei wanted to find them now, she knew that she just had to obey. On the way to the hotel, Lin Fei noticed that there were even more zombies on the streets. There are more zombies. The girl also noticed the change and said, there are at least twice as many as before. It doesn't matter, Lin Fei replied. Just then, the zombies spotted Lin Fei and the girl and immediately charged at them. Chapter 45, Settling Scores. Previously, these ordinary zombies would stumble towards them, but now they were using both hands and feet, crawling like spiders. Their speed was significantly faster than before. It seemed that the mutation had also strengthened these zombies. Lin Fei murmured, feeling like he had discovered something extraordinary. Watching the rapidly approaching zombies, a cold glint flashed in the girl's beautiful eyes, and ice shards began to form around her. With a wave of her hand, dozens of fist-sized ice shards flew out, all hitting the zombies' heads, piercing through them. These zombies died on the spot. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The girl's move was impressive. The zombies were increasing in number. Yi Yushue frowned and said, it seems like these zombies are endless, and I feel a bit dizzy from using my abilities. If you can't fight them off, then don't, Lin Fei replied. We're not here to fight zombies today. We're here to settle a score. We can't waste our energy on the way. He reached out and wrapped his arm around the girl's slim waist, then leaped into the sky. Lead the way, Lin Fei said. At that moment, the girl was dumbfounded. She had thought Lin Fei was just incredibly strong. She never expected that he could fly. She looked behind Lin Fei, saw no wings, so was this walking on air? A powerhouse. The girl felt she was getting more and more unable to see through Lin Fei. Just how powerful are you? She asked curiously. Lin Fei said, I'm already invincible. Invincible? The girl rolled her eyes and said, forget it if you don't want to say it. How could there really be someone invincible in this world? Everyone will fail. There is no true invincibility. Lin Fei was speechless. He had said it, but they didn't believe him. He truly was invincible, the kind of invincibility where all the opponent's attacks would be ineffective. Guided by the girl, Lin Fei quickly arrived at the hotel, where the door he had kicked open was still not repaired. He took the girl inside. It was still the same hall. Everyone was gathered here, their faces filled with joy because they had all gained superpowers. Some could manipulate wind, others could control fire. Each person's ability was different. But without exception, everyone had awakened their powers. At that moment, Sister Huang frowned and said, how is he still alive? Just as her words fell, Lin Fei and the girl walked in through the door. Seeing everyone there, Lin Fei smiled. You're all waiting for me? When the people present saw Lin Fei, their expressions changed. They were surprised that Lin Fei was still alive. Their gazes fell on the two men who had previously sworn that they had dealt with Lin Fei. How are you still alive? The two men felt a chill down their spines from the stairs and asked, because I eliminated all the zombies. Lin Fei said as if it were obvious. He could handle not just 1,000 zombies, but even 1,000 times that without breaking a sweat. Brazenly, the two men snorted coldly. Have you thought it through now? Are you here to side with Sister Huang? Lin Fei immediately rolled his eyes. Do they take him for a fool? Just a moment ago, these people wanted to kill him, and now they want him to join them? I'm here to settle the score with you, Lin Fei said straightforwardly. It seems like you think your life is tougher than the table. Now you want to settle the score? Hearing this, many people started laughing. Chapter 46. Special Zombie joins the battle now. There are extraordinary abilities here, not just yours. The man sneered, white lightning flickering in his hand. Just tried to test our abilities on you. Many people laughed again. A girl stood beside Lin Fei. Ice crystals forming in the air, on guard against everyone. Are you really not considering joining us? At this moment, Sister Huang spoke up. What is there to consider? Lin Fei replied without thinking. Suddenly, green light shone in Sister Huang's eyes, and the object around them slowly floated up, as if they had lost gravity. What about now? She said. Superpowers? Lin Fei was seeing superpowers for the first time, but the answer remained unchanged. Enough nonsense, let's get started. Sister Huang waved her hand and gave the order. Since Lin Fei had no intention of joining them, there was no need to keep him around. This person was already an enemy. Let me go first. The man approached Lin Fei with crackling electricity in his hands, laughing loudly. Call me the King of Thunder. But after just taking 2 steps, his body froze. A layer of ice had trapped him, and even the smile on his face had not faded. It was Yi Yuxiue who made her move, coldly looking at everyone present and saying, Let's see who dares to make a move. Interesting. A man stepped forward, flames burning fiercely in his hands. Let the Flame Emperor test you. He wore a confident smile, as it has always been said that fire restrains ice. Now, facing the girl who wielded the power of ice, he felt very confident that he would win. However, after just taking 2 steps, the smile on his face also froze. Because he too was trapped in ice. The group around them was equally speechless, surprised by this outcome. They didn't even get the chance to make a move before being frozen. Useless. Sister Huang said coldly, then raised her hand. Boom! The ice that had trapped the 2 men exploded, showcasing superpowers that could control everything from a distance, a very rare ability. The girl furrowed her brows, her heart moved, and more than 10 ice spikes shot out from her side. Useless effort. Sister Huang raised her hand again, and those ice spikes all exploded 1 meter in front of her, as if they had collided with something. Do you see that? This is my power. You have no way to resist. She displayed a condescending attitude. In her eyes, Lin Fei and Yi Yuxiue were like ants. Back then, Lin Fei could shatter a table with a single palm, and now she could too, without even lifting a finger. With just a thought, the table would explode. Lin Fei was speechless. This kind of power seemed weak, right? It was even worse than those flashy elements like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Although they all looked trashy in front of him, at least they were colorful and visually appealing. As long as it looked good, if someone offended him, they would be sent to hell to repent. Sister Huang was about to take action. She wanted to use her superpowers to snap both their necks. But just then, the window of the living room suddenly exploded, and a pitch-black figure flashed in from outside. Who? Sister Huang's mind instantly locked onto the intruder, and her expression changed slightly, because she could see clearly that what had come in was a strange zombie. At that moment, the others also reacted, all turning to look at the shadow. And in an instant, their eyes widened, because they clearly saw that the shadow moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already attacked the man who controlled the flames. Chapter 47. The Overwhelmingly Powerful Mutated Zombie. A piercing scream rang out, then abruptly stopped, because his head was bitten off in one bite. The creature was not very large, roughly the size of a normal human, but its limbs were very sturdy, its teeth serrated, and its face was grim and terrifying. This sudden attack startled the group, and the one who controlled lightning immediately sprang into action. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the creature, but it was mercilessly deflected. The lightning was ineffective. How could this be? Seeing this scene, the man was left dumbfounded. At that moment, the creature's attention shifted to him. Before he could react, a shadow flashed past, and he was knocked to the ground, followed by another abruptly stopped scream. Blood sprayed from his throat, startling everyone present. The girl beside Lin Fei trembled, her face turning pale. After all, she was just a girl who had just gained supernatural powers. How could she have witnessed such a bloody scene growing up? This must be a new type of zombie, Lin Fei thought. He had never seen such ferocity before. Its skin was so tough that even lightning couldn't break it. After the monster had bitten 2 people to death, its gaze fell on a new target, a somewhat overweight man. Damn! In an instant, the monster leaped again, pouncing towards the fat man. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The fat man steeled himself and opened his mouth. At that moment, his head seemed to grow much larger, and his mouth transformed into a deep, abyss-like maw. He swallowed the monster whole. Upon seeing this scene, the girl immediately hid behind Lin Fei. This man is also a monster. He can actually swallow a creature the size of a person in one bite. Seeing his success, a joyful smile spread across the fat man's face as he explained to the stunned onlookers, "This is my ability. I can eat anything." He had initially thought his ability was useless, but now it seemed extraordinary. No matter what monster he encountered, he could swallow it whole and turn it into his own nourishment. After hearing the fat man's explanation, everyone present sighed in relief. For a moment, they had thought the fat man had turned into a monster himself. However, their smiles didn't last long as the fat man suddenly showed a look of pain, clutching his stomach with a pale face. "Are you okay?" Someone nearby noticed something was wrong and reached out to pat him, but then, boom! With a muffled sound, the fat man's stomach exploded, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere along with his innards, and the monster jumped out from within, directly pouncing toward a nearby man. This scene left everyone in shock. This monster was also mutated. They finally understood. Relying on one person's supernatural power was not enough to deal with it. "Calm down." At that moment, Sister Huang spoke with a cold voice, as if everything was anticipated. Just as the crowd heard her words, they saw the debris around them slowly levitate and suddenly smash towards the monster. Chapter 48. Now, this zombie is targeting Lin Fei. The monster roared, trying to evade, but it seemed as if an invisible hand had grabbed it. The monster floated in the air like the debris, struggling continuously, but to no avail. Sister Huang is awesome. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but shout. Just moments ago, the monster had been rampaging, and they felt utterly helpless, especially after witnessing the monster burst forth from the fat man. It was horrifying. But now that the monster was restrained by Sister Huang, they saw hope and thought maybe they could win. Sister Huang also wore a smile. However, just moments later, her smile froze and gradually disappeared, turning into a look of strain. She realized that the monster was actually resisting her supernatural ability and that its strength was growing. She was about to lose control. "Watch me." A man laughed as he approached the monster, seeing it suspended in the air. They thought it had lost its ability to resist and felt at ease to move closer. Whoosh! A gust of wind coalesced in his hand, resembling a long knife. "D!" he shouted coldly, slashing down at the monster. However, crack! The monster suddenly raised its head, biting through the gust of wind, then spread its limbs and broke through Sister Huang's supernatural power. As it landed, it immediately jumped up, taking the man's head clean off. This all happened in an instant, leaving countless people in shock. It couldn't even be dealt with by Sister Huang's supernatural power. This time, they were truly in despair. Sister Huang's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. She no longer had the composure she had before. Instead, anxiety and fear took over, because this monster could break through her supernatural power. How terrifying! Who could balance it? Relying solely on human strength was impossible unless everyone acted together. She looked at Lin Fei and the girl standing at the door. "You two should also act." Sister Huang ordered Lin Fei. "First freeze it with ice, and in that instant we will all strike with full force. Maybe we can win." The girl instinctively looked at Lin Fei. She would only agree if Lin Fei nodded. Upon hearing Sister Huang's command, Lin Fei simply smiled and said, "You said it well." A smile appeared on Sister Huang's face. If they worked together, they might win. Moreover, this would undoubtedly consume a lot of the girl's and Lin Fei's strength, allowing her to recover and easily kill the two of them later. But the next moment, her proud smile froze again, because Lin Fei calmly said, "However, I refuse." "What?" Sister Huang was taken aback, not expecting Lin Fei to refuse at this moment. Did he not want to live? She immediately scolded, "Are you crazy? Don't you understand the current situation? We have a glimmer of hope if we work together." Just as she finished speaking, the monster fixed its gaze on Lin Fei and jumped without hesitation. Slap! The monster actually stuck its limbs to the ceiling like a spider, quickly approaching Lin Fei. It's getting closer. The monster was about to strike. But at that moment, it met Lin Fei's eyes, which were very indifferent, as if he had already seen through everything. The monster became alert in an instant, realizing that approaching like this would mean death. So it leaped like a bolt of lightning to the wall behind Lin Fei, taking advantage of Lin Fei's moment of inattention to pounce at his neck. Chapter 49. One move to finish it. What else there to say? This time it was really close. The monster successfully landed on Lin Fei's back, biting down. Clang! All its sharp teeth shattered on the spot. Lin Fei didn't even glance at the monster. He reached behind his back, grabbed the monster's head, and slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The monster's head broke through the floor, lying on its back completely still. It was directly crushed to death by Lin Fei. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Fei, shocked by what had just happened. The invincible monster was casually killed by Lin Fei. The corpse was still stuck in the floor, like a straight scallion, motionless. This monster had killed 5 people in a row. How could it be so weak in front of Lin Fei? No, nothing. She didn't know what to say anymore. The monster, which could easily break free from her superpower, was so weak before Lin Fei. At this moment, even if she were foolish, she fully understood that Lin Fei was stronger than that monster. What kind of existence had she offended? This question arose in her mind. She hadn't listened to Lin Fei's good advice back then. As she watched Lin Fei approach step by step, fear and regret filled her heart. If given a chance to start over, she would definitely not have any thoughts of getting rid of Lin Fei. I was wrong, she said. Now you realize you're wrong? Lin Fei looked at her indifferently. I gave you a chance before, but unfortunately, you didn't seize it. Maybe you were just too foolish, Lin Fei said. There was no room for sentiment with this woman. Now she quickly admitted her mistake and showed a pitiful expression, but Lin Fei only found it too fake. The method of attracting zombies with sheep's blood at the door must have been her idea. If it weren't for his modifier, he might have been dead long ago. Remember, don't narrow your path in your next life. Lin Fei personally saw her off. There were still quite a few people around, but at this moment, they didn't dare to say a word, even breathing carefully. Those who participated in the planning, come forward, Lin Fei said. They're all dead, a man said softly, being very cautious, afraid of being sent on his way by Lin Fei. Those who took part in the operation were all bitten to death by the monster. I see. Lin Fei nodded, then glanced at them and said, don't learn from your boss in the future. She's too narrow-minded and won't go far. The group nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. Lin Fei left with the girl, and on the way, he noticed that she was very silent. Could it be because of that woman? After all, they used to be a family. What are you thinking? Lin Fei asked. I hope she can be a good person in the future, the girl said. You don't blame me for killing her? Lin Fei asked again. The girl shot Lin Fei a glare. What are you thinking? She almost got me killed, and you saved me. How could I possibly blame you? It's all her own doing. Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 50. My dream is to be a salted fish. What are we going to do next? The girl asked. Go to City B, Lin Fei said. I heard there's a human survivor gathering place over there. Maybe we can find some good weapons. The girl glanced at Lin Fei. Others look for survivor gathering places to survive, but you, on the contrary, are looking for better weapons. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm invincible now. You wouldn't understand how lonely it is to be invincible with not even a monster that could take a hit. Perhaps only the unknown tentacles in my dreams can fight me. Yi Yuxue fell silent. She had just seen clearly that the monster bit down on Lin Fei's neck, shattering its mouthful of sharp teeth. Such hardness. Is he still human? She suspected that Lin Fei was a deity incarnate, sent to save the world as disaster descended upon humanity. But I don't know the way, Lin Fei suddenly said. I still need you to lead me. The girl immediately smiled, sure. She suddenly found this deity a bit adorable. However, Lin Fei did not set off immediately because he glanced at the sky. It was already getting late. In the morning, the girl had fallen ill, wasting a lot of time, and then with the changes in the world, even more time had passed. Now, calculating it out, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Fei felt that the sky here got dark particularly fast. He didn't know if it was because of a disaster. Although he could travel at night, he still needed to eat and sleep. Let's find another villa. Lin Fei said, I have never been to a villa before, and now I can stay for free. I can't miss this opportunity. The girl couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. In the end, the two found a villa, and this time Lin Fei didn't need to take action. The girl took the initiative to clear out the zombies here. It seems I have more than one special ability, she said. I seem to be able to sense the hiding places of some zombies. So strong. Lin Fei praised without hesitation. How great would it be if I had that ability too? Although he didn't possess such perception, he had X-ray vision. The zombies couldn't hide from his eyes at all. The girl blushed from the compliments, looking extremely cute. After clearing out all the zombies in the villa, She took the initiative to offer, "I'll cook dinner tonight." "Sure," Lin Fei replied without hesitation. Cooking was a tiring task, and Lin Fei just wanted to relax and be a salted fish. One must have dreams in life. Otherwise, what's the difference from being a salted fish? My dream is to be a salted fish. He took out the cooking utensils from his backpack, along with many vegetables and meats. "We only have pork, lamb, and fish." Lin Fei sighed. The variety is still too limited. Once we reach the survivor gathering place, we must replenish our stock. The girl pursed her lips. It was fine to say this in front of her, but if he said it out loud, wouldn't it infuriate a bunch of people? After all, this was the apocalypse, and every bit of food was incredibly precious. Lin Fei has so much food, yet still feels it's not enough. Just yesterday, she finally understood where Lin Fei got the water for bathing. It's all bottled mineral water, poured out bottle by bottle, in a world where water resources are scarce. Using mineral water to bathe. I wonder if there's anyone else in this world who does that? When she saw this, she was genuinely shocked and felt immense heartache. Seeing this made her even more certain that Lin Fei is a deity descended to Earth. Otherwise, how could his backpack be so magical? Chapter 51. The girl is a chef, it seems capable of holding the entire world. In fact, this backpack really can hold the entire world, or rather, as long as it can hold something, Lin Fei can pack the world into it. The girl entered the kitchen with vegetables and pork. Heartbroken as she washed the vegetables clean with mineral water, which could later be used for flushing the toilet and such. Yi Yuxiue had been cooking since she was young, possessing exquisite culinary skills, and when she was at home, she was the one cooking. She enjoyed cooking, and when her mother was still alive, she told her that to capture a man, one must first capture his stomach. However, after the apocalypse, she hadn't had the opportunity to cook. She first made a simple dish of vibrant stir-fried lettuce, followed by fragrant steamed yellow fish and sweet and sour ribs. She thought about stopping here, but ever since awakening, she felt very hungry. How about making a soup? After thinking for a while, she made a fish head tofu soup before finally stopping. She wondered if she could finish it all. She murmured softly. When she brought the dishes to the table, Lin Fei's eyes instantly lit up. Looking at the color and quality of these dishes, they were even better than his own. The aroma was even more tempting. Let's see how it tastes. The girl's cheeks flushed red. It was the first time she had cooked for a boy, and she felt a bit nervous. Lin Fei picked up a piece of rib, took a bite, and immediately gave a thumbs up. "So good," he exclaimed. "This is the best sweet and sour ribs I've ever had." "That's great." Receiving such a satisfactory compliment, the girl smiled happily, serving Lin Fei some rice and then serving herself. In the end, she finished off about 80% of the food. She had been feeling hungry all along. She didn't eat much last night, was sick in the morning, and then experienced a mutation. "If you're still hungry, you can keep cooking," Lin Fei said, since he had plenty of ingredients himself. "No need." The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt a bit embarrassed that she had almost eaten a whole pot of rice herself. "Being able to eat is a blessing," Lin Fei sighed. "I really envy you guys who can eat as much as you want to not gain weight." The girl chuckled and immediately said, "The water's boiling. I'm going to take a shower now." She rushed away. In the bathroom, she glanced at her somewhat flat chest and fell in a deep thought. It would be great if I could gain some weight. Lin Fei sat on the sofa, feeling satisfied after a good meal. He now believed that the best choice he made after coming here was to keep the girl by his side. No matter how powerful she was, it didn't matter. After all, even monsters couldn't withstand his strike. The main thing was that her cooking was delicious. Thinking too far ahead, Lin Fei shook his head. The next day, the girl got up early to prepare breakfast. When Lin Fei woke up, he walked to the living room and saw that breakfast was already prepared. After washing up, he would have breakfast. The girl smiled. Her cheeks were flushed because when she woke up this morning, she found herself tightly hugging Lin Fei. This was so embarrassing. How could she do that? Chapter 52. The Sword Saint realized the true meaning of the sword and then threw it away. After having breakfast, the two of them went out. Lin Fei's plan was to leave here and head to City B. It was time to find the gathering place of the survivors. "Maybe we can fly there," Lin Fei said. "Can we not fly?" The girl weakly replied, "I discovered last night that if we use our powers to defeat zombies, our abilities will improve." Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He could actually become stronger. Is that so? The girl nodded. That's great, Lin Fei said, feeling that he was invincible as soon as he came out, but without any special abilities, he couldn't experience the joy of leveling up. I'm really too unfortunate. He sighed inwardly. However, he still listened to the girl and chose to walk with her instead of flying. She could easily handle ordinary zombies, but when it came to some high-level ones, it was a different story. The usual ice couldn't take them down in one hit. Some of them were as fast as the wind, making it even harder for the girl to cope. Let me help you. Lin Fei drew his bow and knocked an arrow, launching a devastating shot. Super aiming activated. Recoilless launch. The arrow shot out, and the zombie, described as swift as the wind, had its legs blown off, falling clumsily to the ground, easily dealt with by the girl. How could it move so fast? Yet you still hit it? The girl asked curiously. Because you weren't paying attention, Lin Fei said seriously. Sometimes, you can't just rely on your eyes to see. You have to see with your heart. See with your heart. The girl pondered. Lin Fei watched her in contemplation, not disturbing her, since he was just making things up anyway. I understand. The girl's eyes lit up. You understand? Lin Fei pretended to be profound and inscrutable. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master, the girl said happily, using the term master jokingly. After walking down a street, the girl encountered the swift-moving monster again. You don't need to intervene this time. I can handle it. The girl stepped forward, while the zombie rushed towards her. Icebound for 1,000 miles. Ye you wish shouted. And the ground within 10 meters of her instantly froze, trapping the fast-moving zombie within. It was turned into a sculpture. The girl shot an ice arrow to shatter it. She turned around, smiling as she said to Lin Fei, I understand now. If my speed can't keep up with it, I'll just immobilize its movement. Lin Fei? Is this what you understood from what I just said? The girl nodded vigorously. Perhaps this is what genius is. Lin Fei looked at the girl and said, You remind me of a story. What story? The girl asked curiously. Once there was an invincible sword master, and one day he realized the true meaning of the sword. So he threw away his sword and picked up a shield. The girl couldn't help but laugh. Yi Yushue was growing rapidly in battle. In just half a day, her move that could originally freeze a 10-meter radius, the ice ceiling of 10,000 miles, could now freeze a 20-meter radius. Many powerful zombies appeared in between, but they were all taken down with a single arrow. With super aiming, he was unmatched in the world. The two finally arrived at the bridge, only to unexpectedly find that many people were blocking the bridge. What's going on here? Lin Fei wondered. Lin Fei walked over with the girl, but they were stopped. Passage is prohibited here, a man said. Why? Yi Yushue asked. Because there are monsters in the river, the man explained. This is an important route to City B, but now there are monsters lurking under the bridge. So passage is forbidden. Chapter 53. I haven't awakened because the changes in heaven and earth are too weak. Monsters in a river? Lin Fei recalled the dream from some time ago, the only enemy who could fight him. Could it be real? What are they doing over there? The girl noticed several people gathered not far away, seemingly discussing something. The adults were preparing to eliminate the monsters here. At this point, a proud look appeared on the man's face. They had all awakened extraordinary abilities and could easily eliminate the monsters among them. The girl did not ask any further questions. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If defeating zombies could enhance his abilities, then what about defeating powerful monsters? Do you want to participate? Lin Fei asked. Huh? The girl was taken aback, then replied without hesitation, No, I don't. Well, that's too bad. Lin Fei felt it was a pity. Maybe this could make the girl stronger. But upon further thought, it didn't matter how strong she became as long as she cooked well. Then let's wait for them to clean up, Lin Fei said. Such levels of combat aren't something you can just join in on if you want to. The man who blocked the two scoffed at Lin Fei's words. Some miscellaneous abilities had no qualification to participate in battle at all. He showed a look of admiration. I awakened the ability to enhance my strength, allowing me to boost my power in a short period. Compared to those few adults, I'm really too far behind. What? Lin Fei said, I'm actually very strong. You're strong? The man sneered disdainfully and asked, Then tell me, what ability did you awaken? Lin Fei fell silent for a moment and said, I haven't awakened. The man couldn't help but laugh out loud. You haven't awakened your abilities, yet you dare to claim to be powerful here? Go wait aside and witness the grace of a few adults. Lin Fei fell silent. So the changes in this world are too weak, even lacking the qualification to grant oneself abilities? In the end, I can only blame myself. How envious, Lin Fei said, then pulled the girl to one side. There were quite a few people gathered here. They seemed to be several groups coming together, all focused on the direction of the bridge, eagerly waiting for those young talents to take action. The girl was somewhat confused. Why don't you show your strength? If it were you, you could easily suppress that monster. Lin Fei shook his head and said, you are still young, so you won't understand. Fighting will only bring emptiness. The girl? I don't understand. I don't understand. The adults are moving. At that moment, the crowd suddenly erupted. Lin Fei immediately looked towards the bridge with the girl and saw 3 young men striding confidently towards the middle of the bridge. They had smooth, fair faces, sharp and handsome features, deep black eyes that shimmered with charm, thick eyebrows, high noses, and perfectly shaped lips, all of which exuded nobility and elegance. Perhaps it was due to their powerful awakened abilities. Their aura was exceptionally otherworldly, drawing attention as they walked on the bridge. Pretty boy, Lin Fei snorted. The girl shot him a glance. Clearly, she was even more handsome than them, yet he was calling others pretty boys. So what did that make him? As the few of them prepared to reach the center of the bridge, the surrounding noise suddenly quieted. Everyone held their breath, watching everything on the bridge. They had reached the middle. Boom! The bridge suddenly shook, and the water below seemed to boil, continuously churning. Suddenly, a tentacle over 10 meters wide pierced up from the river, crashing down towards the 3 in the middle of the bridge. This tentacle was over 100 meters long, appearing quite imposing. Scatter! Zhonglong's eyes flashed with light as he immediately commanded, and 3 figures dispersed from their original positions, shooting off in 3 different directions. As they spread out, they also launched their attacks. One man kicked off the air, seemingly walking in midair, gathering energy into a blade in his hand and slashing down from 100 meters away. Puff! Blood splattered as the thick tentacle was hit. However, that sword ultimately failed to sever the tentacle. Another man flashed a light in his hand and a light spear appeared, which he then threw. Puff! The light spear almost pierced through the tentacle. Unfortunately, it still fell a bit short, merely causing a gush of blood. At that moment, flames suddenly erupted from Zhonglong, the intense heat distorting the air around him. Rise! He shouted, and flames immediately coalesced into a fire dragon beside him. With a push, the fire dragon shot straight out. Boom! When the fire dragon collided with the tentacle, a loud explosion was heard. Then everyone saw a segment of the tentacle spinning and flying up, crashing heavily onto the bridge surface, causing the ground to shake. So powerful! The crowd immediately cheered, truly worthy of being a great person, a child of heaven. When they joined forces, they were invincible in the world. Lin Fei shook his head. The 3 of them had only managed to sever 1 tentacle together, and they were bound to lose. Lin Fei quietly said to the girl. The girl nodded, agreeing with this viewpoint. On the bridge, before the 3 could catch their breath, 2 tentacles suddenly surged up from beneath the water surface. These 2 tentacles were larger and longer than the previous ones, over 200 meters long and 20 meters wide. When they struck down, the reinforced concrete bridge was directly smashed apart. The man flying in the sky, using the strong wind to help him, was caught off guard and struck by one of the tentacles. His body immediately split apart, plummeting from the sky like a meteor, crashing onto the bridge with a thud. Blood flowing freely. Not good. The man with the glowing abilities sensed the danger and turned to flee. But just as he turned, he froze. A tentacle had already landed on the bridge, sweeping towards him. Over 20 meters high. Even with their abilities, they couldn't dodge it, and these tentacles were so fast. Bang! With a dull sound, he couldn't avoid the sweeping attack and was immediately struck, his body bursting apart with blood splattering everywhere. He let out a terrible scream, spinning through the air like the previous man, suffering a similar fate. In an instant, only Zhonglong remained on the bridge. Everything had happened too quickly, too suddenly. The people who had just been cheering fell silent in that moment. They all stared in horror at the bridge. In an instant, 2 people had been defeated, leaving only Zhonglong. On the bridge, Zhonglong looked in terror at the 2 seemingly sky-reaching tentacles. originally thinking this would be a simple fight that he could easily end with his abilities. Chapter 55. The only one who can fight Lin Fei is the enemy in the dream. He never expected that it would be them who were easily finished. The reason he came here today was, of course, with a purpose. He had been thinking about gaining fame from the start. When a mutation occurred again, it meant a new era was coming. Only powerful figures with prestige could survive. So he wanted to become such a person. But now he might die here, and he didn't want to die. Rumbling, the tentacle was about to smash down on Zhonglong. No, he shouted in panic, turning and running without hesitation in front of hundreds of people. Boom! The tentacle struck down, once again damaging the bridge, and Zhonglong was thrown back by the shockwave, rolling over a dozen times on the ground. Thanks to the mutation enhancing their bodies, they didn't die just like that. However, Zhonglong was still severely injured, lying on the ground, feeling unable to move. His face was bruised, and several teeth had been knocked out. I can't die. Zhonglong lay on the ground, using all his strength to crawl towards the crowd in the distance. At this moment, everyone was already dumbfounded. In just a moment, all three adults had been defeated. Just two tentacles, and they were this powerful. What kind of monster was this? It could completely destroy this world. Someone exclaimed. Despair spread in everyone's hearts. Even powerful figures like the three of them were as weak as ants before this monster. No matter how many people there were, what could they do? They would only serve as food for the monster. This thing was invincible. No one could defeat it. No one knew who screamed in despair. Zhonglong struggled on the ground. Although he couldn't see, he could still feel that the tentacle behind him was raising up again. This time, if it came down, he would surely die. No, he couldn't control himself and shouted loudly, "Who will save me? I don't want to die. Who can come and save me?" Zhonglong's voice was filled with desolation. At this moment, who could save him? As the tentacle came crashing down, many people immediately closed their eyes. Even Zhonglong did the same. But a moment later, the expected pain did not come. He slowly opened his eyes, suddenly stunned. The people in the distance were also stunned, for they could now clearly see a young and handsome man standing in front of Zhonglong. He raised one hand, but in that hand was the enormous tentacle. Everyone's mouths dropped open, large enough to fit an egg inside. He actually caught this tentacle with one hand. They were all shocked. At this moment, Zhonglong was also dazed. Lin Fei looked down at the bruised and battered person in front of him and smiled lightly. I've already heard your cries for help, so it's all right now. Want to know why? Because I have arrived. Lin Fei exerted force with his hand, pushing the tentacle upward. Crack! The tentacle couldn't withstand it and broke off directly. Lin Fei was speechless and casually tossed this tens of tons heavy object into the river. If it weren't for his flight ability, the bridge would have collapsed long ago. He was still far behind it. Once he made a move, Lin Fei realized that this thing was still vastly different from what he had seen in his dreams, almost a universe's worth of difference. He had initially looked forward to facing an enemy that could challenge him, but it turned out to be non-existent. Chapter 56. What do they grow up eating when an octopus encounters danger? It can detach its tentacles to survive. But that was useless. Boom! A loud noise erupted as another tentacle swept toward him. This tentacle swept across the bridge like a massive wheel, intent on crushing everything into dust. A person had already been defeated by this move before, as the tentacle was a full 20 meters wide, making it impossible for anyone to jump that high. Lin Fei can, but he is just standing still now, indifferently raising his right hand to directly block the incoming strike. Boom! The bridge shook violently. How is this possible? When everyone saw the scene before them, they were all dumbfounded, because they clearly saw that Lin Fei was still standing in place, and that enormous tentacle was actually blocked by him once again. Not learning from experience, Lin Fei exerted force in his hand, and the tentacle immediately snapped. My God! In the distance, everyone was stunned. Is this still human? One tentacle was already powerful enough to severely injure three adults, but now, this mysterious young man managed to break those two tentacles with just one hand. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, the river's surface boiled, as if something was about to emerge from it. I'll help you. Lin Fei chuckled lightly, leaped up, and jumped into the river right in front of everyone. What the hell is he doing? Those who suddenly witnessed this scene were taken aback. Why did Lin Fei suddenly jump in. Is he trying to kill himself? The water is the domain of that monster. Isn't he just asking for death? It's over. He's being reckless. The hope that had just risen was extinguished in an instant. Everyone thought that Lin Fei jumping into the water was a death wish, because the water was indeed the territory of the monster. Previously, the underwater world was already mysterious enough, and no one had been able to investigate it clearly. Now, after the mutation, the underwater world has become even more mysterious. No one knows what has happened inside. Perhaps it's full of such monsters? Zhang Long was also dumbfounded. Watching this scene, I should have stopped him. Zhang Long clearly remembered the figure that appeared when he was in despair. Lin Fei was his savior. But now, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei jumped into the river. It wasn't a calm river, but an abyss. He knew Lin Fei was powerful, but the river was still the monster's territory. Even if he was strong, it would be difficult to exert his abilities in the water, while the monster could become even stronger. Damn it! Zhang Long pounded the ground in frustration, regretting that he should have done everything to stop Lin Fei just now. But at this moment, in the river, gurgle gurgle, Lin Fei found that the river water was too murky, even if he opened his eyes wide. He couldn't see far at all. It was only through perspective that he finally saw clearly. Lin Fei quickly approached the giant monster. Chapter 57. You forced me to do this. Take an arrow from me. Just as those above thought, the water was their world. 3 huge tentacles like sharp swords stabbed towards him, wanting to crush Lin Fei here. However, Lin Fei did not dodge or evade, and the tentacles did not knock him away at all. You're still not good enough. Lin Fei said this as he tore off the tentacle. Turning around, he saw a dark mass of piranhas. These piranhas were as big as a cow, and their sharp teeth were clearly visible in the murky water. They approached silently and then bit into Lin Fei's body. Then, without exception, all their teeth were shattered. Lin Fei took a glance and found that there were simply too many to count, at least over 1,000. This was not on land, but in the water, and Lin Fei couldn't use any leverage. Facing thousands of piranhas, he couldn't instantly take them all down. All right, just wait. I will remember this grudge. Lin Fei let out a cold snort and flew out of the river. He was back. At the moment he reappeared, everyone who had been anxiously watching the river's surface noticed. He seemed fine. What about the monster? The river water hadn't changed color. Perhaps it hadn't been found. What a stroke of luck. Seeing Lin Fei reappear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, they saw Lin Fei land by the bridge, where there was a beautiful young girl. However, Lin Fei's target was not the girl. He opened his backpack, took out the compound bow, and leaped up once more. With this jump, he reached a spot 100 meters above the river surface. Die for me. He drew the bow and shot an arrow. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and that arrow seemed like a meteor falling from the sky, directly splitting the Yangtze River apart. A large pit clearly appeared before everyone's eyes. Along with the falling river water were countless pieces of piranha corpses. It rumbled for a full 10 seconds before the separated river water surged and gathered again, filling the pit. The river water was blasted up 1,000 meters high, constantly pouring down, making it seem like a torrential rain had begun. However, this time, everyone was silent. Earlier, they were worried about Lin Fei's situation since they didn't know what was happening. But now, they felt somewhat sorry for the monster. Having encountered such a person who could split a river with a single arrow. Was this something a human could do? Now the river water was even murkier, possibly affected by that arrow. This time, there were no piranhas in the water to disturb him. Super speed. Bang. Chapter 58. Great God, please take me as your apprentice. The violent tremors of the ground caused everyone to momentarily lift off their feet. My God, this terrifying monster was killed just like that? Lin Fei had barely been in the water for 10 seconds. He must be a god. Everyone's gaze unconsciously fell on Lin Fei, who had just jumped out of the river. His clothes seemed to be dry. Someone immediately noticed this. My goodness, he is definitely a god. Is it over? The girl asked, looking up, as she had also felt nervous just now. It's over. Lin Fei picked up his backpack, looked at the huge corpse, and said with some emotion, life is such a fragile thing. Fighting brings no joy, only loneliness. The person beside him exclaimed, Take note of everything. We will have a test later. So this is what the Great One thinks. Among the crowd, there was one person who was particularly shocked, because he had previously blocked Lin Fei from passing. At this moment, after witnessing Lin Fei's strength, he was so nervous that he couldn't speak. I actually mocked him. He swallowed hard, truly afraid that Lin Fei would appear right in front of him the next second. That was an invincible monster that even 3 powerful figures had suffered a crushing defeat against, yet this person before him had easily killed it. It was evident that he was completely at ease and had not used his full strength at all. It was like he was a deity. Thinking of this, the man's legs went weak and he nearly fainted. However, in reality, Lin Fei did not take this matter to heart. He had never been a petty person, and he had long forgotten about it. Let's go. Lin Fei had no idea how much shock his recent actions had caused to the people around him. He thought it was quite normal. To be honest, when I heard there were monsters in the river, I was somewhat excited, thinking I might find an opponent worthy of battling with. Lin Fei said as he walked with the girl. Unfortunately, I overestimated it. The girl asked curiously, "Why do you want an opponent?" The loneliness of being invincible, Lin Fei sighed. The girl was even more confused. Wait, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind them. They saw Zhang Long, covered in blood, crawling toward them. Lin Fei immediately said, "Big brother, don't climb anymore. You're hurt like this, it's really too tragic." Zhang Long didn't take care, his gaze firm as he said, "Please, great deity, take me as your disciple." The girl's expression suddenly became sharp. Lin Fei thought for a moment and said, "I don't take apprentices." "Why?" Zhang Long was taken aback and asked, "Is it because I ran away before?" Lin Fei smiled and said, "Of course not. To be honest, it's perfectly normal for someone to choose to leave when they know they can't win, because it's human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. As for why I don't take on disciples, it's simply because I don't want to. I won't teach others." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long felt somewhat disappointed. However, the next moment, he still asked, "Can I become as strong as you?" Chapter 59, Supernatural Fruit. "I don't know," Lin Fei said without hesitation. "Huh?" Zhang Long was taken aback. But Lin Fei had not finished speaking. He continued, "However, if someone like me can become this strong with your talent, you should be able to as well." A smile finally appeared on Zhang Long's face. "I will definitely work hard." Finally, he asked seriously, "Master, can you tell me your name?" "Anything is possible," Lin Fei said calmly. "My name is Lin Fei." After leaving this sentence, he walked away. Zhang Long stared blankly at Lin Fei and the girl as they disappeared into the distance. And finally, his expression became serious. After crossing the bridge, there was a vast plain. It didn't mean that crossing the bridge would lead to City B. It was still far away, with several hundred kilometers to go. "Let's fly over," Lin Fei suggested again. The girl nodded. In the wilderness, zombies would definitely not be as strong or as numerous as those in the city. Lin Fei reached out to wrap his arm around her slender waist and flew toward City B. The howling wind rushed past his ears, but it was all blocked by Lin Fei, making the girl feel warm and cozy. She looked up at his cheek. Since meeting this person, the apocalypse felt different. As long as he was by her side, she felt an infinite sense of security. The apocalypse seemed less terrifying now. If the two continued on this path, they would surely get married in the future, right? Unconsciously, the girl began to think far ahead, her pretty face suddenly turning a rosy red, like a ripe apple. Incredibly cute. Lin Fei, of course, had no idea what the girl was thinking. What was that? He suddenly saw a black dot ahead. Closer. Lin Fei finally saw clearly that this was a monstrous bird, over 10 meters long, covered in purple rotting flesh with many holes. Yikes, how disgusting. Lin Fei decisively struck, instantly exploding the strange bird. However, he retrieved a fruit from the bird's mouth. It was the size of a fist and had just begun to transform from green to yellow, seemingly only halfway grown. What is this? Lin Fei felt puzzled. Could it be that the strange bird was herbivorous? Did he kill the wrong thing? The girl also saw the fruit in Lin Fei's hand, her eyes suddenly shining as she quickly said, "This fruit seems to contain a large amount of..." Upon hearing this, Lin Fei immediately understood. This monster was definitely not herbivorous. It was just holding onto the fruit because it had special powers, waiting to eat it once it matured. Since it was holding on to it, there might be more nearby. Lin Fei speculated. "Let's go down and take a look Maybe we could find more. This. She had been staring at the fruit in Lin Fei's hand. It contained a large amount of, and she was extremely envious. You can't eat it. Lin Fei decisively refused. This thing isn't ripe yet. I'll hold on to it for now, and we'll talk when it's ripe. The two landed on the ground, and he put the fruit into his backpack. Let's look around nearby, Lin Fei said. Not long after, the girl discovered a village and exclaimed, Lin Fei, there's a village over there. Let's go check it out, Lin Fei replied. The village was very quiet. As they walked along the main road in the village, they felt it was too silent, lacking the vitality of human presence. Chapter 60, Infinite Superpower Fruit, Feeling Good. Is anyone there? Lin Fei wanted to know the whereabouts of the superpower fruit and thought he might ask the survivors here. Bang bang. Moments later, the village suddenly became lively. Hundreds of zombies crawled out of the houses. They were different from the ones encountered before, crawling faster and with green eyes. Let me handle this. The girl stepped in front of Lin Fei and dealt with all the zombies. By this point, the girl had become much stronger. As long as she didn't encounter high-level zombies, handling 100 or 200 on her own wasn't a problem. Any more than that would make her dizzy because her powers were running low. Lin Fei noticed her pretty face had turned pale, and he knew she was about to collapse. So he took out his bow and arrow, shooting one arrow after another. In just a few seconds, he cleared all the zombies. The girl shook her head and said, the zombies here are even stronger than those in the city, which means there might be ability fruits nearby. Lin Fei agreed with this view. Let's look around this village, Lin Fei said. Then they found a forest about 200 meters away from the location, and surrounding the forest were countless zombies, with many of them having glowing green eyes. There were at least 1,000. Lin Fei estimated that it should be inside. The girl said, it's already quite abnormal for so many zombies to gather next to this forest. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Fei walked forward with the girl. As they were about 100 meters away, they suddenly felt the ground shake. Was it an earthquake? There was a large zombie inside. Lin Fei activated his X-ray vision to see the situation in the forest clearly. The zombie was entirely red, standing about 5 meters tall with thick limbs. Its hands and feet equally thick. It somewhat resembled the big one seen in the city. Lin Fei thought to himself that the monster in front of him must have evolved from a large brute. Behind this high-level zombie, there was a yellow fruit tree. The tree was not tall, only a little over a meter, and it was golden, with 2 fruits on it that looked just like the one he had just obtained. However, the green color on these 2 fruits was quickly fading. In a few minutes, they should be ripe, Lin Fei said. It seemed that the thousands of zombies sensed the fruits were about to mature, as they all surged towards the fruit tree. The large brute was blocking them. The earthquake was caused by the brute's attack. When it slammed its fist into the ground would explode, sending a dozen zombies spinning away. Wait here, Lin Fei said. If he attacked now, it would cause a massive area of damage, and the fruit tree would likely be affected as well. So Lin Fei planned to go over and get the fruits himself. Okay, be careful. The girl guessed Lin Fei's intention, and after witnessing his power, she didn't hesitate at all. Lin Fei activated his invisibility and quickly arrived beside the fruit tree. Minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Fei immediately picked 2 fruits and stuffed them into his backpack. Good. Infinite Superpower Fruit. Lin Fei felt satisfied. As the 2 fruits disappeared, the golden fruit tree instantly became much dimmer. At that moment, all the zombies stopped, looking in confusion towards the direction of the fruit tree. Where did the fruits go? Boom! A group of zombies vanished without a trace. In less than a minute, there were no zombies left in the forest. Even a mutated giant was crushed by the arrows. Chapter 61. Discovering the first village with survivors after the fierce wind subsided, the entire forest was silent. The zombies that had once stood here were now all gone, swept away by the gust created by that arrow and easily torn apart. The 4-meter-tall giant was considered a high-tier existence among zombies, with skin harder than steel. Ordinary artillery could hardly affect its body. But now, this brute was merely brushed by the wind from that arrow and exploded. Lin Fei took a glance at the fruit tree, which was still there. Perhaps when it blooms and bears fruit next time, someone fated will encounter it. Did you get the fruit? The girl couldn't help but ask. Lin Fei nodded and smiled, saying, you can trust me to get things done. He then took out 2 crystal-clear ability fruits from his backpack, washed them clean with mineral water, handed one to the girl, and ate one himself. "Thank you," the girl said happily as she received the ability fruit. Lin Fei took a bite of the fruit. It was fresh, juicy, and tasted somewhat like a peach. Did this fruit contain a large amount of extraordinary abilities? He took another bite, but felt nothing. Maybe I'm just too inexperienced, Lin Fei thought, finishing the fruit in a few bites, and then burped contentedly. It felt good. Just then, he heard an unusual sound coming from the girl beside him. Turning his head, Lin Fei noticed a faint blue glow swirling around her. Huh. Curiously, he looked closer. The blue light carried a chill, and snowflakes were actually falling around the girl. He realized that she had evolved once again. Did this fruit really contain a large amount of extraordinary abilities? Lin Fei truly believed it this time. Only he couldn't sense it himself. This should be because he wasn't an extraordinary ability user. The cold aura was dissipating, and Lin Fei noticed that the girl seemed to have changed a lot. She was cute before, but now there was a hint of aloofness mixed with her cuteness. Her long, smooth hair, which reached her waist, had turned a light blue at the ends. If she became even stronger, would her hair turn completely blue? Lin Fei wondered. At that moment, the girl's evolution came to an end. She immediately excitedly shared the result with Lin Fei. I seem to have become stronger. Before, when I used my ability, I would feel a bit dizzy after one use, but now I feel like I can use it 4 or 5 times in a row. It's amazing, Lin Fei said. I'm so envious. The girl shot him a glance and said, You're just being dismissive. You're much stronger than me. What is there to be envious of? That was the truth, but Lin Fei was indeed quite envious. He took out his phone to check the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. He had wasted too much time at the bridge in the morning. Then searching for this extraordinary fruit in the wild also took quite a bit of time. The sky was already getting overcast, and it would be completely dark soon. We need to find a place to sleep quickly, or we'll be out in the open at night, Lin Fei said as he picked up the girl. There's a village down there, the girl said. There's light. It seems like there are people. Let's go check it out, Lin Fei said. He noticed that the sky in this world seemed to darken quite quickly. It was just past 5, and he could already see stars. The two landed at the village entrance, but didn't see anyone nearby, although there were indeed lights flickering within the village. Chapter 62. Unpredictable Intentions. Lin Fei activated his perspective and saw that there were people in many of the houses. They were not zombies. Perhaps they could spend the night here, Lin Fei said. He looked around and noticed that there wasn't a single zombie in the village. Maybe the people in this village had driven all the zombies away. As you wish. The girl naturally had no objections. She had never contradicted Lin Fei. At that moment, Lin Fei took the girl to knock on a door. Sorry to disturb you. After a moment, the door opened, and a middle-aged man appeared before them. He was tall and robust, standing over 2 meters, almost 3. In front of them, he looked like a wall. What is it? Lin Fei looked up at the giant-like presence before him and smiled, saying, We passed through here, and it's getting late. Can we stay here for one night? The man merely glanced at Lin Fei, his gaze finally resting on the girl. His eyes brightened for a moment. Then he said, Of course, there are many vacant houses outside. You can choose anyone. Lin Fei thanked and took the girl away. The owners of those empty houses must have turned into zombies, Lin Fei speculated. When he found a relatively clean room, the sky had completely darkened. With the global power outage, Lin Fei took out the candles he had prepared earlier to dispel the darkness. I'll cook, the girl said softly. Lin Fei handed the dishes to the girl, tidied up the bed, and then laid down like a salted fish. The aroma soon wafted out from the kitchen. The girl was happily cooking, and this time of day was her happiest. A dish of minced meat with green beans, red and green intertwined, was quickly prepared. Ever since her abilities awakened, the girl's appetite had increased significantly. One dish was simply not enough for her, so she blushed and made other dishes. Stir-fried tomatoes with cauliflower, also red and green, exuded a tempting fragrance. Not to mention the braised eggplant with its mouth-watering smell. And the braised pork with chestnuts and grandma's braised meat were all fragrant dishes, making Lin Fei outside feel hungry just from the smell. After the girl brought out the last of the rib soup, she smiled with satisfaction. Lin Fei, it's time to eat. Coming. With the aroma wafting in, Lin Fei felt more and more that taking in the girl was the wisest choice he had made. Just as the two were halfway through their meal, there was suddenly a knock at the door. I'll go take a look. Before Lin Fei could speak, the girl had already put down her chopsticks. She walked to the door and pulled it open, only to see the man from earlier. Is there something you need? The girl asked. Oh, it's nothing. The man looked the girl up and down several times, then glanced inside the house and said, I just wanted to see how you're settling in. The girl smiled. There's really nothing to get used to. We had no choice. The man smiled back. That's well said. Are you eating? Yes, the girl replied. Would you like to join us? I won't. The man chuckled. You all enjoy yourselves, I'll be on my way. After saying that, he turned and left. The girl looked confused, wondering what that was all about. It's that uncle from before. Maybe he really is concerned about us, Lin Fei thought, not paying much attention. Chapter 63. I don't understand what you're saying because I'm just passing by. But at this moment, the middle-aged man had a different thought. What a lovely girl. I wonder if she is a virgin? I haven't touched a woman in 3 months. He rubbed his hands together, a strange smile on his face. They can still eat. It smells so good. That man's backpack definitely has more food. I need to find a way to get it. Lin Fei didn't realize that someone had been keeping an eye on him. After dinner, the doorbell rang again, and the girl, who was just about to wash the dishes, immediately said, I'll go take a look. When she opened the door, she saw an unfamiliar young man. Gather at the small square. The captain wants to explain tomorrow's plan, he said before turning and leaving without another word. The girl was once again left feeling confused. She decided not to wash the dishes and quickly told Lin Fei about this. With a hint of nervousness, she asked, could the people in this village be problematic? Let's go take a look. Lin Fei said, the people here are probably not from this village, but outsiders. The original villagers must have turned into monsters and were eliminated by them, which is why this village is so clean. They must have gathered here for some plan. But why did they call us? The girl found it strange. They probably didn't expect us to be outsiders, Lin Fei said. They came over when they saw the lights in the house. This also proves what I just said, that they are a group. Finally, Lin Fei took the girl outside. And sure enough, they saw everyone had come out, all gathered in the square. At a glance, there were more than 20 people. In the center of the square, there were 2 tables, and a very young man was standing on top of one of them, speaking about something. You all should understand your responsibilities, right? Yin Ting said loudly. I don't want anyone to mess things up during the operation tomorrow. If that happens, not only will I not kill the zombies, but I will also take action myself. At this point, white lightning was jumping in his hand. Another ability user who controlled lightning. Lin Fei still remembers the last time when a lightning bolt struck a monster, but it was completely useless. The lightning was directly repelled. He wonders how powerful the one in front of him is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand there leading everyone. Yin Ting is speaking passionately from above. But Lin Fei didn't remember a single word. What did he just say? Lin Fei asked the girl beside him. However, the ability fruit was guarded by a powerful monster. So they had clear divisions of labor and were determined to obtain the ability fruit. I see. Lin Fei finally understood this time. When Yin Ting finally shouted to disband, Lin Fei finally spoke up. Wait, Lin Fei called out. What else do you want? Yin Ting frowned slightly, wondering if he hadn't explained clearly enough. I'm just a passerby. Since the other party was going to get the ability fruit, Lin Fei became interested. Although he already had one, it could be a different kind, right? But as soon as Lin Fei said this, the place suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Fei. What did you say? Yin Ting's eyes narrowed slightly, and upon a closer look, it seemed he really hadn't seen this person before. Chapter 64. They're still going to take us to pick the ability fruit, and the girl beside him. He couldn't remember when a girl as beautiful as this had been in his team. I said, we're just passing by, Lin Fei said. Then you heard something you shouldn't have. Yin Ting moved his foot and directly crossed over 10 meters to stand in front of Lin Fei, coldly saying, perhaps you're not a passerby at all, but a member of another team here to gather information about me. Lin Fei said, no, you're thinking too much. However, Yin Ting interrupted Lin Fei and said, tomorrow you will join the assault team, and this girl will follow me. I haven't awakened my abilities, Lin Fei said seriously. Puffed. It was originally very quiet here, but as soon as he said this, laughter suddenly erupted. How could he say that so confidently? Is he trying to make me laugh to death? To say the most useless thing with the bravest expression, damn, he's a genius. Most of the laughter was mocking. It's hard to believe that there's someone in this world who can't even awaken their abilities. He probably a useless person. If he so useless, why didn't he turn to a zombie when the mutation happened? The girl heard the mocking laughter, and her expression gradually turned cold. Lin Fei grabbed her and said, "Everyone is born equal. Perhaps you have awakened your abilities, but in my eyes, you are still an ordinary person. After all, it's just a one-hit kill." Ordinary person? Yun Ting laughed, standing in front of Lin Fei with arcs of electricity crackling around him. He said, "If I touch you now, would you die?" Before Lin Fei could respond, he continued with a smile, "Just joking. I won't kill you. After all, you are one of us now. Remember to gather in the charge team tomorrow." With that, he turned and left. The others dispersed as well, all wearing smiles, and as they walked away, they couldn't help but say, "It's really funny that some people still believe in equality." The tall middle-aged man had an even more peculiar smile on his face. It turned out he had not awakened any abilities. Soon, only Lin Fei and the girl were left in the square. The girl was confused and felt frustrated for Lin Fei, saying, "You're so strong. Why didn't you make a move just now? If they witnessed your power, they definitely wouldn't say anything more. How dare they laugh at you?" Lin Fei rubbed her head and said, "There's nothing to worry about. There's no need to fuss over these people. Otherwise, one day you'll be driven to death by anger." "I don't care," the girl said. "They're too much. None of them can fight. I just want to have a good night's sleep tonight and settle scores with them tomorrow." The girl refused and said, "It's said that a gentleman does not hold a grudge overnight. I can't stand it. I'm going to go beat them up right now." Lin Fei smiled. "I will flatten this village right now, and then we can count the stars together." The girl hesitated immediately. "As for these people, they're just clowns. Tomorrow, we still need them to take us to get the supernatural fruit." Lin Fei hoped that this time the superpower fruit would be banana-flavored, so he could have it as a dessert after meals. The girl remained silent. The next day, just after they finished breakfast, someone knocked on the door again. Chapter 65. I've dealt with all the zombies here. This time, it was Lin Fei who went to open the door. "We should get going." Standing at the door was the middle-aged man, now with a smile on his face. After learning that Lin Fei had no superpowers, he was happy for half a night. Until now, only he knew that Lin Fei had food. Once the time came to eliminate Lin Fei, that food would be his. And with food, wouldn't the girl be easy to handle? Let's go, Lin Fei said. "I want to get the superpower fruit early. I have other things to do." The man saw Yi Feng's reaction, was taken aback for a moment, and then the smile on his face turned cold. He thought to himself, "At this point, still trying to show off? When we encounter zombies later, the first one to be scared silly will be you." The girl followed him out and cast a glance at the middle-aged man. She had no good feelings towards anyone here. She hadn't slept well at night and had thought several times about going out to beat these people up. Everyone gathered again in the square. "You didn't run away. Although you're an ordinary person, your courage is commendable." Yun Ting laughed. The others followed with laughter. Lin Fei calmly said, "If we don't set off soon, the fruit will be eaten." Yun Ting replied, "I've calculated the time. It won't mature until noon today." "That's good," Lin Fei said. Yun Ting asked in surprise, "Are you so determined to get this fruit? Don't you know we distribute according to labor?" "Ido," Lin Fei replied. "Well then, I won't shatter your illusion." Yun Ting smiled and began to lead the way. A group of them left the village in a grand manner. After walking for a while, Lin Fei felt that the surroundings looked familiar, as if he had been here yesterday. "We passed by here," the girl reminded. "Yesterday?" The two had spent quite some effort searching for the ability fruit. "I see," Lin Fei said. Lin Fei nodded and then looked at the increasingly familiar scenery, suddenly having a thought. Could it be that the mutant fruit they were looking for was the same as the ones he picked yesterday? When Lin Fei saw the village again, he was certain. "Everyone, be careful." Yun Ting became alert as soon as he saw the village. The zombies in this village, having absorbed the pollen, were much stronger than ordinary ones. "Be very cautious and don't get hurt." The assault team moved ahead. Everyone became vigilant and serious. Only Lin Fei and the girl looked speechlessly at the group in front of them. "There's no need to be so tense," Lin Fei said calmly. "I've taken care of all the zombies in this village." "Shut up." Yun Ting immediately reprimanded, "Everyone be quiet." He glanced at Lin Fei and sneered dismissively, thinking to himself that Lin Fei couldn't possibly contend with the mutated zombies. Lin Fei didn't argue with him. After this group carefully walked halfway through the village, they finally noticed something unusual. It seemed that there really were no zombies in this village. Many people began to laugh with relief. This was truly fortunate. The goddess of fate must be on our side. We will definitely be able to obtain the ability fruit today. As for what Lin Fei just said, they had already forgotten it. What a joke. A normal person who hasn't awakened their abilities could eliminate a village full of mutated zombies? Then couldn't they eliminate zombies all over the world? The tall man beside Lin Fei felt a bit regretful. Otherwise, he might have been able to deal with Lin Fei in this village. Chapter 66. Even stronger mutated zombies. Consider yourself lucky, he thought to himself. Yun Ting continued to lead the way. When Lin Fei saw the familiar forest, he finally confirmed that these people's target was indeed the fruit he had taken yesterday. Lin Fei. The girl wanted to remind Lin Fei. I know, Lin Fei said helplessly, it's a wasted trip. The familiar forest lay ahead. Huh? Lin Fei suddenly said curiously, where have all the zombie bodies gone? It should be like that, Lin Fei nodded. Everyone be on guard, Yun Ting said loudly. The assault team will go first, stay alert, and don't fall into the zombies' trap. Let's go. The tall man pushed Lin Fei, and the 8 of them entered the forest. Are you scared? The man asked Lin Fei. Why should I be scared? Lin Fei replied, speechlessly. I've been here for so long, and there's not a single one that can fight. The only possible opponent is that mysterious, unknown man Yo. I've always heard this name, but I've never encountered it myself. Every time someone mentions this name, a look of despair appears on their face, so I believe, man, Yo must be very strong. If you're scared, you can shout it out. And I will protect you, the man laughed. Lin Fei instinctively backed away a bit. It was somewhat frightening. Something fell off. Someone noticed that there were no zombies here. Although the air was foul and stinky, not a single zombie could be seen, which was very strange. What's so strange about it? This is a good thing. Someone immediately said excitedly. It was like this when we arrived. There were no zombies in the village, and there are none here, which means the goddess of fate is on our side. He excitedly ran out. There are no zombies in the forest. Upon hearing his words, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. That's great. Yun Ting was only halfway through his sentence when it suddenly got stuck in his throat, because he clearly saw a tall figure suddenly appear behind that person. When did this happen? The smiles on everyone's faces froze in an instant. With a thud, the zombie punched down, and in an instant, blood splattered, soaking the monster. This scene happened too suddenly. Everyone was frozen in place. Just a moment ago, it was calm. And now, a 5-meter-tall zombie had suddenly appeared. The only one who remained calm was Lin Fei, because he had already seen this zombie through his perspective. This zombie was 5 meters tall, somewhat similar to the previous big guy. However, its skin was shimmering with a metallic luster. It must have evolved again after devouring the bodies here, Lin Fei murmured. Vanguard team, Yun Ting shouted immediately, and at this moment, everyone reacted and quickly spread out. It was foolish to gather together in front of such a massive creature. Yun Ting took the lead and struck first. A bolt of lightning struck directly at the monster. But it had no effect. The lightning was deflected. How is that possible? When he saw this scene, Yun Ting's eyes widened. The lightning that could split everything was actually deflected. The big guy moved incredibly fast, almost teleporting. With a single step, it appeared in front of a person and punched down again, blood splattering. Protect yourselves, don't break formation. Yun Ting chuted loudly. Chapter 67. Another move, but in fact, he was scared now. His proud lightning couldn't do anything to this monster. What other way could there be to deal with it? At this moment, despair filled Yun Ting's heart, and he wanted to run away. There were enough of them. It should be enough for me to escape. Lin Fei saw everything. When he arrived in the morning, he was full of confidence and determination. But now he was thrown into chaos by encountering an ordinary monster. Indeed, they were just a group of rabble, Lin Fei thought. Now you will die. However, at that moment, the man behind Lin Fei pushed him hard, sending Lin Fei crashing towards the zombie. The zombie threw a punch at the oncoming Lin Fei. The man's face was already filled with a smile, as if he could see Lin Fei being smashed to pieces. After all, he was just an ordinary person. How could he withstand the punch of a massive zombie? However, boom! With a loud noise, a gust of wind suddenly swept out in all directions, breaking all the surrounding trees. The ground beneath Lin Fei's feet exploded directly. But he stood there, raising one hand to catch the zombie's punch. In an instant, all the panicked people stopped. They stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. They could see clearly that the ordinary person who hadn't awakened had actually blocked the zombie's punch. Was the zombie too weak? They didn't think so, because they had just witnessed with their own eyes that a single punch from that zombie could blow apart and awaken one. Even Yunting's lightning had no effect on that monster. But now, Lin Fei had actually caught a punch, and it looked so easy, as if he hadn't even used his full strength. Was he really an ordinary person who hadn't awakened? In that moment, many people felt blank in their minds. Who exactly was Lin Fei? The man who had pushed Lin Fei earlier was now also dumbfounded. Even in his dreams, he would never have imagined that Lin Fei could catch a punch from that monster. You should step back a bit. Lin Fei let go, turned to look at the tall man, and walked closer step by step. If I didn't hear wrong just now, did you just tell me to die? The man shook his head repeatedly. You heard wrong. I could never say such a thing. But you did push me a little, Lin Fei said. That was a mistake. The man continued to argue. It's easy for you to say. Lin Fei had not finished his sentence when the zombie behind him moved, almost teleporting to Lin Fei's back in an instant, then threw a punch. The monster's punch struck Lin Fei right on the head. Boom! In that moment, the ground beneath Lin Fei exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded, because they clearly saw that Lin Fei was still standing in place, as if nothing had happened. He took the monster's full-force punch with his head and was completely unharmed. The immense shock made the group nearly unable to breathe, feeling as if an invisible hand was squeezing their hearts. Last night, they had dared to mock such an existence, forgetting that he couldn't understand human speech. Boom! Another loud noise. The 5-meter-tall monster was left with only a section of its leg. The upper part had completely disappeared, reduced to powder by Lin Fei's punch. Chapter 68. Guess what will happen if I touch you? Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this scene, everyone was so scared that their legs went weak, and they sat directly on the ground, their faces pale and gasping for breath. The man was even worse, trembling continuously, having already sat on the ground and wet his pants. I told you earlier that everyone is equal, but you didn't listen because you didn't believe it. So I can understand it, as you are no longer human. Lin Fei looked at the man with indifference. No, the man shouted. I am a person. I am an ordinary person. No, you are not. Lin Fei smashed down with a punch, too lazy to waste words with him. Boom! This punch directly left a large pit over 10 meters wide on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. The others, seeing this, swallowed hard. The decisiveness in killing was too overwhelming. It's your turn now. Lin Fei turned around and looked at the group of people in front of him who were all so scared that their legs went weak. We never thought of killing you. Someone shouted immediately. Lin Fei said. You all say I'm an ordinary person, yet you still want me to join the Vanguard group. Don't you want to kill me? Everyone fell silent. Lin Fei appeared in front of Yunting, looking at the already weak and unable to stand Yunting. He said indifferently, Last night you asked me, what would happen if your lightning hit me? If you don't believe it, I'll give you a chance now. Feel free to try. Yunting was so frightened that he couldn't speak, only shaking his head repeatedly. Lin Fei also shook his head, squatted down, and slowly reached out his hand. Tell me, what will happen if I touch you? Don't. Yunting finally shouted in fear. I know I was wrong. Now you know you were wrong? Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, What were you doing last night? Knowing I'm just an ordinary person, you still assign me to the Vanguard team and want that girl to stay by your side. What are your intentions? Yunting kept shaking his head. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't grasp it. Lin Fei continued. Let me take a guess. If my hand touches you, you will die. In the midst of Yunting's extreme terror, Lin Fei struck him with a punch. I thought you really knew the whereabouts of other ability fruits. What a waste of my time. Lin Fei stood up and clapped his hands. I know I'm wrong. Finally, someone painfully knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their head. Please don't kill me. The others immediately followed suit. Lin Fei smiled and said, If you want me not to kill you, it's very simple. Slap yourself 100 times, and make it loud enough for me to hear. With each slap, shout everyone is born equal. They didn't hesitate and immediately complied. In an instant, the sound of clear slaps echoed continuously, along with repeated shouts of everyone is born equal. In the end, everyone ended up with bruised faces from their own slaps. A few even fainted from their own slapping. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction and left with the girl. From now on, they would never forget this sentence, even in their dreams. The girl smiled for a moment, then became a bit angry. She never expected that man to be so malicious. Wanted to harm you. Earlier, she had referred to him as uncle, but now she directly called him that man, her attitude having undergone a complete transformation. The sky was just right. Lin Fei held the girl and finally arrived at City B around noon. Chapter 69. There is still plenty of time and opportunities. This city, rumored to have survivor gathering. Let's find a place to have lunch first, and then look for the survivor gathering, Lin Fei said, feeling hungry after flying all morning. The girl nodded. After eating dry bread for several days in a row, she was also feeling uncomfortable. If it continued like this, it would surely harm her health. So the two found a villa and prepared a hearty lunch. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that Lin Fei took the girl out, starting their search for the gathering place of the survivors. City B is so big. Searching like this isn't a solution. Perhaps they could gather information from some survivors. Lin Fei was flying in the air with the girl in his arms. If they were lucky, they might encounter other survivors. Lin Fei, there's a supermarket below. The girl in his arms suddenly said, Huh? Lin Fei looked down and indeed saw an entrance to a supermarket. Generally speaking, such places are the easiest to encounter survivors because there is enough food here. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Fei said. First, there might be survivors who know about gathering places. Second, Lin Fei wanted to see if there were other resources inside. Although he had a variety of vegetables and 3 types of meat, he had no fruits, nor did he have other staple foods like flour or noodles. This was too critical, because the girl had told him that she could make many delicious dishes, including noodles and some buns. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Fei saw some ordinary zombie corpses at the entrance of the supermarket and guessed that there were survivors among them. Finally, he used his X-ray vision and indeed saw 3 survivors on the 3rd floor. He hoped they knew the whereabouts of the survivor gathering place, Lin Fei murmured. However, he didn't go directly to find these 3 people. Instead, he took the girl straight to the food area, but they were too late. It was completely empty here. Lin Fei sighed and said, We came late. I still really wanted to eat the noodles you made. The girl smiled and comforted Lin Fei. There is plenty of time ahead. I will definitely make them for you in the future. A 1T run off randomly. Lin Fei thought for a moment and agreed, deciding not to dwell on it. Perhaps the survivor gathering place had flour and noodles for trade. Let's go to the 3rd floor and look for people, Lin Fei said. How do you know there are people on the 3rd floor? The girl asked in surprise, looking up at the ceiling, which was just a ceiling with no one in sight. Listening carefully, she didn't hear any other sounds either. Because I saw them, Lin Fei replied. He picked up the girl and leaped into the air, using his super jumping ability to jump 3 floors high. Lin Fei saw the 3 people carrying large and small bags, and they must have gotten quite a lot from the supermarket. As he approached, the 3 suddenly stopped. Nearby, there were footsteps approaching, belonging to an adult man and a young girl. One of the men suddenly spoke up, his ears twitching slightly, as he had just heard the information. Be careful. The 3 became alert. Moments later, Lin Fei and the young girl appeared in the 3's line of sight, confirming their presence. So are they friend or foe? Stop. The leading man took a step forward, signaling the 2 to halt. No need to be tense. Lin Fei smiled and said, We mean no harm. We just want to ask for directions. Do you know where the survivor gathering place is? The wary expressions of the 3 eased a bit. Chapter 70. The helpful survivors, of course, we know where the survivor gathering place is, the leading man said, and we also plan to go there. Lin Fei said, That's just right. Can you tell us the location? You're not a local, are you? The man glanced at Lin Fei and said, From your accent, it's clear you're not from here. You don't know where the gathering place is. So telling you the location now wouldn't help. It's better to follow us. Wandering around recklessly is very dangerous right now. Lin Fei thought to himself. It seems to be the case. When the time comes, if the other party mentions the name of a street, where would he go to find it? Although the girl had been to this city, she was not a local after all. She only knew the locations of some attractions. That would be troublesome. Lin Fei smiled and said, You came at just the right time. The man laughed and said, You can help carry some things. There are too many of these items, and it's inconvenient for us to handle them. As he spoke, he placed a sack of items on the ground. Lin Fei nodded and picked it up. The fact that the other party was willing to take him to the survivor gathering place was already helping him. Picking up things from the snakeskin bag was not difficult. He casually gathered the items and said, "Are you all this trusting of me? Yesterday, I encountered that group of people who were crazily using me. Now, in the apocalypse, everyone wants to survive, and using others is no big deal." The man immediately laughed. "Because you are not our match, so even if we let you help, we are not worried about you deceiving us." "What abilities have you awakened?" Lin Fei asked. "What about you?" They retorted. "I haven't awakened any abilities," Lin Fei replied calmly. "That's too bad." The three men were slightly taken aback. They scrutinized Lin Fei closely and, not sensing any aura of abilities, believed his words. "However, you managed to survive until now without any abilities, which is pretty strong," the leader said with a smile. "But you won't have to worry about such things in the future, because we will safely take you to the gathering." "Thank you," Lin Fei said. Shortly after, Lin Fei learned the names of the three men and their respective abilities. The leader was named Water Dragon, who was a black belt in Taekwondo before the apocalypse, and later awakened a body enhancement ability that could instantly increase his physical attributes by more than 10 times. The second man was called Listening Wind because his ability was in his ears, allowing him to hear sound from 100 meters away. The third man was nicknamed Black Charcoal. He possessed powerful fire abilities, capable of burning zombies to charcoal, hence the name. "I have ice and snow abilities." Yi Yushue also revealed her powers. Interesting. Upon hearing this, Black Charcoal immediately glanced at Yi Yushue, as fire has historically been known to counter ice. So he was a bit curious to try. "We can reach the gathering place smoothly," Water Dragon said confidently, as he was very satisfied with his ability. "Few zombies can withstand a full-force punch from me." "How far are we from the gathering?" Lin Fei asked. "Not sure," Water Dragon replied. "But it might take us 3 days on foot. If we have a vehicle, then 1 day." "So we need a vehicle," Listening Wind said. There were many cars on the street, but none were suitable. Either they were too small to fit 5 people, or they were all blocked. "If it's a van, then it might work." "This supermarket has been searched thoroughly. It's time to go," Water Dragon, the team leader, said. "There is still some time before dark. So let us find a gas station and then settle nearby. We can't drive for a whole day without preparing a lot of gasoline." Lin Fei nodded. Although this Shui Long was young, he was quite thoughtful. The three of them were locals, and Shunfeng Air used to drive out to play every day, so he knew the locations of several gas stations. "I know there's one nearby," Shunfeng Air said. In the end, the 5 of them settled in a hotel across from the gas station. There were no high-level zombies inside the gas station, just some ordinary ones. Shui Long and Shunfeng Air were observing the situation inside the gas station from the window. That should be safe. After hearing this news, Shui Long felt good. If all went well, they could get gasoline tomorrow, find a vehicle, and set off immediately, reaching the meeting place the day after tomorrow. The zombies in this hotel have all been dealt with. Heighten came down from upstairs. "We only need 1 room," Lin Fei said. "You guys?" When the three heard Lin Fei's words, they showed surprised expressions, constantly sizing up the two. The girl's face turned pink because Lin Fei's statement was too ambiguous. A man and a woman wanting to share a room. What else could happen? "Don't worry, I'll turn off my powers at night," Shunfeng Air vowed. "If I hear something I shouldn't see, make thunder strike me." "You're overthinking it." The girl shot Shunfeng Air glare. "We won't do anything." The three just laughed. This time, the girl's ears turned red. Lin Fei naturally understood what the three meant, but for the sake of the girl's innocence, he still had to say, "She is my sister." It was definitely not because he just thought of Yuan Mokwang that he used this excuse. The three were momentarily taken aback. The one with keen hearing immediately changed his expression and said seriously, "Then you'll be my brother-in-law from now on." "Actually, I knew we were family the moment I saw your sister." "Go away, go away." Lin Fei glanced at him and said, "She is mine. I expect her to cook for me in the future." "You are such a siscon," Schuenfinger remarked. "If you have no love in your heart, how can you understand siscon?" Lin Fei retorted. Shui Long and He Tan both laughed. Only the girl heard all of this in her heart. Could it be that Lin Fei really is a siscon? "Let's eat and rest early," Shui Long finally said. He took out 5 buckets of instant noodles from the snakeskin bag that Lin Fei was carrying and had He Tan boil a large bottle of mineral water. The 5 of them would be having instant noodles for dinner tonight. We're really short on food, Shui Long said. Having instant noodles is already good, Lin Fei replied. The fact that these 3 were willing to share their instant noodles with him showed that they were decent people. Do you want me to make you something else to eat? Lin Fei asked, as he had seen the girl eat a lot in the past. And he knew that just having instant noodles tonight wouldn't be enough. It's fine, the girl shook her head. Then have some bread, Lin Fei said, taking out a few pieces of bread and handing them to the girl. Women are creatures of contradictions. When they say it's fine, it usually means there's something wrong. The girl didn't refuse and accepted it. While she was boiling water on the balcony and nibbling on the bread, she suddenly asked, Lin Fei, are you a sis-con? Chapter 72. Oni-chan, you're so disgusting. Uffed. Lin Fei, who was drinking water, suddenly sprayed it out. No, Lin Fei said firmly. It was truly a fatal question. Oni-chan. The girl tilted her head, revealing a cute and innocent expression. Stop with the flowery language. Let's get serious, Lin Fei said, unafraid. The girl's face turned pink once again. So disgusting. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Fei and the girl were awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. When the girl saw herself curled up in Lin Fei's arms again, her face flushed red, and she hurriedly scrambled away. Lin Fei went to open the door and found it was Shun Fengyi. Don't worry, I didn't hear anything last night, he said first. Then he added, shouldn't we get going? Are these people not even having breakfast? Lin Fei could only wash up briefly with the girl before following the 3 of them out. Today, Lin Fei was still carrying a large bag of supplies. The gas station was right across the street. Heighten, leave the zombies inside to me. Your ability won't be effective here, so keep an eye outside to prevent any zombies from coming out. Shuanfengyi, be careful and don't let any other zombies sneak up on us. Ye Yue, you have ice powers, so you can come in with me. Lin Fei, you can come in too. You can help carry things. There were many zombies near the gas station, but they were all the most ordinary kind, which Heighten could handle alone. Flame roar, he shouted softly, and flames began to gather in his hand. The next moment, the flames surged out like a tsunami. The zombies hadn't even approached yet before they were all sent flying. Their bodies ignited and crackling as they burned. Leave the ones inside to you. He easily cleared the zombies outside. No big deal. Stay close to me, Shui Long said, then strode into the gas station. The zombies inside had already noticed these people. Enhance, Shui Long whispered, and in the next moment, his muscles bulged out, becoming incredibly solid in an instant. He even grew to a height of 2 meters. So strong, Lin Fei marveled. Shui Long fist. Shui Long shouted, throwing a punch that directly pierced through a zombie's skull. Let's do a bit more. Shui Long even laughed. Lin Fei watched as Shui Long dealt with the zombies like it was as simple as chopping vegetables. He was indeed quite powerful, but there was always a crazy smile on his face, which was a bit frightening. Lin Fei spoke honestly. He not only took care of the zombies at the gas station, but also killed 2 zombies in the convenience store with just a few punches and kicks. He said to Lin Fei, let's quickly get some gasoline. We'll leave this to Shun Fengyi and He Tan. In the end, Lin Fei successfully got 3 barrels of gasoline from the basement. There was also a bottle left. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This bottle contained 5 liters of gasoline, which wasn't a lot, but it wasn't too little either, so he directly put it into his backpack. I'll take 2 barrels, Shui Long said. These were iron barrels about half a person tall, filled with gasoline, weighing about a ton. However, Shui Long easily carried them. Fortunately, the car hasn't been scrapped, Lin Fei said, noting that the technology in this world he had crossed into was quite advanced. Chapter 73. The future technology is too powerful. He had seen many cars, and most of them didn't have wheels. They might be floating. Many of them were definitely powered by electricity. However, electric and floating vehicles were still too expensive. The girl said, but now in the apocalypse, once the power goes out, these kinds of cars can't be used anymore. We'll put the gasoline in the hotel and then look for a car nearby. There were many cars parked haphazardly on the road, causing some congestion. Many people who turned into zombies didn't have time to leave before the apocalypse, so they were trapped inside their cars. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to find a car that could be driven. As long as there were zombies trapped inside, it meant the car keys were inside too. Once they poured in gasoline, the car could start. Let's find a van, Shui Long suggested. In the end, Heitan found a car dealership on the street, where there was a brand new van. Conveniently, there was a repair shop across the street where they could modify the vehicle. Shui Long proposed. Lin Fei and the girl didn't understand the modifications, so they watched the three of them work. They replaced the front bumper of the car because the original one was too fragile and would break upon impact. They replaced it with an iron shovel, which will allow them to crash through zombies at full speed without worrying about damaging the vehicle. As for more complex modifications, like changing the engine, they were at a loss. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, but there were limitations due to the lack of tools and the global power outage, which rendered many machines inoperable. If there was electricity, the mechanical systems here could automatically assist in changing the car's engine. Setting off. Shui Long had a driver's license, so he took the wheel, determined the direction, and chose a less congested route to start their journey. The car had limited capacity, so in the end, they could only bring one barrel along. If they drove without resting for a whole day, they could reach their destination by tomorrow, which was even smoother than I'd anticipated, Shui Long said happily. The three of them relaxed a lot. Getting the car meant they could safely reach the meeting point. When they arrived at the meeting, what would you all do? Sifeng Air said, I heard there are military personnel there recruiting talented individuals. I should go over. What a coincidence. That's what I was thinking too, Shui Long replied with a smile. Heitan nodded as well. They were still young, and because they had extraordinary skills, they were eager to make a mark in the world. Who knows, maybe we'll meet again, perhaps all on the same team. What about you two? Shui Long asked Lin Fei and the girl. Me? Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, let's first see what good food there is, and then find a gun. I followed him. The girl said that's true. Shui Long nodded and said, you haven't awakened any special abilities, so it's indeed necessary to get a gun. Speaking of guns, I recommend you look for an M4 laser gun. It seems that Sifeng understood this and happily shared with Lin Fei. This gun is made of the most special material, has excellent heat dissipation, so it cools down very quickly. Moreover, it has low recoil, and the laser it fires is half a meter long, easily able to penetrate a 30-centimeter thick steel plate with a firing rate of 30 rounds per minute, which isn't slow. Lin Fei listened seriously. Laser guns, huh? I didn't expect this world to be so advanced. The only regret is the bullet issue. Sifeng Air said, the stability of M4 bullets is quite poor, and they're prone to explode, so it's hard to get them. I see. Lin Fei nodded. Chapter 74, when Lin Fei encounters the legendary man bull. In fact, he wasn't picky about guns. Anyway, it would be one shot for each. The only thing that affects the power is the rate of fire. The car had been driving for a long time, and the few people in the car could only eat dry bread. Now they couldn't even have hot instant noodles. The sky gradually darkened. The car was still in the city, but now the zombies on the streets were gradually increasing. Are they all nocturnal? Shui Long frowned. Just now, the car was constantly bouncing because zombies kept crashing into it. There were many zombies chasing from behind, Sifeng Air said. I know, Shui Long said seriously. We absolutely cannot stop now. Otherwise, it's over. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically, because Shui Long clearly saw that ahead. A pile of cars had completely blocked the road. Not good, he shouted, immediately stepping on the brake. The van skidded and spun around, finally crashing into other cars before coming to a stop. Boom! A loud noise. The car shook violently, and gasoline spilled everywhere. Lin Fei quickly hugged the girl, protecting her in his arms. You stay in the car, Shui Long said as he jumped out of the vehicle. I'm going too, Heitan said, noting that the number of zombies outside was increasing, seemingly attracted by the noise from the recent car collision. Be careful, Sifeng Air warned. His ability couldn't enhance his combat power, so he had always stayed in the back, responsible for guarding against sneak attacks. Enhance! Shui Long fist. Roar of fire. Sounds of battle erupted outside, followed by flickering flames. I'll go help, the girl said. No need, Sifeng Air replied with a smile. You're still too young and not strong enough. Going out might just complicate things for them. We've seen scenes like this before and are used to it. He looked at Lin Fei and said seriously, actually, when we encountered Shui Long, he had just fought his way out of the zombie horde. He didn't even realize it himself. Lin Fei and the girl fell silent. The conversation was too heavy. They needed to lighten the mood, Shun Feng air joked. But the next moment, his expression changed. Not good. He shouted, "Run. There's a barbaric bull." In the next instant, he jumped out of the car, and Lin Fei immediately followed with the girl in his arms. It was just a moment. Boom! A loud noise erupted. A huge figure fell from the sky, crashing directly into the car, causing it to explode. Flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the area. The massive explosion also drew the attention of Shui Long and He Tan. When they saw a 5-meter-tall figure emerge from the sea of flames, their pupils constricted sharply. It was the barbaric bull. Barbaric bull. This term finally caught Lin Fei's attention. That mysterious existence, which perhaps even the modifier couldn't handle, had finally appeared. Lin Fei's fist suddenly clenched, his expression unusually serious as he looked at the figure. Then, he froze. Chapter 75. The bull possesses a despairing absolute power. Why does this thing look so familiar? Didn't I just smash one yesterday? I really expected too much. Lin Fei sighed. He had never encountered an opponent, and being invincible was so lonely. Or rather, invincibility is loneliness. Run. Xuanfeng was right next to Lin Fei. As soon as he stood up, he shouted loudly. Then he unhesitatingly moved to leave the spot. You guys stay away from him. At this moment, Shui Long and He Tan were also shouting as they rushed towards Lin Fei. The ordinary zombies had already been mostly eliminated by them. Just then, the bull's attention turned to Lin Fei. Be careful. He Tan had made his move, and the firebird named Ji straightly charged towards the bull. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as flames instantly engulfed the bull. At that moment, Shui Long also arrived in front of Lin Fei, directly shielding the two behind him, and said loudly, He Tan, you protect them and get them out of here. I will hold off this bull. You? He Tan hesitative. Stop talking nonsense, or no one will be able to leave here today. Shui Long said loudly, when my sister died in front of me, I hated myself for being weak and powerless. From that day on, I vowed that I would never let anyone die in front of me again. Perhaps that was why he accepted Lin Fei. Don't worry, I won't die, because I have already seen true hell. A strange smile still hung on his face. No, Lin Fei wanted to say, let me do it. But at that moment, Heighten grabbed his hand, wanting to take him and the girl away. Staying here will only hold back Shui Long. Come on. Shui Long watched as Man Neo emerged from the flames. It took Heighten's attack, but didn't seem to be harmed at all. Shui Long's underworld body fist. Shui Long roared, stomping down hard, shattering the floor, and shot toward Man Neo like lightning. Boom! A punch struck Man Neo's chest, creating a deafening sound. Crack! The ground beneath Man Neo cracked instantly. However, Man Neo's body didn't even sway. What? He looked up and saw Man Neo wearing an extremely indifferent smile. It's real. Man Neo is smiling. It wore a cold and merciless yet mocking grin. What are you laughing at? Shui Long shouted. The scene of his sister dying before him had long passed, but it still felt like it had happened just yesterday. That day, he burst through the door and saw Man Neo, and his sister broken. Underworld body, frenzied dragon fist. Red light flickered in Shui Long's eyes. His figure flashed, and he stood on Man Neo's shoulder, then began to punch wildly at its head, delivering 17 punches in just 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds were thunderous. But Man Neo's head didn't even tilt. Shui Long's fists were already swollen. Throwing punches like this was a huge burden on his body. But he had no intention of stopping. He leaped forward, landing 3 meters in front of Man Neo, then took a big step forward. Boom! With that step, the ground exploded and the surrounding buildings trembled slightly. Another step. Boom! The ground exploded again and the nearby buildings shook incessantly. Shui Long took 2 steps closer to Man Neo, using all his strength to throw a punch. Overlord Charge Fist. Boom! The moment this punch struck toward Man Neo's chest, a gust of wind swept behind Man Neo, lifting the abandoned cars around. However, it was still useless. How is this possible? Shui Long's eyes widened, because he clearly saw Man Neo opening its hands and catching his fist. His full force punch didn't even make Man Neo take a half step back. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to resist because that last punch was his all-out effort. If the enemy didn't die, he would. Man Neo still wore that strange smile. It squeezed its fist, lifting Shui Long up. No, I can't do it. Why? Shui Long felt despair in his heart. Why am I still so weak? Can I still do something? I have witnessed hell. He murmured. Those who witness hell are also in hell. The scene of his sister being broken by Man Yo was the hell he had seen with his own eyes, and now it was finally about to happen to him. However, in the next moment, he started to laugh. Bang! Man Yo casually threw him to the ground. Shui Long felt as if he had been hit by a truck. His whole body ached, as if his organs were about to shatter. His smile remained, and one hand reached into the air. At least I bought them some time. Sister, I did it. I didn't let anyone die in front of me again. Then he closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Just then, Shui Long, 2 exclamations. From Xuanfeng in heightened. Shui Long opened his eyes, struggling to turn over from the ground, looking towards the source of the voice, and saw the two running toward him with panic on their faces. We are surrounded. Boom! A heavy sound of footsteps. Another Man Yo appeared, and more zombies gathered around. 2 Man Yo, thousands of zombies. So it turned out that this place had already reached a dead end. Bang! Shui Long lay powerless on the ground and began to cry. So our fate was already sealed. Man Yo, you calculated well. I lost. Are you okay? Just then, Xuanfeng and Heighten rushed over, Xuanfeng holding Shui Long in his arms. You must be okay. We might die together. Shui Long smiled again. Heighten was silent. Xuanfeng was also silent. No. Xuanfeng suddenly shouted in pain. I've had enough. I don't want to do anything anymore. What good is there in this world? This world, drenched in red, is hopeless. I don't want this. They didn't want this future at all. Suddenly, it started to rain heavily from the sky, with bean-sized raindrops falling as if they were free, washing away the blood on Shui Long's body. Boom, boom, boom. Man Yo and the zombies were getting closer. Man Yo wore a cold smile, and a fist came crashing down on the three. The three instantly huddled together. Perhaps they wanted to die together. Just as Xuanfeng had said earlier, they had seen many scenes together. This also proved they had gone through life and death many times. Bang! A dull sound. They didn't feel the impact, but instead heard a familiar voice. Chapter 77. A punch in the clear sky. You three have such a good relationship. The three opened their eyes wide and saw Lin Fei. The blazing fire illuminated his figure. He stood before the three, simply raising one hand to catch Man Yo's punch. Clearly, he appeared so small before Man Yo. How is this possible? The three were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. However, at that moment, Lin Fei continued. If I remember correctly, you three had told me about your future plans, wanting to enlist and such. Since you have dreams, you shouldn't stop here. The three stared blankly as Lin Fei gently pushed, causing the massive Man Yo to stagger back over 10 meters. Man Yo left deep grooves in the ground because it had just tried to withstand Lin Fei's push. Bro, I'm taking these three with me. I'm not from around here, and no one is guiding me. I'll get lost. Besides, they treated me to instant noodles. Young people like this are rare now. I can't let you kill them. The three on the ground watched this scene with trembling pupils, especially Shui Long. In that instant, his mind went blank. The Man Yo he had just tried with all his might to force back even a step was now pushed back over 10 meters by Lin Fei with just a gentle push. Boom, boom, boom. In response to Lin Fei, there was the charging Man Yo and its enormous fist. Lin Fei didn't make a move. Boom! With a loud bang. The brute bull's punch hit Lin Fei's face, but it was completely useless. It didn't even stir up a bit of wind. Lin Fei reached out his hand and caught the fist, slowly pushing it away. You have been killing, pursuing battle, and seeking power. Lin Fei calmly said, as long as you are alive, you will be mercilessly killed, and you will be crushed to pieces. You have no reason. You have no heart. With a fist thrown like that, who else can you kill? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei threw a punch. Boom! Another loud sound. Starting from the Minotaur's fist, the destruction spread rapidly, and in an instant, half of the Minotaur's body disappeared. A terrifying gale swept out, and the thousands of zombies behind the Minotaur were shredded by the violent wind of this punch. The pouring rain stopped at that moment. The dark clouds in the sky were affected by this punch, and in an instant, the bright moon shone, and the stars filled the sky, bright and dazzling. Bang! The remaining half of the Minotaur's body fell powerless to the ground. The three people on the ground were completely frozen. Shui Long felt his brain trembling. Just a moment ago, he had exerted all his strength, but couldn't inflict any damage on the Minotaur. And now, it had been shattered by a single punch. Was this still a human? Or can humans really achieve this? The other Minotaur, witnessing this scene, actually retreated. They were known for their relentless forward charge, their immense power easily crushing anyone. But now, is this really still a human? A punch that could interrupt even a downpour must be a deity. Boom, boom, boom. It turned and fled without hesitation. If this man caught up, death was certain. Lin Fei didn't chase after him. He calmly took out his bow and arrows from his bag, drew the bow, and shot an arrow, piercing through the entire street. All the cars were lifted into the air and spun around. Half of the zombies surrounding them were instantly wiped out. Now only a few dozen ordinary zombies remained, which the girl easily dealt with. From the looks of you, it seems you won't be able to travel anymore. Let's have a good rest tonight, Lin Fei said. How about that hotel over there? It was as if nothing had happened just moments ago. Chapter 78. I think he can destroy this world. Shunfeng Ear and Heighten helped Water Dragon up, hesitated for a moment, and finally walked into the hotel. No need to be nervous. Lin Fei could naturally see that the three seemed a bit afraid of him. I am still me. I am still Lin Fei, he said. The three nodded. You're injured. How do you feel now? He asked Shui Long. I feel fine. Just need to rest a bit. I should recover by tomorrow, Shui Long replied with a dry laugh. Since his abilities were related to his physique, the recovery speed of his injuries far exceeded the norm. All right, Lin Fei nodded and said, thank you for your hard work today. He then turned to look at the girl and said, You Shui, let's make something delicious tonight. The past 2 days have been nothing but bread or instant noodles. It's just not enough. The girl nodded gently and went down to tidy up the kitchen. Do you still have food? The three widened their eyes, filled with confusion, because they had only seen Lin Fei with one backpack all this time. Even if it contained food, how much could it hold? However, the next moment they widened their eyes again, because they clearly saw Lin Fei pull out a box of mineral water from it. The three? So this backpack can hold a whole box of mineral water? Then Lin Fei took out some medicine and handed it to Shui Long, saying, treat your wounds to avoid infection. He then left with the backpack to take the vegetables to the girl. You all rest for a bit. Once the meal is ready, I will call you. The three nodded instinctively. Ever since witnessing Lin Fei's strength, they didn't dare to speak much in front of him. With just one punch, the bullman and half a street of zombies were turned to dust. Who could withstand that? Why didn't he mention what just happened? Heitan said. Because he didn't take it to heart at all. Shunfeng Air shook his head and said, he's even stronger than we imagined. I can tell he didn't use his full strength just now. Killing the bullman was as easy as eating and drinking for him. It's useless to think too much about it now. Shui Long was still a bit worried. If Lin Fei found out they were speculating randomly, he didn't know what the outcome would be. He said, give me some painkillers. I feel like my insides are crushed. You should rest for a bit. Shunfeng Air and Heitan both said, I'm strong. Don't think of me as too weak, Shui Long shouted. But as soon as he moved, he felt pain throughout his body. He fell silent. Among those present, only he knew how powerful Lin Fei truly was. He had used all his strength, but couldn't push the bullman back even an inch, while the bullman had merely struck him casually and rendered him incapable of action. In contrast, Lin Fei took a punch from the bullman, whose fist was as large as a water tank, and didn't even budge. He suspected Lin Fei could destroy the world. All right, the three nodded, though they didn't have much expectation for dinner. After all, this was the apocalypse. Where was there any fine food? Most of what they ate was instant noodles. The slightly better option was to boil the instant noodles. Chapter 79. Serious nonsense, but when they saw the food on the dining table, they were once again dumbfounded. What was that golden color? It was fried rice. My God. The three swallowed hard. They could smell the fragrance, even from 10,000 meters away. Looking beside it, what was that? Shunfeng Air walked closer and suddenly jumped in shock. Damn, it's braised eggplant. And beef stew with potatoes. And soup. In that instant, the three of them seemed to transform into primitive people, shouting continuously at the sight of the table full of dishes. Are you eating or not? Lin Fei asked. Eating. The three immediately brought chairs over, then served the girl and Lin Fei before finally serving themselves. The three swore this was the first time they had eaten so well in the apocalypse, the first time they felt full. I'll go boil some water. It's sticky after the rain, the girl said. Although she had already used her cold energy to disperse the moisture, she still felt uncomfortable. Hot water? The three were stunned again. They really were like primitive people. The three exchanged glances, now doubting whether they were really living in the apocalypse. Why did Lin Fei have materials to cook and hot water to use? Those are just minor issues, Lin Fei said. I still need to find a way to get electricity. Otherwise, using candles for lighting is too uncomfortable. The three were already so shocked they couldn't speak. Who exactly was this person in front of them? Shui Long sat in the chair, hesitated for a long time, and finally asked, "You're so strong. Why did you say you hadn't awakened your abilities before?" Shunfeng Air and He Ten also became serious. Then how are you so powerful? Shui Long asked excitedly. That bullman, I used all my strength and couldn't budge it even a bit. Lin Fei suddenly fell silent. This question was too lethal. Should he say he was cheating? Even if he said it, they wouldn't understand at all. Then he thought of something. He said, I take breaks on time every day. Get up on time, sleep for 7 hours a day, do 1,000 push-ups every day, run 10 kilometers, drink 2 liters of water, and drink warm milk before bed. The three of them were stunned. I have persisted for 5 years and finally realized I have become like this. The three of them were dumbfounded. Shui Long couldn't believe it and asked, Is it that simple? Simple? Lin Fei said, aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, it is very difficult to persist in any one thing for 5 years, especially something as painful as exercising. In the end, friends have gone their separate ways. Some have married, and I'm still alone and miserable. Others don't realize that Lin Fei is joking. They think he is serious. The girl sitting next to him tightened her small fist slightly when she heard this. The cost is too great. The three of them all gasped in shock. Lin Fei nodded. You're still young, so you don't understand. Being invincible is very lonely. Or rather, invincibility is loneliness. You still have me, the girl suddenly said, her expression very serious. Lin Fei was taken aback, thinking, no, this is what I used to scare these 3 young people. How come you believed it too? Chapter 80. What else is he not capable of? However, seeing the serious expression on the young girl's face, Lin Fei naturally felt happy. You go take a shower first. The girl nodded, stood up, and left. The three of them watched this scene in silence for a long time, while Shui Long mentally noted all of this down. The next day, Lin Fei woke up naturally. Finally, no one came to disturb his sleep, which felt quite nice. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the girl in his arms was gone, but he could still feel the warmth on the bed, as if she had just left not long ago. Breakfast is ready. I made noodles, she said with a smile, but it's instant noodles. Lin Fei nodded, thinking to himself that being a salted fish was really great. The girl made a pot of noodles, enough for 5 people. However, during breakfast, the other 3 noticed Lin Fei flipping out a poached egg from his bowl. Another egg? Their eyes lit up, and they began to dig through their own bowls. Unfortunately, all they found were noodles. Life was bitter. They sighed, but the 3 were not foolish, even if they were blind. They could see that the girl had different feelings for Lin Fei. As for the little sister thing, they never believed it from the start. After breakfast, it was time to set off. Lin Fei straightforwardly asked, Where's the meeting? I'll take you there. Over there, Shui Long pointed in a direction. Reliable, Lin Fei said, leaping down from the second-floor dining area and casually finding a vehicle on the way. Get in, he told the others who were hurrying over. The 3 didn't understand Lin Fei's intention, but obediently got in. I'm not getting in, the girl refused. Then I'll carry you, Lin Fei said, easily seeing through the girl's little thoughts. The girl smiled proudly. The 3 in the car were curious. What is he going to do? Eitan wondered. He might throw us over, Shunfeng Air speculated. Both He Tan and Shui Long were startled. In the next moment, boom, the car shook, and they felt as if the vehicle had taken off. They opened the car window and were stunned. He could actually fly. This time, their minds went blank. It was the first time they saw a flying human, and he said he wasn't a god. Following the direction pointed by Shui Long, Lin Fei flew for a minute and soon saw the gathering. A distance of 100 miles passed in an instant. We're here. When the 3 saw the gathering, they felt delighted. Bang! When they were still a bit away from the gathering, Lin Fei landed and set the vehicle down. Let us walk over, Lin Fei said. The 3 didn't refuse and immediately got out of the car. This is where we part ways. Lin Fei smiled and said, I wish you all the best. The three were taken aback. After a moment's thought, they realized that Lin Fei's strength was so astonishing that they were not from the same world, and they would part ways sooner or later. However, they still felt a bit reluctant. After all, he was their lifesaver. They had eaten hot meals and taken hot showers yesterday. This kind of life made them doubt that they were not in the apocalypse. You're so strong. You could join the army. They must really need you, Shui Long said. No, Lin Fei shook his head. I have many things of my own to do. Chapter 81. Life is too hard. He held the girl's hand and walked towards the entrance of the gathering, saying at the same time, there is no need to say more about parting. If it's meant to be, we'll meet again. I wish you all your dreams come true. The three felt mixed emotions. When they arrived at the entrance, Lin Fei had already left. Let us check for any wounds on us. After confirming that there was no possibility of infection, the three said, let us go in. Remember to follow the rules. We're here to join the army. Shui Long stated their purpose. We're all ability users. The eyes of the person checking them lit up, and he smiled. Right now, we need young people like you. I'll lead you to participate in the assessment. They had established an organization to test abilities, categorizing levels based on strength. The higher the level, the stronger the ability, and the better the treatment received. The gathering was bustling with people. This place is so lively, Lin Fei exclaimed. When he arrived, he saw that the gathering was surrounded by wooden walls, guarded by soldiers, each armed with a handsome laser gun. There wasn't a single zombie around, indicating that it was very safe here. This place wasn't large. Lin Fei estimated that there were only a few thousand people. However, despite the small number, it was fully functional, and there was even a shopping street. Let us go shopping first, Lin Fei said. Water, tobacco, alcohol, and food were the most valuable currencies here, as it was hard for ordinary people to come by any of them. However, coincidentally, Lin Fei had all these things. He easily traded bottled water for flour and noodles, and also found a lot of meat, a whole chicken, a whole duck, and duck eggs. Tonight, it's all up to you, chef. Lin Fei smiled at the girl. The girl's face turned slightly red as she playfully retorted, Humph, you won't be able to eat your fill. But in the end, the two encountered a problem. They couldn't find any guns. The weapons here were strictly controlled, and Lin Fei couldn't even get any information about guns and ammunition. Life is too hard, Lin Fei said. At noon, Lin Fei took the girl to register and got a small house. It was only 25 square meters, the size of one room, without a kitchen or toilet. The kitchen and toilet were outside and shared. There were no soldiers guarding it, making it much more dangerous. He wanted to get some information about weapons. However, after spending a day like this, he gained nothing. To get weapons, he would have to join the army, which contradicted Lin Fei's original purpose. Time to eat, the girl said. You can't rush things regarding weapons. In fact, she didn't understand why Lin Fei, being so powerful, still needed a laser gun. Because she didn't know that Lin Fei had no recoil, a locking mechanism, automatic aiming, infinite ammunition, and didn't need to reload. It would be a waste not to use a gun. Let us eat, Lin Fei said. The girl was right. Some things couldn't be rushed. Every mealtime was Lin Fei's most anticipated time. What delicious food would the girl prepare today? Chapter 82. I suspect this test is targeting me. When he walked to the dining table, he was instantly stunned. What was that golden and crispy thing? Roasted chicken. There were also buns, mapo tofu, sweet and sour carp, san xian, pigeon soup. Lin Fei said seriously, the best decision I made in my life was to keep you by my side. The girl, who was serving him rice, immediately blushed upon hearing this. Hurry up and eat, she said, placing the rice in front of Lin Fei. But in her heart, she was calculating other things. She would turn 16 this year. When would she be able to grow up? She sighed inwardly. Lin Fei. At that moment, Lin Fei and the girl heard a familiar voice coming from behind them. They turned around to see Shui Long and his companions. What a coincidence, Lin Fei said. We meet again after just one day. It is quite a coincidence. Shui Long replied with a cheerful smile. What are you two doing? Looking for weapons, Lin Fei said. Guns? Shui Long's eyes lit up. I know where to find some. Right now, we need people, so we have a task list over here. As long as we complete the tasks, we can earn points that can be exchanged for supplies. I saw an M4 on the list. Lin Fei immediately asked, "Where do I take the task?" "No need to rush," Shunfeng replied. "If you want to take a task, you need to go through an assessment to get your strength level, and then you can take tasks corresponding to that level." "That's a hassle," Lin Fei thought for a moment. "It's better than robbing. What I earn through my own labor feels justified. Where do I go for the assessment?" Lin Fei asked. "I'll take you there," Shui Long said with a smile. "We three need to take the assessment to join the military. We're all B-level and in the same squad." "Congratulations," Lin Fei said. "It's nothing," Shui Long said cheerfully. "If you go, you'll definitely get the strongest SSS level." "You think too highly of me," Lin Fei laughed. Under the guidance of the three, they arrived at a building bustling with people. They held a piece of paper recording their level information, with some happy and some sad. "I want to take the assessment too," a girl said. She also wanted to help Lin Fei complete the task. Having one more person would speed up the process of earning points. After waiting in line for half an hour, it was finally Lin Fei's turn. "What is your name?" the examiner asked coldly. "Lin Fei." "How old are you this year?" 22. The questions were very detailed. And finally came a key question: "What ability have you awakened?" "I haven't awakened any ability." Lin Fei couldn't remember how many times he had been asked this question. "I have no abilities." The examiner then had a complex expression as he wrote something down, then said, "Let's go for a capability test." Since it was a time when people were in demand, he didn't let Lin Fei leave. "You can take some errands in the future." In the testing area, which was originally an indoor stadium, was now converted into a testing location where many people were undergoing assessments. The tester, holding a spoon, stood 100 meters away and said to Lin Fei, "Destroy it." Lin Fei. Chapter 83, the strongest E-class in history. "I can't do it," he said. "Don't make it difficult for someone like me, who hasn't awakened any abilities, to take action from 100 meters away. Come on." The tester immediately lowered his head to write something. "What would you do if you encountered a wild bull alone outside?" The tester asked him. "This is a psychological test." "I would punch it and explode it," Lin Fei said seriously. Tester wrote something down again. Finally, the tester collected the record board and said, "Your test is over. Go to the front desk to collect your information card." "Is that it?" Lin Fei thought. "It seems a bit simple." Then he received his information card. Name: Lin Fei. Age: 22. Ability: no ability. Strength level: E-class. Remaining points: 0. Lin Fei was speechless. This was too tragic. Shui Long and the other two were all B rank, while he was only E rank. Life was bitter and tough. Lin Fei sighed. It's really difficult to survive in the apocalypse. Just then, the girl also came to collect her data card. "Have you already gotten your data card?" The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "As expected of you. So fast. It can't be SSS rank, right?" "Almost." Lin Fei quickly put away the card. It was too embarrassing to let the girl see it. He said, "Go get your card." "Okay." The girl picked up her card, and when she saw the contents, she immediately burst out laughing and ran over to Lin Fei, saying, "I'm A grade." Lin Fei felt as if a knife had been plunged into his heart. He picked up the girl's card to take a look, and to his dismay, the girl's card was shiny gold, clearly more advanced than his own. "This is just great." He forced a smile. He checked how many points the M4 required. Lin Fei changed the subject. This level classification was toxic, and it was all about testing abilities, which made things difficult for him. "Just press here," the girl said, pressing a spot on the card, and immediately a virtual panel popped up. There were many things available for exchange. Food generally cost 100 points per kilogram, and water was 100 points for 500 milliliters. The ability fruit surprisingly cost 100,000 points each. Finally, he found the M4 laser gun. It actually required 5,000 points. "Where can I see the missions?" he asked the girl. "Right next to it," she said, sliding her hand across the virtual panel, revealing the mission interface. "Eliminate 1,000 ordinary zombies. Points, 500. Find 10 survivors. Points, 100. Eliminate 1 long tongue. Points, 1,000. These were all tasks that could earn a lot of points. "By the way, I just learned about the power level classification here," the girl said. "Currently, the highest level is SSS, but there are none of those here, only 1S level. Then from high to low, there's A, B, C, D level, and any level for ordinary people, which can almost be disregarded." Lin Fei felt as if his heart had been stabbed again. E rank, ordinary person, almost negligible. Those like the bullheaded man are all S rank. The girl said, so I still can't handle it. I understand now. Lin Fei nodded and said, I'll study this system tonight and find some tasks to do. He felt embarrassed to take out the card in front of the girl. Compared to her, his looked really trashy, okay? Chapter 84. The Apocalypse Liver Emperor Lin. Someone, however, this matter couldn't be hidden at all. During the day, the girl had already begun to suspect. While doing laundry at night, she found a card in Lin Fei's pants pocket. Lin Fei, E-level. How is that possible? The girl suddenly froze. This is completely the level of an ordinary person. She took the card outside and found Lin Fei. Did they make a mistake? How did it end up in your hands? Seeing the girl holding the card, Lin Fei felt embarrassed, but noticing that she seemed a bit angry. He could only tell the truth, because the tests are all about abilities. How could they do this? The girl said, I want to go confront them. No need. Lin Fei replied, it doesn't matter to me. It's just for reference. Besides, I have you. The girl calmed down a bit, but still complained. Their testing mechanism is too flawed. Don't worry about it. I just want a gun anyway, Lin Fei said. He took the card, mimicked the girl's actions, opened the task system, and then froze. What are all these? What? The girl curiously leaned over. Inspect the assembly circle. Points 10. Prevent one fight. Points 30. All trivial matters. Lin Fei casually tossed the card aside, now understanding that the tasks of this thing are also issued based on levels. It's all up to you, Lin Fei said. The girl fell silent. She felt a bit angry that Lin Fei had to do these tasks. Finishing these tasks might only earn a bottle of mineral water. In the end, she just sighed. Since Lin Fei didn't care about these things, what else could she say? I'll take the task tomorrow, the girl said. I'll go with you, Lin Fei immediately replied. Although the tasks could only be completed by the girl, it didn't mean Lin Fei couldn't go along. He was still very worried about her safety. All right, the girl smiled. As long as Lin Fei was with her, there were no worries. The next day, the girl got up very early. With flour, breakfast could be more elaborate. She made dumplings, which were Lin Fei's favorite. She also learned that Lin Fei didn't like celery, so she didn't add any. Thinking about participating in the task with Lin Fei today, she happily hummed a little tune. Lin Fei woke up to the smell. Dumplings. Lin Fei walked into the kitchen, and the aroma was even stronger. It was still the 3-flavored dumplings. This was one of his favorite foods. Knowing that you love it, I made a lot. You should go wash up first. It will be ready to eat soon. Lin Fei looked at the girl in an apron who was busy, and a thought crossed his mind. She seemed to be getting better at managing the household. Did she have a bit of a wife-like demeanor? Lin Fei thought to himself that someone should be cooking his meals in the future. After having breakfast, the girl began to discuss with Lin Fei, what kind of task should I take? She handed the card to Lin Fei, asking him to choose a task. Lin Fei glanced at the tasks above. Eliminate 1,000 ordinary zombies. Points 500. Find 10 survivors. Points 100. Eliminate 1 long tongue. Points 1,000. There were more than 10 tasks in total. There was no difficulty at all, so he accepted them all. Today, I'm going to grind out the M4 in bullets. Lin Fei's eyes sparkled. You're too anxious, the girl chuckled softly. Chapter 85. Encountering a superpowered individual with the same task in the urban area not far from the gathering. Many zombies were wandering the streets. Lin Fei said, it's tiring for you to deal with 1,000 alone. I'll help. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. A single strike destroyed. A group of zombies spun and flew up, landing awkwardly on the ground, missing arms and legs, but none died. The girl immediately took action, continuously harvesting zombies. The card automatically scanned, recording all these into the task. Ding! A light sound. Eliminate 1,000 zombies. Task completed. There's a weapon shop here. Lin Fei suddenly discovered a rundown shop and walked in to see that it sold weapons. It was empty. What a pity, Lin Fei said. There's a wooden sword here. The girl's eyes lit up as she picked up the wooden sword from the ground, along with its sheath. Give it to me, Lin Fei said. Before, he had always fought zombies with his bare hands. Now with the sword, he finally didn't have to have close contact with zombies. Moreover, the wooden sword didn't need to be stored in the backpack. It was light and very useful. Next task, find 10 survivors. Lin Fei activated his perspective ability, flying in the sky with the girl, and quickly found some survivors trembling in a room. Boom! He kicked the door open and shouted, "Hands on your heads. Don't move. Anti-vice operation." The people inside were stunned. The girl behind him was gently trembling, holding back her laughter. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally told the still-dazed people, "You are saved. I will take you to the gathering." The group burst into tears of joy. On the way to complete the mission, Lin Fei casually swung his sword. He had dreamed of becoming a great hero one day. Now, with a wooden sword and strength, he finally realized his dream. One shouldn't be too rigid. That would be too boring. Lin Fei said to the girl, "You have to learn to joke. Actually, you look very charming when you smile." It was fine until the last sentence, which made her pretty face turn red. She pouted, "Nonsense." After completing several tasks, only one remained, to defeat a leader. The leader itself wasn't strong. Even a B class could handle it. However, when it encountered humans, it would emit a strange roar, attracting countless zombies, which was very troublesome. Therefore, it was classified as A class. When accepting this task, the virtual panel of the card would guide the girl and him to the location of the leader. Tasks were issued based on observing the enemies present. If it was written there, then it existed and it would never be wrong. Generally, observation tasks were mostly completed by B and C class, so A class and above were considered real combat power. Poor, ordinary people. The leader was in the tavern ahead. The girl said, since they set out in the morning, the sky had begun to darken, and a day had passed unknowingly. Okay, however, before the two could enter the tavern, a man's voice suddenly came from the dimness behind them. Unexpectedly, there really were others who had taken this task. They turned around and saw a small team of two, a man and a woman. The man was exceptionally handsome, and the woman was beautiful and delicate. But compared to Yi Yushue, she was still far behind. She also had a long sword in hand, but it looked like a real one, as the metallic sheen on the scabbard was shimmering. "I am Yi Wuyue," the man introduced himself. "A class, capable of controlling the wind." "Lin Lan," the woman said coldly. "A class, skilled with a sword." Chapter 86. Master of the sword Lin Fei looked enviously at the two, thinking how nice it was that they were both A rank, the same level as the girl beside him. Ye Yue, A crank. The girl was unwilling to be outdone, controlling ice and snow. And what about this brother? Yi Wuyue and Lin Lan's gazes momentarily fell on Lin Fei. "My name is Lin Fei, and as for levels, they're just superficial," Lin Fei said with a smile. "So it doesn't matter what level I am. You don't need to pay attention to that." Ye Wuyue instantly understood, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "You want us not to care. Does that mean your level is too low? B rank? C rank?" He laughed and asked, "Could it be D rank?" "You are all wrong." Lin Fei sighed and said, "I'm just E rank, so please don't make it difficult for me." "Huh?" Yi Wuyue and Lin Lan were both slightly taken aback and said in surprise, "Is there really an E rank level?" Puffed. Lin Fei felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sword once again. Perhaps this is what it means to be strong. They didn't even put the E rank in their hearts. "Life is not easy," Lin Fei sighed. "Why?" The girl frowned slightly. She only had 4,000 points now, and to exchange for a gun, she had to secure those 1,000 points from the leader today. "Why?" Yi Wuyue smiled faintly. "Just because our strength is greater. We are both A rank, while you only have one." Lin Lan said straightforwardly, "Who is strong and who is weak can only be known after a fight." The girl stood next to Lin Fei and coldly said, "Rank means nothing. It's just a decoration." She was still hung up on Lin Fei's rank. As she spoke, the air around them had already turned cold. "I'm willing to accompany you," Lin Lan said, her right hand already gripping the sword hilt, gently pulling it out to reveal a flash of cold light. This sword is not simple. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. "Stop." At that moment, Yi Wuyue called out to Lin Lan, saying, "Our common enemy now is the leader. It is very foolish to fight among ourselves before the battle. Put away your sword." Lin Lan answered sheathed. "Let's cooperate," Yi Wuyue said to the girl. Since the girl's level was A, he believed she would take the lead, and he only needed to seek her opinion. As for the E-level person next to her, just an ordinary person, what use was he? However, at that moment, the girl looked at Lin Fei, seeking his opinion. Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. The relationship between these two might not be that simple. He guessed that the girl liked Lin Fei. Or perhaps, before the anomaly, they were already a couple. Let's cooperate. Lin Fei nodded. It didn't matter to him, as long as he could earn points. Pleasant cooperation. Yi Wuyue and Lin Fei shook hands. Thus, the four of them slowly walked into the tavern. As it grew darker, many zombies hid in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to pounce when someone entered. However, swish, 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 a flash of cold light passed by. Lin Lan's long sword had already been sheathed. Looking beside her, the three zombies had lost their heads. At this moment, they were frozen in place because her strike was too fast, so fast that the zombies couldn't react. Chapter 87. This move is too cool, too powerful. Lin Fei exclaimed. Lin Lan seemed to have not heard it at all. After all, he was just an ordinary person. What was there to care about his praise? She had already noticed the sword in Lin Fei's hand. Initially curious, she wondered if he also used a sword. However, now that she had the answer, her curiosity faded. After all, even if he used a sword, without any abilities, he was just a useless person. It was really embarrassing for an ordinary person to wield a sword. Most of the patrons in the tavern were ordinary zombies. But there was an incident where a long-tongued zombie reached out its tongue in the darkness, trying to bind Lin Fei. However, before it could touch Lin Fei, Yi Wuyue pushed with his hand, and a wind blade sliced into the darkness, severing the tongue. A head connected to the tongue rolled out from the darkness. Thank you, Lin Fei said with a faint smile. No need. Yi Wuyue waved his hand and said it was just a small effort. After thinking for a moment, he continued, however, Brother Lin, your level is too low. It's best for you to stay close to us for now. To be honest, you shouldn't have followed your girlfriend to participate in this kind of mission. The girl's cheeks flushed red. What girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. She retorted. Yi Wuyue was taken aback. So she was at Sundara, but what did that have to do with him? When the battle starts, you need to be careful. We can't always look out for you. Yi Wuyue said. Don't worry, I could take care of myself. I think I'm pretty strong, Lin Fei replied. Yi Wuyue couldn't help but laugh out loud, but quickly composed himself. Lin Lan didn't laugh out loud, but her body was gently trembling, as if she was suppressing a laugh. Don't look at me, Yi Wuyue said seriously while holding back laughter. I'm not laughing at what you just said. I just suddenly thought of something funny. What funny thing? Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Lan agreed to be my girlfriend, Yi Wuyue said with a serious face. You're dreaming. Good luck. Let's go. Yi Wuyue walked in front, finally reaching the top floor. According to the information, the leader was inside. I'll break in, and you all immediately use your strongest moves. Don't give him a chance to scream, Yi Wuyue said seriously. If ordinary zombies come, that's fine. But if he calls in some high-level zombies, it will be very troublesome. Lin Lan and the girl nodded. However, before Yi Wuyue could break in, a howl that could penetrate walls suddenly came from within. It was the leader. Not good. Yi Wuyue's expression suddenly changed. The leader had actually sensed their arrival and called out first. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a crosswind blade split the door open. Return to 1/. Lin Lan let out a cold shout, and a beam of cold light illuminated the entire room. At the moment, the cold light faded. She was already standing behind the leader. The leader remained in place, but his movements had frozen, and the piercing howl had vanished. With a thud, its head rolled off, and then the body collapsed. That move was so impressive. Lin Fei's eyes sparkled. It was just like the heroes he had seen on television before. Lin Lan merely glanced indifferently at Lin Fei, completely unconcerned about his praise. Chapter 88. He is just an ordinary person after all, the girl said with some regret, as she had also wanted to take action just now. However, compared to Lin Lan, her speed was still too far off, and this task was completed a step ahead by Yi Wuyue and the others. They were just short of the last 1,000 points. Leave this place immediately, Yi Wuyue said. Be careful of high-level zombies being attracted here. When they turned to leave, they found that the corridor and stairs were already crowded with zombies. This group of zombies surged in like a tide. Take action. Yi Wuyue was the first to strike, and with a sweep of his wind blade, a zombie's head fell to the ground. Protect your boyfriend, he reminded the girl. Yi Wuyue just rolled her eyes at him. Where does Lin Fei need to protect herself? However, at this moment, she is doing her best, and the four of them are finally making their way down the stairs bit by bit. Suddenly, A zombie ran past Yi Wuyue and lunged at Lin Fei. Not good. Yi Wuyue's expression changed, and he shouted, "Lin, be careful." However, the next moment, he clearly saw Lin Fei draw her sword and split the zombie's head in half with a single strike. Not bad, Lin. You're doing great. He smiled and focused on dealing with the zombie in front of him. "I'll help you guys," Lin Fei said, standing on the same front as them, with one sword for each zombie. No matter what kind of zombie it was resolved with a single sword strike. Watching Lin Lan beside him with her flashy sword techniques, Lin Fei realized that being a hero wasn't that easy. At least he couldn't perform those ornate sword moves. Lin Lan glanced at Lin Fei and continued to focus on dealing with the zombies in front of her. 10 floors. They really came down from above. Lin Fei casually hacked down a dozen zombies, and then Yi Wuyue stood in front of him, quickly clearing the remaining zombies. The 4 of them stood in front of the tavern, and there were no more zombies around. Yi Wuyue, Lin Lan, and the girl were more or less stained with zombie blood, while Lin Fei was completely clean. After awakening, they generally wouldn't be infected by the virus. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, and Yi Wuyue said, "We should leave now. It's getting dark, and this city is very dangerous. Be careful." After saying that, he turned and left with Lin Lan. "What should we do?" The girl looked up at Lin Fei and said, "We still need 1,000 points." "Let be." Lin Fei rubbed her head and said, "We can continue tomorrow. We'll definitely be able to get the gun tomorrow." The girl nodded and softly replied, "I'll make your favorite mapo tofu tonight. Love you." Lin Fei happily pinched the girl's cheek, making her blushing. These words shouldn't be said lightly, especially not to other girls. Also, actually, I'm quite capable too. The girl was jealous because Lin Fei praised Lin Lan twice today, which she remembered clearly. "Yes, yes, yes." Lin Fei smiled and said, "You are the best." The girl huffed dismissively, but her mood was indeed very good. At this moment, "How do you see that, Lin Fei?" Yi Wuyue's expression turned serious as he said, "Can an ordinary person slice a zombie in half with a single sword? Perhaps he has some special abilities, but it's just a slight increase in strength." Lin Lan looked indifferent. "Doesn't he have a sword? Maybe he's actually a skilled fighter." Yi Wuyue Sipijulatit. Chapter 89. If it weren't for having a good sword, he would have already died. There is absolutely no possibility of that. Lin Lan said seriously, "I've seen him in action. He just uses brute force to kill zombies, without any skill at all. He's just a reckless man. If it weren't for a good sword, he would have died long ago." Yi Wuyue didn't understand this either, but he nodded in response to Lin Lan's words. Just then, a rumble was heard not far ahead. "What's going on?" Yi Wuyue squinted his eyes. In the faint moonlight, he saw something large approaching from the distance. It got closer. Not good. When he saw what was coming, his expression changed dramatically. It was rats. He could clearly see that what was coming from afar was a massive number of mutated rats, each as big as a Tibetan Mastiff, capable of swallowing a person's head in one bite. And there were also mutant bulls. Seeing this scene, Lin Lan's expression also changed. They had encountered a zombie tide. The direction of the zombie tide. When they figured it out, their expressions became unusually grave. Because the direction of the zombie tide was indeed the gathering area. Thousands of mutated rats and 3 mutant bulls. With the current strength of the gathering, how could they possibly defend against this? Even if the S-rank individual came out, it would be impossible to deal with all of them. No one would have expected that the zombie tide would erupt at night and ambush the gathering. Yi Wuyue quickly picked up Lin Lan and rushed out with great speed. However, at that moment, a huge stone suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! The stone fell like a meteor, and even though Yi Wuyue dodged in time, the shockwave still sent both of them flying. It was a mutant bull. As the two got up from the ground, they saw the mutant bull 100 meters away. The stone that just fell was thrown by it. The mutated rats surged toward them like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded. Yi Wuyue's expression was grim. He hadn't expected these zombies to possess considerable intelligence, immediately blocking their way upon seeing them. In fact, he knew in his heart how many minutes they could buy. Lin Lan was silent. Although she didn't speak, Yi Wuyue knew in her heart that she didn't want to leave. "You really do like me, don't you?" Yi Wuyue said with a smile. "You're dreaming." Those 4 words again. However, this time Yi Wuyue didn't show any signs of sadness. As he watched the mutated rat get closer, he said, "There's no time. Let's go." He pushed Lin Lan away. In an instant, a whirlwind gathered and sent Lin Lan far away. The bull-like creature seemed to want to attack, but the next moment, a wind blade struck it, followed by Yi Wuyue's voice. "Big guy, your opponent is me." The wind blade struck the bull-like creature, leaving only a blood mark and causing no significant damage. But that small injury completely enraged the creature. A mere mortal dared to injure its noble body? With a roar, the bull-like creature appeared right in front of Yi Wuyue, moving faster than the wind. A punch was thrown, creating a sound that pierced the air. Even if Yi Wuyue wanted to block it, he couldn't. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yi Wuyue's hand were broken on the spot, and he was sent flying dozens of meters. After finally stopping, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. No wonder it's S-class. Enduring the intense pain, Yi Wuyue forced a smile. It's really powerful. Rumble, rumble. The heavy footsteps approached Yi Wuyue, but he wasn't afraid at all. He just wondered if Lin Lan had escaped, hoping she would find someone who truly loves her in the future. Just as he was preparing to face death, a cold light flashed. Boom! A gleaming longsword pierced the bull-like creature's chest, and it was actually forced back half a step. Lin Lan. Seeing this scene, Yi Wuyue's eyes widened in shock. "I want to leave too, but I can't escape," Lin Lan said directly. "How is that possible?" Yi Wuyue looked back, and his pupils instantly constricted. There were actually several pursuers behind them. The pursuers had sturdy bodies, as hard as iron, and were adept at climbing and ambushing, capable of biting off a person's neck in one bite. The ones that Yi Feng had planted in the ground like spring onions were the pursuers. Prepared? Yi Wuyue's expression became serious. He used to think that zombies were just stupid creatures, but now it seemed they clearly had a considerable level of intelligence. "A miscalculation," he said. Lin Lan stood on the chest of the barbarian bull, trying to pull out her longsword, but to her shock, she found that the barbarian bull had actually clamped her sword with its muscles. Boom! The barbarian bull swung a fist at her. Lin Lan decisively let go, barely dodging the punch. Seeing that the long sword could no longer be pulled out, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as she leaped up and kicked the sword hilt. Poochie! The sword blade immediately sank halfway in. Crack! The brute easily broke the long sword, feeling no pain at all. "We could die together. It's also fate." Knight Wuyue saw this scene and knew that Lin Lan was done for because he understood her too well. She was powerful, but only knew swordsmanship. Without her sword, she was like a rabbit with no power to fight back. "I didn't expect to die together with you," Lin Lan said, feeling quite vexed. However, Knight Wuyue was not angry. He also knew that Lin Lan was proud. Everyone has to die eventually. He viewed it very lightly. With death approaching, he felt no despair. Dying might even be a kind of relief, he said. Lin Lan stood beside him, silent. But at that moment, the world froze. A figure suddenly descended from the sky, followed by a wave of icy air that instantly froze all the mutant rats rushing towards the two. Yi Wuyue and Lin Lan were both taken aback and looked towards the descending figure. Yi Wuyue. However, the girl did not speak. She turned around and looked at Lin Fei. "Don't." Yi Wuyue finally spoke. It was only these two words. Lin Fei walked over and casually smashed the frozen mice with his wooden sword, saying, "What you said is really hurtful." Chapter 91. You're just an E rank, unworthy of a sword. "The bigger picture is what matters," Lin Lan said. "You two are quite interesting," Lin Fei laughed. "It's a coincidence that we met today. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe departure. I mentioned before that I'm actually quite strong." "Shut up." Lin Lan finally couldn't hold back and said, "Until now. Are you still going to lie? Do you really think your perceived strength can solve the current problems? Yi Wuyue is fighting with all her might, and I've even lost my sword. How can you still have a mood to joke around?" She spoke louder and louder. "Why can you still joke around so heartlessly right now?" "Lin Lan," Yi Wuyue hurriedly called out, "You're too agitated." "I'm very calm." Lin Lan coldly looked at Lin Fei and said, "At this point, he can still speak such serious words." Lin Fei looked at the woman in front of him and asked in confusion, "What did I say that offended you?" "I really don't understand what you're thinking," Lin Lan said. "Regardless of the occasion or the situation, you boast about being strong, yet you are just an E rank. Are you serious or just joking? You give me a feeling of being frivolous and not taking things seriously." Lin Fei was speechless. When I speak the truth, you don't believe me, and, in the end, you still blame me? What exactly do you want to do? Lin Lan continued. You have no skills at all. You hold a sword but don't know any swordsmanship. It's just a fade. Lin Fei didn't say anything, but he didn't expect that the usually taciturn Lin Lan would speak so directly. Forget it, you are still young. I won't hold it against you, Lin Fei said. He had known for a long time that you shouldn't reason with women. You can never win. He turned around to assist the girl. At this moment, the girl was facing the towering wild bull alone. As she had come this far, her strength had also been increasing. Although she didn't have the power to defeat the wild bull yet, she was ready to fight. Boom! The wild bull smashed the girl's ice wall with a punch, aiming to strike her head. However, at that moment, Lin Fei stood in front of the girl, holding the wooden sword horizontally, directly blocking the full-force punch of the barbarian bull. What? When they saw this scene, Yi Wuyue and Lin Lan were both taken aback. What did they just witness? Lin Fei actually blocked a punch from the bullman with his sword. At this moment, they finally understood a little bit what Lin Fei meant when he said he was very strong. You step back, Lin Fei said. The girl nodded and retreated to the side of the two. The two looked at this scene and finally understood why the girl listened to Lin Fei so well. Because Lin Fei was the strongest here. The bullman pulled back his fist and smashed down again. However, with just a swing of Lin Fei's sword, the bullman's arm was sent spinning away. Boom! It landed heavily in front of the three. How is this possible? Yi Wuyue exclaimed in shock. Is he really E rank? Why do I feel like he's S rank? Lin Lan stared blankly at the scene before her heart shaken, not knowing what to say. She had exerted all her strength, and it barely made the wild bull bleed. But Lin Fei, he actually severed the wild bull's arm with a single sword strike. Chapter 92. Misunderstandings should have limits. I have never used a sword. What an incredibly exquisite and unparalleled sword technique this is. Boom! After having its arm chopped off, the wild bull staggered back 2 steps, its eyes turning bloodshot. Roar! A roar erupted. The other wild bulls, along with the mutated rats nearby, all sprang into action. Most charged towards Lin Fei, but some lunged at the other 3. Ice flowers and snow moon. The girl shouted, instantly freezing many of the approaching rats. However, one pursuer ultimately managed to evade it. This pursuer leaped into the air, lunging towards Lin Lan, aiming to bite her neck. Be careful! Lin Fei saw this scene and didn't hesitate to throw away the long sword in his hand. With a thud, the long sword pierced through the pursuer's head, nailing him to the ground, completely dead. Seeing the sword beside her, her expression changed drastically. A swordsman, if they lost their weapon, would undoubtedly die. She immediately returned the sword to Lin Fei. Yi Wuyue on the ground also shouted right away. Lin Lan reached out and pulled the long sword up from the ground. The moment she held it in her hand, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her whole body froze in place. What's wrong? Yi Wuyue exclaimed anxiously. This sword. Lin Lan struggled to speak. This is a practice wooden sword without a blade. It's just a piece of wood, not even worthy of being called a sword. At that moment, even Yi Wuyue was stunned. How could this be possible? He exclaimed in shock. A practiced wooden sword could have such great power, able to sever the arm of a barbarian bull. This wooden sword was something she picked up this morning. The girl offered an explanation. Picked up? The two of them were taken aback again. Lin Lan's body was swaying dangerously, just relying on a wooden sword. How could she reach this level? What kind of existence is this? She was certain that it was definitely far beyond S level. How could someone like this be classified as E level? How could the assembly refer to such a person as an ordinary person? After Lin Fei threw that sword, he was surrounded by a group. He looked up and was shocked to see the barbarian bull smiling clearly. Lin Fei could actually understand what he meant. He was laughing at himself for losing his weapon. If a swordsman loses his long sword, he will inevitably face great danger. All right, stop laughing. Lin Fei bent down and picked up a piece of wood from his feet, saying, Your smile is really disgusting. At that moment, countless rats rushed over. However, a cold light flashed. All the rushing rats froze in midair, and in the next moment, their bodies split apart, each in half. In an instant, a rain of blood poured down. There should be a limit to misunderstandings. Lin Fei flicked the wooden stick in his hand, and another flash of cold light appeared. Moreover, I have never used a sword. Rumbling, a building beside the street suddenly cracked open, the upper part sliding down with a loud noise, collapsing with a crash. Lin Lan and Yi Wuyue both clearly saw that on the house. A smooth and even sword mark suddenly appeared. This building was casually cut open by him. The smile on the face of the barbarian bull froze for a moment, looking more unsightly than ever. Roar! With another roar, this barbarian bull actually charged forward. Not afraid of death, Lin stepped forward and thrust the wooden stick ahead. Boom! At the moment, the wooden stick easily pierced through the body of the barbarian bull. An incredibly sharp sword aura swept across the entire street. Chapter 93. Still claiming you are not a god. All the mutated rats, pursuers, and barbarian bulls were cleaved apart by this sword aura. At this moment, blood rained down, and there was a sword mark over 10 meters deep on the ground. Lin Fei casually threw the wooden stick in his hand, and it spun as it nailed a fleeing pursuer against the wall. The once lively street fell silent again at this moment. All the zombies were dead. He looked at the girl and smiled. I'm hungry. The girl smiled indulgently. Lin Lan returned the wooden sword to Lin Fei. At this moment, her body was trembling because she had been disrespectful to Lin Fei earlier. To have extinguished the zombie tide with just a wooden stick was absolutely godlike SSS level. Have you always been fighting with a wooden sword? Yi Wuyue asked. This is a good sword, right? Lin Fei smiled. Lin Lan and Yi Wuyue both nodded heavily. I'm sorry. Lin Lan lowered her head and sincerely apologized. I spoke out of turn to you before. Lin Fei smiled and said, ignorance is no crime. I'm not someone who nitpicks, and I've gotten used to it. Even if I speak the truth, no one would believe me. Lin Lan fell silent. Such magnanimity. Truly a deity. You're so strong. Are you really Earink? Yi Wuyue asked. Lin Fei gave him a glance and took out a card to show him. See clearly, right? Erank. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Yi Wuyue couldn't bring himself to laugh. He couldn't forget Lin Fei's sword strike just now. With just a wooden stick, he had wiped out a wave of zombies. With such strength, it wouldn't be difficult at all to eliminate all the zombies in the world. Lin Lang, Yi Wuyue suddenly said seriously, give that 1,000 points back to Lin Fei. The mission to kill the leader doesn't belong to us. We overstepped and took your mission. Lin Fei didn't refuse, because he just happened to be short by 1,000. Yi Yushue took 1,000 points and finally gathered a total of 5,000 points. Smiling happily, Lin Fei was in a good mood, really grinding out 5,000 points in a day. This is troublesome, Knight Wuyue said awkwardly. At this moment, both Lin Lan and Knight Wuyue were completely convinced by Lin Fei. I'm sorry, the two said seriously once again. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, one should not judge by appearances. Ranks merely categorize the strength of abilities and do not truly define a person. The two nodded like chicks pecking at rice, feeling that they had gained a lot today. Please take me as your disciple, Lin Lan said. The girl immediately became nervous. No. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the collars of the two, then let the girl lie on his back and flew up. I don't know swordsmanship myself, so I can't teach you. The two were stunned. Is this what you call not knowing swordsmanship? A wooden stick just split a building. And how can you fly? Are you a god? Yi Wuyue was being lifted by him, but felt no resentment. Instead, she excitedly asked, No, Lin Fei deep life. It would be great if there were gods. I actually want to fight them. It's so boring without any opponents. This time, even the girl fell silent. You still say you're not a god. Chapter 94. A very deadly question. Lin Fei was unaware of the shock the two were feeling. He only felt hungry. If fate allows, they would meet again. After placing the two on the walkway before the gathering, Lin Fei carried the girl away. This was because he did not reside within the gathering. Yi Wuyue and Lin Lan watched the two leave, remaining silent for a long time, unsure of what to say. Ahem. Yi Wuyue cleared his throat. He had just been so shocked that he forgot about his injuries. His hands were both broken, and the injuries were too severe. Why did he not care about his status at all? Yi Wuyue questioned. He possessed godlike power, so why was he treated as E-rank and remained indifferent? I don't know, Lin Lan said. He is not from our world and cannot understand. Today's events need to be reported to the higher-ups. Yi Wuyue said, this wave of corpses came without warning, and I have a bad feeling about it. Lin Lan not dead? Should we talk about his matters? Yi Wuyue asked again. No, we cannot say it. Lin Lan immediately rejected without thinking. He hasn't come forward himself. Maybe he has his own thoughts. We cannot report this information. Heimeme Yi Wuyue nodded. Bang! Lin Fei immediately laid down on the bed, turning into a salted fish, and said, I'm hungry. I know. The girl chuckled lightly, affectionately saying, Go boil some water for a shower first, then we can cook. Both of them were in a good mood today because they had finally gathered enough points, 5,000, to exchange for an M4 laser gun. After dinner, Lin Fei already had a plan in mind. Let's go exchange for the gun tomorrow. The girl nodded, but the next moment, she suddenly realized a huge problem. Oh no, she exclaimed. What's wrong? Lin Fei asked, confused. We only have exactly 5,000 points, the girl said. Right, Lin Fei replied. That's just enough to exchange for a laser gun. That's the problem, the girl said. We don't have extra points to exchange for bullets. She opened the panel and placed it in front of Lin Fei, saying, bullets cost 1,000 points for 10 rounds. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei froze. Oh, I miscalculated, he said. He then sighed. Looks like we'll have to go out and take on missions tomorrow. This life is too hard. The girl nodded. It couldn't be helped. So the next morning, Lin Fei took the girl out. However, to satisfy his cravings first, Lin Fei chose to exchange for the gun first. At the assembly center, where the abilities of the supernatural beings were tested, there was a trading center. I want an M4 laser gun. The girl handed her card to the staff. You are an A-level supernatural being. Exchanging for a laser gun won't increase your strength. I still suggest you gather 100,000 points to exchange for an ability fruit, the staff member said with a smile. No, I just want this gun, the girl said directly. The staff member, helpless, could only take out the M4. Can't you give me a few bullets? The girl hesitated for a moment and then asked, just giving me the gun is useless. No, the staff member just smiled. That's the rule. Chapter 95. Free 2, 500 points, earn tens of thousands, exchange for a lot of bullets. She huffed. That's too many. We won't be able to use them all. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, one bullet is already more than enough. The girl took out her card to help Lin Fei select missions. But at that moment, a voice suddenly called out to him from not far away. Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 familiar figures. It was Shui Long, He Tan, and Shun Feng Er. What a coincidence, we meet again, Lin Fei said with a smile. What are you doing here? Shui Long asked curiously. Did you take on some major mission? Lin Fei shook his head and said, I want to exchange some things, but I don't have enough points. I was just thinking of finding some tasks. Tasks? Shui Long's eyes lit up as he said, we happen to have one, a reconnaissance mission. According to the information from 2 A-level ability users, a tide of corpses appeared last night in the neighborhood not far from the gathering. We need to investigate the cause of this tide of corpses. How many points? Lin Fei asked. 30,000 points. Shui Long smiled and said, the 3 of us can split 5,000, and I can give you half. Half is 500. Lin Fei asked, is this task difficult? Very simple. Shui Long laughed, because we have an A-level ability user with us. In fact, he thought that with Lin Fei around, there wouldn't be any difficulties in this task. All right, take me with you. Lin Fei smiled. Why not take the 500 points? He thought to himself that since there was an A-level user leading, it should just be a matter of going out for a walk. Then come with us. Shui Long also smiled. Lin Fei and the girl followed the 3 members of the Water Dragon to the entrance of the gathering, where several people had already gathered. Earlier, Water Dragon had mentioned that there were not only the 3 B levels participating in this mission, but also 1 A level and 2 other B levels, making a total of 6 people. However, just 3 B levels had such a big presence that they made an A level wait for them for so long. As soon as they arrived, a man with yellow hair coldly laughed. Sorry, Water Dragon immediately apologized. I invited a friend. The yellow-haired man glanced at Lin Fei and the girl. His gaze did not linger on Lin Fei, but brightened when it fell on the girl. You are the A-level Yi Yushua. As soon as he said this, the surrounding people showed expressions of surprise. It was said that in this gathering, there was 1 S level and 17 A levels. Now, they were fortunate to see 2 A levels at once. Water Dragon, Shun Feng Er, and Heighten were also slightly surprised, but they quickly calmed down as they were with Lin Fei. Having an A-level strength was not unusual. Lin Fei, what is your level? Water Dragon asked curiously. Lin Fei is so powerful that he can break the storm with a single punch. With such strength, he must be at least S rank. However, Lin Fei calmly said A rank. Puffed. Several people laughed out loud. The A rank with yellow hair, along with 2 other B ranks, found it hilarious. Huang Xiaotian laughed heartily and said, I used to think E rank was a joke. Because this rank is just like an ordinary person, I never expected there really is such a rank, ha ha ha. The other 2 B ranks laughed even harder. Chapter 96. This 2,500 points are too easy to get. Initially, seeing 2 A ranks made them feel a lot of pressure. But now their S and E rank mixed in, which they found very amusing. To come and loaf around, without looking at your own rank. Is this really that funny? The girl said coldly, with a chilling wind around her. Huang Xiaotian immediately stopped laughing. I see. You two have a good relationship. He looked at Lin Fei and said, Congratulations, you actually found such a powerful girlfriend. The 2 B ranks next to him immediately fell silent. It's over, feeling a bit envious. An E rank actually has an A rank strong protector. And this person is so good looking. Although she looks young now, she will definitely be stunning when she grows up. The 2 gritted their teeth, feeling resentful and envious. I don't care anymore. Huang Xiaotian glanced at Lin Fei and said, You can follow along, but your life and death are not my concern. When the time comes, you can ask your friend for your points. My 20,000 is still mine. After leaving this remark, he headed towards the city area. The other 2 B ranks immediately followed. Shui Long couldn't believe it and asked, Lin Fei, were you just joking? How could someone as strong as you be E rank? Lin Fei did not explain, just took out the card and showed it to them for a moment, leaving everyone speechless. It must have been a mistake during the inspection. Who knows? Lin Fei said, Let's hurry up, they're going to get far away. The 3 from Shui Long hesitated but ultimately followed him. They couldn't understand why Lin Fei was so powerful yet still E rank. What did that make them B rank? It was simply a joke. Under Huang Xiaotian's lead, they quickly arrived at the district where the zombie tide erupted last night. The ground was still covered in corpses, and the deep sword mark over 10 meters long was still there. What was going on? This was the first time they had seen such a scene, and except for the girl and Lin Tian, everyone present was stunned. The wounds on these corpses were very clean, as if they had been cut by a sharp sword. The marks on the road were also sword marks. Huang Xiaotian calmly analyzed this should have been done by Lin Lan. After all, she is the only one who uses a sword in our gathering. With so many corpses, the intel must be correct. There was indeed a zombie tide here. He said, Let's follow the direction of the zombie tide's outbreak. There must be something there. The B ranks remained silent, partly because they didn't understand, and partly because who would dare to speak in front of this A rank? He was quite serious. Lin Fei spoke to the girl. The girl nodded, but she didn't have a good impression of Huang Xiaotian and even felt some aversion towards him. They walked forward for a long time. The footprints on the ground increased. What kind of monster could leave footprints on the hard road? It's a barbarian bull. Huang Xiaotian frowned and said, There must have been more than one barbarian bull passing through here. At least dozens. There were also some footprints whose owner was unknown, and their strength was definitely not inferior to that of the barbarian bull. Seeing the densely packed footprints on the ground, Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but gasp. What was going on? It seemed that an unprecedented zombie tide was about to erupt. He said with a serious expression. Chapter 97. Mutated parasitic monster. Lin Fei was a bit stunned. 2,500 points, just like that? This is too easy. Being a slacker is really enjoyable. But just as a few people were about to turn around and leave, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Because at some point, a monster had already appeared behind them. It was a pitch-black creature, resembling a human shape but hunched over, standing 3 meters tall, as if draped in black armor. Its mouth was large and elongated, with a transparent liquid constantly flowing from it. It was it. Upon seeing this monster, the girl felt a shiver in her heart and instinctively took a step back, because she remembered this monster. Back in that dilapidated warehouse, it was guarded by such a creature, and countless people had been killed by it. Lin Fei also remembered this monster. It seemed that this thing could parasitize inside a person's body, which was really disgusting. This monster. Huang Xiaotian had never seen this monster before, but when he saw it coming, it left a 5-centimeter deep footprint on the asphalt road. This monster was comparable to the S-level savage bull. An unknown monster. When did this monster arrive? The expression on Schuenfinger's face was very ugly. Why didn't I hear anything just now? This thing is S level, and you're only B level. How could you possibly hear it? Huang Xiaotian sneered. Get ready to fight, Shui Long said. This thing might have been tracking us all along. Huang Xiaotian said, there is definitely a shocking conspiracy behind this corpse tide. After saying that, he leaped and was about to jump over the monster's head. Anyway, my mission is already complete. I want to care about what happens next. Take care of yourselves. But before his feet hit the ground, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. It was the monster from before. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Huang Xiaotian's pupils couldn't help but tremble. A thought flashed through his mind. So fast, is this what S level is like? Boom! The monster swung its claw, cutting through the light wind and directly severing Huang Xiaotian's arm. A scream. Huang Xiaotian fell to the ground in a sorry state, blood gushing out from his hand. What kind of monster is this? The other two B levels were so scared they went weak at the knees and fell to the ground, their souls trembling. A level couldn't even last a second. What should we do? But at that moment, dark body frenzy dragon fist. Flame arrow. Two roars were heard as a figure and a flame arrow shot towards a monster. Boom! The flames exploded, instantly engulfing the monster. Then Shui Long punched into the flames, and the air went still before exploding, the strong wind blowing the flames apart. The monster stood there unharmed. Shui Long was trembling, retreating, his fist completely red. That punch felt like he had hit the hardest steel in the world. The intense pain made him suspect his hand had broken. He roared and took a big step forward, kicking the monster. Boom! Another loud sound. Shui Long staggered back. Finally, his right leg went soft, half kneeling on the ground, his hands tightly covering his right leg. Chapter 98, a brilliant battle, it's too hard. His face turned pale. The monster's body is too hard, he said loudly. I understand now. Haida took a deep breath, flames igniting on his body, and then the flames gathered in his hands. Red Lotus flame cannon. With a roar, he pushed his hands forward. Boom! A 1-meter-wide firelight cannon directly struck the monster. The temperature was so high that the ground beneath the flames melted. This move can melt the hardest steel in the world, Haida said seriously. But when he was exhausted and the flames extinguished, his body stiffened, because he clearly saw that the monster was still standing there. The ground beneath the monster melted, but its body remained normal. Having taken the Red Lotus flame cannon without any issue, a temperature of 3,000 degrees couldn't melt its shell? This is impossible. Haida was on the verge of collapse because he had no strength left. The Red Lotus flame cannon was his ultimate move. Even A-level powerhouses would have to avoid it. Boom! The monster took a step, stomping on the lava, sizzling and smoking, but it was completely unharmed. It was walking towards the nearest Shui Long. Shui Long's face turned pale. Just now, his foot was broken, and now it was very difficult to even stand up. The monster was getting closer. Just then, a stone hit the monster's head and bounced to the ground. The monster paused and looked at Schuenfinger. It was he who had thrown the stone. I want to let you harm my friend, Schuenfinger said seriously. He walked toward the unknown monster and said, remember my name, Zhang Shuntian. You can also call me Schuenfinger. From now on, I will be your opponent. Shui Long struggled to speak. Stop, you're not his match. However, Schuenfinger seemed not to hear and just let out a loud shout, striding towards the monster. He threw a punch, but before he could touch the monster, he was thrown back by the monster. Schuenfinger was never suited for battle. Bang! He fell to the ground in a sorry state, rolled a bit, but quickly got back up. I know very well how weak I am. Not long ago, when they encountered the Savage Bull, Schuenfinger had already realized how weak he was. At that time, he chose to escape, but now he wouldn't. Just like he shouted back then. He hated his weakness, watching his friends fall before him, and he could do nothing but cry. What good is there in this world? Maybe today he could rely on Lin Fei. But what about tomorrow? The day after? They were not from the same world as Lin Fei, and one day they would part ways. And then what? I don't want such a future. He gritted his teeth, striding towards the monster. No one has ever expected anything from me. I have always understood that someone like me can never win against you. I understand this better than anyone. But Schuenfinger ran, his voice hoarse. This is not about winning or losing, but I must stand here and fight you. If all ability users choose to escape, who will confront the monsters in the future? Huang Xiaotian stopped wailing. He stared blankly at the small figure that resolutely charged towards the monster. Chapter 99, you can't even catch the opportunity given to you. You're useless. What exactly makes him so brave? Perhaps he really can win? The two shivering B-levels were also stunned. Only Shui Long and Haido were shouting, "Go for it, punch. Hit him, you can definitely win." The belief of a person is a source of strength. When a person is unwavering, they often achieve victory and are invulnerable. Shanfeng El Wallet, throwing a punch. Boom! A huge sound. His figure was seen spinning and flying out, drawing an arc in the air. Silence. Suddenly, the place was filled with dead silence. Because in that instant, the monster had slapped Shuanfinger away. The gap in strength was ultimately hard to bridge. Everyone was stunned. The monster didn't even glance at Shunfeng ear and continued towards the water dragon, as it was the closest. However, just when Shunfeng ear was about to fall to the ground, a hand caught him. It was Lin Fei. Bang! The monster stopped and looked at the man who suddenly stepped forward. Lin Fei glanced down at Shunfeng ear. He was not seriously injured, but had already fainted. The fight was good, Lin Fei said, gently placing the listening ear on the ground. One exciting battle. Exciting? Not at all. It was a complete one-sided crush from the very beginning. Huang Xiaotian and those two B ranks stare blankly. What is this E rank doing here? Even A ranks are no match. What can an E rank possibly do? Who does he think he is, daring to stand in front of such a terrifying monster? He should be running away. However, Lin Fei did not run away. He stood up, slowly walked up to the monster, and looked up at the 3-meter-tall creature. "My name is Lin Fei," he said. The monster didn't pay him any mind. In an instant, the air was sliced open by the sharp claws, and that hand, which could easily break through steel plates, came crashing down on Lin Fei's head. However, when a crisp sound rang out, those invincible claws, which had severed Huang Xiaotian's arm in the blink of an eye, actually stopped right at Lin Fei's neck, unable to advance even an inch. The monster's movements froze. It immediately withdrew its hand, then struck again with the same claw. This time, it was aimed at Lin Fei's heart. Yet again, a crisp sound echoed, and the claws couldn't even pierce Lin Fei's clothes. Boom! With an explosion, the monster's figure vanished from in front of Lin Fei. At that moment, the monster realized that this person was different from the others. He had become even stronger, and it had to exert its full strength. The monster moved at high speed, fast enough that no one could see it. Ding, ding, ding. Crisp sounds continuously came from Lin Fei's body. Those were the monster's attacks, but they all had no effect. "It's my turn." Lin Fei struck out, swinging the wooden sword horizontally. Boom! A gust of wind suddenly surged from this spot, and at that moment, everyone widened their eyes in shock, staring at the scene before them. The monster's figure had appeared in front of Lin Fei without anyone noticing. However, it remained motionless. After a moment, the upper body of the monster slowly slid down from its body and fell weakly to the ground. Then, a rumbling sound erupted from the surrounding houses. Everyone looked around and saw the houses tilting, with only a smooth sword mark on them. Just one strike? Did he really split that invulnerable monster in half, along with all the surrounding houses? That sword mark. He suddenly remembered the sword mark he had seen earlier, thinking it was left by Lin Lan. But now, he understood everything. It was this man. With one sword, he ended a wave of corpses. How could there be such a powerful existence in this world? S rank? How could he possibly be E rank? Huang Xiaotian, shocked, began to question his life. The person he had previously mocked had such strength. First, he stood still and took countless attacks from the monster. Then, with a single backhand strike, he split the monster in half. He hadn't even drawn his sword. He was horrified to see that Lin Fei had merely flicked his wrist, and the sword, still in its sheath, was incredibly sharp. Thump, thump, as his heart raced. He realized he had witnessed something extraordinary. Is he a god? Reflecting on how he had dared to laugh at such an existence just moments ago, he wondered if he was being too reckless with his life. The 2B ranks stared foolishly at the scene before them. He was so powerful. They swallowed hard. How could they have dared to laugh before? When they learned Lin Fei was an E rank ability user, they were happy, thinking they were no longer the weakest here. But now they understood. They were still the weakest, and incredibly weak at that. They thought the weakest was the strongest here, and the strength was outrageous. So powerful. Yet still any rank? Is there something wrong with our testing? Huang Xiaotian and the 2B ranks were questioning their lives. At this moment, Lin Fei looked at the water dragon and asked, "Are you okay?" That powerful, inhuman strength. It was definitely SS rank, or even SSS rank like a god. "Can you still walk?" Lin Fei asked again. The water dragon nodded, struggling to stand up from the ground. His ability was to strengthen his body, and these injuries were just minor issues. "That's good." Lin Fei looked at Huang Xiaotian and said, "What about you? Are you okay? With technology being so advanced now, your arm should be reattachable, right?" Huang Xiaotian was startled. Lin Fei's sudden concern caught him off guard, and at the same time, he felt even more regretful for having mocked such a person back then. "I'm sorry." He lowered his proud head. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You're still young, and you will make many mistakes in the future. Realizing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing." Huang Xiaotian felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He had a gun in hand, but no bullets, and he was itching with impatience. Huang Xiaotian immediately nodded. At that moment, he felt that Lin Fei was shining, almost like a deity descending, dazzling and brilliant. He wholeheartedly agreed with what Lin Fei said. For a moment, he even forgot the pain in his hand. Lin Fei is right. With the advancement of technology, severed hands can indeed be reattached, and that's still relatively basic. If the conditions are sufficient, they can even regenerate a severed arm. Back at the gathering, even with his severed hand, Huang Xiaotian still went to turn in the mission first, and then gave all 30,000 points to Lin Fei. "It's all yours. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to complete this mission." Lin Fei gladly accepted. After saying goodbye to a few people, he took the girl to exchange for bullets. Chapter 101. Even with a distance of 10,000 meters, a headshot is possible. 30,000 points were in the girl's card, so this time it was still the girl who went to exchange for bullets. When the staff saw the girl coming again, they were momentarily stunned. "Bullets really cannot be given away," the employee said. "I'm here to exchange for bullets." The girl glanced at the employee, took out her card, and placed it on the counter, saying, "Change all of it for bullets." The employee picked up the card and took a look, instantly shocked. 30,000 points. How did the girl get 30,000 points in just half a day? What kind of task did she participate in? Even if it was a robbery, it wouldn't be possible to earn 30,000 points in half a day, right? Have you really thought about it? The employee felt that using points to exchange for bullets was a very foolish act. For ordinary people, exchanging for a laser gun was not a big deal, as they had no abilities and could only rely on guns for self-protection. But for an A-level to exchange for bullets, it seemed very foolish. "No need to think about it," the girl said without hesitation. The employee, helpless, could only take out the bullets and awkwardly said, 30,000 points is too much. There aren't that many bullets in stock." The girl hesitated for a moment and then said, "Then exchange for a box first." Bang! The employee placed a box of bullets on the counter. It was so heavy that the table shook. In fact, she was a bit worried that these bullets wouldn't be enough. They exchanged for so many. Lin Fei took a box of bullets from the girl's hands and asked, "How many points were used?" 5,000, the girl replied. "That's really expensive," Lin Fei said, feeling the pinch. "So many bullets are already enough. Keep the remaining points. Maybe they will come out with something interesting later." "Is it really enough?" the girl asked. "Enough." Lin Fei reached out and rubbed the girl's head, smiling. "So much that it won't be used up." "Really?" the girl asked curiously. Lin Fei smiled and stuffed a box of bullets into his backpack. "All right, unlimited ammo," Lin Fei said happily. "Let's go out and give it a try. I've never touched such high-tech stuff before." "Thank you, I love you." He excitedly hugged the girl and gave her a kiss on her pretty face, then ran out. A man's happiness is that simple. Just a toy can make him happy for half a day. The girl stood there in a daze, her pretty face already flushed, as if there was still heat rising from the top of her head. "Don't just stand there, let's go try this gun." The two of them returned to the street, which was still in disarray, with even the monster's corpse still present. Lin Fei took out a gun filled with bullets. "Super aiming, activate. No recoil, activate. No need to reload, activate. Gun with infinite durability, activate." He activated all the functions related to the gun one after another. And just as he had just started, Lin Fei noticed that the gun in his hand was constantly trembling. It seemed to be guiding him. Lin Fei immediately relaxed a little, and the laser gun quickly aimed at a direction. He pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, a half-meter-long blue laser shot out at high speed, instantly piercing through the wall, then through the house, and flew into the sky. What did it hit? Lin Fei led the girl up to the building. Then they saw a pursuer lying behind the penetrated wall. Chapter 102. The Sudden Meeting. There was a fist-sized blood hole in its head, and it was dead beyond any doubt. It had just been hit. The girl covered her mouth in shock. Lin Fei, how did you see it? It was hiding in this room. No one could see it, and it didn't make any sound. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Actually, I'm a sharpshooter." "Just kidding." The girl laughed and replied, "It must be your luck. You just randomly shot and hit the target." "Very clever," Yi Feng said with a smile. Lin Fei held the gun in his hand, feeling very happy. Indeed, having a gun is exhilarating. He even wanted to take it out to kill a few waves of zombies to give it a try. "Chef, I want to eat a feast." The girl immediately shot Lin Fei a glare. She didn't quite understand why he was so happy, but she still agreed. "A feast sounds good. I'll satisfy you." However, before the two could reach home, the girl's card suddenly lit up and vibrated gently. "Someone sent me a message." The girl immediately took out the card to check. There was indeed a notification. "All A ranks. Gather at the base. Urgent matter." The girl casually dismissed the message and then looked up at Lin Fei. "Should I go?" "Go ahead." Lin Fei said, "Let's go see what the big deal is." The girl replied, "If you don't go, I won't go either. What's so interesting about a meeting compared to making food?" "I'll go too." Lin Fei smiled faintly. He was actually a bit curious about what a meeting was like. In the end, Lin Fei followed the girl to the front of a tall building. This building was the center of the entire gathering. Or rather, this gathering was built around this building. At the entrance, there were heavily armed guards, making it very troublesome to get through. Yi Yuxue was an A level, so she was allowed to pass, but Lin Fei was stopped. "Please show your card." At that moment, the girl stepped forward. "I'm bringing him in. If he can't go in, I will leave too." Only then did the guard let Lin Fei in. From the very beginning, they had received a notice that this meeting was extremely important and absolutely no A-level powerhouse could be absent. The two entered a room that was quite large. Measuring about 500 square meters, it was the conference room of the building. Several people were already waiting inside the conference room. Lin Fei knew that only those above grade A could enter here, so there was no need to think too much. These people were all grade A existences. "Feel free to sit." Upon seeing someone enter, a man with his upper body bare immediately said. Lin Fei glanced at the person and wondered why he wasn't wearing clothes. Was it to show off his muscles? Or was it because of his special ability? The girl, however, didn't look at him at all and led Lin Fei to the farthest place, each occupying a position. "Hey, newcomer, what is your name?" The man spoke again. "My name is Zhang Lei. My ability is body enhancement." "What about you?" The girl glanced at him and said, "Yi Yuxue. My ability is ice and snow manipulation." "That's a pretty good ability," Zhang Lei immediately said with a smile. "With that ability, you won't even need to use air conditioning." The speaker was casual, but the listener was attentive, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. "Brilliant. Bro, you're really a genius," Yi Feng said to Zhang Lei. "Of course. My grandma has praised me for being smart since I was little," Zhang Lei said proudly. "You're a wise man, my friend." Chapter 103. This thing depends on talent. You can't learn it. Then the two of them laughed. "By the way, bro, what is your name and what ability do you have?" Lin Fei's smile suddenly froze. Again, this deadly question. "It's such a beautiful day, and I don't know what could have happened that made you all come here urgently." Lin Fei immediately wanted to change the subject. "Yeah, I wonder what happened. This is the first time we're having a meeting like this. I used to be just an ordinary office worker, and I never expected that one day I would be sitting here in a meeting." Then he looked at Lin Fei again. "So, buddy, what is your name and what is your ability?" Lin Fei. "My name is Lin Fei," with Lin meaning lush trees and Fei meaning soaring into the sky. "As for my abilities," Lin Fei said, "I don't have any abilities, so I'm just an E rank." "Huh?" As Lin Fei's words fell, the entire conference room fell silent for a moment. Except for the girl. Everyone looked at Lin Fei in surprise. No abilities, E rank, and still daring to sit here? Someone immediately scoffed. It was a long-haired man, handsome in appearance, with a bit of heroism, but his words were not pleasant. "Everyone here is at least A rank. How dare you come in as an E rank?" What are the security guards doing? A few others remained silent, but their eyes were filled with amusement. All right. After being surprised, Zhang Lei immediately said, Li Jian, you should say less. Who wasn't an ordinary person before? Can you say you were this powerful from birth? It was the changes in the world that made you what you are. Zhang Lei then looked at Lin Fei and awkwardly smiled. I apologize for asking unnecessary questions just now. This person named Li Jian had the ability to manipulate the earth. Lin Fei smiled and said, it's okay. I'm already used to it. Big brother, you really have a broad mind. Zhang Lei laughed and said, you're a nice person. Perhaps we could be friends. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just come to me. Lin Fei smiled and said, definitely, definitely. Foolish. Li Jian glanced at Zhang Lei and said, survival of the fittest. Some people are born to be above others. Helping him like this will only harm yourself in the end. The others watched this scene with smiles on their faces, clearly enjoying the joke. The girl felt she was about to lose her composure. What a ridiculous conference. But just then, the door was opened again, and a middle-aged man walked in. Is everyone here? He asked as he entered, then looked around at the people present and said, Yiwu, Lin Lan, and Huang Xiaotian have all taken leave. We're just missing one person, so let's wait a bit. Who are you? The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Lin Fei. My boyfriend. The girl spoke up before Lin Fei could say anything. If it weren't for him coming, I wouldn't be sitting here today. The middle-aged man immediately fell silent. The other A-class members showed surprised expressions. The middle-aged man didn't know Lin Fei was E-class. But they did. He was an ordinary person, E-class, without any abilities. But they didn't expect him to be A-class Yi Yushua's boyfriend. No wonder they were sitting together. Bro, nice one. Zhang Lei teased with a smile. You managed to get such a beautiful girlfriend. This is all about talent. You can't learn it. Lin Fei said with a faint smile. Chapter 104. The Disappearing S-Class Powerhouse. In fact, he didn't expect the girl to be so bold as to say such things. The girl had been indifferent at first. She thought Lin Fei would immediately clarify, but to her surprise, he showed no intention of doing so. Could it be that he actually meant something by that? Her delicate face turned 3 shades redder. Impressive, impressive, Zhang Lei sighed. I feel inferior. After more than a dozen people sat in the room and waited for half an hour, the door was opened once again, and a young man slowly walked in. Lin Fei looked at the man, who was dressed in white, with a handsome demeanor and extraordinary temperament, completely different from the other A-levels. Everyone waited for him for half an hour without a hint of complaint. So the truth was clear. He was the S-level of this gathering. The girl whispered to Lin Fei. I figured out, Lin Fei said. Bang! As the man entered, he sat in the frontmost position, his feet resting directly on the table. What is so important that I had to come in person? The man said coldly. If you don't give me a suitable explanation, be careful, or I'll tear this place apart. The middle-aged man awkwardly replied. The reason we called everyone here today is, of course, due to something very important. He said seriously, last night, Yi Wuyue and Lin Lan encountered a zombie tide while on a mission. What? The A-levels present changed their expressions. No wonder they were injured and needed to take leave. So today we are supposed to set out together to deal with that so-called garbage zombie tide? The S-level man said disdainfully. Of course not, the middle-aged man said. The zombie tide has already been eliminated. This morning, we sent Huang Xiaotian to investigate the situation, and he took a photo. He displayed the photo on the big screen, and everyone could clearly see it now. The photo showed a road covered with indentations from footprints. It was an asphalt concrete road, now filled with footprints. According to our analysis, there were at least more than 10 savage bulls. Upon seeing this photo, the A-levels present changed their expressions again. Such a scale. If it's true, even if 100 A-levels came, it wouldn't be enough to handle it. Interesting. The S-level man's expression finally showed interest. The middle-aged man looked at him and said, even if you are S-level, you need to be cautious afterward. I suspect an unprecedented large zombie tide is about to break out. It's just a zombie tide. The man and woman didn't care. The middle-aged man fell silent. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. I have a piece of news that I must tell you all. Everyone's attention was captured. Actually, we used to have another S-level. He not only had the ability to predict the future, but also had powerful body enhancement abilities. However, a while ago, he disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the world, and no matter what, we couldn't find him. Everyone was stunned. Even the S-level man frowned. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Fei and said, "He may have encountered some misfortune, so you all need to be a bit more careful." Chapter 105, Still Too Small? Where is it small? Everyone fell silent. This was a very important matter, and, generally speaking, such things would not be disclosed because it would cause panic. But now, it had to be said to make them vigilant. "All right, the meeting ends here. I will leave the rest to you." The middle-aged man left these words and turned to leave. "Goodbye, everyone." Lin Fei also stood up. He had only come over to join the excitement. And now that the meeting was over, he should leave. He walked out of the room, and the girl immediately followed him. Many A-ranks were still in the room, dazed, because they had learned too many things today, and the impact was too great. So there were actually 2 S-ranks? One of them even died. Could it be related to this crisis? They had all kinds of speculations in their hearts. Even that S-rank man fell silent. It turns out I'm not the only S-rank. His expression was somewhat grim. He had once been very proud and arrogant because he was the only S-rank in this gathering. But unexpectedly, there was actually another S-rank here, though they had already disappeared. "Forget it, I'm still the strongest," he thought to himself. How could that be? The girl's face turned crimson. Now that she thought about it carefully, she seemed to have been a bit bold just now, actually daring to say that Lin Fei was her boyfriend. "Don't you like it?" the girl asked anxiously. "No." Lin Fei smiled and rubbed her head, saying, "You're still too young to think about these things." "Oh." The girl still felt a bit disappointed inside. She lowered her head to glance at her chest, wondering what exactly was small. "That S-class man, what was his name?" Lin Fei asked curiously. "His name is Qin Tao," the girl replied. "His ability is to unlock physical potential." "What kind of ability is that?" Lin Fei was puzzled. "I don't know either," the girl said helplessly. "Well, it's not important. Dinner is more interesting. You promised to make me a big meal tonight," Lin Fei said. The girl smiled and said, Got it. I haven't forgotten." That evening, as promised, the girl indeed made a lot of delicious food. Braised pig's trotters, scrambled eggs with chives, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour ribs. In the end, Lin Fei really couldn't finish it all. His appetite was still the same as a normal person's. "Then I'll finish it up," the girl said, her little face blushing. Ever since she awakened her ability, she had become particularly gluttonous. Being able to eat is a blessing. Lin Fei joked, "Eating plump and meaty, girls look better with some meat." "Nonsense." The girl rolled her eyes at Lin Fei, but she still glanced at her chest. Could he be talking about this? There are fruits after meals. Lin Fei took out a few ability fruits. These days, the girl had been able to eat ability fruits every day, but this particular type of fruit had little effect on her improvement now. The girl had always been curious about when Lin Fei managed to gather so many ability fruits. "I need to find a way to get more ability fruits," Lin Fei said. The next morning, the girl woke up early as usual. She blushed as she broke free from Lin Fei's embrace, quickly pecking Lin Fei's face, making her cheeks even redder. Time to make breakfast. The girl happily jumped out of bed, thinking how wonderful it would be if life could be this joyful every day. Chapter 106. The zombie tide has indeed erupted, but just as she entered the bathroom to wash up and change her clothes, an alarm blared outside. "Warning, warning, warning." A loud female voice echoed outside. "Let me take a look." She walked to the window, looked outside, and was instantly stunned. "Not good." Lin Fei immediately woke up and walked to the window. Sure enough, he saw a massive horde of zombies on the street below. There were at least hundreds of thousands. Lin Fei was shocked. Where had so many zombies been hiding before? He had never seen them until now. "Should we help?" the girl asked. Lin Fei nodded and said, "Let's go take a look right now." "But what about your clothes?" The girl frowned, noticing that Lin Fei was still in his pajamas. Was he really going to go out like this? "What clothes?" Lin Fei said, "Life is precious. It's just the pajamas, not like I'm naked." He then reached out and hugged the girl, flying out. At this moment, chaos reigned in the gathering, as this should have been an ordinary day like any other. However, many people were awakened by the sound of the alarm. The zombie tide has erupted. They originally had grievances in their hearts, but when they received this news, they were all taken aback. The zombie tide erupted? Then many people heard gunshots. "Survivors, please proceed to the underground shelter for refuge." The information kept ringing. Although many people had awakened their abilities, most were still E-level. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a classification. When all the A-level ability users arrived at the 3-meter-high wall and saw the zombie tide before them, they were all stunned. It was a sea of black. How many zombies could there be? Zhang Lei swallowed hard. The scale before him was truly terrifying. How could they possibly defend against this? Li Jin instinctively stepped back. With just over a dozen of us, and that bunch of useless people behind, how could we possibly hold back countless zombies? Many A-levels fell silent, not saying a word. We can't let these things climb up. Not far away, soldiers were continuously sweeping with machine guns. These weapons still worked against ordinary zombies. But against mutated zombies, it wouldn't be effective. Even if they wanted to retreat now, it was too late. Zhang Lei frowned and said, "At this point, all we can do is buy them a little more time." "Then you go buy time," Li Jin said. "I don't want to die. At least, I can't lose my life here. I look down on you." Zhang Lei sneered, leaping off the city wall. "Count me in." Yi Wuiyue's voice followed. When he heard the alarm, he ran out of the hospital. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, he could still continue to fight. Clang! Lin Lan followed behind him, silent, but the sword in her hand was already drawn. At such a time, how could I be absent? Another voice rang out. It was Huang Xiaotian. His right hand had been reattached, and he was now smiling as he stepped forward. This kind of scene is worthy of me taking action. With a wild laugh, he jumped down from the city wall. Chapter 107. Working together against the Savage Bull, let's go too. Shui Long, He Tan, and Shun Feng Air also appeared. Many people were standing on the city wall, and now there were not only A rank, but also B rank and C rank. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well fight. Shui Long shouted and jumped down from the city wall. Soon after, several A ranks jumped down as well, and the number of people around Li Jian was decreasing, making his expression increasingly grim. Are you all idiots? Can't you see the current situation? The gap in strength is so huge. If you go up now, you're just sending yourselves to death. A bunch of fools, brainless. He cursed angrily. Frenzy, Zhang Lei shouted, and his height instantly reached 3 meters, taller than most zombies. Ordinary zombies before him were nothing more than tiny ants. Our target is not these ordinary zombies, but the high-level zombies behind them. Yi Wuiyue reminded him. I know, but we ultimately have to carve out a path. Zhang Lei said, the high-level zombies are all behind. To get to the back, we must clear a path. Let me do it, Lin Lan said, stepping in front of everyone, her long sword pointing to the sky. Buzz. With a light sound, a fierce wind suddenly howled on the battlefield, all converging on her sword. Open. With one slash, she cut down, obliterating everything in her path. The sword energy sliced through all the ordinary zombies along the way. This sword technique was learned from Lin Fei. That night, she saw Lin Fei split an entire street with one sword strike, and she had learned this move. However, executing this sword strike was an enormous burden for her at the moment. After just one slash, she was already sweating profusely. Good job, Xiao Lanlan. Yi Wuiyue's eyes lit up, and he immediately charged forward. Boom! However, this sword not only opened the path for them to advance behind enemy lines, but also created a path for the enemy to come over. A heavy figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone, blocking Yi Wuiyue's way. Looking up, it was the bullman. The bullman was strong. He knew better than anyone present. That night, he had exerted all his strength and still couldn't budge the bullman an inch. But now it was different. I am not fighting alone. He roared angrily and charged out first. Together, Zhang Lei smiled and said, I've been wanting to test just how powerful this so-called bullman really is. Boom! Zhang Lei punched the bullman, actually forcing him back a step. Yi Wuiyue's eyes flickered with a green light, and in an instant, several wind blades spun and struck the bullman. However, they only left a faint blood mark. Not enough. Yi Wuiyue roared, Come, try my move. Whoosh! The fierce wind gathered, forming a tornado that directly lifted the bullman into the air. Opportunity. At the moment the bullman was thrown up over 10 meters, everyone saw the chance. Unity slash. A cold light flashed in Lin Lan's eyes. She stepped forward and soared into the air over 10 meters high, drawing her sword at a speed that left everyone present unable to see clearly. Swoosh! Blood suddenly splattered from the airborne barbarian bull, as Lin Lan's sword cut through its skin, finally drawing blood from the beast. Everyone get back, Huang Xiaotian shouted. I'll send it to the afterlife with a flash of lightning. As soon as his words fell, Golden lightning crackled all over Huang Xiaoyan's body, and amidst the dazzling electric light, the sky seemed to darken significantly. Crack! A golden bolt of lightning roared down, striking directly at the barbarian bull. Chapter 108. Heavy Price Boom. The barbarian bull's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, already charred black. And Zhang Lei roared, stepping forward 100 meters and delivering a punch to the bull's head. Thunderous rumbling followed as the bull's enormous body was sent flying 3 meters away, rolling awkwardly on the ground for several rounds. In that moment, everyone fell silent. Each person stared at the bull lying in the dust. Had they succeeded? Could these experts working together bring down the invincible barbarian bull? Was there still hope for humanity? Bang, bang, bang. On the city wall, many could hear their own heartbeat as the tension in the air was palpable. If the barbarian bull was defeated, it would mean they were not invincible. They had weaknesses. Had they succeeded? On the battlefield, several people paused. But in the next moment, everyone clearly saw the barbarian bull, swaying, stand up from the ground. All eyes widened in shock. Continue, Yi Wuyue said solemnly. The enemy was indeed the barbarian bull, known as a tank-like existence. Not only frighteningly powerful in attack, but also tough-skinned and meaty. It was impossible to take it down in a short time. Altogether, Huang Xiaoyan called out, charging forward. In an instant, several figures surrounded the barbarian bull. They were all A-ranked, the top combat power at this gathering. If even we give up, then it truly is over. The strength of the barbarian bull exceeded their expectations. This battle would undoubtedly incur heavy losses. Lin Lan's sword was broken once again. She was punched in the stomach and flew over 100 meters, collapsing to the ground, barely breathing. Lin Lang. Yi Wuyue's eyes turned red as he truly unleashed his power. He gathered his energy into a blade and successfully severed one of the barbarian bull's arms. Whoosh! The barbarian bull swung a fist, attempting to smash Yi Wuyue in midair, the punch accompanied by a whistling wind. However, a figure rushed to the front. It was Zhang Lei. He spread his arms and used all his strength to hold onto the barbarian bull's arm, stopping the punch. Given the final blow, he shouted, "Let me do it!" Huang Xiaoyan rushed in, landing a punch in the barbarian bull's eye, going straight through. Yet despite this, the barbarian bull still didn't die. "Take this!" Huang Xiaoyan yelled, "Everyone, get out of my way, Thunderstrike!" At the moment his voice fell, brilliant golden lightning erupted from his body, spreading out and extending from his arm into the barbarian bull's body, then coursing through its entire form. A surge of golden light flickered from within the barbarian bull. The onlookers could clearly see its skeleton. Boom! With a massive explosion, the towering barbarian bull exploded, and Huang Xiaoyan was thrown back several dozen meters by the shockwave, landing awkwardly on the ground. One entire arm for a barbarian bull. Worth it, he chuckled. His right hand was gone. It had been cut off last time and could be reattached, but this time it was completely shattered. We did it! The crowd on the city wall couldn't help but cheer at the sight. Lin Lang. Yi Wuyue felt no joy. He rushed to Lin Lan's side, holding her in his arms, and upon discovering she was gravely injured and unconscious, he let out a breath. There's still hope. Zhang Lei remained standing, watching the scene before him with a heavy heart. Chapter 109. The strongest S-class in the gathering. The price they paid to defeat one barbarian bull was truly too heavy. 2 people had temporarily lost their combat ability. What if another one comes? His thoughts had just settled. Boom! A loud sound erupted behind him. Another barbarian bull. When the people on the city wall saw this scene, they fell silent. They looked as if a duck had suddenly been choked, their cheers abruptly cut off. Staring ahead in shock, their fear unexpressed. They had already paid too much to defeat one barbarian bull, nearly losing lives. And now another was coming. How we fight back? Zhang Lei gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and fatigue coursing through his muscles, and once again took up a fighting stance. Perhaps this time, someone would truly die. You don't have to be afraid. At that moment, a confident and proud voice echoed from above. The next moment, a snow-white figure suddenly descended. As the dust settled, when the crowd on the city wall saw who had arrived, their fear gradually turned into joy. It's him. The one who came was Qin Tao, the S-class in this gathering. With him here, victory is certain. S-class is the highest rank here. In the eyes of these people, Qin Tao is a god. If he intervenes, the barbarian bull is undoubtedly doomed. Zhang Lei gritted his teeth. Open your eyes and watch how I take down this barbarian bull. He sneered, turned around, and strode toward the barbarian bull. Release your body, he murmured. Whoosh. The barbarian bull swung a punch. Qin Tao sneered, raised his left hand, and directly blocked the punch. Crack. The ground beneath him cracked, and he was pushed back 3 meters by the force of the punch, but he ultimately managed to block it. He could actually take a punch from the barbarian bull head on. The crowd on the wall erupted in cheers. Incredible. They saw hope in Qin Tao. The mere barbarian bull was surely doomed. It's my turn. Qin Tao laughed heartily and punched the barbarian bull on the head. To die at my hands is your honor. Boom! With that punch, the barbarian bull was pushed back 4 or 5 steps. Before the barbarian bull could steady itself, Qin Tao appeared in front of it again and threw another punch at its head. You're too slow. Qin Tao laughed, closing the distance to the barbarian bull, aiming for its head once more. However, just as he was about to strike, a cold light suddenly flashed from the side. Qin Tao's brow furrowed as he sidestepped and retreated 2 steps, only to see that another monster had appeared next to the barbarian bull. It seemed to be clad in black armor, with sharp claws and a terrifying, grim face. Reinforcements? Qin Tao was unconcerned. But to defeat me, you still lack the ability. He stepped forward, reaching the monster, and kicked it in the stomach. However, when a crisp sound rang out, the monster was pushed back 2 meters by his kick. But Qin Tao's expression changed. He didn't dare to exert force when his foot hit the ground, because at that moment, he felt a tremendous impact on his foot, nearly breaking it. Chapter 110. The Disappearing S-Class. It felt as if he had kicked himself. Swish! The sharp claws suddenly attacked. Qin Tao's expression changed as he barely avoided the blow, but his chest was still caught, blood gushing out. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. But before he could retaliate, the barbarian bull's figure suddenly closed in on him, swinging a punch down. A scream escaped as Qin Tao was also sent flying by the punch. He tumbled awkwardly on the ground, finally unable to withstand it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crowd on the city wall was stunned at this scene. How is this possible? Someone murmured, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Get up! Others shouted. Qin Tao was their last hope. If he failed, they would surely perish. Get up! You can't fall here. Yes. Get up and smash them. More and more voices rose, loud and powerful, shaking the heavens and earth. Qin Tao gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. Everyone, step back. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind the barbarian bull and the monster. It was clearly a human voice. In that instant, everyone froze. Looking toward the source of the sound, they saw the barbarian bull and the monster retreating, revealing a tall figure slowly walking out. It wasn't as tall as the barbarian bull, but still stood 3 meters tall, with gray hair, a third eye on its forehead, wearing tattered robes, and gray-brown skin riddled with many holes and pus-filled sores, with a green, viscous liquid dripping down. Hello, my dear Junior. It walked up to Qin Tao and smiled to greet him. Qin Tao instinctively took 2 steps back. Who are you? I made it so clear, and you still couldn't guess? He smiled and said, My name is Huang Qiguang, and I was an S-level ability user for 2 days. At this moment, everyone's body trembled violently. There used to be another S-level, but now he has vanished. Looking at Huang Qiguang before them, they were horrified. He had turned into this. How did you become like this? Qin Tao asked with a trembling voice. Of course, it's because I saw the future, Huang Qiguang replied with a smile. I have the ability to predict the future. And then I saw the future. Do you know what I saw? Huang Qiguang asked with a grin. What did you see? Qin Tao inquired. I saw hell, Huang Qiguang said seriously. I saw hell, the real hell. I saw the hell that humanity will one day reach. What are you talking about? Qin Tao asked in shock. This world truly has gods, and we humans have already been abandoned by them, Huang Qiguang stated. So I gave up being human and became one of them. The gods granted me supreme power. His gaze fell on Qin Tao in front of him, and he asked with a faint smile, You have decent strength. You can join us. Are you willing now? What a joke. Qin Tao sneered. I don't want to become this ugly thing. Go to hell. He roared and unleashed a punch with all his strength. Chapter 111. falling into darkness for power smack. This punch came suddenly, but Huang Qiguang still caught it with one hand. What? Qin Tao's pupils trembled. I just said that I received the god's blessings and now have invincible power. How could you possibly be my opponent? Huang Qiguang exerted a little force with his hand. Crack! Qin Tao's arm was directly twisted and broken. Now I ask you again, do you want power? If you refuse, you will die. Yet, Qin Tao did not hesitate at all. I agree. I agree to join. Huang Qiguang smiled, a very wise choice. He then released Qin Tao and reached into his festering body to pull out a piece of green flesh, handing it to Qin Tao. Eat this, and you will be as powerful as I am. Without thinking, Qin Tao grabbed the meat and began to eat it voraciously. As the last bite went down, he screamed in pain. His body split open, green light radiating from within, and then he quickly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall monster. Power! Qin Tao laughed. I feel the power. I am unprecedentedly strong now. Huang Qiguang merely sneered and shifted his gaze to the A-level individuals in front of him. Although your strength is a bit lacking, you're still useful. So if any of you want to join, I want to kill you. The few of them remained silent. However, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance. I will. Li Jian excitedly jumped down from the city wall. I'll join. I'm also A-level, just as strong as they are. Huang Qiguang smiled as he looked at Li Jian, who had rushed over, saying, a smart choice. He then pulled out another piece of flesh. Li Jian, you. Zhang Lei couldn't help but call out. Don't think that I'm as foolish as you. In the face of such a tide of corpses. Who is the opponent? Only by joining can there be a chance of survival. He also swallowed the green flesh. Then green light emanated from Li Jian as he transformed into a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster. I'm joining too. As Li Jian took action, more and more people jumped down from the city wall. Most of them were ordinary people. Kill them. However, Huang Qiguang merely said coldly, a bunch of ants. The gods do not need such subordinates. Then there was a series of extremely tragic screams. Interesting. Li Jian lauga fartili. I feel my body is now filled with power. The next moment, his gaze fell on Zhang Lei. With a swish, his figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhang Lei. Boom! Li Jian punched out, hitting Zhang Lei in the chest and sending him flying dozens of meters. Even the state enhanced by abilities was knocked out with a single punch. Zhang Lei spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground, gasping for breath. But his remaining willpower kept him from fainting. You're so weak, Li Jian laughed. Come me all together. Indeed, you are no longer human, are you? Huang Xiaotian's expression was grave. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down towards Li Jian. Useless. Li Jian laughed, casually catching the lightning with his hand. Is this what you call an attack? Li Jian laughed wildly, his face twisted as he stepped up to Huang Xiaotian, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Chapter 112. I'm already invincible, cough cough. Huang Xiaotian's face turned purple as he coughed violently from lack of oxygen. Let him go. A flame shot out. Li Jian didn't even need to move. He simply used his body to block the flame. Do ants dare to stop me? He threw Huang Xiaotian away. Bang! Huang Xiaotian crashed into a blackened figure, and the two of them flew horizontally for over 10 meters before hitting the ground, rolling around clumsily for several circles. For a moment, neither could get up. Only Shui Long rushed in front of Li Jian. Overlord charged fist. Shui Long shouted, punching Li Jian, but it was useless. Li Jian remained unmoved and took the punch. Is that all the power you have? He laughed maniacally. Use a little more strength. Shui Long roared. His eyes red as he put all his strength into another punch. Boom! As he punched out, the ground behind him exploded. However, it was still useless. Li Jian caught the punch with his left hand. Not even a bit of strength. You're really too weak. Li Jian sighed, saying, being invincible is truly lonely. There is not a single person who can fight. He exerted force with his hand. Crack! Shui Long's arm was forcibly broken, bones sticking out. The intense pain made Shui Long's legs buckle, and he knelt on the ground. Li Jian lamented, you're really too weak. There is no fun in this. What nonsense are you spouting? Shui Long swayed, but somehow managed to stand up from the ground. I still have my left hand. He roared and threw another punch. Boring. Li Jian continued to laugh, reaching out to grab Shui Long's left hand. Crack! Another crisp sound echoed. The left hand of Shui Long also broke on the spot. Bang! He knelt down once again. Just kneel properly. Li Jian laughed loudly. It's so refreshing. This crushing power makes me invincible. I've already seen the most beautiful scenery in this world. At this moment, everyone fell silent. The people on the city wall looked at the scene before them. Their faces filled with extreme terror, despair, and unease flooded their hearts. Their faces were pale, devoid of any blood, and their pupils trembled continuously. How can one defeat such an opponent? It's over. Many people helplessly knelt down on the ground. It's all over. Li Jian continued to laugh madly. However, at that moment, bang! A muffled sound, and Li Jian's smile abruptly stopped. He turned around and saw Shui Long again. I have no hands, but I still have feet, he said. He had just kicked Li Jian. You're really annoying. For the first time, anger appeared on Li Jian's face. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish now. He clenched his fists and struck directly at Shui Long's head. No! Heighten and Shuanfinger shouted. Many people on the city wall couldn't bear to cover their eyes, afraid to witness the moment Shui Long's head was smashed. Shui Long also closed his eyes, waiting for death. But then slap. Shui Long waited for a long time, but did not feel the falling fist. So he slowly opened his eyes. Then his pupils trembled. It was that familiar figure again. Lin Fei. He stood beside the water dragon, dressed in pajamas, but he caught Li Jian's descending punch. Chapter 113. Stand and let you hit for 3 minutes. You just said it wrong, Lin Fei said indifferently. With his current strength, he was at least S rank. How could this person in front of him calmly take this punch? Isn't he your rank? I said you just said it wrong, Yi Feng said indifferently. What did I say wrong? Li Jian frowned and asked. The most beautiful scenery in the world is people's smiles. If you trample everyone underfoot, how can you still see the most beautiful scenery? Li Jian's face suddenly turned a bit ugly. Lin Fei ignored him and glanced down at the water dragon kneeling on the ground. Unable to bear to look, it was too tragic. Can you stand up? Yes. The water dragon shook and stood up. You Xue, you take them over to rest, he said. The girl was behind him, now supporting the water dragon as they left. Who is this person? A group of people on the city wall were stunned because Lin Fei appeared too suddenly, and he was wearing pink pajamas. Wearing pajamas? Did he just wake up? Is he here to be a joke? Even Xin Tao lost. What use is he? They all believed Lin Fei couldn't win. Coming here in pajamas is simply a disgrace. Some even said so. Even Xin Tao was defeated and even betrayed them. How could Lin Fei win? Those are two S-class transformed monsters. We're finished. Someone sighed, still filled with despair in their eyes. A mere E-class. Li Jian's face twisted in rage. How dare you ignore me? Now I'm going to tear you apart. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared, and he had already stepped in front of Lin Fei, throwing a punch. Bang! Li Jian was stunned. He was shocked to find that this punch was caught by Lin Fei. This is impossible? Li Jian's expression became serious, and his figure flashed again, throwing another punch, but was still caught by Lin Fei. Coincidence. After throwing dozens of punches, Li Jian's expression was more serious than ever. You're just an E-class. How can you block my punches? He shouted madly. This is impossible. Lin Fei simply said, the level was not written by me. You can ask those staff members. Actually, I'm very strong, just without any abilities. Are you kidding? Li Jian roared. At this moment, he could no longer laugh because he had just used all his strength and couldn't even push Lin Fei back a step. All his attacks had been blocked by Lin Fei. Is this E-level? Li Jian recalled that he had mocked Lin Fei in the conference room. But he never expected that this person would be so powerful. Now, the opponent was taking all his attacks, which was simply an insult. You've angered me. Li Jian shouted angrily, finally using his abilities. He slammed both hands to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and countless spikes shot up from underground, piercing straight towards Lin Fei's body. However, crack! When those spikes hit Lin Fei, they all broke and shattered. Did you use your full strength? Lin Fei asked. This. Li Jian's pupils trembled. Why was it that even the strongest killing move couldn't defeat him, not even damaging his clothes? Chapter 114, what did you just say? It's too noisy. I didn't hear clearly. Is he still human? If you don't speak, I'll take it as you use your full strength, Lin Fei said. Now it's my turn to strike. What? Li Jian's expression changed, and he wanted to escape. But as soon as he turned around, he found Lin Fei already standing in front of him. What speed? He was so shocked that he was left speechless. Lin Fei punched Li Jian in the stomach. Boom! In an instant, Li Jian disappeared before Lin Fei, leaving not even a trace. Silence. At this moment, the world fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed. What has happened? They couldn't react at all. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Li Jian had been turned into powder. How could this be possible? Zhang Lei lay on the ground, staring blankly at this scene. He naturally recognized the man in pajamas. It was Lin Fei, whom he had seen in the conference room just yesterday. He had just wanted to call out to him to run away. But what did he just see? Li Jian, who had just brought them endless despair, was knocked into powder by Lin Fei with a single punch. Not even a trace left. Was he really that powerful? No. How could there be someone so powerful in this world? Who exactly is he? Not just Zhang Lei, but anyone who witnessed this scene had the same questions in their minds. The Li Jian who had just instilled despair in them was now just a punch away from being reduced to ashes, just as everyone was shocked and questioning their existence. Lin Fei's gaze fell into the distance, where several wild bulls, parasitic beasts, and 2 humanoid monsters were located. That one looked a bit familiar. Lin Fei frowned, feeling that the humanoid monster looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But he couldn't remember. This was too deadly. He walked over in that direction. Huang Qiguang frowned. This human was not quite right. He didn't remember such a powerful person at this gathering. Hey, Huang Qiguang called to Lin Fei. What's your name? Lin Fei. Good name. You're so powerful. Come join us. Huang Qiguang tempted Lin Fei. Join us. And you will be a favored one of the gods and gain even greater power. Oh, Lin Fei suddenly realized. So you were humans before? So joining you would make one so ugly, right? Huang Qiguang smiled and said, to gain power, what does mere appearance matter? Don't. Lin Fei said, I think I'm already strong enough. I don't need any more power. What I need now is an opponent. He continued, why don't you call out that so-called deity? I want to see how strong he is. He might be a worthy opponent. Arrogant. A cold light flashed in Huang Qiguang's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fierce bulls appeared in front of Lin Fei, making him realize how weak he truly was. Huang Qiguang's words were abruptly cut off, as if someone had suddenly choked him, leaving him speechless in shock, because he clearly saw that those 3 fierce bulls didn't last even a second before exploding. Lin Fei just threw a punch. That row of 3 barbarian bulls all died. What were you about to say? Lin Fei asked, as he couldn't hear clearly over the noise of the barbarian bulls. Interesting. Qin Tao laughed. You seem qualified to be my opponent. He strode towards Lin Fei. Chapter 115. Sorry, I want to be a salted fish. Lin Fei looked at the approaching Qin Tao, frowning. I say, have we met before? You look a bit familiar. Of course I'm familiar. Qin Tao sneered because I killed you. As he got closer, Qin Tao threw a punch at Lin Fei's face. Boom! In an instant, the ground behind Lin Fei exploded, yet he didn't retreat an inch. What? Qin Tao was shocked. What was happening? His full-force punch couldn't even budge Lin Fei. Impossible. He lifted his foot to sweep and kicked Lin Fei in the waist, producing another loud bang. But Lin Fei still stood firm, unmoved. Qin Tao, who the hell are you? He shouted, realizing he couldn't recall such a powerful person in the gathering. I'm curious too. Who exactly are you? You really do look familiar. Lin Fei finally gave up. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. My head hurts. Be serious. Qin Tao roared, body release, maximum output. In an instant, his body grew even taller, reaching nearly 6 meters, resembling a giant. His fist was larger than Lin Fei himself. This punch seemed to overturn heaven and earth. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Only half of Qin Tao's body remained. A gust of wind blew by, and that half fell weakly to the ground. The people on the city wall were once again dumbfounded. Who on earth is he? Even the transformed monster Qin Tao was no match for him. More people were so shocked they couldn't speak. Lin Fei's appearance had shattered their worldview. There really existed such a powerful human in this world. One punch defeated 3 hulking bulls. So humans could be this strong. Who are you really? Huang Qiguang felt unprecedentedly serious. The person before him was too outrageous in strength. You're so powerful. Why don't you join us? The humans behind you have already been doomed. They have been abandoned by the gods. The people on the city wall fell silent. They feared that Lin Fei would abandon them and then join the other side. That would truly be the end. Want to know why? Lin Fei was silent for a moment before finally saying, "For freedom, for justice." How do you think that reason sounds? Ha ha ha. Huang Qiguang laughed. For freedom? Justice? You want to be a hero in front of so many people, don't you? His voice grew louder. Those who claim to be righteous can never defeat me, nor can they protect anything. The rich indulge in wine and meat while the streets are littered with frozen corpses. What freedom is there in this world? That's why the gods must change this world. Huang Qiguang said, "If you're a powerful hero, then come and stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, his body actually began to swell once more. A layer of gray-black armor emerged from within his body. This is the power granted to me by the gods. It is your honor to die under this power, hero. Lin Fei fell silent again. After a while, he said, "You said so much, but I barely understood any of it. I only know one thing. If you succeed, I might not even have a decent place to eat and sleep in the future." So, he took a step forward. "I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt your grand ideals with the divine." Boom! Chapter 116. The Man Who Made the Zombies Flee. Huang Qiguang froze. He felt the world around him spinning continuously. Am I just ahead now? When Huang Qiguang's head dropped to the ground, he finally realized this. As he saw Lin Fei's back. In front of Lin Fei was an empty space. There were countless zombies standing there originally, but now they were all gone. Lin Fei's punch unleashed a shockwave that swept across 9,000 meters, destroying everything in its path, including countless high-level zombies. This was Huang Qiguang's last thought. It's too powerful. Absurdly so. How boring. Lin Fei sighed. Looking at the zombies in front of him, he expressionlessly took out his M4 laser gun. "I haven't had breakfast yet. It's all your fault." The people at this gathering would never forget this day in their lives, because it was the first time they witnessed zombies fleeing in panic. Yes, zombies actually ran away. They rushed towards the city like a horde, just like a flock of sheep fleeing from a wolf. It was terrifying. The people on the city wall were dumbfounded. With the auto-lock feature, Lin Fei could smash ahead from 10,000 meters away, and in the end, none of these zombies managed to escape. What kind of gun is this? It's too brutal. It seems to be an M4 laser gun. But why is the firing rate so fast? And it hasn't overheated even after such a long time? I haven't even seen him change bullets. Everything that happened today completely overturned their understanding. Single-handedly confronting a tide of zombies and managing to crush them. This is a man who can instill fear in zombies. From this day on, a legend began to spread among the gathering. There was once an invincible man here. After eliminating all the zombies, Lin Fei put the gun back in his backpack and walked over to the girl, saying it's taken care of. The girl nodded lightly and said, "I'll go call the doctor." No need for her to call. The doctors were already coming out with a stretcher. "We're leaving. We haven't had breakfast." Lin Fei wrapped his arm around the girl's slender waist. There was only so much they could do. Helping them eliminate the entire zombie tide was enough. The rest was their business. During breakfast, Lin Fei asked the girl, "Are we famous now?" "Yes." The girl took out a card, which had several notifications on it. All wanted to meet the two of them. "Then let's go see them in a bit," Lin Fei said. "If I ask for a rocket launcher now, they shouldn't refuse, right?" "They definitely won't refuse you," the girl chuckled. She still couldn't understand why Lin Fei, being so powerful, was still fixated on these seemingly useless firearms. At noon, Lin Fei and the girl saw the middle-aged man again. "Welcome." When the man saw Lin Fei, he almost knelt down. This was a godlike existence. With just a gesture, he wiped out the zombie tide. They could never afford to offend him. "Cut the formalities," Lin Fei said directly. "Do you have a rocket launcher? If you want to thank me, just get me one." The man was stunned, and after a long while, he said no. Lin Fei was silent for a long time before saying, "Where is it?" Chapter 117. Does this world really have gods? It's in D City. The middle-aged man said somewhat awkwardly, as he still wanted to try his best to meet Lin Fei's request. But he didn't expect that Lin Fei would make such a difficult demand right from the start. He said, "Originally, we had rocket launchers here, but they were later taken to D City. The gatherings there are larger, and the infection situation is also more severe. Thank you for telling me this information. Lin Fei nodded. Although he didn't get the rocket launcher, he did receive some good news. At least he now had a direction. Master, are you really leaving? The middle-aged man asked nervously. He was certain that Lin Fei possessed immense power, and if he could stay here, they wouldn't have to worry about zombie hordes invading the gathering anymore. So, the middle-aged man wanted to persuade Lin Fei to stay. Yes. Lin Fei nodded and said, "We should leave now." "No," Lin Fei said, "I know what you're thinking, you just want me to stay." The middle-aged man realized he had been seen through and felt a bit awkward. Those people outside may be ignorant, but you should understand that you will never become stronger by always hiding behind the walls. Lin Fei said seriously. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the middle-aged man fell silent. "You're right," he sighed, realizing that he had become somewhat complacent. However, Lin Fei didn't owe them anything, so there was no reason for him to stay, and they couldn't hide behind Lin Fei for a lifetime. Therefore, they had to be strong. "I've learned," he said. Lin Fei patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and said, "How many ability fruits are there in your gathering? Can you give me one?" "Huh, I'll have someone get it for you right away," he replied. Lin Fei asked again, "Where did you get your ability fruits?" So far, he only had one type of ability fruit. If it were to be considered a fruit, the flavor was too monotonous. After eating it for a few days, he didn't want to continue anymore. He needed a change of taste. Moreover, the girl had not gained many abilities from eating the ability fruits lately, perhaps due to having eaten too many. It was definitely time for a change. Lin Fei was somewhat surprised. Is the ability fruit maturing this fast? Not really, the middle-aged man explained. In fact, after the first mutation, there were already ability users and ability fruits. We obtained the ability fruits not long after the first mutation. I see. Lin Fei thought that people only began to possess supernatural abilities after the second mutation occurred. The fruit would take some time to acquire, and Lin Fei wasn't idle. He hadn't been in this world for long and still had many questions. Is there a god in this world? He asked. I don't know, said the middle-aged man. I was originally an atheist, but now so many things have suddenly happened. Coupled with what Huang Qiwang said, I'm starting to doubt whether there really are deities. All right. Lin Fei understood now. Chapter 118. Pomegranate-flavored supernatural ability fruit. In this world, the existence of gods is also unknown. A staff member carefully brought over the supernatural ability fruit. This fruit indeed looked different from Lin Fei's. Thank you. Lin Fei smiled as he took the ability fruit that resembled a pomegranate, feeling a bit of anticipation about its taste. After putting the ability fruit into his backpack, Lin Fei left with the girl. Having obtained the information he wanted, it was time to leave. Originally, Lin Fei had come to this gathering just to get a gun, and now he had achieved his goal. Aren't you going to visit them? The girl asked, referring to those lying in the hospital. No need. Lin Fei said, there is no banquet that does not end. If fate is not over, we will meet again in the future. The girl suddenly fell silent. Lin Fei held her small hand, seemingly knowing what she was thinking, and said with a smile, You are different. You are mine, and even if you want to leave, I won't let you go. The girl's pretty face immediately turned red. Nonsense, she said. She wanted to put on a serious face, but that smile was impossible to hide. Where are we going next? The girl asked. To City C. Lin Fei said, I heard that the ability fruits are different every time they mature. Maybe this time we can get a different ability fruit. The girl nodded in agreement, eager to try the taste of this ability fruit that looks like a pomegranate. Lin Fei took out 2 ability fruits, washed them clean with mineral water, and then handed one to the girl. She took a bite. Lin Fei widened his eyes, because this was a familiar pomegranate flavor. Damn, he said. It looks like a pomegranate, but I didn't expect it to actually taste like one. It's not flashy at all, I love it. The girl held a pomegranate the size of a fist in both hands and took a big bite. It was such a large mouthful that she couldn't speak for a moment. But Lin Fei clearly saw that the girl's hair had turned a little bluer. Perhaps one day, her hair would turn as blue as a princess's. It's delicious, the girl finally said happily after swallowing the fruit. Have you never tasted anything like this before? Lin Fei asked. No, the girl shook her head. Lin Fei was somewhat surprised and said, Haven't you ever eaten a pomegranate? What pomegranate? The girl asked curiously. Is that the name of this supernatural fruit? Lin Fei immediately began to doubt. Could it be that this world does not have pomegranates? It seemed that there were some differences from his original world. Of course, it was also possible that the girl really had never encountered them. There might be such fruits in other places. Haven't you ever been out to play? Lin Fei asked. No. Many friends laugh at me after they get boyfriends, she replied. Lin Fei smiled and said, Then why don't you find one? The girl replied earnestly, Students should focus on studying. What does it mean to be in a relationship all day? However, she changed her tone, looked at Lin Fei with a smile, and said, Now the situation is different, so it's not the same. Lin Fei understood the meaning of young girl very well. In chapter 119, Don't You Feel Cold? The young girl's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head to nibble on the fruit in her hand, not daring to look at Lin Fei. It turned out he had thought so far ahead. Upon learning that the girl had never been out to play before, Lin Fei naturally didn't hurry on their journey. There was still more than half a month for the supernatural fruit to mature. For the two of them, traveling from city B to city C would only take 3 or 4 days. Let's walk there. The girl also suggested, I want to become stronger. Just thinking about meeting Lin Fei's parents made her nervous. Lin Fei was so powerful, he must come from a prominent family, so his parents couldn't be weak either. Meanwhile, she felt pitifully weak herself. If they met in the future, she might just be driven away. Such a thing couldn't happen, she thought to herself. Sure, Lin Fei did not refuse the girl's request. If she wanted to become stronger, he couldn't hold her back. However, if he knew what the girl was thinking right now, he would probably laugh out loud. Because Lin Fei's mother had once suddenly arranged blind dates for him. 6 times a week. Can you believe it? However, since he had no house or car, all the blind dates ended without any follow-up. On the way to City C, Lin Fei took out his laser gun and followed the girl, who was dealing with zombies in front of him. From her, he learned that when abilities are consumed and then restored, they become slightly stronger. The ability fruits contain a large amount of abilities which can accelerate this process. If they encounter high-level zombies like the bull, Lin Fei would step in and solve it with one shot. 5 days passed like this. Your hair has turned much bluer, Lin Fei noticed, and he sensed a chill emanating from her, making her seem more like a cold, indifferent ice beauty. Don't you like it? The girl asked, nervously running her long hair through her fingers. No, Lin Fei replied with a smile. I think it's quite cute. The girl let out a sigh of relief in her heart. After crossing a large bridge, the two finally arrived in City C, the city rumored to have ability fruits. The sky was getting dark. Lin Fei took out his phone and glanced at it. It was 4:31 p.m., indeed not early. He looked up at the sky again, which was gloomy and seemed to be hinting at rain. Let's find a place to rest for a while, Lin Fei said. We can go out tomorrow to look for survivors. They might know the whereabouts of the ability fruits. There was still half a month until the ability fruits matured. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. If he couldn't find a person, he could always fly around to look for them later. The two of them found a villa nearby, a villa by the river. Lin Fei sighed. I never thought that one day I would live here. The villa is close to the river, with a broad view and beautiful scenery. If it weren't the apocalypse, one could see a stunning landscape from this villa. I feel much stronger now, the girl said, gently raising her hand, and a chill began to swirl around it. I feel like I can take on a brute bull now. I'll give it a try tomorrow. Lin Fei touched her and found that her body was a bit cold. Don't you feel cold? Lin Fei asked. Not at all, the girl replied with a smile. Do you feel hot? It's okay. Lin Fei tidied up the bed and said, Chef, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner tonight? Chapter 120. The album is empty, and the dog food is nearby. All I know is to eat. The girl covered her mouth and smiled, saying, I'll go make your favorite right away. The apocalypse was supposed to be a terrifying thing. Moreover, the girl had to deal with a wild bull the next day, which would make other ability users anxious and unable to sleep all night. However, the girl remained very calm. Just thinking about having Lin Fei by her side filled her heart with a sense of security. Tonight, the girl made Lin Fei his favorite Kung Pao chicken, golden and crispy pan-fried tofu, fish-flavored eggplant, and braised fish. The rice was Lin Fei's favorite egg fried rice. The soup was also Lin Fei's favorite Christian fish and tofu soup. If I get fat and no one wants me, you have to take responsibility, Lin Fei said with a smile, the tempting aroma wafting from afar. It seemed the girl's cooking skills had improved again. Okay, the girl replied with a smile. But now was the apocalypse, and there were no longer the charming landscapes of the past. The sky was dark and gloomy. It looks like it might rain tomorrow, Lin Fei said. It shouldn't, the girl replied, glancing up at the sky with slightly furrowed brows, hoping it wouldn't really rain tomorrow. Lin Fei instinctively took out his phone to check the weather forecast. However, upon seeing there was no signal, he realized that his phone was of no use here. What is this? The girl had seen the phone several times, but didn't know what it was, feeling very curious inside. It's a phone, Lin Fei said. A phone? The girl looked puzzled. Why is your phone like this? So big. What does your phone look like? Lin Fei asked. My phone is broken, the girl said regretfully. So I threw it away, and now I don't have a phone. Can I see your phone? The girl asked. Here. She took the phone from Lin Fei and carefully examined it from all angles, growing more curious. This phone is so big and looks so strange. Then she tapped the screen, which was not locked. Why don't you set a lock? The girl asked curiously. Who would look at my phone? Lin Fei replied. Oh. The girl started looking at the apps on the phone, none of which she recognized, finding it even stranger. This is really odd. My phone is too old, Lin Fei said, knowing full well that his phone was many generations behind compared to today's models. The system might be different. I don't understand. The girl glanced at the photo album and then discreetly returned the phone to Lin Fei, saying, The water is boiling. I'm going to take a shower. At that moment, Lin Fei was unaware that the girl had her eye on his photo album. The next morning, the girl woke up early and quietly picked up Lin Fei's phone from the side table, opening the photo album. Empty? Yi Yuxiue felt puzzled. Why was Lin Fei's photo album empty? Did he hide them? She put the phone down, thinking she would ask Lin Fei directly later, and went into the kitchen. The girl was in a good mood because today she was going to challenge the bull, something that had once brought her despair. And today she was determined to overcome it. Chapter 121. Yi Yuxiue advances to S level. I've really become stronger, she sighed. At the same time, she understood that this change was given to her by Lin Fei. If she hadn't met Lin Fei back then, she might have already died in that abandoned warehouse. After breakfast, Lin Fei looked up at the sky. It was still gloomy. It was going to rain. MHM. The girl nodded heavily. Lin Fei wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist and left the villa. He activated his X-ray vision, searching for the barbarian bull in the city. It was wandering in front of a supermarket. Throw me down, the girl said. I'll be fine. Hearing the girl's confident words, Lin Fei had no doubts and released his hold on her. In an instant, the girl in white descended from the sky, like a fairy coming down from the heavens. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a slope made of ice appeared below her. She stepped onto this slope, avoiding any fall. Ice arrows. A cold glint flashed in Yi Yuxiue's beautiful eyes as numerous icicles instantly formed around her, then shot out in unison. The barbarian bull had not reacted yet. With a series of piercing sounds, the icicles truly pierced through the bull's skin, deep into its body, with green blood gushing out continuously. At this moment, the barbarian bull finally reacted. With a roar, it charged forward like a tank. Just in time, the girl smiled coldly and raised her right hand. Boom! The ice instantly condensed, extending from the ground like a spike, aiming directly at the barbarian bull. Puff! Another sound echoed. The spike was already fast, and as the bull charged like a tank, it collided with the ice spike, being pierced through, leaving a blood hole the size of a bucket in its chest. Boom! The barbarian bull punched fiercely, causing the ice to explode. In the next moment, the bull's body flashed and had already reached the girl's side. The girl remained calm, as this was also within her expectations. Rise! She raised her left hand, and suddenly a 1-meter-thick ice wall stood up beside her, covered in sharp ice spikes. The bull's punch only cracked the ice wall, but its arm was pierced by the dense ice spikes, blood splattering in an instant. You're already dead. The girl reached out her right hand into the void, and a long sword made of ice materialized. Holding the sword in her right hand, she leaped up and stabbed it into the barbarian bull's body. The bull roared and swung a fist towards the girl's head. At that moment, the girl's eyes sparkled with a cold blue light. Crack! The bull's body began to freeze from the inside out. This was because the girl used her special ability to transmit through the ice sword, freezing all the moisture inside the barbarian bull's body. Crack, crack! The speed of the ice spreading was extremely fast. The bull's fist was only half a meter away from the girl. but it could no longer move forward even a bit. At this moment, it was completely frozen, a 5-meter-high ice sculpture. The girl let go and jumped down for the barbarian bull, brushing off non-existent dust from her hands. Boom! With a huge sound behind her, the massive barbarian bull shattered into countless ice blocks. Chapter 122. I am actually a little stronger than her, I did it. A look of joy appeared on the girl's pretty face. This existence that had once terrified countless people, she now had the ability to defeat. Congratulations. Lin Fei's voice sounded from behind her. I did it. I defeated the bull monster all by myself. The girl excitedly turned around and hugged Lin Fei, saying, "Thank you. I know that without you, I wouldn't have achieved this today." "You worked hard too," Lin Fei replied with a smile. The girl was in a great mood and wanted to try facing the bull monster again, but looking at the darkening sky, she said, "It seems like it's going to rain soon." Wait. Just then, a tense and excited voice suddenly came from a house not far away. When the two turned their gaze in that direction, they saw a figure rushing out quickly. It was a man. "Please help us." The man rushed over and knelt in front of the girl. The girl frowned slightly and asked, "What happened?" "My older brother is trapped in the supermarket, and there's a bull monster inside," the young man said anxiously. "I saw you in action just now. You're so strong, you can definitely save my brother." The man became more and more agitated, almost bowing his head to the girl. "We are not obligated to help you," the girl said indifferently. "The bull monster is too dangerous. If we're not careful, we could have an accident too." The man lowered his head and said seriously, "I know there are special ability fruits in this city. You're a powerful ability user, right? You definitely need this. If you save my brother, I'll take you there." The girl immediately looked at Lin Fei, who nodded. "Okay, I agree to help you. Thank you so much." The man was so happy that he bowed his head again. "Get up," the girl said, feeling uncomfortable. "We're all ordinary people. You can stand up and talk properly." The man finally stood up from the ground. "Let's hurry. It's gonna rain," the girl said, walking into the supermarket. "I'll guide you." The man hid behind the girl and stood next to Lin Fei, obediently giving directions. Now, some ordinary zombies didn't even need Lin Fei to act. The girl could easily take care of them without getting close. "Brother, you're really lucky." The girl in front suddenly blushed. Lin Fei said calmly, "Actually, what you said is not entirely correct." The man was puzzled. The girl also slowed her movements. Could it be that Lin Fei was still not satisfied? She was not only gentle, beautiful, and strong, but also very lively and cute, with excellent cooking skills. Lin Fei said, "Uft." The girl couldn't help but laugh out loud. The man became even more envious. With such a powerful girlfriend in the apocalypse, he could walk around confidently and get anything he wanted. Lin Fei glanced at the man and said, "Actually, I'm quite strong too, a little stronger than her." "Bro, don't joke around." But the man didn't believe him at all. He said, "I know you're saying this for face. After all, you can't compare to your own woman. But at this moment, you should feel proud." Chapter 123. The egg of the mutant creature, the man said seriously. "If your parents are great, then you must feel proud. If your children are successful, you must also feel proud. So what about your girlfriend being strong? You should feel proud, not jealous after all. Only a wife is the one who will accompany you until old age." Lin Fei was taken aback, feeling that there might be some truth to that. They arrived. Just then, the girl stopped in her tracks. They were on the 3rd floor of the supermarket. In front of them was a spacious area, and from a distance, they could see a wild bull wandering in front of the restroom. "This is the place." The man became tense again. "My brother is trapped inside. Please save him." "Quiet." The girl walked over alone, and as she got closer, the wild bull noticed her, and a fierce battle was about to begin. However, having had the experience of defeating a wild bull once, she was already able to remain calm in the face of another one. What an amazing learning ability. Lin Fei marveled. He once again acknowledged that the girl was a genius. In less than 3 minutes, Yi Yushue pierced the wild bull's head with an ice spike, ending the battle. "Master, you are really too powerful." The man ran over excitedly. "I'll open the door," the girl said as she walked to the front of the restroom. Lin Fei immediately activated his X-ray vision, but found the bathroom empty. He glanced at the man without showing any expression. Could he be lying? But judging by his nervous and excited demeanor, it didn't seem like he was lying. Otherwise, one could only say his acting was truly remarkable. Click. The bathroom door opened, and it was indeed empty. Bro, the man rushed in, but found no one. His face suddenly turning pale. This is impossible. He was clearly hiding here. Calm down, Lin Fei said. Tell me what happened. If your brother was here, the zombies would have destroyed this bathroom long ago. This morning, we went to the supermarket looking for food, but we couldn't find anything. We discovered an egg in a corner on the 3rd floor, the man said in terror. But when my brother picked up that egg, it seemed like all the zombies in the supermarket went crazy. They saw through our disguise and all came after us to let me escape. My brother distracted all the zombies by himself. Lin Fei said, that egg you have might be the problem. What kind of egg can last for months without going bad? The man was taken aback and finally reacted. The girl explained, it might be some kind of mutated creature's egg. The man said anxiously, we must find my brother quickly. He is in danger. The girl merely looked at Lin Fei. Do your best, Lin Fei said as he activated his X-ray vision, allowing him to see all areas of the supermarket. Unfortunately, he did not see his brother's figure. His brow furrowed. Since this was the case, there was only one possibility left. That is, his brother had already turned into a zombie. Oh, just as this thought crossed Lin Fei's mind, a voice suddenly echoed from not far away, a very hoarse voice. My dear brother, are you here to join us too? Lin Fei and the girl immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall, skinny figure. It stood there like a bamboo pole, completely not human. Brother? Chapter 124. I am invincible in the rain. You are invincible again. When the man turned around, he was completely stunned. This zombie, thin as a bamboo pole, was actually his brother. What happened to you? Because I ate that egg, the monster said. I thought to myself, if I'm going to die, I might as well die full. So I ate that egg raw and became like this. It laughed. The feeling of having power is truly wonderful. Brother, wake up. The man shouted. Wake up to what? The monster replied. Right now, I feel incredibly clear. With this powerful strength, I am invincible. My dear brother, come and become an existence like me. The monster extended its hand, tempting him. With power, we can avenge our deceased parents. The man swayed and instinctively began to walk towards the monster. Wait! At that moment, an ice arrow shot straight towards the monster. Bang! The monster waved its hand and shattered the ice arrow. Who are you? This is a matter between brothers. You shouldn't interfere. That's what you say. Lin Fei smiled and said, but we still need your brother to lead us, so we can't just let you take him away. What a troublesome thing, the monster said, striding forward. Since that's the case, I'll deal with you first, and then catch up with my brother. I'll be your opponent. The girl also stepped forward. The man stood to the side with a conflicted expression. He didn't even try to dissuade them. Lin Fei glanced at him and already knew what the other party was thinking. D. The monster screamed, its bamboo-like figure darting toward the girl like lightning. The girl's expression was cold as she raised her hands. Boom! An ice wall sprang up from the ground, covered in sharp ice spikes. A small trick, the monster sneered. But the next moment, its expression changed drastically as it realized that a layer of ice had formed beneath its feet without it noticing. Taking a step on it, its feet slid, and it lost control, crashing straight into the ice wall. Splat! In an instant, green liquid splattered. The monster slammed into the ice wall and was instantly pierced through. The girl stood beside, raising her hand, and a sharp icicle suddenly shot out from the ice wall. This icicle was incredibly sharp, directly hitting the monster's body, piercing it while also knocking it out of the supermarket. The heavy rain was pouring outside, and the monster lay in the downpour, covered in countless holes. It should be dead, Lin Fei said. He didn't expect the girl to be so decisive when she moved, leaving the opponent with no chance to fight back. The rain continued to pour. The two walked to the window and looked down, only to find the monster struggling to stand up again. Water! The monster roared in the rain. I am the embodiment of the Blue Star Will. As long as I touch water, I am immortal, and it will make me even stronger. As it spoke, Lin Fei and the girl clearly saw the blood holes on the monster's body healing at a visible speed. Its emaciated body was continuously expanding. It was like a dry piece of bread encountering water. In an instant, its body expanded more than 10 times, turning into a 6-meter-tall giant. Its limbs were strong, with 3-meter-long arms and a 1-meter width. Chapter 125. The genius girl's new skill, one arm, was thicker than a person, not to mention those incredibly sturdy thighs. The man was dumbfounded by this scene, sitting on the ground in a daze, while the girl silently jumped down from the third floor. Splash! Her clothes instantly soaked through, yet her cold expression remained unchanged. Come at me. The monster laughed. This time, I will tear you apart. Boom! It stepped forward directly in front of the girl. Its arm, larger than her entire body, swung down. Boom! The girl hurriedly dodged the strike, but when the punch hit the ground, the entire street shook. The power seemed even stronger than a raging bull. Your previous moves won't work on me, the monster said. As long as there is water, I am invincible. How can you win against me in this rainy day? Because she was a wielder of ice powers. Crackle. As she finished speaking, an overwhelming chill suddenly emanated from her, spreading from her feet, instantly freezing the surrounding street within 100 meters. Even the raindrops falling from the sky slowed down. Before they hit the ground, they turned into ice chunks and shattered upon impact. This move is something I just learned. The girl slowly walked toward the monster. The ice had already frozen the monster's feet, sealing its movements, and was continuously extending upward. I call this ice and snow world. Within this 100 meters, snowflakes fell, while beyond it, heavy rain poured. Impossible. The monster was unable to utter another word, completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Just then, the man's voice suddenly rang out not far away. The next moment, he rushed over to the girl. Bang! He knelt before the girl again. Please, don't kill it. It still has consciousness. It can be persuaded to be a good person. There must be good zombies in this world. The girl looked at the man indifferently and said, I have no reason to let it go. It is no longer human. I will tell you where the ability fruit is. As long as you promise not to kill my brother. Lin Fei walked to the side and said, You can speak, I promise not to kill it. Right in the central square. There are many survivors there. Boom! Having obtained the desired information, the girl unhesitatingly destroyed the monster's ice sculpture, and in an instant, the broken corpse fell to the ground. You. The man widened his eyes in disbelief. He only promised you. I didn't agree. The girl said, Only zombies that do not appear in front of humans are good zombies. Since he ate that egg, your brother has already died. What's dead now is just a monster. Lin Fei comforted the man with a word before leaving with the girl. The conversation ended there. Whether the man could understand was up to him. A heavy rain soaked both of them. The girl laughed and said, Do you still think I'm a child? Now I could be a powerful ability user. I won't catch these minor illnesses. Chapter 126. What are you doing in the apocalypse? Do you want some honey? Lin Fei looked at the girl. She was originally wearing thin clothes, and after a rain, her clothes were almost transparent. Cough, cough. Blue and white stripes. The sudden display was too much for Lin Fei to handle, and after coughing twice, he hurriedly said, You should take a shower. I senti it uncomfortable being sticky. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat me. Hurry and heat up some water for a shower. Yes, yes, yes. The girl nodded with a smile and said, You really are chatty. But the next second, she couldn't smile anymore, because she also realized that her clothes were nearly transparent. The girl's cheeks instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Lin Fei with a pitiful expression. Did you see? Lin Fei was boiling water on the balcony, pretending to be confused. What did you see? Really didn't see anything? The girl didn't believe Lin Fei, and now he looked guilty no matter how she looked at him. I don't know what you're talking about, Lin Fei said. Scumbag, the girl suddenly said, My mom once told me that if anyone sees your body, I should kill him. Your mom is too ruthless, Lin Fei exclaimed. If you haven't seen it, why are you so nervous? The girl glared at him. Lin Fei could only surrender. I know I was wrong. Oomph. The girl huffed and said, I was just tricking you earlier. You won. Lin Fei sighed. You actually learned to lie, and the first person you deceived was me. You were the one who lied to me first. The girl's tone immediately weakened. Well, I'll just make you something delicious later as an apology. Lin Fei smiled. The girl was really easy to understand. The water is ready. Take it to wash up. The girl nodded. Lin Fei went into the kitchen to make ginger soup. Although Lin Fei is invincible and immune to everything, including colds, and the girl is also a powerful ability user, making it hard for her to catch a cold. But life needs a sense of ritual. On such a rainy day, he suddenly felt like having ginger soup. An invincible life is so simple and dull. After the ginger soup was ready, He thought that the girl might not like the taste, so he added a lot of sugar, which improved the flavor a bit. Lin Fei looked at the white, granulated sugar in his hand, lost in thought. Perhaps I should get some honey. The sweetness of honey is much better than that of white sugar. However, Lin Fei didn't know that in this apocalyptic world, others couldn't even obtain white sugar, while he had already begun to crave honey. A girl in pajamas walked out of the bathroom and caught a whiff of the ginger scent. What is that? The smell is so strange. Lin Fei served the girl a bowl with a smile on his face. Do you want to become strong? Drink this, and you will be able to defeat me. The girl immediately shot Lin Fei a glare. Such nonsense. Does he think I will believe it? She leaned closer to Lin Fei, wrinkling her nose, and said, What on earth is this? It tastes so strange. Is it the dark cuisine from ancient legends? Dark cuisine? Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. So, dark cuisine really is a legendary existence here? If you want to give it a try, I can make you some dark cuisine later, but for now, drink this. He took a big gulp in front of the girl and said, Don't worry, it's not poisonous. This is a magical Eastern dish. The girl was skeptical, but still took a sip. Her rosy face immediately turned pale, looking as if she had food poisoning. Chapter 127. Want to generate electricity? I like you so much, yet you poisoned me. The girl staggered back 2 steps. No, Lin Fei said. Is this stuff really that bad? The girl nodded furiously. Then have another sip. It's already been cooked. We can't waste it, Lin Fei said seriously. I don't want to. The girl immediately stepped back and said, You're committing murder. Lin Fei could only give up. Well then. However, seeing the girl's face full of resistance, he became even more certain that he had to find a way to get the honey. He said, This is actually ginger tea. It can dispel cold and prevent colds. It's too bitter, the girl said seriously. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Fei entered the bathroom with clothes and hot water. When he came out, he saw the girl lighting several candles. What heavy rain. She sat on the bed, looking at the pouring rain outside, and said, I don't know when this rain will stop. Lin Fei glanced at the dimly lit room, and suddenly another idea popped into his mind. Electricity. Right now, we are relying on candles for light. The glow is yellowish and flickering constantly, which isn't good for the eyes if you look at it for too long. We need to get electricity, Lin Fei said. The girl, hearing Lin Fei's words, said, Are we going to generate electricity ourselves? Yes, Lin Fei, sitting next to her, replied. Otherwise, when it gets dark, we won't be able to see anything. Actually, we can use batteries, the girl said. Each household's electric meter can have a battery installed to prevent power outages. A battery the size of a palm can last for a week. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Where can we find batteries? Generally, supermarkets have them, but they must have been taken already. The girl said, The supermarket we went earlier was empty. I'll pay attention to it in the future, Lin Fei replied. There are just too many things to find. Ability fruits, honey, and batteries. Living in the apocalypse is really difficult. Lin Fei sighed. Perhaps there are already people in villas enjoying hot pot, with air conditioning, living it up. I'm really envious. The girl immediately shot him a glare. How can anyone be so comfortable in this world? This is the apocalypse. But then she thought, since there are people as powerful as Lin Fei, maybe there really are people who can do that. But what is hot pot? The girl asked curiously. Hot pot. Lin Fei suddenly felt hungry and said, Let's have hot pot for dinner tonight. I'll teach you how to make it. I just happen to have all the needed ingredients. Is it delicious? The girl still had lingering fears from the ginger soup she had just had, worried that Lin Fei would concoct something terrifying again. It's very delicious, Lin Fei said with a smile, rubbing the girl's cheek. It was cool, soft, and smooth, a really nice texture. The girl blushed and swatted away Lin Fei's mischievous hand, saying softly, Don't mess around. You haven't confessed yet. Lin Fei couldn't hear the last part because she said it so quietly. Outside, the heavy rain showed no signs of stopping, as if it wanted to flood the entire world. The two were trapped inside the villa, unable to go anywhere. Lin Fei and the girl were originally sitting on the bed, but they got bored and soon lay down. Then, the girl fell asleep, wearing her pajamas, lying in Lin Fei's arms. Chapter 128. Eating hot pot in a zombie-filled apocalypse. Heavy rain poured down, and the air was a bit cold. Worried that the girl would catch a cold, Lin Fei pulled the quilt up and lay quietly. He surprisingly felt a bit homesick. Lin Fei sighed. It seems I really need to eat hot pot tonight. When the candles were extinguished, the room was completely dark. Lin Fei carefully got out of bed. He relit the candle, walked into the kitchen, and started preparing hot pot. Just thinking about the delicious hot pot made Lin Fei hungry. The weather was a bit cold, making it a perfect time for hot pot. First, he prepared the sauce. Lin Fei chopped the red chili peppers into small pieces, then took out some cilantro to chop, smashed a few cloves of garlic, and chopped some green onions. He poured in sesame oil and soy sauce and gently mixed it. It smelled so good, but upon careful consideration, he started to prepare another sauce. She might not like spicy food. He got some vinegar, oyster sauce, and some not-too-spicy millet peppers, and finally added garlic, ginger, and green onions, along with the fresh cilantro. Perhaps she wouldn't like this either. Then he prepared vinegar and soy sauce separately. These two items could also be used as sauces, just not as satisfying. He began to prepare the side dishes. This was a main event. Lin Fei opened his backpack, first taking out the vegetables. There were many vegetables inside the backpack, as he had picked up various kinds at the market and city. Napa cabbage, spinach, asparagus cabbage. Lin Fei took out a big white radish and said with a smile, "This is the soul. What hot pot doesn't have white radish? There are also shiitake mushrooms and enoki mushrooms. These are all essential. Of course, we can't forget the snow white tofu. As for the meat, let me see." After washing and preparing the vegetables, he began to look for meat because meat is very important in hot pot, as the soup base is made from it. She probably doesn't like spicy food, so he decided to make a clear broth. He planned to use a whole chicken to make the soup. So he took out a whole old hen, cleaned it thoroughly, and then cut it up. Since time is paused in the backpack, it won't spoil no matter how long it is kept. Then Lin Fei took out chicken blood, which is made from coagulated chicken blood and is very delicious. He started to simmer the chicken. He then began preparing tomatoes, garlic, scallions, ginkgo nuts, and cilantro. After half an hour of busy work, he finally started making the soup base. During this time, Lin Fei started preparing the side dishes, thinking that fish would be difficult to handle. So he didn't prepare too much. He only got one crucian carp. More importantly, he had scallops, crab, lobster, kelp, and seaweed. And of course meat. Lin Fei recklessly took out duck meat, goose meat, pig intestines, pig kidneys, chicken intestines, chicken liver, chicken kidneys, lamb, and beef. After cutting everything up, he glanced at the soup base and thought it was almost ready. Unfortunately, there were no fish balls, Lin Fei said. However, the side dishes for tonight were already quite abundant. He carried the pot to the living room and specially brought in some charcoal to continue heating it. At this moment, he reminisced once again, wishing they had electricity. "Time to get up and eat hot pot," he said. The girl seemed to have just woken from a dream and looked a bit dazed as she sat up in bed. "Wash your face," Lin Fei said. "I'll be waiting for you in the living room." He went down to light the candles. The girl finally came down. Wow, when she saw the full table of food, she was shocked. "What is this? Is this hot pot?" Chapter 129, Apocalypse. Don't I care about face? But when she got closer, she became curious. Why is everything raw? Everything is raw. Lin Fei nodded and said, "Just put whatever you want in the pot to cook." "But will it taste good like this?" the girl asked, confused. "There are sauces," he replied. Lin Fei explained to the girl, "Just dip the vegetables in the sauce, and they will taste really good. I'm worried you can't handle spicy food, so I prepared a few sauces for you to try." It was the girl's first time eating hot pot, and she didn't understand anything at first, so she followed Lin Fei's example. "This is so delicious." She happily squinted her eyes while eating the cabbage Lin Fei picked for her. "This sauce is sour and sweet. It tastes amazing. Feel free to add whatever you want," Lin Fei said with a faint smile. Seeing the girl enjoying her meal made him feel good too. "In our hometown, hot pot is something families enjoy together," Lin Fei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the girl's face instantly turned red. "Tonight is a candlelit dinner," Lin Fei joked. The girl's cheeks turned even redder as she buried her head, not daring to look at Lin Fei. Is this a confession? A candlelit dinner is something couples do together, right? The more she thought about it, the more her mind wandered. Outside, the rain continued to fall, showing no sign of stopping, and it was a bit cold, but the villa felt very warm. The two were in the apocalypse, enjoying hot pot. In the apocalypse, where zombies roamed and resources were scarce, people lived from one meal to the next. Yet Lin Fei could actually share hot pot with a girl. Lin Fei is here, feeling like he is on a vacation. It would be great if there was electricity. Lin Fei said, heating with electricity is better than heating with coal. Woo-woo. The girl felt the tofu was too hot for her mouth, but she was reluctant to spit it out, so she kept moving her mouth. Lin Fei smiled and said, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. After finally swallowing the tofu, she happily said, once we get the batteries, let's have hot pot again. Next time, I want to come to the kitchen. Hot pot is really delicious, and I want to learn. Sure, Lin Fei agreed, saying next time, it'll be your turn to make hot pot for me. The girl nodded earnestly, but next time we won't turn on the lights. We'll use candles instead. As she said this, her pretty face turned red. Candlelight dinner and all that. She felt very happy inside. Well, now, in the apocalypse, the two even agreed to have hot pot together again. Apocalypse? Am I not concerned about my face? Until the coal burned out and stopped heating. The girl reluctantly patted her little belly. So delicious, she said with a smile. Why have I never seen such delicious food before? That's a specialty from my hometown. Lin Fei replied. I'll take you there to eat even more delicious food in the future. Great, great, the girl nodded. Thus, Lin Fei found a lively, cute, smart, and charming girl in the apocalypse. Apocalypse? Am I not concerned about my face? The next day, it rained for a day and a night, and finally stopped. After breakfast, Lin Fei said, let's first look for the square and see the situation, then we can look for batteries, honey, and other things. The girl was still as obedient and charming as ever. Finding the square wasn't difficult for Lin Fei, who could fly. Sea City was large. But Lin Fei's speed was astonishing. By noon, the two finally found a huge square. Chapter 130. Love at first sight. In the center of the square, a small tree stood there. Lin Fei saw the clearest. There were 3 red fruits growing on the tree, looking like apples. With the experience from the last time, Lin Fei felt that the taste of this supernatural fruit might really be apple-flavored. He glanced around again and didn't see any zombies, as there were people in the surrounding houses. They should all be supernatural beings. The girl nodded, as she also saw that the fruit still had a half-green color. The fruit wasn't ripe yet, so there was no need to go down and get it. It was better to wait a few more days. Now, Lin Fei wanted to get some honey. Unfortunately, the supermarket from last time was empty. Life is not easy, Lin Fei sighed. Below, there were survivors. At that moment, the girl pointed to the street below and said. Lin Fei looked down and saw 4 survivors moving in the street below. He thought to go down and ask them where there were still supermarkets. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he descended with the girl. The 4 people were walking cautiously on the street, fearing to attract any troublesome zombies. Just at that moment, wait. Lin Fei's voice rang out not far behind them. The few people were startled and turned around, only to relax when they saw it was a human. Are you sick? A young man glared at Lin Fei and said, shouting so loudly here, aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? Sorry, Lin Fei quickly apologized. You shouted even louder. A young man beside him immediately tapped his head, which finally made him shut up. Lin Fei took a careful look at the 4 people. The leader was a middle-aged man, followed by 2 young men and a boy. The man's expression was anxious, as if he were in a hurry. Who are you? One of the young men asked warily, eyeing Lin Fei. What do you want? I just want to ask for directions. Lin Fei said frankly, we want to know if there are any supermarkets nearby. It's too late. The young man shot a cold glance at Lin Fei and said, the supermarkets here are all empty. After the awakening of abilities, many people rushed into the supermarkets, killed the zombies, and took all the food. Asking this now, you might as well eat dirt. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He initially thought that the previous supermarket was simply empty, but he didn't expect that all the supermarkets were empty. As for the honey and batteries, we can look for some small shops. The girl walked up to Lin Fei and said, we can also search in some restaurants, hotels, and villas. She thought Lin Fei was looking for batteries. Generally, high-end places like restaurants, hotels, and villas prepare some batteries to prevent sudden power outages. Lin Fei nodded. This was indeed a good idea. Wait, but just as the two turned around, ready to leave, the boy's voice suddenly rang out. What are you going to do? Lin Fei felt that the boy's tone seemed much gentler, although he wasn't sure if it was just his illusion. He looked at the boy and found that his gaze was fixed on the girl, and he immediately understood. The girl seemed to sense something too, her expression cold. She had no good feelings towards this boy because he had insulted Lin Fei by calling him crazy as soon as he spoke. Now that there was no food in the supermarket, let alone in small shops or restaurants. Chapter 131. School bell Yushua. The boy smiled gently at the girl. Come with us. We're going to look for food. If you join us, we can definitely get more food. The expressions of the two young men beside them changed instantly. What are you talking about? Someone immediately stopped the boy. After all, this was the apocalypse. Food was an extremely precious resource. How could he say such things? They still didn't know the identities of these two people. I know what I'm saying. The boy shrugged off their hands, pretending to be mature, and said, Uncle Luo is a beekeeper. With the changes happening now, the bees at home have already mutated. It's very dangerous. If we have 2 more people, we can increase our chances. Upon hearing this, the two young men exchanged glances as if there was some sense to it. A beekeeper? Lin Fei's eyes brightened. That means there is honey there. Wonderful. Lin Fei immediately said, Yes, take us there. With 2 more people, we have a better chance. I'm very strong. The two looked at Lin Fei, who was fair-skinned and looked like a pretty boy, and it was obvious he had no combat power. Then they glanced at the girl beside him, who was pure and elegant, as she also seemed to lack any fighting ability. The collaboration was pleasant. A young man agreed. The girl looked at Lin Fei with confusion, wondering why they were suddenly heading for food instead of looking for batteries. The boy immediately said, You guys come over here. Get a little closer to us. My brother's ability can prevent people within a 2-meter radius from being detected by zombies. There's actually such a miraculous ability. Lin Fei felt that the world was indeed full of wonders. As for the addition of Lin Fei and the girl, the 4 of them had their own thoughts. But none were as obvious as the boy's. What's your name? The boy, facing the girl, surprisingly became a bit shy. My name is Yang Hao, and my ability is fire control. I have AB rank. The girl gave him a faint glance and said, Yi Yushua, I can control ice and snow. That's really cool. The boy replied with a smile, You're ice and snow, and I'm fire. What a coincidence, haha. But he was the only one laughing, making it quite awkward. The 2 young men beside them looked speechless, having found it strange since just now why the boy's attitude had suddenly improved. And now they understood. It seemed he had a crush on the girl. The boy also felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. So he looked for a topic. These 2 are my older brothers. He pointed to the 2 young men. My older brother can control water, and my second brother can hide the presence of people within a 2-meter radius. And this is Uncle Luo. The girl seemed a bit helpless. Has anyone ever told you that you are very beautiful? Young Hao asked. Yes. The girl nodded, stealing a glance at Lin Fei, who says she is lively and adorable every day. Yang Hao smiled and said, Of course, you're so beautiful. Even better looking than the school beauty I used to know. Thank you. The girl nodded and smiled politely. She used to be the school beauty. You're welcome. Yang Hao, feeling proud from the compliment, said, Don't worry, I will protect you this time. I'm very strong. The girl just smiled. Chapter 132. Seemingly comforting, but actually showing off madly. At that moment, Yang Hao's gaze fell on Lin Fei. After all, this man was with the girl, so Yang Hao had to pay attention to him. However, it seemed that these 2 were probably siblings. So he asked, What is your name? He didn't show the same gentleness he had with the girl. Lin Fei, what abilities do you have? Yang home.Precious. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't have any supernatural abilities. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the group of people looked slightly taken aback. Huh? The young man opened his mouth in disbelief. You don't have any supernatural abilities? None. Lin Fei spoke honestly. That's really unfortunate. The young man sighed and said, You must have survived until now because of Yi Yushua, right? Lin Fei thought for a moment, nodded seriously, and in a sense, it was really Yi Yushua who raised him to where he is now. Although he thought his cooking was quite good, it was still far inferior compared to the girls. What if he couldn't eat the meals she cooked in the future? That would be devastating. The terrifying thought made Lin Fei not dare to think further. Yang Hao scoffed, originally worried that the 2 had a very close relationship, but now he was no longer concerned at all. Who would like a useless person? He sighed and said, From now on, just hide behind me. I will protect you, since you are Yi Yushua's friend. The girl, however, said seriously, You are wrong. Huh? Yang Hao was taken aback and asked in confusion, What did I say wrong? He is not my friend. the girl replied. Yang Hao's face instantly showed a look of surprise. Does this mean he has a greater chance? In that moment, he felt as if he had reached heaven. However, the next moment, the girl said, he is my boyfriend. Crack. In an instant, Yang Hao froze, as if struck by lightning, his smile completely frozen on his face. He felt that heaven had turned pitch dark in an instant. The devil was laughing maniacally. This. Yang Hao awkwardly smiled and said, You're joking, right? How could he possibly be worthy of you? The girl then linked her arm with Lin Fei's and said, It's me who is not worthy of him. At that moment, Yang Hao's smile truly became stiff. Today, he went out to find food and encountered a lovely girl. These should be two happy things. When two happy things are combined, it should be double the joy. Why? Yang Hao felt as if his heart was shattered. His two older brothers saw the desolate expression on his face and felt pity. But after all, they were men. Men should silently endure. The second brother patted Yang Hao on the shoulder. Yang Hao said expressionlessly, I won't get hurt anymore, because my heart is already dead. Lin Fei patted Yang Hao's shoulder. It's too tragic. Before it even started, he was already heartbroken. Life is like this, full of surprises and unexpected events. Lin Fei comforted the young man, saying, For example, you only know that she is lively and cute, gentle and charming, youthful and beautiful, and exceptionally smart. The young man was taken aback. Could it be that Lin Fei was trying to comfort himself? But why did it sound so strange? Lin Fei continued, But you don't know, she is really very cute, kind-hearted, and her cooking is excellent. Meeting her is my luck. Chapter 133. Everyone was deceived. The boy felt as if his heart had been brutally stabbed. Is this comfort? It's simply the deadliest blow. Cute, kind, and can cook. Yang Hao felt like he was about to cry. How did it end up like this? This should have been an incredibly happy day. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, trying to hold back the stubborn tears. This was his last bit of strength. Seeing Yang Hao's current state, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. The other party had just tried to steal his girl right in front of him. How could he endure this? The girl had long been too shy to lift her head. On the way, Yang Hao seemed like a different person. He was usually quite talkative, but now was very quiet, making his two older brothers uncomfortable. However, upon reflection, he should be able to recover quickly. So both of their gazes fell on Lin Fei. You just said you have no abilities? The older brother asked. Yes, Lin Fei nodded. Then at that time, just follow behind us and listen to our commands. Otherwise, if anything happens, we want to take responsibility, the second brother said. Moreover, once we get the food, your share will be less. In fact, they were starting to regret bringing Lin Fei along. A person without abilities is just an ordinary person. What use is that in this apocalypse? Perhaps he could be of some use later. The two thought to themselves, now that they had brought him along, it would be a hassle to send him away, so they might as well keep him. Maybe he could be used as a pawn later on. The six of them finally arrived at Yangfeng Garden in the outskirts by noon. The middle-aged uncle was anxious, and Lin Fei felt like he was about to rush in at any moment. Was he that hungry? Be careful. Upon arriving, the older and second brothers had serious expressions. The second brother said, You must not leave me more than 2 meters, or you'll definitely die. Lin Fei saw how serious he was speaking, so he walked over and pulled the girl a couple of steps closer. The beekeeping courtyard was silent. Lin Fei looked around. There were many beehives, but not a single bee in sight. Had the bees all flown away? The middle-aged man in front led the way, walking hurriedly toward the distant house. The girl looked at Lin Fei in confusion. Sure enough, the middle-aged man arrived in front of the house and shouted nervously, Yulan. His hand trembled as he opened the door, but it was empty inside, which puzzled everyone. Uncle, what are you doing? The young boy asked. Nothing. The uncle shook his head and said, Let's go to the cellar. Under the uncle's guidance, they arrived at the cellar smoothly. Bees wouldn't come to such a place, which eased the group considerably. However, as soon as they opened the door, everyone froze. Because in the cellar, there was actually a leader. What the hell? The older brother shouted and immediately took action, but it was still too late. A sharp, piercing sound suddenly echoed, making their ears hurt and causing them to involuntarily step back 2 paces. With a splat, a water arrow pierced through the leader's head, killing it completely. Not good. Everyone started to feel tense. But the uncle was stunned, because he clearly saw that the leader's clothes were exactly what his wife wore. That's your wife, right? Lin Fei said. Bang. Chapter 134. The Young Boy's Brave Confession. The middle-aged uncle sat helplessly on the ground. The disaster had passed for nearly 4 months. Lin Fei didn't know their situation, so he didn't intend to comment casually. He just wanted to get the honey. Stop talking about this. Let's hurry up. We don't know what might come attracted by it, the elder brother shouted. But before they could set off, a frightening sound came from outside. Buzzing. That was the sound of bee wings flapping. Not good. When they heard this sound, the faces of several people turned pale. We're surrounded, the second brother said weakly. In this situation, even if I went out alone, I would undoubtedly die. They glanced at Lin Fei. He was just an ordinary person. Even if they treated him as a pawn and let him go out to distract the bees, it wouldn't work now. The buzzing sound continued outside. Who knows how many bees are out there? They feared that as soon as Lin Fei showed his face, he would be dead. They shouldn't be able to find us yet, the elder brother said, slightly calming down. If they can't find us, these bees should disperse soon. If we hold out here for a few days, we might be saved. He smiled, thinking this was a way out. But when he walked into the cellar, the smile on his face completely froze. The cellar was empty, only a lot of empty glass bottles. Where was the food? You lied to us. He grabbed the uncle's collar and lifted him up, clearly furious. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound came from outside as the bees crashed into the door. Their faces turned even whiter. At this point, they had nowhere to retreat. Lin Fei calmly picked up a glass bottle the size of a water bottle. He thought these glass bottles were probably used for storing honey, and now he could use one for himself. The crashing sounds outside grew louder. Yang Hao suddenly let out a long sigh. He looked at the girl and said passionately, "Perhaps we will never have another chance, but to die together is my fortune. Please watch this. I am fighting for you this time, and I have no regrets in death. You must believe I love you more than he does." As disaster approached, the young man was still confessing his feelings to Yi Yuxiue. Bang! The cellar door was smashed open. Yang Hao stood at the door, flames engulfing him like a sun, and with a loud roar, he charged out. Outside, there were bees, the size of mice, dark and numerous. Sunlight and flames. He closed his eyes and shouted, "Boom! A loud explosion." Yang Hao was already prepared for death, but when his powers were exhausted, he felt a slight chill around him. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned. A world of ice and snow. Before him was a realm transformed into ice and snow. The bees that were just flying in the air were now frozen into ice sculptures, shattering upon hitting the ground. Turning around, he was completely stunned. The girl stood there, her long hair flowing in the cold wind, like an ice princess, extraordinarily beautiful. Chapter 135. The darkened Yi Yuxiue, too terrifying the young man, was momentarily dumbfounded. He suddenly realized, did Yi Yuxiue finally discover her love for him? The girl merely glanced at him indifferently and said, "Please do not get carried away. I will say this one last time. I have someone I like. Don't make me repeat this. It makes you look foolish." Boom! Yang Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't utter a single word anymore. This time his heart truly shattered. Watching the man slowly emerge from the cellar, Yang Hao suddenly felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, and he loudly asked, "Why do you like this waste? Is it because he is handsome?" Yang Hao was still young, pointing at Lin Fei and shouting, "He doesn't even have powers. What is good about following him? He might get killed by the bees next second." Just as his words fell, a bee indeed approached Lin Fei from behind, aiming for his neck. Clang! With a crisp sound, the stinger broke instantly. Yang Hao was immediately stunned, and the next moment, a scene that left him completely dumbfounded unfolded. Lin Fei reached out and slapped. Boom! A gust of violent wind swept through, and the bees caught in it all exploded in an instant, not even knowing how they died. The two older brothers of the young man were also stunned, staring blankly at the scene before them, their minds going blank, unable to react. This person was said to have no powers, right? Why was he so strong? Just a slap, and without even hitting, he directly killed half the bees? Is this something a human can do? They actually wanted to use Lin Fei to lure away those bees. For someone like him, killing us would be no different than stepping on an ant, right? They swallowed hard in fear, not daring to look Lin Fei in the eye. Youth is wonderful, full of vigor. Lin Fei glanced indifferently at the young man. The remaining half of the bees, the girl could handle alone. She was no longer the weak girl from before. Bang! Yang Hao sat on the ground helplessly, unable to believe what he saw. Wasn't he supposed to have no powers? Why did he only need to slap from a distance to make half the bees explode? He used his ultimate skill and only managed to kill a few bees. Lin Fei reached out and pinched the girl's cheek, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to find treasures." Wait a minute. The girl smiled. Then she walked up to Yang Hao and raised her fair, jade-like hand. Slap! A crisp sound echoed. The girl used all her strength to slap Yang Hao, sending him spinning backward, flying 3 meters before hitting the ground. You insulted him. I originally wanted to kill you. Yi Yushua lowered her voice and said coldly. But because he is here, I don't want him to see my other side. Remember this slap. Today, you've saved your life. Yang Hao lay on the ground, trembling as he saw Yi Yushua's icy gaze. It was fear that came from the depths of his soul. This woman is too terrifying. Chapter 136. There's honey even in the apocalypse. However, the girl did not know that Lin Fei had heard everything she just said. At this moment, Lin Fei realized that he had heard something he shouldn't have. The bright smiling girl in front of him had just said such heartless words. Could she be a Yandera? He decided to educate her on the right thoughts another time. Lin Fei made up his mind. Come with me. Lin Fei, with a mysterious air, took a glass bottle to open those beehives, only to find that the honey inside had all gone bad. What you mentioned is treasure. Could it be honey? The girl immediately guessed. Yes, that's right, Lin Fei nodded. When he saw that the honey in the beehives had already spoiled, he realized that all the honey in these hives was unusable. The fact that these bees appeared so quickly suggested that there must be a new nest nearby. Lin Fei thought to himself, there should be new honey inside. He activated his X-ray vision and took the girl to look around. Finally, he stopped at a small hill not far away. They had actually built their nest underground. Lin Fei was somewhat surprised. This was something he had never encountered before. Step back, I'll dig here. Lin Fei stomped down. Boom! The entire hive was shaken open, and a large pit appeared on the ground. The exposed hive was about the size of half a house. I can smell it now. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he quickly approached the beehive and opened it, revealing golden honey. Produced by mutated bees, can it be eaten? With skepticism, he personally tried a taste and found it to be very sweet. This honey contains a large amount of supernatural power. A girl walked over and said excitedly, "Then you should try it." He reached out and dabbed some on the girl's small mouth. So sweet. The girl's eyes squinted with happiness. Yang Hao watched this scene from a distance, finally unable to say a word. Seeing the girl's happy expression, he knew he had lost. The girl's happiness had nothing to do with Lin Fei's strength. Yang Hao could see that as long as she was with that guy, the girl was bright, cheerful, and very happy. He saved me. Yang Hao weakly sat down on the ground. If it weren't for him, Yi Yushua would really have killed me. He felt very scared. I did something very foolish. Yang Hao said weakly. The two looked at Yang Hao, confused, as he got up from the ground. What are you going to do? At this moment, Lin Fei and the girl naturally had no idea what was happening here. He now realized that the girl seemed to have a particular fondness for sweet flavors, really enjoying the taste of honey. Eating too much will make you gain weight, Lin Fei said seriously. The girl froze, her face showing a conflict of emotions. In the end, she decided not to eat anymore, glancing down at her body, which seemed to be a bit heavier than before. She resolved to lose weight. Lin Fei filled a bottle with honey and stuffed a piece of beeswax into the jar, feeling quite satisfied. He said, "Let's go look for batteries tomorrow." The girl nodded. Lin Fei still remembered what had just happened, so he decided to educate the girl tonight. The sky began to darken, and as usual, the girl cheerfully said, "I'll go prepare dinner first." Chapter 137. Battery production base. Tonight's dinner was as sumptuous as ever. With the honey in hand, the girl's mood was very good, making the food even more delicious. After dinner, while waiting for the water to boil, Lin Fei and the girl sat on the balcony, enjoying the breeze and sipping warm tea. It felt like they were savoring life, as if this place was not an apocalyptic world. Yushua, Lin Fei suddenly spoke. The girl slightly turned her head and smiled, asking what's wrong. This afternoon, if I hadn't been there, would you have killed that boy? Lin Fei said. The girl's hand holding the teacup suddenly tightened. She lowered her head and said softly, "Did you hear that?" Now that she thought about it, Lin Fei was so powerful. How could he not have heard her words back then? She suddenly became a bit nervous. Did I make you dislike me? Lin Fei smiled and shook his head, reaching out to ruffle her hair, and said, No, I just have some things I want to talk to you about. What things? The girl felt her palms starting to sweat. Has anyone ever expressed gratitude for your kindness? Lin Fei said slowly, At least no one has thanked me for my kindness. They only know how to take advantage of it. The girl was puzzled. Lin Fei continued, Kindness is important, but you can't be kind to everyone. You need to have a bit of edge. Aren't you blaming me? The girl exclaimed in surprise. You're not in the wrong, Lin Fei said. I ignored him the whole way, and he was already getting too close. Even if you hadn't slapped him, I would have dealt with him. The girl finally felt relieved. You can't be kind to everyone, but kindness is really important, Lin Fei said. Power shouldn't be abused, but when it's time to act, you shouldn't hold back. The girl nodded, giggling, You're the best. The next day, the girl got up early again, carefully preparing breakfast because Lin Fei said last night that they would go out to look for batteries today. For batteries, we should go to the power station, Lin Fei said. The girl nodded in agreement. Perhaps there are other places in the city that have batteries, but they can't compare to the quality inside the power station. Some batteries there are the size of a palm and can last a month. Power stations are usually built by the water, the girl said. Let's follow the river to look for it. The two finally arrived at the power station around noon. What a big power station. Lin Fei saw the power station in front of him, which covered at least dozens of hectares. If he walked inside, he estimated he could walk for several days. After the mutation occurred, the power station stopped operating, and due to the tightly closed gates, it became a forbidden area filled with a large number of zombies, posing an immense danger to ordinary people. However, to Lin Fei, this place was no different from home. He took out his gun, shooting one zombie at a time, hitting their heads through dozens of walls. The fallen zombies stared wide-eyed, completely unaware of what was happening. They didn't even see Lin Fei and the girl. Lin Fei was flying at low altitude, holding the girl in his arms while looking below for a battery production facility. However, the M4 laser gun in his hand did not stop. With automatic aiming, headlocking, wall-piercing, no recoil, and infinite ammunition, he didn't even need to look. Each gunshot would bring down a zombie. There, the girl suddenly pointed excitedly below. There was a dome-shaped building, and it was clear to see a huge sign in front of the building that read high-grade battery production base. Chapter 138. An Invincible Life is so simple, let's go down. Lin Fei felt a bit happy in his heart. They had finally found the batteries. They were finally going to say goodbye to the primitive candle-like life and enter the electrical age. It was a cause for celebration indeed. But something felt off. Just as they reached the entrance, the girl became alert. She said, Since I reached S rank, I've been able to sense strong enemies around me. There are very strong enemies inside this base. Seeing the serious expression on the girl's face, Lin Fei also became serious. If she said it was powerful, could it be something even the modifier couldn't handle? Things were getting interesting. Be careful, the girl said. Even when I faced the wild bull, I never triggered this feeling. Okay, Lin Fei agreed verbally, but as soon as he reached out, he tore down the heavy iron door. He tossed it aside. Boom! The iron door weighed at least 10 tons, and when it hit the ground shook and rumbled. The vigilant girl was startled. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly swept through the building, catching the girl's attention. It has found us, the girl said. Don't be afraid. Lin Fei immediately walked up to the girl and said, I'm going to meet him. Just thinking about how powerful the opponent might be, to the point that even the modifier couldn't handle it, made Lin Fei feel like the blood in his body was flowing faster. What is this feeling? It's not nervousness. It's excitement. After being here for so long, could it be that today he would encounter an opponent worth fighting? Just then, a blue lightning bolt suddenly rushed towards Lin Fei from the front. Lin Fei became excited and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A blue laser instantly pierced through the lightning's head, then penetrated the building's wall, shooting up into the blue sky, getting farther and farther away until it disappeared. The lightning that had charged and suddenly froze. It finally revealed its true form, which was a mutated zombie covered in electric currents. At that moment, the lightning was still crackling on its body, but there was a blood hole in its head. Bang! The next moment, it knelt in front of Lin Fei, and slowly fell to the ground. Throughout the encounter, This monster had not even launched a single attack before collapsing in front of Lin Fei, just 3 meters away. "What are you doing?" Lin Fei shouted at the monster. "Don't stop." But the monster could no longer hear because it was dead. That shot contained mysterious power, which severed its strength and all life in an instant. "Didn't you say it was very strong?" After a long while, Lin Fei finally looked at the girl standing beside him. At that moment, the girl's cheeks were flushed, and she awkwardly said, "Maybe I misjudged it." She didn't think much of it. If it were a truly powerful being, how could it possibly be unable to withstand an M4 laser gun? Lin Fei sighed and walked inside. An invincible life is so simple and dull. The emotions just now were purely excitement. Indeed, only the enemies and dreams can fight against oneself. The girl glanced at the monster, feeling curious, but seeing Lin Fei walking away, she quickly chased after him. Chapter 139. The peculiar battery, it should have really eaten the batteries. The girl began to worry. Could it be that all the batteries were eaten? The two arrived at the storage warehouse and found that many boxes were empty, clearly eaten by that monster. There's still 3 batteries left. Lin Fei smiled and immediately stuffed a palm-sized battery into his pocket. The pocket was connected to his backpack, so when he wanted to, he could take it out not only from his own pocket, but also from his backpack and even from the pockets of the girl's clothes. The remaining 2 should be left for those destined to have them, Lin Fei said. He had the ability to carry unlimited items. As long as something entered his backpack, it would turn into an inexhaustible resource. So taking just 1 was enough. The remaining 2 would be left for those in need. The girl didn't say much because she knew Lin Fei was amazing. It seemed like he could take out anything without limit. It was almost like he was a deity, but she had asked Lin Fei many times, and he always refused to admit it. But can humans really do these things? Lin Fei is indeed a deity. However, just as the 2 were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared at the exit. It was a very young man. He had a handsome appearance and extraordinary demeanor, with long hair reaching his waist, resembling a noble young man from ancient times. When Lin Fei and the girl saw this man, he also noticed them. He frowned, said nothing more, and his body swept over like a gust of wind, moving at incredible speed. "The batteries are mine now." His fleeting shadow passed by Lin Fei, leaving behind those words. 2 batteries. The man smiled and picked up both batteries, saying, "You 2 arrived too late." Lin Fei. The girl didn't know what to say, seeing Lin Fei and the girl at a loss for words. He thought it was because his speed was simply terrifying, so he sneered and said, "I didn't expect that someone could get in before me." He glanced at the gun in Lin Fei's hand and said, "Since you have a gun, that zombie at the door must have been taken care of by you. Although the person seems a bit dazed, staying here for half a day without taking the battery, I have to admit, your marksmanship is quite good." The girl shot a glance at the man and said, "We have already taken the battery." The man suddenly laughed. "Taken it? If you had taken it, you wouldn't have left 2 pieces here. Clearly, you just arrived as well. Don't be jealous of me. But let me introduce myself first. My name is CFO. True to my name, I have the power to summon strong winds, and my level is A grade." At this point, he looked proud, truly powerful. Lin Fei casually complimented a couple of sentences and said, "Let's leave it at that for today. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll be on our way. Until we meet again." Thinking carefully, the fateful connection between these 2 batteries is truly peculiar. CFO smiled and said, "You made a very wise choice. Knowing you're not my match, leaving is the best strategy. You are smart people, and I like to make friends with people like you. Dare to leave your names?" Chapter 140. Stepping into the electrical era. Congratulations. Lin Fei. Lin as in lush greenery. Fei as in soaring into the sky. You have the surname Lin. Can you control mountains and rivers? CFO curiously asked. Or do you have the ability to heal others? Lin Fei had a dark expression. Don't judge a person by their name, because you'll never guess. I have no superpowers. CFO was momentarily speechless. No superpowers? Puffed. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. No superpowers? That's too tragic. You must have destroyed the world in your past life, right? In this apocalypse, having no superpowers means a certain death. You're so pitiful. I'll let you go today. CFO smiled as he walked past Lin Fei. I wish you luck in surviving this apocalypse. Until we meet again. With this parting phrase, his figure vanished like a gust of wind. Lin Fei glanced in the direction he had left and said to the girl, "What a strange person. The world is too big, so it's inevitable that there are all kinds of people," the girl replied. As she spoke, before the girl could agree, he picked her up and vanished into the sky in the blink of an eye. When Lin Fei carefully placed the battery into the electrical box, the lights of the entire villa lit up. They had finally entered the electrical age. Lin Fei smiled happily. In the apocalypse, getting electricity made him feel a bit proud. Without electricity, survival would be extremely difficult. He sighed, realizing that life is not easy. The equipment in the villa was all functioning well. The heating bed, air conditioning, batteries, and water heater were all completely usable, except for the TV, which had no signal. He no longer had to boil water on the balcony every day. Lin Fei reached out and pinched the girl's cheek, saying, "We can use electric heat to fry rice and cook in the kitchen now." The girl was naturally delighted. She never expected to have electricity in the apocalypse. "Chef, I want to eat hot pot tonight," Lin Fei said with a smile, as he had previously promised the girl that they would make a real hot pot once they had electricity. "Sure, teach me," the girl said, her eyes shining with interest. Hot pot was actually not difficult to make, and since the girl was already interested in cooking, she understood with just a little guidance from Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei did not leave the kitchen. Instead, he chose to wash the vegetables nearby. Sometimes hot pot made together by two people tastes even better. When everything was ready, the girl stood by the dining table, glancing at the lights from time to time, hesitating to say something. Lin Fei could tell the girl's thoughts with just one glance. It was almost written all over her face. "I brought the candles. Let's turn off the lights," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Candlelight dinner." The girl's cheeks immediately flushed red, but she didn't argue and obediently went to turn off the lights. With electric heating, there was no smoke from coal, and the two enjoyed their meal even more. Plus, with honey, the girl's sauce became even richer. Now, in this apocalyptic world, having electricity and hot pot felt just like being at home. This fake apocalypse. The day for the fruits to ripen was getting closer. However, the weather was uncooperative. A light rain had been falling for 5 consecutive days without stopping. The sky was gloomy, showing no signs of clearing up, and it seemed there was a possibility of the rain getting heavier. Chapter 141. The Square in the Heavy Rain. Lin Fei and the girl were sitting on the balcony drinking tea as usual. "Fortunately, we have electricity now. Otherwise, we would definitely have to light candles," Lin Fei said. The girl didn't seem to care about that and said, "The ability fruit will ripen tomorrow. Should we go watch it? There must be many people eyeing the ability fruit now, and they might be lurking nearby. Once the fruit ripens, they won't wait a second longer. Are you worried they get to the fruit before us?" Lin Fei noticed the girl's concern and smiled. "No need to worry. We checked it out today. Didn't we? The fruit won't ripen until at least noon tomorrow." The girl took a sip of tea and didn't say anything more. "Let us get up early tomorrow," he suggested. "After breakfast, we'll go right away. Then we should sleep early tonight." The girl touched her hair, which was already dry, and said, "Let us go to bed right now." Before Lin Fei could respond, she finished her tea in one gulp, quickly jumped onto the bed, and lay down obediently. Bang, bang. She even patted the empty space beside her, signaling Lin Fei to come over. Lin Fei felt helpless and could only go to sleep honestly. He didn't understand why the girl was so anxious. He wasn't interested in apples, and that ability fruit looked like an apple, probably tasted like one too. So from the very beginning, Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to this ability fruit, unless it was banana flavored. Lin Fei had just laid down when the girl. They had been sleeping together for too long, and the girl had transformed from being shy at first to being bashful, and now to being completely open about it. Anyway, the result was always the same the next day, which was that the girl would tightly hug Lin Fei. As she got closer, Lin Fei could clearly smell the fragrance on the girl. There was body wash and something else. It was sweet and soft, making it easier for Lin Fei to fall asleep than ever before. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck, and the girl trembled, instinctively holding Lin Fei tighter. After all, she was a girl, and no matter how strong she was still a bit afraid of thunder. "There's no need to be scared." Lin Fei reached out and rubbed her head. "I'm not scared, just go to sleep quickly." The girl closed her eyes, resting her head against Lin Fei's chest, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The girl was asleep, but Lin Fei was still awake. Suddenly, heavy rain started pouring outside. the accumulated rainwater finally bursting forth at this moment, a downpour coming down in torrents. I hope it stops by tomorrow. Lin Fei said this as he closed his eyes to sleep. At this moment, in the square of City C, many people in the surrounding buildings were still awake. They were all powerful ability users, and at this moment, they were all staring at the small tree standing firm in the wind and rain in the center of the square. Because the fruit was about to ripen, no one wanted to sleep, fearing that the fruit would mature at any second. Damn this weather. Someone cursed silently, annoyed that it was pouring rain at such a time, obstructing their vision. Despite this, some still saw a figure slowly approaching the small tree through the rain curtain. Who dares to act now? In an instant, everyone was alarmed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 figures appeared around the small tree, all of them fixated on the ability fruit. Now, someone actually dared to try to snatch it from them? Chapter 142. Falling into darkness, this is impossible. However, when they saw the newcomer, they were all momentarily stunned. Initially, they thought it was just some reckless ability user, but as it got closer in the pouring rain, they could clearly see that it was not an ability user at all, but rather a monster. It was tall, standing nearly 2 meters high, but rather thin, as if a gust of wind could blow it over. But that was an illusion. Now it stood firm in the storm, walking slowly toward them. Even a monster has its eyes on this ability fruit. Someone frowned. This meant trouble. The ripening of the ability fruit would attract monsters. It would be fine if a thin one came, but what if a hulking brute appeared? The outcome was unimaginable. Fool, this is not a place for you to come. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and shouted coldly, leaping into the air to strike the monster with a punch. Strengthen. The man's arm immediately bulged. He was a B-level ability user with the power to enhance his body, and he felt he could overcome the monster before him. Crack! A crisp sound was immediately drowned out by the rain. The middle-aged man was stunned, because he clearly saw that his fist had been caught by this monster. Wah! He hadn't even finished the 2 words when the monster slammed him hard into the ground. Bang! A muffled sound, clearly audible even in the rain. The man hit the ground face first, blood spurting out, and the tiles of the square cracked. The monster still held onto his hand, but he was already motionless. Useless. The monster actually spoke in a way that everyone present could understand. Its voice was very hoarse. With a casual toss, the bloodied man was thrown over 10 meters away, landing motionless, his life unknown. Able to speak human language and so powerful, in that moment, everyone became alert. It seemed that this frail-looking monster was not as simple as they had imagined. Have you ever seen a beautiful girl with a man following her? The monster's hoarse voice continued. She killed my brother, and I want to take her head. This monster was the man that Lin Fei and the girl had encountered earlier. His brother had become a monster after eating the egg of a mutated creature. After the girl defeated him using a new technique, she left this man behind. Unexpectedly, he had now also turned into a monster. He had come to the square to seek revenge, certain that Lin Fei and the girl would come here after Lin Fei had asked for directions. You should stop thinking about other people's heads, because in the next moment, your head will also be taken by us. After seeing the monster's attack, everyone here instantly decided to work together to deal with it. But an hour later, this group of people lay all over the ground in the pouring rain. The rainwater on the ground was dyed red with the blood flowing from their bodies. Where there is water, I am invincible. The monster lifted its foot and stomped someone's head into the ground, saying, "How could mere humans be my opponents?" In the downpour, not a single person was unscathed. They were either nursing broken arms or broken legs, lying on the ground, moaning in despair and terror. Chapter 143. Despairing power and speed. How is this monster so powerful? It must be S-level. We are definitely no match for it. Someone struggled, enduring the pain throughout their body, trying to crawl away from here. I won't kill you just yet. The monster said, "You are all humans, so I want to kill you in front of that girl. I want her to know that humans cannot resist me. There's only a dead end." Then its gaze fell on the 3 ability fruits. Initially, a hulking brute had fought against many zombies for the ability fruit, clearly indicating that the ability fruit was also useful against zombies. Today, it came here with 2 purposes. One was to kill Yi Yuxue and Lin Fei, and the other was for the ability fruit. Don't even think about it. Just as it approached the small tree, a blade of wind sliced through the raindrops, aimed at the monster's head. Crack! The monster waved its hand, directly shattering the blade of wind. It stopped and turned to look in the direction from which the blade came, seeing a remarkably handsome young man. It was Xiefeng. He had come here for the ability fruit too, and seeing the monster approaching it, he finally made his move. Another one coming to die. The monster rasped. Yes. Xiefeng smiled and said, I am here to send you to death. After saying this, he lightly tapped the ground, and his body swept past the monster like the wind. You are too slow. He stood behind the monster, taunting. It's as easy as pie to kill you. A fierce wind gathered in his hands, and with a slap, he unleashed an attack containing a massive amount of energy that could easily break through a wall. But this strike missed. Xiefeng was stunned, unable to believe that the monster that had just stood before him had now vanished. He immediately looked left and right, but could not find the monster's figure. What are you looking at? The monster's voice sounded from behind him. Xiefeng's body trembled, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately left the spot. When he turned back, he found that the monster had disappeared again. During battle, don't look around. The monster's voice echoed from behind him once more. In that moment, Xiefeng's face turned pale. Panic and unease surged in his heart. How could this monster be so fast? His heart raced. He had always prided himself on his speed. But now, he had encountered a monster that was even faster than him. Die for me, Xiefeng roared, spinning in midair, and delivered a sweeping kick. With this kick, a fierce wind gathered. Although it was hasty, it contained 80% of his strength, enough to kick a regular zombie's head off. However, bang, Xiefeng suddenly froze, for his kick was unexpectedly blocked by the monster in front of him with a casual hand. This is impossible. He couldn't believe the outcome and cried out in terror. A kick containing 80% of his strength was casually blocked by the opponent. Xiefeng's pupils dilated, and all that filled them was horror. The next day, a girl who was sound asleep suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 144, Sending You to Reunite. She glanced outside. The sky was still gray, and the rain continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping. She carefully climbed out of Lin Fei's embrace, prepared breakfast, and then woke him up. Get up, get up. We need to go check on the ability fruit. She reached out to pull the blanket. To be honest, the air conditioning was a bit too cold last night. And when the blanket was pulled off, Lin Fei woke up. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, they set off. The girl said, We need to hurry. This rain is freezing, so be careful not to catch a cold. As they set off, Lin Fei glanced at the gloomy sky and the cold rain, saying, We need to pick up the pace. He held the girl close and flew quickly towards the square. At this moment in the square, the group that had been knocked unconscious earlier finally woke up. But as soon as they opened their eyes, they were greeted by a scene that left them stunned. Bang! Xiefeng had a bruised face, his long hair was messily cut off, and he had lost many of his teeth. He was kneeling in front of the monster, repeatedly bowing his head. Please, let me go. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked. Please, I can't take it anymore. Just let me leave. All the ability fruits belong to you. I won't even look at them. Just let me go. Great monster, please show mercy and let me leave. Xiefeng, once arrogant, now abandoned all dignity, kneeling before the monster and pleading for it to let him go. Let you go? The monster laughed. You're dreaming. Saying this, it kicked Xiefeng in the face, sending him flying over 2 meters, rolling helplessly in the rain. Weren't you able to run just now? Get up and keep running. I'm not finished having fun yet. Use all your strength. If I'm not happy, I'll kill you. Xiefeng's face was filled with fear and despair. After a night of torment, he had no strength left to get up from the ground. He could only crawl on his hands. Help me, Xiefeng cried desperately. Is there anyone who can come to save me? There is a monster here. His cries were heart-wrenching, showing none of his previous arrogance. No matter how loud you scream, no one will come to save you. If you can't run, you'll just die. The monster slowly walked up to him and said coldly, Don't. Xiefeng screamed in terror. Someone please. There's a monster trying to kill me. Anyone can come. Please save me. The monster scoffed and slowly raised its foot. Just as Xiefeng was in despair, a cold voice suddenly rang out not far away. In an instant, all eyes turned to where the voice came from. Then they saw a beautiful girl stepping out from the rain, walking quickly towards them. You really came. When the monster saw this girl, it trembled with excitement. You finally came. Ha ha ha. It lowered its foot, no longer paying attention to the stunned Siefeng, and said to the girl not far away, "You kill my brother. Today I will take revenge for him and tear you to pieces." Upon hearing the monster's words, the girl understood. "You actually turned into such a disgusting monster." She frowned slightly, a cold light flashing in her eyes. "Since that's the case, today I will send you to reunite with your brother." Chapter 145, I am invincible. Impossible. An ice arrow formed beside her and then shot out at high speed, directly aimed at the monster's head. "Watch out." Sure enough, the monster tilted its head and dodged the girl's ice arrow. "Your speed is too slow," the monster said, stepping forward, and its figure disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. The raindrops in the air exploded, revealing the monster rapidly approaching the girl. The girl's eyes flashed with cold light, and the rainwater beneath her feet instantly turned to ice. She raised her right hand, and with a loud rumble, an ice wall stood in front of her, covered in sharp ice spikes. "The same trick won't work on me," the monster sneered, then suddenly exerted force with its feet. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the ice layer on the ground exploded, shattered ice flying everywhere. In the pouring rain, the monster stopped sliding and laughed mockingly as it walked closer to the ice wall. "This thing is useless against me." After saying this, it punched the ice spikes, and as blood splattered, a 1-meter-thick ice wall shattered. Its figure passed through the ice wall, appearing in front of the girl. But at that moment, the girl's expression was cold, showing no signs of panic. She raised both hands. Crack! The air around her instantly became extremely cold, piercingly chilly. Center on the girl, thick and sharp ice spikes shot out in all directions with no gaps. Puff! The sharp ice spikes pierced through its arm, almost impaling its head. But it was incredibly fast, retreating to 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, coldly staring at the girl among the ice spikes. "I can win." Seeing this scene, the people lying in the rain had their eyes light up, for they saw hope. This monster was not truly invincible. The girl controlling the ice had the potential to defeat the monster. Siefeng trembled with excitement. So she is so powerful. He recalled their meeting at the power station, her disdainful face, and those mocking words, finally realizing how ridiculous it all was. That girl wanting to kill him was probably just a matter of raising her hand. Go for it. He clenched his fists to defeat this monster. But at this moment, the monster began to laugh. "As expected of you." In the heavy rain, the monster said, "You have the qualifications to make me show my true power." The wounds on its body began to heal at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, the pierced arm returned to normal, with no trace of injury visible. "I told you, as long as I touch water, I am invincible," the monster said, its body rising 1/2 meter, its originally thin figure becoming much stronger. "The game is over. Now it's my time," the monster declared. It was still like before. Taking a step out, the figure had already disappeared. In the dense curtain of rain, a gap suddenly appeared. Chapter 146. The girl's first defeat, it was left behind by the monster as it rushed past. It was faster now. Siefeng's pupils trembled. The monster's speed was clearly much faster than just now. Even the raindrops couldn't explode in time. The girl noticed it too. Her expression was serious, no longer hesitating. The cold blue light flickered in her eyes, and a chill of blue flowed around her. In the freezing cold, in an instant, blue light spread from her body, freezing everything in its path instantly. Ding, 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 the frozen raindrops fell, smashing onto the already frozen ground, making a crisp sound. The monster, which had just disappeared, reappeared in front of everyone. It stood 2 meters in front of the girl, just a millisecond away. If the girl had been even a millisecond slower, she would have been attacked by the monster. Looking at the monster so close, the girl showed no hesitation, reaching out to crush the ice sculpture from a distance. However, it was useless. Her expression instantly became extremely grave. Her right hand had turned pale from excessive force, but she still couldn't grip it. Crack! The ice block encasing the monster cracked. The next moment, boom! With a loud bang, the ice block exploded. The shockwave knocked the girl back 2 steps. And after struggling to steady herself, her delicate face turned pale, breathing slightly heavier. "How many times do I have to tell you?" The monster laughed mockingly. "The same trick won't work on me." In the next moment, its figure disappeared again. The girl immediately acted, unleashing the ice spike attack once more. Ice spikes shooting out in all directions. However, crack! In an instant, all the ice spikes in front of the girl exploded, and a bloody hand shot straight towards her heart. With no time to think, the girl instinctively raised an ice wall in front of herself. Boom! The ice wall couldn't hold for a moment, shattered by the monstrous hand, and then the fist landed on the girl's abdomen. A muffled sound. The girl was sent flying 3 meters away. Fortunately, she had used 2 moves to weaken the monster's attack by 90%, which only forced her back. She sustained only minor injuries. Bang! She crashed into Lin Fei's arms, finally stopping. I lost. The girl gritted her teeth, her face pale, unwillingly said. She wanted to fight again, but her powers were almost exhausted, making it impossible to act again in a short time. As her 3 words fell, the rain sound suddenly filled the air. The group on the ground, who had originally been full of vitality, suddenly had their eyes dimmed. She actually lost too. How could this monster be so powerful? With such incredible speed and strength, who could defeat it? It's over, it's all over. They were utterly desperate this time. Just moments ago, they had seen hope in the girl, but unexpectedly, the next moment, even she had failed, leading to a deeper despair. How could this happen? Xiefeng's tightly clenched fist loosened. If even the girl had failed, who else could defeat this monster? That man? He didn't believe Lin Fei could defeat this monster at all. If he could, he should have acted immediately, and, back at the power station, he wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. In front of him, he didn't even object when 2 batteries were taken away. How could someone like that be a strong person? Clearly, he was just a pretty boy with a shallow relationship with the girl. Run away. He suddenly made a decision in his heart, shouting loudly, "You all run. Wait until you become stronger, then come back to defeat it." Chapter 147. Lin Fei. Do you think the sky will brighten again? Now you can't defeat it. Hurry and run. The monster, however, coldly laughed. Run? Let these 2 run for a minute. They won't escape from my grasp. These 2 are bound to die today. I will finally avenge my brother. Ha. However, at this moment, Lin Fei seemed not to hear their voices. He just looked at the girl in his arms and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." The girl shook her head and said, "But my powers are exhausted. I'm afraid I can't act again. I'm sorry for letting you down." She looked somewhat sad. Well, letting down or not, for me, what matters is you, not your victory. As long as you're okay, I'm very satisfied. Lin Fei smiled gently. Besides, in life, who hasn't lost? He let the girl stand aside and walked towards a monster. "Wait here, I will avenge you." The girl obediently stood aside. "You all run." Xiefeng saw this scene and shouted loudly, "You can't defeat this monster. You should escape now." Lin Fei glanced at the person, feeling a bit familiar, but couldn't recall who they were. "Weren't you the one who shouted the loudest for help just now? Now that we're here, you want us to leave? Are you out of your mind? I'm not here to save you. I'm here for revenge." Lin Fei's gaze fell on the monster. "Who are you? I don't even know you. Why should I sacrifice my life to save you? How self-indulgent." Xiefeng suddenly froze. Xiefeng was taken aback. "Revenge?" The monster immediately laughed. "Your little girlfriend couldn't kill me, let alone you." Suddenly, its figure vanished and reappeared behind Lin Fei. Its hoarse voice echoed behind Lin Fei. "With such speed, your little girlfriend can't keep up. Can you? You can't even see clearly, can you?" Lin Fei calmly turned around, looking at the monster in front of him, and said, "At that time, I left you there, thinking you would come to your senses. I didn't expect you would choose to fall into darkness. Your brother has been dead since the moment he ate that egg." Lin Fei said, "You actually choose to become a monster for a monster. That is my brother." The monster said, "I ate its corpse, the taste can't be wrong. It is my brother." Lin Fei finally understands how the monster in front of him came to be. Upon reflection, it feels a bit disgusting. When the people lying on the ground heard the monster's words, their expressions changed involuntarily. This monster actually came about in such a way. It's terrifying. "Well, it doesn't matter what you say." The monster looked at its bloodied hands and said, "Since I gained this power, I have finally realized the insignificance of humanity. Humans are truly too weak. Struggling in this apocalypse is simply a joke." It pointed to the sky. "Do you see this dark sky? This is the future. From now on, the sky will never be bright again. Humanity's future is only darkness. You make it sound so complicated. Lin Fei sighed and said, "It's just pouring rain right now. Once the rain stops, the sky will naturally brighten up." Ha ha ha. The monster laughed and said, "Waiting for the rain to stop? You won't see that day." After saying this, the monster made its move. Chapter 148. With a flick of its finger, the sky brightened. Its hand was sharp as a knife, directly stabbing at Lin Fei's heart. However, clang. Lin Fei did not dodge or strike back. With a crisp sound, the monster's hand stopped on Lin Fei's chest, unable to advance an inch. The monster realized something was wrong and raised its hand to slash at Lin Fei's neck. Bang! Another crisp sound echoed as its hand struck Lin Fei's neck, as if it had hit steel. The monster's arm twitched, and it quickly stepped back 2 paces. Is this the power you have after transforming into a monster? You can't even hurt me, and this is your determination? You have angered me. The monster hissed. I will use all my strength to tear you apart. As soon as the words fell in the pouring rain, the monster's form surged once again. Originally considered sturdy, it now completely transformed into something strong. Although it wasn't as tall as its brother, it exuded an even more terrifying aura. The monster roared, its figure flashing as it appeared behind Lin Fei. Too fast. The people present couldn't keep up with their eyes. However, the monster's punch missed. I'm behind you. Where are you hitting? Lin Fei said. The monster froze instantly. The people lying on the ground were all stunned. When did he? They had just seen the monster disappear, but they hadn't seen Lin Fei vanish. When did he leave his original spot? That speed you pride yourself on is nothing but mediocre in my eyes, Lin Fei said. Crack, crack. The monster clenched its fist, making a popping sound. It turned and threw a punch unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. However, slap, a crisp sound rang out. The monster's figure suddenly froze. The people around were also stunned because they clearly saw that the monster's fist had been effortlessly caught by Lin Fei. That fist was the size of a human head. It was actually blocked by a small hand. Is this possible? This is impossible. The monster roared. You are just a human. How can you be so powerful? Who said that only you can be strong and not allow humans to grow stronger? Lin Fei said expressionlessly, I've seen your strength and speed. So now it's my turn to strike. Saying this, he slowly extended his left hand. At that moment, the monster's heart raced. It finally realized that this person was not normal and wanted to escape, but was horrified to find that it couldn't break free from Lin Fei's right hand. Lin Fei merely flicked his fingers. Boom! A storm directly shattered the monster's body into pieces, and in an instant, not even dust remained. Just a flick of the fingers. The fierce wind ravaged the 9 heavens, scattering the torrential rain. The dark clouds in the sky were ruthlessly torn apart. One moment, it was heavy rain and dense clouds. The next, it was blue skies and bright sunshine. Look, the sky will still clear up. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The rain that had lasted for several days finally stopped. The sky was truly blue. However, at that moment, everyone lying on the ground froze. They stared blankly at the scene before them, their minds completely blank, unable to react. What just happened? Where did the monster go? That 3-meter-tall monster? And what about the torrential rain that lasted for several days? How did the monster suddenly disappear and the rain stop? What did this man do? Just a flick, and the sky cleared. The monster was scared out of its wits? Chapter 149. Who wants to kiss you? That's gross. Everything that happened completely exceeded their understanding. What kind of powerful force is this? How is this possible? Xie Feng stared blankly at Lin Fei not far away. How could one person be so powerful? Is such power really still human? If he is so powerful, why did he let me take the batteries back then? Xie Feng felt as if someone had hit him hard on the head, leaving him dumbfounded. His mind was filled with questions of why. At this moment, Lin Fei was not interested in knowing what these people were thinking. He walked to the fruit tree, saw that the fruits were just ripe, red, and tempting, really resembling ripe apples. I hope you're not apple-flavored. Saying this, he picked one. The remaining 2, let them be for those fated. After saying that, he turned and left. Hearing these words, Xie Feng's body shook. At this moment, he finally understood why Lin Fei didn't stop him back then. Because from the very beginning, Lin Fei had already taken the batteries. The remaining 2 were left for others. A true strong person. He finally realized that Lin Fei was a real powerhouse. Precious batteries, rare fruits. He actually didn't take them all, but chose to leave some for others. What kind of magnanimity is this? This is the true strong. At this moment, CFO felt Lin Fei's figure shining brightly, too dazzling to look at directly. Lin Fei got the fruit. He smiled and put the fruit into his backpack. Great. The girl was also smiling, finally able to try other ability fruits again, wondering what they would taste like. She suddenly realized the reason she wanted the ability fruits was to become stronger, not for the taste. She quietly glanced at Lin Fei and suddenly found that she had been led astray by this person. Time to go. Lin Fei hugged the girl and leaped away. What the hell, he can fly. The people who had just regained some composure froze again. Some with weaker mental endurance rolled their eyes and fainted directly. Too many things happened today. A group of people felt like they were dreaming because it felt so unreal. How could someone be so terrifyingly strong? The girl nodded. But when she saw Lin Fei walk into the kitchen, her expression changed. What are you going to do? She said anxiously. You're not going to cook that stuff again, are you? Just thinking about the ginger soup from last time made her pale, as if she had encountered the strongest enemy. This time there's honey. Lin Fei said, it won't be as awful as last time. Life needs a sense of ritual. If you get caught in the rain and worry about catching a cold, you should drink ginger soup. That's how you feel the essence of life. The girl said seriously, then go ahead and kill me. Lin Fei fell silent. Being picky about food is not good. It seems he needs to educate the girl properly. He shamelessly said, if you finish drinking, I'll give you a kiss. The girl's face immediately turned red. Who wants you to kiss me, pervert? Saying this, she grabbed her clothes and hurriedly went into the bathroom. Lin Fei smiled and began to prepare ginger soup. The girl didn't like bitter flavors, so he made sure the ginger soup wasn't too strong and added a lot of honey, preparing sweet beeswax for her. Chapter 150. The Slightly Disappointed Girl. The girl came out of the bathroom wearing pajamas, her cheeks flushed from the hot water. Is this the bowl? The girl glanced at the ginger soup on the table, her expression blank, as if ready to sacrifice at any moment. Why don't you try a piece of beeswax first? Lin Fei said with a smile, it's not that scary. I just tried it, and it's not bitter at all. The girl immediately ate a piece of beeswax. Her mouth became much sweeter, and then she pinched her nose and started to gulp. Lin Fei clearly saw her face full of pain, and eventually, her face turned purple. Bang! The girl placed the bowl on the table and stumbled back 2 steps. She felt weak all over, as if she were about to die. Lin Fei immediately went over to support the girl, helping her sit on the sofa. Looking at her listless appearance, he curiously asked, is it really that exaggerated? I just had some, and it wasn't bitter at all. The girl glanced at Lin Fei, feeling weak and no longer wanting to speak. Have another piece of beeswax, Lin Fei said. After a while, the girl finally regained her composure and said, this stuff is really hard to drink. I felt like I was going to die. Lin Fei glanced at her and said, you'll get used to it. I'm going to take a shower. When he came out, he found the girl sitting on the sofa with a obedient expression, looking somewhat different from before. I just finished drinking ginger soup, she hinted. Lin Fei certainly knew what she was thinking. So, he walked over helplessly and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Is that it? The girl felt a bit disappointed. Deep down, she actually wanted to take it a step further. Lin Fei naturally had no idea what the girl was thinking. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have missed this opportunity. He took out 2 ability fruits that looked like apples, washed them clean, and handed one to the girl, saying, give it a try, see what it tastes like. He took a bite himself. His eyes widened. It was too intense. It really did taste like an apple. After finishing one ability fruit, Lin Fei lay back on the sofa, instantly turning into a salted fish. Apple flavor was not his favorite. I want to eat banana flavor, Lin Fei said. The girl immediately shot him a glance. This was an ability fruit, very precious and extremely important to ability users. Each one should be cherished. And yet you are actually complaining. Lin Fei turned over and said, I understand the reasoning, but I just want the banana flavor. The girl was right. The ability fruits are extremely precious because they contain a large amount of abilities, and the quantity produced each time is too small. Each ability fruit can spark a competition. But now, Lin Fei is just complaining about his own lack of taste. Who else would dare to do that? Everyone else hates that their superpower fruits are too few. In the whole world, only he dares to complain about them. The girl thought for a long time and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Being picky is not good. Lin Fei, I always feel like this sentence sounds a bit familiar. The girl finished the fruit in her hand and still savoring it. Licked her fingers and said with a smile, "It's so delicious. We got the ability fruit. What are we going to do tomorrow?" Lin Fei immediately sat up from the sofa and said, "Of course, I'm going to City D. I want to get the rocket launcher. RPG, the ultimate weapon. Wherever I point, it hits, and it blows everything up." The girl naturally didn't understand. She was already so powerful, yet she kept thinking about getting some strange things to use. However, it was decided that they would head to City D tomorrow. Chapter 151. The girl's unexpected visiting relative the next day. The girl woke up from her dream, and, before even getting out of bed, felt something unusual in her lower body. Her stomach hurt a lot. Just a slight sense told her what had happened. A relative had come to visit, and it just had to be today. The girl furrowed her brows, struggling to get off the bed, her legs pressed together as she slowly walked toward the bathroom. She didn't dare to take a big step, fearing that if she opened her legs, there would be a leak. Upon entering the bathroom, she took a look and saw that her underwear was stained red and could no longer be worn. Because she had awakened her abilities, she could endure the pain. But there was another extremely serious problem. What to do without sanitary pads? If she didn't have something to use as a substitute, it wouldn't matter how many pairs of pants she changed into. It would be useless. She furrowed her brows, feeling a headache, and she still had to make breakfast. Now she felt somewhat helpless. If this problem wasn't solved, Lin Fei wouldn't have breakfast. Forget it, his breakfast was more important. When Lin Fei woke up, he found the girl busy in the kitchen. However, her movements were a bit strange. She took small steps, and her actions were very gentle. Something was off. Then he caught a faint smell of blood nearby, and looking at the girl's odd movements, he immediately understood. "I'll make breakfast this morning." He walked over and said, "I haven't cooked in a long time, and I want to give it a try." The girl looked confused and said, "It's almost ready. Just listen to me. Go wash up in the bathroom first. I'll make breakfast today." He assertively took the spatula from her. "All right." The girl felt uncomfortable and decided to go to the bathroom to clean up. Although she had become a supernatural being, she wasn't sure if she could get infected. It seemed that they would have to stay here for a few days. Lin Fei chuckled lightly. His plan to go to City D would have to be postponed for now. It was more important to help the girl find some sanitary pads. This kind of thing should be available in supermarkets, right? He decided to go out and look for some after breakfast. The girl had relatives visiting, and she probably didn't sleep well last night, so he wanted her to have a good rest. That morning, the girl didn't have much of an appetite. Lin Fei made her some honey water and said, "Wait for me at home for a while. I have something to go out for." "What are you going to do?" The girl felt a bit nervous, wondering if her own matters had been discovered. "Guess." Lin Fei smiled and said, "If you guess, I'll tell you." After saying that, he flew away from the balcony. He first went to the supermarket where he had looked for someone last time, searched the entire store but didn't see any sanitary pads, so he left. "I need to find someone to ask," Lin Fei thought to himself. It wasn't difficult to find other survivors in this city. There were still people here recovering from injuries. He went down to find someone to ask. Bang! Xiefeng was recovering from his injuries when suddenly, a figure flashed in through the window. "Who is it?" Xiefeng was startled. "Sorry to disturb you." Lin Fei first expressed his apologies, realizing that barging in like this was indeed his fault. "It's you." When Xiefeng saw Lin Fei, his pupils trembled. What was he doing here? Do we know each other? Lin Fei was confused, but still voiced his question. "Are there any supermarkets nearby? I want to find some sanitary pads." Xiefeng was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood that it was a question from the girl next to him. "I know," he nodded. After receiving the news, Lin Fei first expressed his gratitude and, seeing his bruised face, left behind some medicine before leaving. "I completely forgot I still had painkillers." Lin Fei sighed. Chapter 152. Hell's executioner Xiefeng stood alone in the room. Lin Fei came and went in a hurry, but left a lot of medicine on the table. In the apocalypse, medicine is as scarce as food. Often, a single pack of cold medicine is worth a person's life to fight over. Any type of medicine is priceless and incredibly valuable. However, looking at the table full of medicine, Xiefeng began to doubt his life. Why did he have so much medicine? It was almost as if it were free. Several boxes of medicine were placed on the table, leaving Xiefeng dumbfounded. At that moment, his mind was filled with 100,000 questions. Why is he so strong? Why is his clothes so clean? Why does his life not seem like it's in an apocalypse at all? He must be a god, searching for a bathroom in the apocalypse. Surely, he's the only one in this world who dares to do so. But at this moment, Lin Fei was focused on searching for a supermarket. Supermarket, supermarket. After a minute, he indeed found a small supermarket in the direction pointed out by CF. And without thinking much, he walked straight in. Meanwhile, in the hotel across the street, a group of people saw him enter. Another one going in to die. Someone chuckled. There are many zombies inside, and he's all alone. I fear it won't take 3 minutes before his body is picked clean. They believed Lin Fei was walking to his death in that supermarket. But the next moment, boom, a loud noise suddenly erupted from inside the supermarket. Boom, another loud noise, and they saw the entire supermarket shake. Boom, the walls of the supermarket were suddenly smashed open by something. The group in the hotel was dumbfounded. What just happened? What just broke the wall? Was it that person? They could only blame the speed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and they couldn't react at all, only witnessing the wall explode. Lin Fei was strolling in the supermarket when an attacker, lurking in the corner and specializing in ambushes, suddenly jumped up and pounced towards Lin Fei's head. However, this attacker didn't know that Lin Fei had already seen it before he even entered the door. As it leaped, Lin Fei transformed his hand into a blade and struck down. Hell's executioner blade. Bang! The attacker was struck on the head. Its body instantly stiffened, and its head crashed straight down into the ground. Then it lay motionless, already dead. An invincible life is just this simple and mundane, yet monotonous. Lin Fei sighed and focused on searching for sanitary pads. Everything went smoothly. He really found several types, and he didn't know which one was good, so he took one of each. To his surprise, there was even brown sugar. Lin Fei took a stroll around the supermarket and discovered a pleasant surprise. Brown sugar is beneficial for the girl who just came to visit her relatives. So he picked up a jar. With everything in hand, just as Lin Fei was about to leave, he noticed that there were several kinds of drinks in the refrigerator by the door. How wonderful! Lin Fei took a bottle of everything, and from then on, there was more than just fatty, happy water to drink. The people in the hotel widened their eyes, watching Lin Fei swagger out of the supermarket. He's still alive? How is that possible? What on earth happened inside? A group of people exchanged glances. Let's go take a look. After much hesitation, they finally made the decision and nervously walked into the supermarket. Then they froze. All the zombies that had been guarding the supermarket were lying on the ground. Chapter 153. Did she burn the kitchen? They were all dead? As they walked further in, they felt like they were struggling to breathe. Many zombies were impaled on the ground, on the walls, and several were even hanging from the ceiling. My God, they swallowed hard, their faces already covered in cold sweat. At this moment, they finally understood why the supermarket had trembled a few moments ago. What had broken through the wall was a bull. When they heard this news, many people were so scared they collapsed to the ground. What kind of deity is this? Just as he walked in from the balcony, he saw a girl sitting obediently on the sofa. She tightly pressed her legs together, her face a bit pale, as if she was enduring something. Upon seeing Lin Fei, she managed to pull a smile from her pretty face. You're not hurt, right? Me fine, Lin Fei said, taking out several types of sanitary pads and tampons from his backpack. I didn't know which one you usually use, so I brought them all. When the girl saw the items on the table, her face immediately turned red. Why, you knew? She lowered her head. How long were you planning to hide it from me if I hadn't found out? Lin Fei chuckled. The girl remained silent, still looking down. All right, go change now, he said. I'll make you some brown sugar water. Thank you, the girl said, biting her red lips, and she grabbed a pack of sanitary pads, taking small steps as if to escape into the bathroom. Lin Fei took out the brown sugar, still sealed, and glanced at the production date, which was 3 months ago, so there was no need to worry about it being expired. When the brown sugar was ready, the girl just happened to come out of the bathroom. At this moment, her complexion had improved a lot, not because the pain had lessened, but because she could finally walk normally. The brown sugar was ready, Lin Fei said, placing on the table, and then took out a row of painkillers from his bag, saying, There's some painkillers too. The girl held the brown sugar, feeling her pretty face a bit flushed. I'm sorry, she said softly. What did you do wrong this time? Lin Fei asked curiously. Did you burn down the kitchen while cooking? I disrupted your plans, Yi Yushue said. Otherwise, we would have arrived in City D by now. That's fine, Lin Fei said. D-City doesn't have legs. It's always there and can't run away. Even if we arrive a few days late, it's the same. To me, you are much more important than the rocket launcher. Chef, there are so many delicious dishes every day. At the same time, you're a soft and fragrant pillow. How can a mere rocket launcher compare? The girl, of course, didn't know Lin Fei's thoughts. After hearing this, she felt her cheeks heat up even more. After taking painkillers and drinking brown sugar water, the girl finally felt much of the pain in her lower abdomen subside. I used to do all these things by myself, she thought. Sitting on the sofa, she suddenly realized that since meeting Lin Fei, her life had become much more interesting. The sun in the apocalypse seemed even warmer than before. The girl's relatives stayed for 5 days before leaving. On this sunny day, the girl, not noticing anything unusual beneath her, finally smiled with relief. They could set off. After having breakfast, the two headed towards D-City. D-City was not far from C-City. Before noon, they entered the urban area, wanted to find the gathering as soon as possible. But D-City was even larger than C-City, and they couldn't find it right away. Chapter 154. No abilities, you're really out of luck. They could only look for survivors. For Lin Fei, finding survivors was much easier than finding the gathering. As they swept through the streets, it wasn't long before they saw 3 survivors walking on the street. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men had a gun. Lin Fei and the girl landed a short distance away from them and then walked towards the 3. Hopefully, they can have a good conversation. Lin Fei said, otherwise, we will have to look for other survivors again. In the apocalypse, many people's dark sides have emerged, and not everyone and everything can be trusted. Lin Fei was not vigilant at all because he was invincible. Not to mention these survivors, even if there were a cosmic super explosion or universe reboot, he would not be affected in the slightest. Therefore, he never needed to be wary of anyone, nor did he need to fear any schemes or tricks. Even if he stood there and did not fight back, letting others hit him until they exhausted themselves, Lin Fei would not lose a single hair. The apocalypse was very dark, but Lin Fei himself was the sun. How clever! He smiled and greeted the 3 survivors. The 2 men and 1 woman were taken aback when they saw Lin Fei. Upon seeing the smile on his face, they felt a sense of illusion that it was not the apocalypse. This was the apocalypse. Every day alive was filled with intrigue, thinking about how to survive to the next day. It was the first time they had seen someone greet other survivors so openly and honestly. They could only say it was too foolish. Raising his hand, Zhao Ming immediately lifted the handgun in his hand, watching the 2 warily, and said, "What are your intentions?" Lin Fei stood in front of the girl and said, "I want to ask for directions. Where's the survivor meeting? What do you have in your bag?" "Food and water," Lin Fei said as he took out 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water in front of them. "We just came to ask for directions." Zhao Ming squinted but did not speak. However, the man and woman behind him suddenly brightened when they saw the bread and water in Lin Fei's hands. "We're also heading to the gathering. Let's go together," the man said with a smile. "That works," Lin Fei nodded. However, Zhao Ming did not lower the gun in his hand. Instead, he fired a shot. Bang! The bullet whizzed past Lin Fei's head and hit a stumbling zombie behind him. The zombie was shot in the head and immediately fell to the ground, motionless. Lin Fei turned around and glanced, marveling. Great shooting skills. Zhao Ming put away the gun, gave Lin Fei a sidelong glance, and said, "We don't have time to waste. Hurry over, let's head to the gathering." Lin Fei held the girl's hand and walked over to a few people, giving them the bread and water he had just gotten. "That's too kind." Though they said that, the man and woman accepted the food and water without hesitation and started eating. Only Zhao Ming glanced at the 2 of them. "What are your names?" Zhao Ming asked Lin Fei and the girl. "What kind of abilities do you have, and what level are they?" "I'm Lin Fei, and I don't have any abilities," Lin Fei replied. The 3 of them were taken aback and looked at Lin Fei in disbelief. However, they indeed couldn't sense any ability from him. "That's so unfortunate," the man said. "But don't worry, we'll protect you on this journey, as long as you don't run off. I'm Li Guang. Just call me Brother Guang from now on." Chapter 155. There's zombies downstairs. Go and die quickly. I have the ability to sense. As long as a zombie is nearby, I can detect it immediately and recognize it. Then Li Guang's gaze shifted to the girl, and he smiled. "Little sister, what's your name?" "Ye Yue." "That's a lovely name," Li Guang said with a meaningful smile. The girl, however, didn't seem to care about that. She simply asked, "Do you have any food?" "We don't have much food. We can't take care of you." Li Guang's eyes brightened at this. In a place where Lin Fei and the girl couldn't see, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a cold smile. "I'm Zhao Ming," Zhao Ming said. "My awakened ability is sharpshooter, regarding marksmanship. I can hit enemies accurately no matter how far away they are." "That's so strong," Lin Fei exclaimed. "This ability is simply invincible. It hits wherever you point." In fact, no matter what ability he saw, he would praise it. "This is a talent." Zhao Ming felt a bit proud and said, "It's something you can't learn. Since you don't have any abilities, just obediently follow us and listen to our commands." Lin Fei nodded. After all, he was new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings. Li Guang intentionally walked a bit behind, his gaze fixed on the slender figure of the girl, his eyes shining, occasionally licking his lips. From the very beginning, he had noticed Yi Yushua. The reason he agreed to let Lin Fei join was primarily because of the girl next to him, Yi Yushua. The woman beside him was too ugly. Although Yi Yushua was still young, she was beautiful. He was already planning how to get rid of Lin Fei and take both the girl and the food for himself. That night, Zhao Ming and a few others found a hotel. "Let us rest early tonight. We have to travel tomorrow," Zhao Ming said. They wouldn't be staying in the same room, but Lin Fei still slept with the girl. Since they weren't in the same room, it was convenient for him to install the battery, enjoy a hot shower, and have a delicious dinner. "That Li Guang, there's something off about him," the girl whispered while they were sleeping. Lin Fei nodded. "Tomorrow I'll just ask them for directions and go on my own." That was the plan. However, the next day, a few unexpected guests arrived at the villa. A few pursuers. These zombies were discovered by Li Guang, and in an instant, his expression changed from shock to coldness. Lin Fei was awakened by a loud banging on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Li Guang standing in front of him, saying, "Zombies have come in. They're all ordinary human zombies on the first floor. You need to go down and deal with them." Lin Fei responded with a sound, took the iron rod handed over by Li Guang, and walked downstairs. There were actually zombies that had come in. Lin Fei activated his perspective and took a glance, then stopped in his tracks. Those figures climbing on the wall like spiders? Are they ordinary zombies? So, the three people here are all this strong? In another minute, they will arrive here. Chapter 156. The zombies are coming. "I remember now," Lin Fei said. "I'm just an ordinary person. How can I fight against zombies? Come with me. Don't doubt yourself." Li Guang patted Lin Fei on the shoulder and said, "You have to believe that human potential is limitless." Lin Fei said again, "Didn't you say you would protect us? This is your chance." Li Guang said seriously, "You have to go through experiences to grow. I can't always be by your side to protect you." Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. This was truly a talent. Unfortunately, time was not on their side. Lin Fei said, "I understand the reasoning, but they are already coming. Are you going to take action?" As he spoke, he stepped aside to let Li Guang see the zombies crawling over from a distance, using both hands and feet. Li Guang's expression immediately changed. "Zombies have come in," he shouted. In the next moment, Zhao Guang's door opened, and he quickly appeared in the hallway. "I'll handle this. You all stay hidden," Zhao Guang said seriously. Li Guang, the fastest, quickly ducked into the nearby room, peeking out with half his head, nervously watching the outside. Lin Fei stood behind him and said, "Aren't you going to make a move?" Li Guangyi replied earnestly, "With Zhao Ming here, it's enough. These monsters don't need me to take action." Lin Fei suppressed a smile. At that moment, the girl finally changed her clothes, walked behind Lin Fei, and asked him with her eyes, "Do you want to take action?" Bang, bang, bang. In the corridor, Zhao Ming fired 3 shots, but all missed. The pursuers were already agile, and when they saw the gun in Zhao Ming's hand, they didn't stop at all. Their bodies kept leaping. Even though Zhao Ming had the ability of sharpshooter, it was useless now. He just couldn't hit anything. This was the first time his ability had lost its effect. Zhao Ming's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, watching the approaching zombies, his body trembling more and more violently. It seemed like he was at his limit. "Aren't you really going to do anything?" Lin Fei continued to ask Li Guang. "It's just your illusion." Li Guang wiped away his sweat and said, "Zhao Ming is actually very strong." But as soon as he finished speaking, slap. A pursuer's figure dashed past Zhao Ming like a lightning bolt, knocking the gun out of his hand. The handgun slid across the tiled floor and finally stopped in front of the two. Bang! Zhao Ming also fell to the ground due to the immense force. 3 pursuers landed in front of Zhao Ming, inching closer, while another one discovered Lin Fei and Li Guang and approached the two. Lin Fei said, "His gun has been knocked away. It seems he can't go on. Are you really not going to make a move? Besides, one has already come right in front of us. Are you really not going to do anything?" Li Guang looked at the zombie in front of him. The tension that had originally filled him suddenly disappeared, and a wave of ferocity appeared on his face as he grabbed Lin Fei's arm and threw him towards the zombie. "Godi, idiot!" he shouted. "Since yesterday when I saw you, I've been thinking about how to get rid of you. I wanted you to die quietly downstairs. But I didn't expect you to be so disobedient. Since that's the case, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands." Chapter 157. Actually, my shooting skills are quite good. Li Guang watched as Lin Fei stumbled closer to the pursuer, a cold smile on his face, as if he could already envision Lin Fei being bitten to death. "As long as you get caught, I'll have time to escape. And the girl next to you will be mine from now on. I haven't seen such a cute kid in a long time. It will definitely be enjoyable." His smile grew increasingly twisted. But in the next moment, his smile suddenly froze, because he clearly saw Lin Fei grab the pursuer's head with one hand. When the pursuer saw Lin Fei approaching, it leaped up, trying to bite off Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei turned to Li Guang and said, "So this is what you really think. No wonder you didn't make a move just now. I thought you were too proud to act." After saying that, he exerted some force. Crack! Li Guang's eyes widened in disbelief, as he clearly saw the pursuer's head split open. It was struggling incessantly, its hands and feet hitting Lin Fei's body, producing sounds like steel clashing. "Get lost." Lin Fei casually threw it away, and the pursuer fell more than 10 meters away, rolling on the ground. When Lin Fei picked up the handgun from the ground, the pursuer was already dead. When Lin Fei squeezed hard, the pursuer's head had already shattered. Bang! Li Guang saw Lin Fei coming and was so frightened that his legs went weak, causing him to fall to the ground. What kind of monster is this? Able to crush a pursuer to death with bare hands? "I know your plan, so you can't continue to live," Lin Fei said, his tone already turning cold. "No." Li Guang hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Don't kill me. I apologize. I was just joking earlier. I really was just joking. I didn't know you were this powerful." Lin Fei said coldly, "Are you kidding? Don't you know how powerful I am? If it were someone else with this joke, they'd be dead by now. This joke is really funny." Li Guang's body trembled continuously, unable to utter a word. "Since that's the case, let me tell you a joke as well, okay?" Lin Fei said, "Don't move. Let me shoot you in the head and see if you die. If you die, then that's it. If you don't die, I'll let you go." Li Guang's face instantly turned pale. He was about to say something, but at that moment, a scream suddenly came from not far away. "Help!" It's Zhao Ming's voice. A pursuer leaped up and lunged at him, trying to bite off his head. Lin Fei took a glance and fired a shot. Bang! The head of the pursuer exploded, and the lifeless body fell beside Zhao Ming. "What is this?" Zhao Ming was taken aback and immediately looked back, only to see Lin Fei holding the gun, looking in this direction. "I forgot to tell you, actually my shooting skills are quite impressive too." Zhao Ming's pupils shrank. The 2 pursuers jumped onto the wall, constantly changing positions as they moved towards Lin Fei. However, bang! With the sound of a gunshot, 2 bodies fell from the air at the same time. One bullet blew the heads off 2 zombies. When Zhao Ming saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded, lying on the ground, unable to believe his eyes. At that moment, Li Guang seized the opportunity, shouted, and pushed Lin Fei, then ran towards the back. Chapter 158. He is a god. But he didn't push Lin Fei. Bang! Li Guang's body immediately fell to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Zhao Ming was utterly stunned. Looking at Lin Fei, who was approaching, he didn't know what to say. Without even looking, he shot backward and hit the head of the person behind him, and he could even shoot 2 moving pursuers with 1 bullet. What kind of shooting skill is this? The god among marksmen? Who exactly are you? Zhao Ming asked in shock. Is your ability the ultimate marksman? Lin Fei squatted down in front of Zhao Ming and said with a faint smile, "My name is Lin Fei. I really don't have any supernatural abilities. As for why I can hit the target, it might be because my shooting skills are just a bit better than yours. Just a bit. A bit that spans an entire universe. Don't be discouraged. Your abilities are actually quite strong. Lin Fei smiled and continued, but we should be on our way. Tell me, where's the gathering? Zhao Ming didn't dare to hide anything. After seeing Lin Fei's strength, he didn't even have the courage to speak loudly in front of him. Work hard, and maybe one day you can catch up to me, Lin Fei said, then took the girl's hand and walked away. The woman had been hiding in the room. When she saw Lin Fei leaving with the girl, she immediately rushed out of the room and knelt in front of Lin Fei. Please take me with you. I can do anything. I can do everything. The girl immediately became alert. Lin Fei looked down at the woman and saw that she was not particularly beautiful, so he calmly asked, Can you cook? No, she replied. Lin Fei said, Can you boil water? I can't do that either. Lin Fei fell silent for a moment and said, What can you do? The woman replied seriously, I can warm your bed. Lin Fei was momentarily speechless, not understanding where she got her confidence from, thinking that he would take her in. We don't have much food, Lin Fei said, returning her words exactly as she had said them before. It's okay. I don't eat much, the girl replied without hesitation. Lin Fei was momentarily speechless. The girl had such thick skin. If you don't agree, I won't get up, she said. Then you can kneel, Lin Fei replied, hugging the girl and crashing through the ceiling, flying out. This left the girl and Zhao Ming completely stunned. My God, he can actually fly? Zhao Ming's heart was already in turmoil. What kind of existence is this? You said you couldn't use abilities? Why are your strikes so precise? And you can fly too. After a long while, he finally calmed down, picked up the handgun in front of him, but upon feeling its weight, his brows furrowed. He immediately took out the magazine to check. It contained 3 bullets. This is impossible. Zhao Ming's expression was like he had seen a ghost, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his face filled with terror. My magazine can only hold 6 bullets. I fired 3 shots, and he fired 3 shots. It should have been empty by now. Why are there still 3 bullets in here? This was simply as if the shots hadn't been fired, yet the bullets hadn't been consumed. He was once again scared to the ground. Who exactly is he? A deity? Chapter 159. Buying clothes following Zhao Ming's directions. Lin Fei finally found the gathering at noon, holding the girl in his arms. This gathering was indeed much larger than the one in City B. Lin Fei stood in the air, overlooking the vast gathering before him, and couldn't help but exclaim. The gathering in City B had at most fewer than 10,000 people. However, this gathering was more than 10 times larger, with at least over 100,000 people inside. Because it was more massive and had more people, the defensive measures for this gathering were more advanced. The more than 10-meter-high city walls were all forged from steel. Heavily armed guards were stationed on top, with several laser machine guns mounted on the walls. As soon as a zombie showed its head, it would be turned into a sieve. It was clear that this gathering had really put a lot of thought into defense. This level should be enough to withstand a zombie tide, Lin Fei said. The girl nodded in agreement, saying it should be fine. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Fei and the girl landed at a distance, as usual, before walking over. The main entrance was guarded by even more people. Whether entering or exiting, everyone had to be carefully checked. Lin Fei and the girl were not surprised either. The main purpose here was to check if any outsiders had been infected. If a zombie were to enter the gathering, it would definitely cause huge trouble, even potentially destroying the entire gathering. Therefore, they did not dare to let their guard down. Lin Fei and the young girl naturally cooperated. The check only took 2 or 3 minutes, and since neither of them had any issues, they were allowed to pass. Although they had always lived in the city before, it was too quiet. At night, there were no car horns and no noise from the streets, which felt somewhat unfamiliar. Watching the flow of people before him and hearing the long-missed hustle and bustle, Lin Fei smiled to himself, never expecting that one day he would miss these annoying things so much. Let's go and see what we can find, Lin Fei said. For the sake of survival, many people trade at this gathering. Over time, it has developed into a place similar to a shopping street, where all daily necessities are available. Even food, water, and medicine can be found here. However, these items are the most expensive, and ordinary people find it hard to afford them. Their SA clothing store. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he said to the girl beside him, Do you want new clothes? The girl's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. She remembered the first time Lin Fei took her to get clothes. He let her choose for herself. At that time, she was scared, so she only picked a few random pieces. Now, She wanted something prettier. She glanced at the clothing store in front of her, although it wasn't big. Maybe there would be something she liked? Lin Fei brought the girl inside. The store had both men's and women's clothing, but there were more women's outfits. Welcome, welcome. The owner, a middle-aged woman, was very excited to see Lin Fei and the girl, and she greeted them warmly. Let's take a look at the clothes. Lin Fei said politely. Feel free to browse. After all, in this apocalypse, everyone's first priority was survival, when people were struggling to get enough to eat. Who would think about wearing nice clothes? As a result, business had always been poor. I want this one. The girl quickly found a piece she liked. A blue pleated skirt, and without thinking much, she took it into the fitting room to try it on. Chapter 160, Spoiled. Lin Fei was taken aback when he saw the girl come out. That blue short skirt with a hint of allure. It was too seductive, and Lin Fei felt a bit warm in his nose. How does this look? The girl asked happily as she approached Lin Fei. I think anything looks good on you, Lin Fei said, feeling guilty and not daring to look at her figure. You would look great in anything. It sounded insincere. With a new skirt, of course. New clothes were needed. Let's go with this one. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up as she picked up a sailor suit, posed with it without trying it on, and decided to buy it. Sailor suit, super short skirt. Lin Fei already envisioned the scene in his mind. It was too exciting. He couldn't take it anymore. Let me pick 2 pieces for you, Lin Fei said, and then he honestly chose 2 beautiful but relatively conservative outfits for the girl. As mentioned earlier, the girl looked good in anything she wore. Perhaps this could be considered talent? With the clothes picked out by Lin Fei, the girl's smile became even more radiant. Finally, at the checkout, they paid with food and water. Lin Fei glanced at the 3 sets of clothes and thought to himself that in the past, they would have cost at least 1,000. So, without hesitation, he took out a box of mineral water and a box of bread. Will this work? Lin Fei asked, actually feeling uncertain himself. After all, a box of water and a box of bread together were not even 200 yuan. At this moment, the woman was already stunned. When she saw a box of water and a box of bread, she felt dizzy. What are these? A whole box of water and food. She quickly looked at the person in front of her, with just 2 boxes of priceless items. Who is he? Is this really the end of the world? Enough, enough. She nodded quickly. In fact, this box of bread and water could completely buy out this clothing store. That's fine. Lin Fei smiled as he stuffed the clothes into his backpack and pulled the girl away. At this moment, Lin Fei felt a bit pleased with himself. A box of water and some dry bread, worth only 200 yuan, had surprisingly exchanged for clothes worth over 1,000. It's worth noting that Lin Fei and the girl had only eaten that bread a few times. Once they had more ingredients, they never touched the bread again. First, it didn't taste good, and second, it lacked nutrition. Eating too much of it wasn't good for the body. So, Lin Fei was somewhat disdainful of the bread. Yes, in a post-apocalyptic world where everything was incredibly precious, Lin Fei was still picky about the bread in his hands. The Invincible life was so plain and dull. Lin Fei sighed. After buying new clothes, Lin Fei and the girl decided to find a place to live. Lin Fei knew that RPGs were not something that could be easily obtained, at least not today. It was already noon, and they needed to find a place to live and cook. The 2 of them inquired along the way and finally found a residential area, which consisted of neat and uniform metal houses. At first glance, Lin Fei couldn't develop any fondness for it. Let's go, he said. After some understanding, they found that the situation here was similar to that of City B, with communal toilets, communal kitchens, and even a large communal bathhouse. I think I've been spoiled by living in a villa, Lin Fei remarked. Chapter 161, assertively saying, I also want to break through to S rank. The girl beside him covered her mouth and chuckled. You're the first one to be so picky in the apocalypse. Lin Fei took the girl out of the gathering, then flew around and finally found a villa area 1 kilometer away from the gathering. To his surprise, there was even a lake in this villa area. Lin Fei said, let's find one near a lake. The creatures in the lake had already mutated, but the water remained clear, at least during the day, when the winds were calm. With willows swaying nearby, it was simply beautiful. These decisions were always made by Lin Fei, and the girl naturally had no objections. After tidying up a villa, Lin Fei dealt with the zombies within a radius of 500 meters by himself. The method was very simple. Lin Fei stood on the rooftop of the villa, took out a laser gun, activated the auto-aim, and with his eyes closed, fired. Even a man hiding in the basement would not survive. Not a single one could escape. Let's go register at the guild later. The girl said, the rocket launcher you wanted should be among the points rewards. Lin Fei nodded. The laser gun was exchanged for points back then, and now the rocket launcher must also be in the rewards. After having lunch, the two set off. The guild was located near the Ability Detection Center, and the tall building was easy to find. Lin Fei and the girl arrived at the guild, logged in their cards, and then connected to the database here to exchange points for items. The girl flipped through the exchange list and indeed found the rocket launcher on the third page. However, when she saw the points required for the exchange, she was taken aback. It costs a total of 100,000 points to exchange, and the ammunition is 2,000 points per shot. So expensive. Lin Fei was also shocked. The laser gun only cost 5,000 points back then, but now this RPG had skyrocketed to 20 times that. Let's check the tasks, Lin Fei suggested. The girl opened the task list and saw that they were all A-level tasks, earning only a few hundred points. The highest was 1,000, and there was only one among 10 tasks. Life is so tough, Lin Fei sighed. It'll take forever to earn that. He then said, I can't pretend anymore. I need to make it clear to them that I'm a big shot. The girl paused for a moment and suddenly said, I have a way. What way? Lin Fei immediately became curious. Just watch me. The girl smiled and ran to the guild reception, said something, and was then taken away. Lin Fei could naturally look back at the past. What are you doing? He asked the staff. I see. Lin Fei nodded. Realizing there was no need to look further back, he understood the girl's strength. Alone, she could easily defeat 2 wild bulls, being merely S rank. She could get through with her eyes closed. I want to participate in the assessment, Lin Fei said. Sir, please show us your card and tell us the rank you wish to break through. Lin Fei took out the E-level card and said, I want to break through to S-level as well. Since the girls are becoming S-level, I can't let Yi Yushua down. I can't hold back. The staff thought it was another A-level big shot, but when they saw the content on the card, their professional smiles froze. Chapter 162, 10,000 Years E-level. Sir, you must level up one step at a time. If you want to break through to S-level, you must first upgrade from E-level to D-level. So troublesome? Lin Fei helplessly said, then let's have a D-level assessment. But during the assessment, Lin Fei encountered the same situation again. Once more, he was asked to take action from 100 meters away. What would you do if you encountered a wild bull alone? Kick it away. If your girlfriend and mother fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first? My mom can swim. The examiner was speechless, and Lin Fei was also at a loss. So in the end, his card remained the same. Idank. At that moment, the girl appeared. She happily said, I successfully advanced to S rank. Congratulations. Let's have barbecue for dinner. Seeing the girl smile, Lin Fei felt much better. In fact, he didn't care much about the rank. After all, that was just for show and had nothing to do with his actual strength. Whether SSS rank or E rank, he could still kick a wild bull away. Let's take a look at the tasks. The girl opened the task interface. Sure enough, all the tasks had changed. Eliminate a wild bull. Reward points, 2,000. Lin Fei. The difference between A-level and S-level in terms of affection is so vast. The points have multiplied several times. And the points in the tasks are all in the thousands. The highest one, eliminate the Leech King. Reward 20,000 points. 20,000. Lin Fei was shocked. That's directly 1/5 of the points. However, that Leech King is elusive. The girl glanced at the task information and said this. We could do other tasks first, Lin Fei suggested. So for the entire afternoon, the two of them were completing tasks. By evening, they had finished all 9 tasks, leaving only the last one to eliminate the Leech King. The tasks will refresh tomorrow, and today we have 12,000 points, the girl said. Today I bought new clothes and broke through to S level, helping Lin Fei once again, and the girl was in a great mood. When it was time to sleep at night, she specially changed into a sailor suit. The sailor suit and a blue pleated short skirt. She twirled in front of Lin Fei and smiled, asking, Do I look good? Lin Fei only felt a bit of heat in his nose. He nodded and said, It's pretty. After just turning around, he could see everything below, blue and white stripes. It was really too seductive. So how about wearing this to sleep with you tonight? The girl said with a mischievous smile. Lin Fei couldn't help but think for a moment. Everyone is young, and with a lone man and a lone woman. There might be a spark. Everyone understands the reasoning, but the girl is still young, and some things are a matter of principle. Lin Fei said seriously, wearing this to sleep will affect your development. The girl was taken aback. She looked down at her chest and finally sighed. Then I'll wear loose pajamas. At night, the girl wore pajamas to sleep. She had a fulfilling day and soon fell asleep. Lin Fei was about to fall asleep when he suddenly heard the sound of water churning outside. The sound of the water grew louder, as if something was about to emerge from the lake. Lin Fei immediately jumped out of bed and went to the balcony. The lake water looked as if it were boiling, constantly churning. Chapter 163. One slap, and I still expect you not to die. Through his perspective, he could see a giant leech chasing the mutated fish inside. The leech was 3 to 4 meters long, as big as a cow. Once a fish was caught, it was instantly drained dry. He leaped down to the lakeside and shouted at the boiling water, "What the hell are you doing? It's late at night, and you're making all this noise. If you're not sleeping, I still want to sleep." Just as his words fell, a piranha leaped out of the water, lunging at Lin Fei, trying to drag him into the water. "I still want to sleep. I don't want to get wet." Then, the corpse of the piranha slowly floated up from the water, naturally dead beyond recovery. Splash! At that moment, the leech in the water finally noticed Lin Fei standing on the shore and poked its head out, lunging towards him. This thing was bigger than a person and could easily stick to someone and drain them completely. However, Lin Fei just casually slapped it. Bang! With a muffled sound, the leech's body was directly turned to dust by the gale and then scattered by the wind. Lin Fei didn't want the blood to stain the lake water red. When the leech was crushed, the entire lake fell silent once again. Lin Fei turned to leave. However, after just taking 2 steps, he suddenly became alert, and his footsteps came to a halt. At that moment, he remembered a crucial question. Was what I just killed a leech? The Leech King. It had long been turned to ashes with a single slap. "Please don't die," Lin Fei cried out, having just struck out, yet asking the opponent not to die. He activated his X-ray vision and looked into the lake again, but ultimately did not see a single leech. 20,000 points. Holding the soft, fragrant girl, Lin Fei fell into deep thought about how to explain this matter to her tomorrow. The Leech King ambushed me last night, and I accidentally killed it without noticing. This is too hard for me. Lin Fei sighed. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Fei told the girl about last night's events. "You killed it?" The girl was very surprised and said the Leech King was hiding in the nearby lake. The mission information stated that the Leech King's whereabouts were unpredictable. Unexpectedly, it was right near where they lived, and it just happened to disturb Lin Fei while hunting that night, leading to its demise. With so many coincidences, how unlucky could the Leech King be? The girl couldn't help but laugh. Then she said, "It's just 20,000 points. There might be more point-earning missions later on." For example, suddenly discovering several monsters gathered together. As she spoke, she opened the mission list and was stunned. There really was. She was taken aback. Just after finishing her sentence, she saw a joint mission worth 100,000 points. Discovered 12 S-level monsters near the assembly area. Please S-level superpowers join forces to eliminate them. Reward points, 100,000. 100,000 points? When Lin Fei came over to take a look, his eyes sparkled, and he said, "We must participate in this." Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, the girl did not hesitate and accepted the mission. Chapter 164. In my eyes. You are weak. When the two arrived at the designated location, according to the mission information, they found that someone was already waiting there. It was a middle-aged man, with a long sword at his waist. Although it was a sword, it had only one side sharpened, resembling a thin blade, exuding an impressive aura. "Are you the new S-level?" The man spoke as the girl approached. "Yes. Yue no Ditganti." S-level individuals have their own circles, and generally, when new members become S-level, they get informed immediately. "You're the first I know of who has been promoted from A-level to S-level." The man said, "Although you have worked hard, I must say this up front, I have always been S-level, while you were just an A-level before. When we act later, you need to behave and must listen to our commands." His tone carried a hint of authority. The girl frowned slightly. This middle-aged man made her feel uncomfortable, as if being S-level made him the ruler of the universe. Just then, a surprised female voice suddenly rang out not far away. What a cute little sister. Both the girl and Lin Fei turned their gazes toward the source of the voice and saw a fashionable woman walking briskly toward them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He saw that the woman was dressed provocatively and, glancing at her chest, he immediately knew she was a strong individual. So much flesh, isn't it tiring? Lin Fei sighed inwardly, but this had nothing to do with him. So fierce. The woman walked over, smiling as she directly embraced the girl, giving her a big hug. Little sister, why are you so cute? Let me hug you. The woman laughed. Woo woo woo. The girl struggled continuously in her arms. What was making it hard for her to breathe? After finally breaking free, the first thing she saw shocked her. Her little face turned pale, and she instinctively looked down at herself. Oh dear, I just saw such a cute little sister and got too excited. I'm sorry, sister, the woman said with a playful laugh. And no, it's fine. No matter how great the weapon, it can't hurt her anymore. What's your name, little sister? The woman smiled. Let me guess, it's Yi Yushua, right? Yes, Yi Yushua nodded, trying her best not to look at the woman in front of her. And what about you? My name is Qing Feng, the woman laughed. You can call me Sister Qing Feng. Any Qing Feng, the girl said softly. Lin Fei clearly saw that the smile on the woman's face, which was originally squinted, suddenly stiffened, as if she could sense the killing intent. This woman was not the kind of beauty that could topple a city. She had a noble aura, and was born with a seductive charm that would make it hard for ordinary men to look away. But who was Lin Fei? He was the one who could hold a girl in his arms without losing his composure. After spending so long with a young girl, he had long developed resistance to such dressed-up women. Yushua, my sister, Qing Feng said as she reached out to hold Yi Yushua in her arms, her broad chest welcoming. And she smiled, saying, I told you, call me Sister Qing Feng. It's sister, okay? Woo woo woo. The girl struggled in a flustered manner. All right. At that moment, the middle-aged man beside them spoke up. Don't forget, we still have important matters to attend to. Only then did Qing Feng let go of the girl. Chapter 165. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? She held the girl and said, You can't be too rigid in life. Let go of me. The girl said, pushing her hands away with a look of disdain. Little sister, you shouldn't be so disobedient. Qing Feng smiled lightly, but there was an alluring charm to it. Then you all continue playing. The middle-aged man turned and walked away. I'll go ahead. Scores will be calculated based on the number of enemies killed. He was really bored. Qing Feng glanced at the middle-aged man and said, Let's set off too. Go, Lin Fei said. 100,000 points. If he could get 1/3 of that, he could make up for the unexpected incident with the Bloodsucker King last night, bringing him one big step closer to getting the rocket launcher. Just thinking about it made him a little happy. At that moment, Qing Feng finally noticed Lin Fei. She looked at him curiously. When were you here? I've always been here, Lin Fei said, feeling that the other party had not seen him at all. Was he so transparent? Sorry. The woman smiled. I can sense some people with powerful abilities, but it seems you have no abilities, so I just didn't see you. No problem. Lin Fei said, Let's go. The woman was surprised again, saying, You are also S rank? He is the one I want to take, the girl said, reaching out to hug Lin Fei's arm. I see. Qing Feng saw the girl's vigilant eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, sister is only interested in strong men. Your little boyfriend is not the type that sister likes. Then, the girl became even more vigilant. How interesting. Qing Feng said, Aren't you worried about your little boyfriend encountering an accident? The targets of this mission are 13 S-rank monsters. The girl said seriously, I'm very strong. I can protect him well. Ha! The woman laughed heartily. How interesting. I didn't expect to see such a couple in the apocalypse. I just wonder how far you can go. She turned and walked away, still saying, After all, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The weak are destined to be eliminated. How absurd, Lin Fei said, watching her back. The girl nodded. However, in order to complete the mission, he and the girl quickly caught up with the two. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Fei and asked, Are you also S rank? No. He had already been asked this question twice today, so he answered honestly, I'm just an E rank with no abilities. I'm here with my girlfriend. All right, Idank. The middle-aged man's voice rose a few pitches, because it was the first time he had seen an E rank dare to mix into an S rank mission. Wasn't he afraid of death? The aftermath of the battle could kill you, he said ruthlessly. Lin Fei said, Actually, I'm quite strong. At least I can protect myself. Protect yourself? The middle-aged man laughed. An E rank. And you say you can protect yourself in an S rank battle? Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my points? Chapter 166. Blades have no eyes. Avoiding suffering. In the next moment, he threw the iron sword in his hand to Lin Fei and said with a smile, "Since you say you're strong, here is the sword. Attack me with all your might, and if you can hurt me, I'll acknowledge that you're strong." Lin Fei held the iron sword in his hand, lost in thought. This sword is the real deal. If he were to seriously strike with it, not to mention this middle-aged man, the whole city would probably be split in half. So, it's better to just play around. He turned off his one-hit kill mode and casually swung the sword. Snap! As a result, this strike was caught between the middle-aged man's two fingers. He scoffed. "Is this what you call strong?" Ding! With a flick of his finger, he deflected Lin Fei's sword and said, "Continue to attack me." Lin Fei slashed out another sword. However, this time, the middle-aged man moved like lightning, snatching the long sword and pointing it at Lin Fei. "Do you see? Your so-called full strength is nothing but child's play in my eyes. This is S-class, and E-class is worlds apart. You will never catch up." He sneered. "Even the residual power of my casual strike could split you in half." "Foolish." The middle-aged man scoffed. The girl's delicate face turned pink, and she nodded. "How'd you two meet?" the woman asked. "He saved me," the girl replied. "Before the mutation?" The girl nodded again. "You should break up sooner rather than later," the woman said seriously. "He can't go too far with you. Listen to your sister's advice." At this point, she let go of the girl. She didn't say much more, fearing that the girl might argue with her, and it could lead to trouble. "There are 13 S-class monsters near the small square ahead," the woman said. "I'm going over first," the girl said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded. He initially had no intention of making a move. The girl was already very strong and could handle things on her own. He mainly came to observe her performance. He walked into the nearby building, sat on the stairs, and watched the three of them move away. When the three arrived at the square, they immediately spotted an S-class monster, a barbarian bull. "Let's take it down quickly," the girl said. "No need," the middle-aged man laughed disdainfully. "Amir barbarian bull. I can handle it alone." With that, he stomped down, shattering the tiles, and approached the barbarian bull like a gust of wind. The middle-aged man's speed was too fast. Before the bull could react, a cold light flashed, and its massive arm was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, the barbarian bull finally reacted, roaring and charging at the middle-aged man like a train. "Too slow," he said, stepping aside to avoid the bull's charge. The man struck again, catching up to the barbarian bull in the blink of an eye, his long sword slashing down to behead it. Chapter 167. Surrounded, but just then, clang, another sword blocked his. "What?" The middle-aged man was startled and quickly looked to the side, spotting a creature covered in bones. It looked human, but was much larger, with its skeleton seemingly growing on the outside, making it appear very eerie. What caught the man's attention was the creature's hands. It didn't have palms, but two bony longswords, one of which was currently blocking his iron sword. An undocumented monster? The middle-aged man stepped back, immediately distancing himself. But at that moment, the creature moved. It was fast, even quicker than the man's retreat, and in the blink of an eye, it charged over, swinging its sharp, bony sword horizontally, seemingly aiming to cleave the middle-aged man in half. It knows swordsmanship too. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression turned grave. Clang! He blocked the attack, but was knocked back by the immense force, stumbling back 10 meters before stabilizing himself. But before he could catch his breath, the creature was upon him again. With its ancient swords crossing, it slashed without giving the middle-aged man any chance to survive, just like a seasoned assassin. The middle-aged man hurriedly raised his sword in front of him to block the cross slash, then kicked out. Bang! As the creature staggered back, he too was forced back. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, he stomped down, shattering the ground, leaning into the retreating force, and thrusting his sword toward the creature's heart. This strike was not blocked. However, clang! A crisp sound rang out. The sword he thrust was stopped by the bones covering the creature's chest. These bones were extraordinarily hard, harder than ordinary steel. Not good. Cold sweat was already dripping down his forehead. This unknown creature was simply too strong, with immense power and mastery of swordsmanship, seemingly a swordsmanship master, and impervious to blades and guns. Who could defeat it? Let's join forces, he gritted his teeth and said. Too late, the girl said. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but 11 monsters had slowly entered the square. Originally, it was said that these 13 monsters were near the small square, and now they had come over upon hearing the sounds of battle. The three were quickly surrounded by these 13 monsters. These creatures were becoming increasingly intelligent. Now, they were coordinating their actions and attacking together. The woman said, if they start talking one day, I wouldn't be surprised. A fierce battle was inevitable. The three were on par with these monsters in strength. Individually, they could defeat a single monster. But at this moment, they had to face 13 monsters simultaneously, even with 3 heads and 6 arms. It would be difficult to ensure they could defeat them all. Boom! The square suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow as the girl struck first, holding nothing back. Then the battle erupted. The woman used fire, flames as red as her own. The S-class flames were incredibly powerful, and the girl's ice that could freeze everything was quickly melting. However, right now, these flames and ice were still insufficient. Bang! The woman was hit by a punch from the barbarian bull, flying out and landing awkwardly on the ground, unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, her physique was strong enough to prevent her from dying. Chapter 168. Taking people's money and averting disaster, she got up from the ground, glaring angrily at the barbarian bull, saying, "You're dead." In that instant, a red lotus bloomed. Lin Fei was originally sitting on the stairs, watching the situation in the square from a distance. However, he suddenly noticed blood dripping down from the cracks in the stairs beside him. The fact that the blood was still flowing indicated that someone was there. He immediately raised his head to look up, and when he saw the scene above, his brow couldn't help but furrow. Lin Fei immediately ran up and saw a room that had been violently broken into. At the doorway lay a small boy. He was dead, seemingly with a sword stabbed into his back, piercing through his chest and taking his life. However, his blood was still flowing. Lin Fei touched it and found that there was still some warmth. Clearly, this little boy had been killed within half an hour. He frowned and walked into the room. Inside, he found the bodies of a man and a woman. Both of them were covered in sword wounds and were already dead, but their eyes were still wide open, having endured immense fear and torment before dying. Lin Fei fell silent. He walked over to the boy, picked up his body, and intended to place it between the man and woman. "Rest in peace," Lin Fei said, helping the couple close their eyes. "This is the apocalypse, isn't it? Indifferent and ruthless, a beautiful life can also wither away in an instant." Lin Fei turned around, preparing to leave. He had no intention of getting involved in this matter, as these few people were just strangers. Besides, with so many zombies around, where could he find the murderer? In the vast sea of people, there were too many potential dangers, and he couldn't possibly take care of them all. But just at that moment, a sudden crisp sound came from behind him. Clink! It was the sound of something falling to the ground. Lin Fei turned around and saw a silver coin rolling to his feet. It was a 50-cent coin. He didn't expect to find a coin here. Lin Fei squatted down to pick it up. The coin must have fallen from that tattered pocket. Since you are offering money, then the matter is different. Lin Fei casually placed the coin on the table and turned to leave, his expression becoming somewhat indifferent. "I will help you take revenge for your grievances." He walked to the stairs, preparing to look for the murderer, who should be a zombie armed with sharp claws and weapons. Lin Fei glanced at the small square, his eyes narrowing, because he saw it, a monster covered in bones. Its arms transformed directly into bone swords. "It's you," he murmured, then jumped directly from the 10th floor, landing smoothly. Bang! A light sound. The middle-aged man's long sword was knocked away, and he couldn't withstand the monster's immense power, staggering back 2 steps. The long sword spun and flew far away, embedding itself in the ground. Not good. Losing his weapon, his face turned pale. How could he continue fighting now? Hell's red lotus. The woman's ultimate move was finally ready. A gigantic red lotus blossoming in her hands, which she then hurled forcefully towards the bull demon. But at that moment, a figure walked between the red lotus and the bull demon. It was Lin Fei. "What are you doing here?" When Qing Feng saw Lin Fei, she was startled. But there was no way to stop now, as her ultimate move had already been thrown. "Get out of the way," she shouted. But deep down, she understood that a mere E rank could never dodge her Hell's Red Lotus, right? Chapter 169. One hit, one kill, even if he dodged. The shockwave from the exploding Red Lotus would be enough to turn Lin Fei to ashes. Boom! The Red Lotus finally struck Lin Fei with a tremendous sound. Half of the square was blown away. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. It was as if a bomb had exploded in the square. Damn it! The woman cursed. Wanted to die, but not changing places. You took the hit for the bull demon. However, she had little ability left to use Hell's Red Lotus again. It's over, it's all over. She gritted her teeth. Watching the dissipating smoke, she was already thinking of how to escape. But when the smoke cleared, the woman was stunned. Because she clearly saw a figure standing amidst the sea of fire. It was Lin Fei. The blazing flames burned fiercely around him. The air twisted. Yet he was completely unharmed. How is this possible? Qing Feng was taken aback. He took my Hell's Red Lotus and came out unscathed? Tap tap. She staggered back 2 steps in a daze. Could such a thing really happen? An E rank blocking my ultimate move? And at that moment, if she could look down from above, she would be shocked to see that only half of the square had been blown apart. The square on the left side of Lin Fei is ablaze, but on the right side, it remains intact. Lin Fei glanced at the woman. Just after coming up, she had already taken a big hit, and he thought a zombie had attacked, almost ready to fight back. Boom, boom. At that moment, Manyo walked up to Lin Fei's side, looking down at the person in front of him. Lin Fei looked up at it and said, "Don't block my way." Then he kicked out. Boom! The nearly 5-meter-tall bull was directly exploded by this kick, as if 1,000 bombs had been stuffed inside it, leaving not a trace of ash in the moment of explosion. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. He kicked the bull to death? Impossible! Impossible! This can't be happening. He is just an E rank. Such a thing shouldn't occur. She stared with wide eyes, following Lin Fei's movements. At this moment, the other monsters in the square also noticed the sudden appearance of Lin Fei. Another bull charged in. Roll. Lin Fei threw a punch with his right hand. Boom! The body of the bull was sent sliding backward, its legs planted on the ground, seemingly trying to withstand the force of the punch, but it was utterly futile. The tremendous power caused it to slide further and further back, leaving a half-meter deep trench on the ground. It wasn't until it had slid over 100 meters that the bull finally exploded. An ambush from behind. Roll. Just this one word. Lin Fei turned his body and kicked the monster's head directly with his right foot. Bang! The monster's head was caught by his foot and slammed straight into the ground, like a radish. An S-class monster. It didn't even struggle and simply died. Its limbs were stiff and stuck in the ground, motionless. Another monster charged towards him, but Lin Fei just flicked his left hand. Roll. Again, just that word. With a slap from Lin Fei's left hand, the monster was sent flying into the sky, hundreds of meters high, before it suddenly exploded. In an instant, 3 S-class monsters were dead. The woman was dumbfounded. She was really stunned, standing frozen in place, her eyes vacant, her mouth wide open, her mind completely blank. Chapter 170. Scared to death because of what just happened in an instant. It truly overturned her worldview. It was said that S-class monsters were incredibly powerful, and even S-class superhumans needed a tough battle to deal with them. But now this man, one move for each, the notorious S-class monsters, the kings among zombies. None could withstand even a single move from him. I'm quite strong. The woman finally understood what these 4 words meant. Bang! Her legs went weak, and she helplessly sat on the ground, her mouth unable to close due to shock, and she even forgot to close it. Her terrified gaze continued to follow this man forward. Clang! Lin Fei casually drew the long sword as he passed by. With super speed, he activated it. When the monster lunged at the man with its sword, a shadow flashed in, followed by a crisp sound. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in shock. He clearly saw that the person saving him was Lin Fei. He was holding an iron sword, blocking the monster's attack. But how was this possible? Wasn't he a rank? When did E rank become so powerful? He could actually block an S rank monster's attack. Get out of the way. Lin Fei glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "A sword has no eyes. Avoid suffering." The man was taken aback. Wasn't that what he had said before? At that moment, the monster moved. It had sword for hands. One was blocked, but another one, with a tricky angle, swung toward Lin Fei's head. However, with a sharp sound, this sword was bitten by Lin Fei. Crack! The bony long sword was crushed in Lin Fei's bite, bone shards flying everywhere, startling the monster, the woman, and the middle-aged man alike. How strong must one be to crush a weapon with their teeth? The monster retreated. You're too slow. Lin Fei took just one step and caught up to the monster, slashing down with his long sword. Thud! One of the monster's arms was instantly severed and fell limply to the ground. The monster struck out with its only remaining sword. Lin Fei caught this sword between two fingers and applied a gentle force. Crack! The monster's last bone sword broke, this time snapped by just 2 fingers. Without a moment's hesitation, the monster turned to flee. Other monsters also sensed Lin Fei's strength and turned to run, thinking, damn, something's off with this person. He's ridiculously powerful. Want to escape? Lin Fei smiled, holding a sword in his right hand, and with his left hand sliding along the blade. He said, taking people's wealth to eliminate their disasters. If someone wants you dead, I cannot let you continue to live. Clang! With a horizontal slash of the sword, a violent wind gathered and transformed into sharp sword energy. Puff! The 9 S-rank monsters were all split apart by this sword strike, their upper and lower bodies separated. The sword energy continued to slice horizontally, cutting through a grove behind the small square. Their lower halves instinctively ran forward for 2 steps, and then their bodies fell powerless to the ground. How boring! Lin Fei casually tossed the long sword in his hand, and it spun and embedded itself in front of the man, giving him quite a scare. Don't kill me, he shouted in terror. This time he was truly frightened, his face filled with horror. Wasn't this person E-rank? What was that sword just now? Not only did he possess incredible speed, but he could also crush weapons and snap them with just 2 fingers. Even more terrifying was his swordsmanship. Chapter 171. Give all the points to him. A monster as powerful as S-rank was actually split in half by a single strike. If Lin Fei hadn't held back then, he would definitely be a corpse now. Thinking about it carefully, this was not just holding back. It was like letting out an entire universe. If even an S-rank monster couldn't withstand a single sword strike, then an S-rank ability user wouldn't stand a chance either. So when he saw that sword embedded in front of him, the middle-aged man was so scared that he wet himself. His pants instantly soaked, and he trembled uncontrollably. Lin Fei looked at him strangely, walked over to the girl, and said, "Is he sick? When did I say it was him?" The girl chuckled softly. Then she asked, "Why did you suddenly take action?" "Someone gave me money," Lin Fei replied. "So I helped them get rid of these zombies." "How much?" the girl asked curiously. 50 cents, Lin Fei said seriously, and the girl laughed again. 13 S-class monsters, not a single one left, all were slain. The mission was considered a complete success. Lin Fei turned around, looked at the man and the woman, and said, "In this mission, all the monsters were eliminated by me, so these 100,000 points belong to me. Do you have any objections?" "No." As for the man, it was simply because Yi Feng's displayed strength exceeded his understanding. He considered himself the #1 swordsmanship expert in the world. But at that moment, he witnessed an even more powerful existence. With just 1 sword, 9 S-rank monsters were slain, and he understood that with that 1 sword, it wasn't just 9 that were cut down. If they all stood here, they would be slain by that 1 sword as well. Lin Fei and the girl glanced at the 2 dazed individuals with helpless shoulders. The girl nodded. 100,000 points. Lin Fei was in a great mood. The rocket launcher had finally arrived. The girl still didn't know how powerful Lin Fei had become. What use did he have for a rocket launcher? Long after Lin Fei and the girl had left, they both had the same question in their minds. Is he really E-rank? 1 hit, 1 S-rank monster. Can this really be called E-rank? What is S-rank then? With such strength, he could completely be considered an SS rank existence, even comparable to a divine being at SSS rank. By the way, what did he just say? The middle-aged man asked Ching Feng. He said that if you don't want to die, you shouldn't spread the news. And then you also have to give him all the points. The woman said. The man nodded without hesitation. Compared to the 130,000 points in the card, his life was more important. However, he didn't know that the woman had only heard half of it. She only caught the word points. So she filled in the rest of the sentence herself. The two dared not hesitate at all and turned to run. They didn't dare to walk, fearing that if they were even a second late, they would invite disaster upon themselves. Because they only had the girl's contact information until there were no points left in the card. The two finally let out a long breath, feeling incredibly relieved. Chapter 172. Lin Fei grabs hold of the future. The girl, who was preparing lunch, suddenly felt the card vibrate, thinking it must be those two S ranks transferring the points. But when she took out the card, she was stunned for a moment. Lin Fei. She hurriedly ran outside, handing the card to Lin Fei while saying, "They transferred the points." "Oh." Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he said, "Then let's go exchange items this afternoon. 100,000 points should be enough." But when Lin Fei saw the remaining points on the card, he was also taken aback. Wait. He squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the numbers. 10,000. 450,000 points. Lin Fei was truly taken aback. Didn't they say it was 100,000 points? How did it become 450,000 points? They originally had 12,000 points. He said, then the task has 100,000, which adds up to 112,000. Could it be that they gave us all their points? Lin Fei speculated. It should be like that, the girl nodded. Then this afternoon, let's see what good things we can exchange. Since they had so many points, Lin Fei didn't plan to exchange only for the rocket launcher. He remembered there were superpower fruits available for exchange as well. Exchange. We can exchange for anything. After having lunch, Lin Fei excitedly took the girl out. The two arrived at the guild, and the girl exchanged for the rocket launcher and a shell as Lin Fei had previously agreed. You are an S-class powerhouse. Exchanging for these things is really useless, the staff persuaded the girl, saying, based on your situation, exchanging for superpower fruits is the most suitable. To be honest, we intentionally set high prices for these useless weapons to prevent other superpowered individuals from buying these worthless things. The staff earnestly tried to persuade the girl to change her mind. Then the girl said, then give me a superpower fruit as well. The staff was suddenly taken aback. In that case, the points. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped like a duck that had its throat choked. Because at that moment, he clearly saw the number on the card. Over 300,000. This girl in front of him actually had over 300,000. No. He remembered that the girl had just bought a rocket launcher and shells, which would have cost over 100,000. Wasn't that originally over 400,000 points? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him. Could this be the legendary rich lowly? Capturing a rich lowly means capturing the future. However, he only dared to think about it. After all, this was an S-class. Who could be worthy of her? He honestly handed over the items the girl wanted to exchange. Then he saw the girl happily leave with these items and hand them over to a young, handsome, energetic man. The staff suddenly felt like he had been stabbed in the chest. Someone had already caught the rich lowly. He looked at Lin Fei with envy. Because this person had captured the future and no longer needed to work hard. Don't you have anything you want to exchange? Lin Fei glanced at the card, which still had 11,000 points left. The rocket launcher costs 100,000, a shell requires 2,000, and a superpower fruit is another 200,000. Lin Fei originally thought over 400,000 was a lot. Chapter 173. Preparing for battle, the zombie tide approaches. But now it seemed that it was not much. Surviving in this apocalypse was truly difficult. I don't want to exchange for anything. The girl gently shook her head. Then let's go. Lin Fei stuffed the rocket launcher, shells, and supernatural fruit into his backpack and left the guild with the girl. He couldn't help but want to try out these things. Lin Fei was a bit excited. New weapons, mechs, and cannons. What a man's romance. Seeing Lin Fei in such a good mood, the girl also felt very happy. The two quickly arrived in the city. Lin Fei rested the rocket launcher on his shoulder and activated his X-ray vision, searching everywhere for zombies. If there were only one or two, it would be too disappointing. So he shouted, "Zombie tide, come out and take a beating. I invite you to try my new weapon." Only Lin Fei dared to swagger down the streets of the apocalypse and shout loudly. Others wished they would never see a zombie tide again. But not him. He actively sought out the zombie tide. Suddenly, a long tongue shot down from the rooftop beside Lin Fei, aiming to wrap around his neck in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Fei simply pulled the trigger. The rocket launcher automatically locked onto the hidden target on the rooftop, and a rocket the size of an arm shot out. Boom! A mushroom cloud slowly rose. The long tongue that attempted to ambush Lin Fei was instantly turned to ash. It was as if nothing had happened. Lin Fei and the girl continued walking forward. The two walked for a long time until the sun set in the evening. They had no idea how far they had gone. Suddenly, there was a rumble. Zombie tide. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Holding the girl in one arm, he leaped onto the adjacent building and looked not far away, where he indeed saw a massive zombie tide. There were at least 10,000 zombies. The girl frowned slightly. There are many S-class monsters among them. However, Lin Fei just smiled and said, "Perfect timing." At this moment, in the assembly, an emergency meeting was being held in the conference room, attended by two other S-class superpowers. "What's going on that requires me to be called?" spoke a young man with yellow hair. He was handsome and striking, but now he had his feet resting on the table, looking indifferent. "We just received intel that a zombie tide has been discovered 30 kilometers away from the assembly. Reports say the number of zombies has exceeded 10,000, including 21 S-class monsters and 3 currently unknown monsters. The zombie tide is 30 kilometers away from the assembly, and since zombies do not rest at night, they will arrive in less than a day. We must eliminate this tide before it reaches us," said a middle-aged man with brown hair, his expression serious. "What is the plan?" asked a long-haired man beside him. Compared to the young man with yellow hair, he seemed more composed, sitting upright and clearly paying attention, though his tone was cold. "The zombie tide will pass through the high-rise district. We have already sent people to install bombs to be detonated when the tide passes, which can significantly weaken it. However, those S-class monsters will be up to you." The middle-aged man added, "But don't worry, we will have fire support." The young man with yellow hair immediately laughed. "We'll use some laser guns and artillery. It's better for your people to stay far away and not interfere with my performance." Saying this, he stood up. "I'll take my leave first and see who takes down more S-class monsters later." Crack! He stepped out, and his figure transformed into lightning, darting out the window and disappearing in an instant. Boring. The long-haired man slowly stood up from his chair and turned to leave. The middle-aged man looked at the two departing S-class individuals with a somewhat grim expression and could only watch the remaining 30 or so A-class members. He said seriously, "You all go evacuate the civilians now. This time, the number of enemies in the zombie tide exceeds 10,000, which qualifies as a medium-sized tide. We must be fully prepared." The A-class members nodded and then dispersed. As the news spread, the atmosphere in the assembly became heavy. The zombie tide was coming. All the shops closed, and the once bustling streets were instantly deserted. On the city walls, soldiers stood guard, ready for battle, evoking a sense of tragic heroism, as if the wind was cold and the warriors would never return. However, what they did not know was, boom! The zombie tide was ambushed. As they marched through the streets, a shell suddenly fell from the sky and landed among them. With a loud bang, dozens of zombies were sent flying, shattered in midair. More shells fell for 5 hitting different spots. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions turned hundreds of zombies to ash. Even an S-class monster, the Berserk Bull, was gone. It had tried to catch that shell. The Berserk Bull, known as the tank among zombies, could hardly be harmed by laser guns or even heavy weapons like rocket launchers and tanks. But at that moment, when it came into contact with the shell, it exploded and the flames instantly engulfed it. It was as fragile as the ordinary zombies around it, blown to pieces in an instant. The massive zombie tide, shaken by the sudden barrage from above, dared not take another step forward. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky, standing about 30 meters in front of the zombie tide. "This path is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll," Lin Fei laughed. The zombies in front, seeing Lin Fei and the girl, rushed over in droves, as if they had seen humans. "Looks like this is the answer you chose." Lin Fei lifted the cannon barrel. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 17 rocket shells were fired. The barrel, which could originally only hold 1 shell at a time, now fired 17 in less than a second, and there was absolutely no recoil. Lin Fei only needed to aim, and it was done. Amidst the continuous deafening explosions, the hundreds of zombies rushing and were all engulfed in flames, soaring in the air, and when they landed on the ground, none were intact. In the blink of an eye, not a single zombie remained. Chapter 175. Invincibility is so dull and boring. Lin Fei blew away the smoke from the cannon and said helplessly, "Invincible, how lonely it is. There's not a single one that can get close." Originally, there were zombies rushing over, but now they all stopped, none daring to move, because in front of them lay countless zombie corpses and several large craters left by the cannons. It was terrifying for the zombies that witnessed this scene. It was like the end of the world. The cannons they once looked down upon now exploded one after another, making the zombies as fragile as paper. This person was too terrifying. The zombies in front didn't dare to move. Those that had rushed in the fastest were now gone. Those were examples. Lin Fei stood alone, blocking a tide of over 10,000 zombies. He simply stood there, causing the horde to hesitate and not dare to advance a single step. However, just because they were not moving, it didn't mean Lin Fei would hold back. "I've been looking for you all this time. This matter won't end so easily." Lin Fei smiled, raised the artillery, and strode toward the horde. Boom! With each step he took, he pulled the trigger, and a rocket shot out, spinning through the air. Every time a shell exploded, dozens of zombies would be sent flying. The zombies in front immediately became disordered and panicked. Fear is inherent, but it becomes difficult to evoke once they turn into zombies. However, the man before them, along with that terrifying artillery, made them feel the grip of fear once again. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in. Lin Fei saw clearly that it was a humanoid zombie, moving extremely fast, walking like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it closed a distance of nearly 100 meters. However, Lin Fei just took a glance and pulled the trigger. Super aiming, lock on, no recoil, infinite ammunition, no need to reload. The zombies present all clearly saw it. An S-rank zombie was hit in the head by the cannon and then pushed into the sky by the blast. Boom! That zombie turned into beautiful fireworks. An S-rank zombie. Ordinary zombies were stunned. After all, it was an S-rank zombie. It was a king among zombies. But now, even a powerful S-rank zombie had been blasted away by that rocket launcher, exploding directly. What the hell? What is this rocket launcher made of? A super indestructible titanium alloy body and shells made from atomic bombs? That's terrifying. Watching the man who fired shot after shot, these zombies felt they were facing a demon. A grotesque figure laughing wickedly as it emerged from hell. With someone like this around, it was truly the end of the world. Boom! A massive bull charged towards Lin Fei, wanting to crush him, but only took one shot. Boom! The bull's enormous body was sent flying backward, crashing hard into a nearby house, and it disappeared along with the house, under the barrage of cannon fire, in less than 5 minutes. Over 10,000 zombies were wiped out. No one could escape, because this cannon also had an automatic locking feature. It was incredibly stable. Lin Fei stood on the ravaged street, surrounded by the corpses of zombies. The main road was pockmarked and dark. He sighed and said, "I haven't even tried hard yet. And they're all gone. I bloom in the midst of slaughter, just like the flowers at dawn." Lin Fei said, "An invincible life is this simple and dull." Chapter 176, The Super Invincible Master Who Shakes the Gathering. Looking around with his X-ray vision, he suddenly noticed another zombie. It was an S-class monster that could parasitize humans. Now hiding in the nearby house, not daring to move, Lin Fei squinted and raised his hand to fire a rocket launcher. Boom! This time, no one should have been missed, Lin Fei said. The girl looked at the rocket launcher in Lin Fei's hand with surprise and said, "Is this thing really that powerful? That's a horde of corpses. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies. Not to mention me, even the S-class in the gathering would have a headache." But in front of this rocket launcher, they couldn't hold out for even 5 minutes. Moreover, it was a one-sided crushing. Not a single zombie was able to get close to Lin Fei. Even a monster as strong as an S-class was blasted into the sky by a single shot. It was truly tragic. She didn't understand why Lin Fei, who was so powerful, still needed to buy something like this, but now she finally understood. This rocket launcher is terrifying. If humanity has such a powerful weapon, why are they still so passive as they are now? The girl was puzzled. "Do you want to give it a try?" Lin Fei said as he handed the rocket launcher to the girl, saying, "Here, you can give it a try." The girl curiously took it, mimicking the way Lin Fei held it, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A shell immediately spiraled into the sky. The huge recoil caused the girl to stagger back 2 steps uncontrollably. "What is this?" The girl was shocked. It wasn't like this when you used it. She had clearly seen Lin Fei fire one shot after another steadily, without such severe recoil. Maybe I was holding it wrong. She focused and pulled the trigger again, but nothing happened. The girl opened it up to find the barrel empty. No shell left. Huh. She was stunned. Why did you have shots left? But I ran out after one? At that moment, the girl was filled with 100,000 questions. Lin Fei, because this cannon is female. That's how it is when you use it. The girl's head was instantly filled with question marks. Lin Fei finally couldn't help but laugh. The girl returned the rocket launcher to Lin Fei, still filled with curiosity. Why exactly? Shortly after the two left, two figures appeared at the scene. One was Lightning, and the other was Gale, the two S-rank individuals from the earlier gathering. They stood in the center of the corpses, looking around at the chaos, confused about the situation. Wasn't it said that there was a zombie tide here? How come only a pile of corpses remains? The two were puzzled. Could the information be wrong? No, that couldn't be. Just then, the long-haired man suddenly said, "The pits here are still smoking, clearly just left by someone. Someone was here recently, and these corpses, needless to say, belong to those zombies." The sheer number indicates that the zombie tide was indeed real. However, someone has already dealt with it before us. The blonde-haired man, looking curious, asked, "Who is so powerful that they could face the zombie tide alone?" "I don't know." The long-haired man shook his head. "To my knowledge, there shouldn't be such a master among us at the gathering." Chapter 177. I really want to meet that master. The large pit on the ground seemed to be left by an explosion, and some corpses had scorch marks, suggesting that the attacker might have fire abilities or lightning abilities. Lightning? The blonde-haired man suddenly laughed and said, "In that case, I'm even more curious. I want to see this person. Is their lightning stronger than mine?" However, they didn't know that it was all caused by the rocket launcher. Just half an hour later, when everyone was on high alert, news came that the zombie tide had been eliminated. Who did it? A middle-aged man asked. "I don't know." Many people had gone to the scene to confirm that it was indeed a zombie tide and that it had now been resolved. Everyone concluded that this powerful individual must possess fire or lightning abilities. While a group of people speculated about who had acted, two individuals had already discovered the truth: the S-rank middle-aged man and woman. They could guess with their toes that Lin Fei was the one who single-handedly exterminated the zombie tide. No one else could achieve such a feat, but they dare not speak of it. Looking at the remains of the zombie corpses on the ground, they feared that if they revealed it, they would become part of that grim scene. This man was too terrifying. Eventually, the news of a lone, powerful individual confronting the zombie tide spread. "Hey, did you know? Even everyone on the streets knows. There is a peerless master in our gathering who simultaneously wields fire and lightning, facing the zombie tide alone." Then Lin Fei and the girl also heard this news. Lin Fei looked enviously. "This is so cool, having both lightning and flames. And standing alone against a horde of zombies. I heard it was even a medium-sized horde. There should be at least hundreds of thousands of zombies among them. I really want to meet this hero." Lin Fei said, "He is so powerful. He must be an invincible person. Surely he is very lonely." The girl remained silent, listening to these rumors, feeling only puzzled. Why do these events sound so familiar? In the end, she couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. After all, it said that there are always people stronger than you, and there might really be such a powerful person. Having completed all the tasks, he obtained a rocket launcher and blew up a zombie wave yesterday. So today, Lin Fei has turned into a salted fish again. Those destined to meet will naturally encounter each other. Lin Fei turned over and said, "So there's no need to deliberately look for it. Haven't you noticed before? Things that you deliberately look for are usually hard to find. When you stop looking, they will appear in front of you." The girl immediately rolled her eyes at Lin Fei and said, "That's just nonsense." She got up, pulled Lin Fei's blanket, and said, "I want to eat the ability fruit." Lin Fei suddenly sat up in bed, remembering something. "That's right," he said. "I haven't eaten the ability fruits I bought yesterday." He immediately took out 2 ability fruits from his backpack. The ones he bought this time looked like mangoes. Just one glance and Lin Fei guessed they were mango-flavored. Chapter 178. New ability fruits. In the end, the two of them finished the ability fruits completely. As expected, the fruits looked like mangoes and indeed tasted just like mangoes. If it weren't for the girl mentioning that they contained a large amount of abilities, he would have thought they were real mangoes. The girl licked her fingers, still wanting more. There's no need for that. I have plenty more here. In front of the girl, he took out 4 more ability fruits from his backpack, all mango-flavored. Lin Fei guessed that the girl would like this flavor. Thank you. Seeing the ability fruit on the table, the girl's cheeks turned slightly red. But her body honestly picked up another one. To others, the precious ability fruit was as casual as fruit after a meal for Lin Fei. And because she had the ability fruit to eat every day, the girl had become even more beautiful than before, with skin like water, fair and charming. And her strength had been continuously improving, now stronger than most S-rank individuals. Huh? The girl suddenly noticed the card vibrating, took it out to see that it was a new notification. What's wrong? Lin Fei asked. There's a new ability fruit, the girl said, just now. The guild obtained new ability fruits, only 3 of them, each priced at 200,000. Lin Fei thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. We need to get one. Until now, Lin Fei still wanted to obtain a banana-flavored ability fruit. How many points do we have now? Lin Fei asked. 130,000. The girl glanced and said, we are still short by 70,000. Let's check the tasks. Lin Fei said, 70,000 should not take too long, right? We earned 12,000 the previous day, and thinking about it now, we can definitely gather 70,000 points within a week. Grind, we can grind. The girl tilted her head and asked in confusion, grind, what does that mean? Lin Fei fell silent. After a moment, he said, the liver is synonymous with strength. While I was in my hometown, I often encountered some strong individuals who could accomplish what others would take a week, a month, or even a year to complete in just one day. The young girl looked shocked and said, that's just too strong. Lin Fei nodded and said, they have all surpassed the limits of humanity. Their bodies are full of liver, and they can go without food or sleep. We call such people liver emperors. They're so strong. The girl was shocked in her heart. To surpass the limits of humanity. How powerful must that be? At the same time, she became increasingly curious about where Lin Fei's hometown was. Are there many strong individuals who can surpass human limits there? Listening to these words, the girl shyly lowered her head. Lin Fei took the girl's card and checked the tasks on it. Most of them were in the thousands, with only one exceeding 10,000. Lin Fei said, let's do this first, as there are many points to be earned, to avoid being snatched by others. The girl took the card and immediately accepted the task. It was very simple to travel 50 kilometers away. The girl held the card to guide Lin Fei, who carried her like a princess. Chapter 179. The Justified Survivor. A few minutes later, the two arrived at their destination smoothly. According to the detailed information on the task, the trapped people were all in an underground air raid shelter. Lin Fei used his perspective to take a look around and indeed found a group of people trembling underground. Boom! With 3 punches and 2 kicks, he cleared away the zombies blocking the door, then kicked open the 1-meter-thick iron door. Light suddenly poured onto these people's faces, startling them. You are saved, Lin Fei said, follow me, when they saw someone come to rescue them. The people who had been curled up in the corner showed expressions of surprise and excitement. We are saved. Some even cheered with joy. However, as they stepped into the sunlight from the air raid shelter, they suddenly froze. A middle-aged man with glasses had a stiff smile on his face and asked in an incredulous tone, how many people came to save us? Lin Fei said, just the 2 of us. As he spoke, he took the M4 out of his backpack. With this gun, he could accurately kill zombies, no matter how far away they were. However, the smiles on the faces of these people immediately disappeared. Lin Fei nodded and said, of course. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, as they couldn't believe Lin Fei's words. What a joke. This is the apocalypse. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. How could 2 people possibly fight against terrifying zombies? We don't believe you. The man said seriously, unless you bring more people. S-class ability users? The group was taken aback at first, but then their faces showed indifference. So what? Looking at you 2, it seems like you're just here to lead us to our deaths. You should leave and let others come to rescue us, right? With the middle-aged man's words. The others echoed in agreement. Lin Fei Gong wanted to say something more when another voice rang out from the crowd. A young man with green hair stepped out from the crowd. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. The young man continued. The reason you came to save us must be for something, perhaps a command, or maybe something very important. So, if you want to complete your mission, it's best to listen to us survivors. Don't worry, during the few hours you're here. We guarantee we won't do anything to her." A smile appeared on the young man's face. He felt he had grasped the two's weaknesses and could easily coerce them. From the moment he saw the girl, he had already made up his mind. He must have her. She was too beautiful. Chapter 180. It seems you don't understand the current situation. She looked like a fairy descended from the heavens. And in this apocalyptic world, there is actually such an ethereal person. When Lin Fei leaves, leaving the girl behind, he could use the same reasoning to coerce her. At that point, what he wanted to do would be entirely up to him. The young man laughed. The girl frowned slightly, but when she thought of the 10,000 points, she ultimately said nothing. However, at that moment, Lin Fei spoke up. "Could you please clarify your position? If you want someone to help you, you should appear as if you need help, rather than acting all high and mighty." Lin Fei said, "Whether to save or not has always been up to us. You all can only obediently do as you're told." The expressions of those present changed slightly. The young man frowned and said, "Are you crazy? Don't you want to complete your mission? Or do you not want that important thing anymore?" "Yes," Lin Fei said. "I've given up. It's just 10,000 points. I just wanted to follow the rules, so I honestly earn points. If I want to cheat, I have plenty of ways to do it." He punched towards a nearby building. Boom! In that instant, the building collapsed, dust filling the air. In the terrified gaze of the crowd, he said, "As you can see, I am very powerful. As long as I want something, there is nothing I cannot obtain." Lin Fei directly hugged the girl and said, "If you think a group of people can compare to her, you are gravely mistaken. Don't say just 100 people. Even if you bring 10,000, they won't be able to match her even a bit. You overestimate yourselves. You'd better pray for your own good." After saying this, he turned around with the girl and left. "We don't need these 10,000 points." He was incredibly strong. Is this what an S-rank powerhouse is like? But now, this notion was completely shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, they suddenly heard heavy footsteps coming from the side. Looking over, their faces turned pale in an instant. It was a wild bull. A wild bull had actually come over. A monster was coming. Hearing the cries for help from these people, Lin Fei finally stopped. He turned around, looked at them, and said, "Do you realize your mistake now? Realize your mistake. Realize your mistake." Everyone nodded frantically. Lin Fei smiled. "But is this how you all look when you're asking me for help? It sounds to me more like a command. How can you ask for help like this? Is it possible?" Suddenly, everyone knelt down. "Please, save us." Their voices dropped. Looking at all the kneeling people, he said, "We were all getting along well. So why did it have to come to this?" The group quickly responded, "It's our fault. It's our fault." It won't happen again. Chapter 181. When someone doesn't want to work hard. Lin Fei smiled, picked up the M4. "Yes." He nodded and said, "You really won't have another chance." Lin Fei held the girl in his arms, soaring into the sky, looking down from above. His voice somewhat ethereal. "I once gave you all a chance, but you didn't seize it, and even escalated things by turning your attention towards her. I am not a saint. On the contrary, I am quite petty, so now I won't even wish you good luck." The group below clearly saw Lin Fei and the girl disappear. In that moment, they finally understood what true despair felt like. Boom, boom, boom. The bull-like zombie was getting closer. The bull was the king among zombies. Apart from S-class, superpowered individuals, no one could compete with it. Therefore, the outcome for these people today was already sealed. The girl, held by Lin Fei, was filled with thoughts about what had just happened. "Thank you," she said. At that moment, she had already decided to compromise. Lin Fei smiled and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You are very important to me. How could I let you stay behind?" The girl fell silent. She had always known that she might be somewhat important to Lin Fei, but she never thought it would be this important. In Yushua's eyes, there was a pool of spring water. "That's right," Lin Fei suddenly said, "if the mission fails, it won't have any impact on you, right?" "No," the girl replied. "What are we going to the guild for?" The girl asked, confused. Lin Fei said, "I don't want to try hard anymore." "What does that mean?" "You'll know soon." Lin Fei smiled lightly, then took the girl to the front desk of the guild. "Excuse me, sir. How can I help you?" The staff asked politely. "Can points be redeemed?" Lin Fei asked. "Yes," the staff nodded and said, "but it requires something very valuable, such as food, weapons, etc." Lin Fei opened his backpack and took out a pomegranate-shaped ability fruit. "How many points can this be exchanged for?" "This," The staff's expression changed drastically as they exclaimed, "Ability fruit." In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to the front desk, and they all clearly saw the ability fruit on the table. Such a rich ability, and the fruit is still fresh. The staff nervously said, "The ability fruit is too precious. I can't make a decision, so I will contact the vice president for you." In the end, Lin Fei met the vice president in the reception room. She was a woman who, despite being in the apocalypse, was well-dressed, suggesting that she was once a beautiful woman. "I am the vice president of this guild," the woman asked. "Are you the one who wants to exchange the ability fruit for points?" "Yes, that's me." Lin Fei placed the pomegranate on the table and said, "Take a look for yourself. How many points can this be exchanged for?" The vice president picked up the pomegranate and examined it carefully. This is indeed a supernatural fruit. She could feel the rich supernatural energy it contained. 100,000, she finally said. 100,000? Lin Fei doubted that he had heard it wrong. He said, "The ability fruits here sell for 200,000. And now you want to sell me this one for 100,000, then turn around and sell it for 200,000? One for one." Lin Fei said, "This is my only request." Chapter 182. Do you see? They're all mine. The woman, who was indeed the vice president, smiled faintly and said, "Our ability fruits have all just been picked, and all three are from the same tree, so the price will indeed be a bit higher, unless you have the remaining ability fruits from the same tree." She had a confident smile on her face. Looking at the man in front of her, she thought to herself, since he is willing to exchange ability fruits for points, he must be lacking something. What could it be? Upon careful consideration, it must be food. The man in front of her wants to use points to exchange for food. After all, this is the apocalypse, a time when everyone is lacking food. Lin Fei fell silent. 200,000 points. He finally said, "This is my bottom line." 100,000, the vice president said calmly. "It's still the same sentence, unless you can get the remaining fruits from the same tree." Lin Fei was puzzled and said, "What? Can eating three together really provide an enhancement?" The vice president nodded and said, "If you haven't eaten it, how do you know it doesn't provide an enhancement?" "I haven't eaten it." Lin Fei nodded, then pulled the girl over and said, "But she has eaten it. If she eats the same ability fruit, is there an enhancement?" The girl shook her head and said, "If you eat too much, the taste will become bland, and the abilities provided by the ability fruit will gradually decrease." The vice president was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "You don't need to put on an act in front of me. As the vice president, I naturally wouldn't deceive you." She said, "Then let me say this, if you can produce the remaining ability fruits from the same tree, we can offer a price of 200,000 points." Since the other party had said so, Lin Fei could only sigh. He opened his backpack. He took out a pomegranate and said, "This is an ability fruit from the same tree." The vice president was slightly taken aback. Her smile froze for a moment. However, she managed to maintain it. But in the next moment, it completely froze because she clearly saw Lin Fei take out another pomegranate from his backpack. 3 pomegranates were placed on the table, and he said, "This is also from the same tree." It wasn't over yet. He continued to take out, "This is also from the same tree." After taking out 5 pomegranates, he thought for a moment and then took out an apple. "This is from another tree." He then took out 5 more. After that, he switched to mangoes, also 5 of those. Lin Fei looked at the vice president, whose expression had already turned blank, and said, "Do you see it? Aren't these just the supernatural fruits from the same tree? I can have as many as I want. I swear in my whole life, this is the first time I've seen someone with so many supernatural fruits. It's terrifying. Aren't supernatural fruits supposed to be rare? How can you have so many? Just what I see now, there are already 15. She looked at the supernatural fruits on the table, swallowed hard, and forced a smile, saying, "Are you planning to use these to exchange for points? I can give you 5 million. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You guessed wrong. Although we are not lacking in ability fruits, don't think you can easily take one from me." He put the last pomegranate into his backpack and said, "My things are always mine." The vice president could no longer smile. Chapter 183. Mine is still mine. Because he watched helplessly as Lin Fei took away 15 ability fruits. It was just like slipping away from his hands. "Aren't you in desperate need of food?" the vice president said with the last glimmer of hope. "Now I can offer you an ability fruit for 200,000 points, which is enough for you to exchange for quite a bit of food." "Food?" Lin Fei smiled, took out a loaf of bread, 2 loaves of bread, 3 loaves of bread. "A whole box of bread? What did you just say I was missing?" This time, The vice president was truly dumbfounded. She had guessed wrong from the very beginning. Lin Fei was not lacking food at all. She swallowed hard, looking at the young man in front of her, and she really couldn't understand this person. Why? The vice president's mind was filled with 100,000 whys. Why did he have so many ability fruits? Why was he not lacking food? Farewell. Lin Fei gathered all the bread in front of her and turned to leave with the girl. Is that it? The girl said in confusion. Aren't we going to exchange ability fruits? Lin Fei said, change, of course. However, this time, I don't plan to use the ability fruit for the trade. They are too greedy, so I intend to use food instead. 1 bread is 1,000 points. 10 breads are 10,000. Lin Fei casually exchanged 70 loaves of bread for 70,000 points and traded for a special fruit. This special fruit looked like a dragon fruit. If it tastes like dragon fruit, then it would be quite nice, Lin Fei murmured. Just as the vice president was doubting life in the reception room, the news of Lin Fei's exchange for the special fruit came through. Zoldfast? In this world, there are indeed people who don't lack food or special fruits. He must be extraordinary. The vice president said, we must get involved with him. It would be best to tie him to this gathering. Then, it would be easier to obtain things from him. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on her lips. The girl who was making lunch suddenly received a message about a card, and when she looked at it, it was a refund of 200,000. She realized that the other party was trying to please Lin Fei, so she immediately informed him. How does he plan to handle these 200,000 points? Lin Fei took the card and glanced at it, saying, how can I deal with it? Of course, I'll transfer it to myself. The girl was puzzled, but still transferred the points to Lin Fei. The point system was poorly designed. Food was too expensive, and many people couldn't afford it. This 200,000 points were just right for me to give away. Since his card was E-level, he automatically had the contact information of other E-level individuals. He split the 200,000 points into 40 portions, each worth 5,000 points. Then, based on the detailed information provided by the card, he sent all 40 portions to those E-level individuals. Among these people, perhaps some didn't worry about food and drink. However, Lin Fei was certain that there were also those who hadn't eaten in a long time. At a critical moment, even a straw can break a camel's back. So Lin Fei hoped that the 5,000 points he sent out could help some people get through tough times. An invincible life is so simple and unadorned. Lin Fei sighed, then lay down on the bed, turning into a lazy fish. The girl watched all of this silently, but a faint smile was on her pretty face. Chapter 184. The goal is to go home. After getting the rocket launcher and swapping for a new superpower fruit, the days ahead became much more leisurely. Lin Fei had been lying in bed for 2 days, and a goal in his heart became increasingly clear. Thus, Lin Fei set a new goal in his mind, to find the deity. However, Lin Fei also understood that finding this deity was not easy, and he had no clues at all. He decided to set off tomorrow. Just then, his stomach growled. Before searching for the deity, he should first fill his stomach. He finally got out of bed, but there was no sign of the girl. When he walked into the living room, he saw a cold breakfast, but still no sign of her. Next to the table, there was a note with the girl's neat and elegant handwriting. I went out to train. She really couldn't sit still. The girl was a supernatural being, and to become stronger, she could only improve herself through constant battles. After staying at home for 2 days, she left the villa to search for zombies in the city, hoping to enhance her abilities. This girl, Lin Fei, smiled faintly and went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Until the meal was ready, he did not see the girl's figure. Looking at the empty space, Lin Fei felt uncomfortable and flew out from the balcony. She should be in the city, right? At that moment, the girl was surrounded by a chilling aura, her once gentle eyes now completely cold. At this moment, she was single-handedly fighting against 3 S-class monsters, 1 brute bull and 2 parasites. The parasites were the monsters that had crawled out from human bellies in the old warehouse. They were large, sturdy, and had sharp claws, specifically laying their eggs inside humans, making them terrifying. Moreover, they had a particular fondness for girls in their youth. In the icy world, the girl shouted proudly, and in an instant, the area within 100 meters around her turned completely white as everything was frozen. The cold wind was piercing. Standing in the ice and snow, she resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, with an unparalleled elegance that captivated hearts. The three S-class monsters were frozen. The girl knew that her strength could not completely overwhelm the three S-class monsters, so she seized a moment to strike. She hated the parasites the most, so she stepped forward like lightning, shooting toward the nearest parasite. With a kick, before she even touched the ice sculpture, frost began to gather beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, a massive icicle appeared under her foot, and with that kick, the icicle pierced through the body of the parasite. Boom! As the icicle exploded, the originally invulnerable parasite shattered into pieces, like bricks made of cold ice. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises rang out as the frozen brute bull and the parasites broke through the ice and charged toward the girl. You're so annoying. She raised her hand and created traps in this icy world. Crack! An ice wall suddenly rose before the parasite, covered in sharp spikes, and the brute bull crashed directly into it. At the moment the ice wall exploded, several blood holes appeared on the brute bull. Chapter 185. Lightning Elementalist. The girl gripped tightly once more. Puffed. Sharp ice spikes suddenly jutted out from the ground around the brute bull, angled to stab it directly. However, the brute bull's vitality was astonishing. Even though it was pierced like a beehive, it still did not die. Crack! With a flick of her hand, the ice shattered, and the spikes spun outwards before breaking apart. Just as Yushue was about to completely eliminate the brute bull, she suddenly sensed a crisis from behind. It was the parasite. With a swish, the parasite swung its sharp claws, aiming to cleave the girl in half. The girl had no choice but to abandon her kill on the brute bull and raise an ice wall beside her. But this ice wall only held for a second before being sliced open by the claws. However, that 1 second was enough for the girl to leave her original spot. She slid out on the ice, avoiding the attack, and with a wave of her right hand, the shattered ice began to swirl around her. Ice arrow rain. Dozens of ice fragments erupted like arrows, striking the parasite and pushing it back several meters. The black armor on the parasite also showed cracks. Just as she pushed the parasite back, the brute bull stood behind the girl, exuding murderous intent, and swung a fist down from above. Boom! The immense force caused the ice pillar to explode, and the brute bull was sent staggering back, dizzy and kneeling on the ground. Seizing this moment, the girl aimed to decapitate the brute bull. But at that moment, crack! A golden lightning bolt, over 2 meters wide, suddenly struck down from the sky, directly hitting the brute bull's head and blowing it apart. The girl immediately halted, looking upward. A blond man stood in the air, looking down at her. An S-class ability user. Yi Yushue recognized him at a glance. He was the infamous lightning elementalist from the gathering. Don't get distracted during a fight. It can be deadly. The lightning elementalist's voice came from above. Without the brute bull's interference, the girl faced the parasite alone and could completely suppress it. The tremendous impact forced the parasite to retreat uncontrollably. At that moment, the girl leaped up, seizing a long sword made of ice, freezing the parasite with one strike. Then squeezing hard, boom! The ice sword and the parasite exploded together as the girl landed smoothly. As she withdrew her powers, the snowstorm finally ceased. The girl tucked her long, disheveled hair behind her ear and turned to leave. She couldn't check the time, but thought it should be lunch hour. However, the charming gesture of tucking her hair was seen by the lightning elementalist, who smirked and, with a flash of lightning, stood in front of the girl. "Were you in such a hurry to go?" The lightning elementalist asked with a smile. "I didn't expect you could cook," he said with surprise. "Nowadays, everyone uses robots for cooking. I didn't think there would still be girls who can cook." Chapter 186. Digging the wall, the girl walked past him, saying, "My family is poor. I can't afford a robot." "Don't go yet," the lightning elementalist called out, reaching for the girl's hand. However, the girl dodged at the first moment. Her eyes glinted coldly as she asked, "What do you want? Don't be so cold. Did you see I didn't touch your fair and soft hand?" The lightning elementalist felt regretful, but still smiled and said, "We're both S-class, and we have a long time to get along." The girl looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" The lightning elementalist laughed directly. "Do you have someone you like? If not, would you consider me? If you do, would you mind adding me to the list?" He said ambiguously. The cold light in the girl's eyes grew even colder, as she probably understood the meaning of the person before her. So she replied, "This is the apocalypse. We should strive for the future, not indulge in romantic feelings. Ha! The lightning elementalist laughed and said, "Your words sound familiar. I used this to reject many girls before." He added, "Don't be so quick to reject me. Even in the apocalypse, we are still human. We still have needs and will need descendants. As I said before, we're both S-class. So I believe our descendants will be even stronger and may even possess two abilities, becoming SS-class." Yi Yushue did not hesitate at all. She replied, "I already have a boyfriend." Sure enough, the lightning elementalist said with a faint smile, "Let me guess, his name is Lin Fei, an E-class ability user, right? According to my information, he doesn't even have any abilities." The girl knew that S-class ability users had significant authority. If they wanted, they could find out any person's information. So it was not surprising that the lightning elementalist knew Lin Fei's identity. The girl said seriously, "Abilities do not represent a person's strength." The lightning elementalist replied, "But they can reflect a person's value. He isn't E-level, and he doesn't even have any special abilities, so from the very beginning, he was not worthy of you. Continuing to be together will ultimately lead to tragedy. He is a burden, and in the future, you will have to support everything. In this apocalypse, what can you expect from an ordinary person? They are all the useless ones left behind by the gods. You're not allowed to insult him." The girl's delicate face turned cold, and she was about to take action. "Wait." Flash Electron quickly stopped her, smiling and saying, "First of all, I'm also S-level, and you can't defeat me. Besides, is it worth getting into a big fight over any level?" Then he continued, "Let's do an experiment." "No time." The girl was very direct. "Don't be so quick to make a decision." Flash Electron smiled. "This experiment is very interesting. You will definitely like it. You send him a message through the card, saying that you are in danger and inform him of your location, and see if he dares to come find you." "You are too boring," the girl said. "Ha ha." Flash Electron laughed again. "I think you don't dare, right? Maybe at this moment, he is still sleeping soundly in bed, and he might not even see your message." And at that moment, bang, Lin Fei walked down the street, casually swatting away a raging bull that blocked her path, splattering blood all over the nearby building. There were shards of ice scattered along the way, indicating that she had passed through recently, possibly just ahead. Chapter 187. Your daydream is too invincible. She strode forward confidently. Suddenly, a parasite burst out from the ground, its head sinking into its belly. This parasite was instantly dead beyond recovery. "That's too much," Lin Fei murmured as countless zombie corpses lay behind her. A survivor? She glanced to the side and saw a young man. He was holding a longbow, and when he spotted Lin Fei, his eyes lit up before he rushed over. He was quite a kind-hearted ability user. However, Lin Fei could only smile and say, "Sorry, I'm out here looking for someone, and I can't leave until I find them." "Looking for someone?" The bowman looked surprised. "Are you crazy? How can you search for someone in a place like this?" "I'm looking for a girl," Lin Fei replied. "A girl?" The man looked puzzled and said, "I haven't seen any girls pass by here today, but I did see a big shot." With that, he became interested and added, "You absolutely won't believe who I ran into." Lin Fei had no interest at all, but still asked, "Who?" "It's the goddess of the gathering, Yi Yue." Lin Fei paused for a moment, looking at the man in surprise, and said, "Goddess? Yi Yue? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Are you joking?" The man walked beside Lin Fei and said, "That's the goddess, chosen by everyone. How could I be wrong?" Lin Fei was curious. When did that girl become the goddess of the gathering? She probably doesn't even know herself. You absolutely can't imagine how beautiful the goddess is. Describing her as a fairy is an insult. The man looked filled with longing. This morning, when she passed by here, snowflakes were falling around her. And with her snow-colored shirt and icy blue long hair, she was simply breathtaking. The goddess's strength is also astonishing. The mutated zombies that give me a headache. She dealt with them effortlessly with just a wave of her hand. Lin Fei thought about that scene. It must be very beautiful. So he asked, "Where did she go?" The man said, "Don't tell me that the person you're looking for is her." Lin Fei nodded honestly. "Huh." The man suddenly laughed. "All right, stop joking with me. That's a goddess. How could a survivor without any abilities possibly know a goddess?" Lin Fei asked, "How do you know I don't have any abilities?" The man replied matter-of-factly, "Because there is no aura of abilities around you. My abilities are enhanced perception and marksmanship. I can sense things that ordinary people cannot. and I can shoot arrows with perfect accuracy, hitting the target every time. Lin Fei nodded in approval. Quite powerful. Isn't it strong? The man said. So don't daydream anymore. Come with me to the gathering. The goddess is unattainable. But I really can't find her, Lin Fei said. This morning she even made me breakfast and left me a note. Haha. The man finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bro, you really are a talent. The reason you don't have any special abilities is that your daydreaming skills are too impressive. Chapter 188. I would call you the strongest. She even made you breakfast, warming things up. He laughed and said, why don't you mention that she slept holding you last night? Lin Fei nodded seriously and said, that's also true. Ha ha. The man laughed so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Lin Fei felt a bit helpless. No one believed him when he spoke the truth, but he didn't want to prove anything. Brother, your ability to daydream is unmatched. I would call you the strongest, the man said with a serious expression. Lin Fei didn't say anything more. The man laughed enough and finally said, all right, you should leave with me. To be honest, it's too dangerous here. My mission involves patrolling and searching for survivors, and you must come with me. Lin Fei refused and said, I told you, I won't leave until I find a person. Do you really think the goddess is your girlfriend? The man glared at Lin Fei and said, stop dreaming. Found her? Huh? The man looked confused but still followed. Behind the building, Flash Electronics smiled proudly and said, how about it? This game I mentioned is really interesting, right? Give it a try and see if he dares to come. He said, if Lin Fei dares to come find you, Flash Electronics, will eat shit. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yushua, Lin Fei's voice suddenly sounded not far behind him. In an instant, the smug smile on Flash Electron's face froze, while the icy expression on the girl's delicate face melted away in an instant. Flash Electron turned around and, sure enough, saw that figure, Lin Fei. He actually came here. Yi Yushua hadn't even sent a message yet, and he dared to come. The girl nodded heavily, unable to contain the happy smile on her pretty face. How dare you come here? Flash Electron looked at Lin Fei in disbelief and said, you have no special abilities. Why would you come here? Lin Fei said seriously, because after I cooked, I found that it was just one person's lunch and it was too quiet. What kind of reason is that? Flash Electron looked incredulous. Just because of a lunch, you dare to risk your life to come out and look for someone? You're truly insane. Flash Electron said angrily, turning to leave, feeling an impulse to deal with Lin Fei. But now that Yushua was also here, he knew very well that if he acted now, it would be impossible to succeed. So he could only leave for now. Don't forget what you just said. At this moment, the girl reminded Flash Electron. Flash Electron's face instantly darkened. Crack! He transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the sky. Damn! When the girl held Lin Fei's arm, suddenly a voice of shock came from not far away. The girl looked over and saw a strange man standing there stiffly, eyes wide open, mouth agape enough to fit an egg. The next moment, she saw the man hurriedly running over, looking at Lin Fei with a shocked expression. You better tell me, what is your relationship with the goddess? He had previously mocked Lin Fei, saying it was a daydream, but now what did he see? Yi Yushua actually took the initiative to hug Lin Fei's arm. Chapter 189. I can laugh for a whole day. That was not Lin Fei's daydream. At this moment, the man felt dizzy because he couldn't handle such a real outcome. Bang! Hearing this, the man felt as if struck by lightning. His whole body stiffened as he took 2 steps back and then sat down on the ground. Just a moment ago, he was dizzy, and now he was completely dumbfounded, his mind blank, empty of thoughts. This man was actually Yi Yushua's boyfriend. The goddess actually has a boyfriend. In that instant, he felt as if the entire world had collapsed. Lin Fei then informed the girl about what had just happened. When did I become a goddess? The girl also looked puzzled, clearly unaware herself. However, she eventually looked at the man in front of her and politely smiled. Thank you for stepping up to protect Lin Fei. But he's actually quite strong too. Even I need his protection. The man ended up leaving in a daze. Finally, only Lin Fei and the girl were left on the street. Lin Fei looked at her and asked, Are you hurt? I noticed there are a lot of zombies on the way here. No, the girl replied with a gentle smile. I'm strong. I'm not a child. Come a little closer. She said, What for? Lin Fei felt it was strange, but just as he got closer, The girl boldly stood on her tiptoes and lightly touched his lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water. She then blushed and lowered her head, saying, "Thank you for coming to find me. I was cold, so I warmed up a bit." On the way back, the girl told Lin Fei everything that had happened that morning, including the incident with the flashing lights. Just as he said he wanted to eat SHT. "You showed up," she said, trying to hold back her laughter. "You don't even know how ugly his expression was back then. I could laugh all day." Lin Fei rubbed her head and said, "I had no idea you were so famous at this gathering." The girl looked puzzled and replied, "I didn't know either." Finally home, the girl was already starving. When she saw the dishes on the dining table, she exclaimed in delight, "It's my favorite steamed egg with silver fish and stir-fried pea shoots with dried tofu." Lin Fei said, "If you like it, eat a little more." Then, during lunch, Lin Fei expressed his thoughts and said he planned to leave tomorrow. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" The girl nodded and asked, "Should we clean up here?" "That's fine." Lin Fei said, "Actually, there's no need to clean up. We don't lack these things." The girl nodded. Eating feces was naturally impossible. Even if he said it, he wouldn't do such a thing. "He must be eliminated," he said. "Eliminate who?" At that moment, another voice echoed in the room. Chapter 190. The Truth of the World Who? The lightning user turned his gaze to the side, surprised that someone had entered his house without him noticing. He abruptly stood up from the sofa and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw who was speaking, his pupils constricted sharply, frozen in place, because what appeared in his house was not a person, but a zombie, a humanoid zombie. However, it was much taller than a human, standing at a height of 3 meters, with solid muscles, resembling an impenetrable wall. Its skin color was completely different from that of humans, exhibiting a bluish hue with some grotesque decay. Its eyes were blood red, like a devil emerging from hell. A zombie. The lightning user's heart raced. There was actually a zombie in his house. And now this zombie could even speak. Had zombies evolved to possess extremely high intelligence? The lightning user had no time to think further and immediately took action, wanting to eliminate the zombie. Crack! A flash of lightning surged as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward the zombie while throwing a punch. Lightning crackled around his fist. This punch, infused with thunder and lightning, was unstoppable and invincible, emitting brilliant light that burst from the room. However, the zombie merely raised a hand. Boom! The lightning user stared in shock at the scene before him. The punch he had just thrown with all his might had been effortlessly caught by the zombie. It was important to note that he was an S-rank ability user. How could this be possible? This was impossible. The lightning user's brain trembled, unable to believe this outcome. He was a noble S-rank ability user who had never failed before. Even S-rank zombies could be forcefully suppressed by him. Why was his full-powered strike caught now? "There's nothing impossible," the zombie said. "You're just too weak." As it spoke, the zombie pushed with its hand, causing the lightning user to stagger backward, retreating several steps before finally colliding with the wall and coming to a stop. "Don't be too excited," the zombie said. "Perhaps we could become friends." Who would be friends with a zombie? The lightning user glared at the zombie. At that moment, he realized that the other party was far stronger than himself. Was it the legendary SS rank? Otherwise, it wouldn't he be able to overpower an S rank? "Don't speak so confidently," the zombie said with a faint smile. "If I heard correctly, you have enemies here, right?" The lightning user thought of Lin Fei. "So what if I do? What does it have to do with you?" The zombie laughed and said, "I used to have enemies too." The lightning user sneered. "Zombies have enemies everywhere." "No," the zombie replied. "Actually, I was once a human." The lightning user fell silent, because most zombies were indeed formed from humans who had been infected. The zombie continued, "I struggled to survive in the apocalypse, hunted by enemies. And ultimately, when there was no way out, I discovered the truth of this world." "The truth of the world?" The lightning user frowned and asked, "What is it?" "Humanity has already been abandoned by the gods," the zombie said. "In the future, we will be the rulers of this world, so join us, and you will gain supreme power." Chapter 191. Challenge, are you joking? The lightning user scoffed. "You can certainly not believe it now, but you will eventually become mine." The zombie was not in a hurry. It simply took a piece of meat from its body and placed it on the table, continuing, "When you desire power, you can eat this piece of meat. At that time, you will gain the power bestowed by the gods." After leaving this sentence, The zombie vanished like a gust of wind, leaving the lightning user in a daze. He had just received too much information at once. Living for so long, it was the first time he had seen a talking zombie, clearly retaining human consciousness. The lightning user looked at the piece of meat on the table. It was bluish and covered in a green, viscous liquid, looking very disgusting. However, he didn't throw it away immediately, because he truly desired power. From the moment he felt his punch being caught, he realized he was too weak. I'll hold on to it for now. He gritted his teeth and wrapped the foul meat in a cloth. The lightning user sat back on the sofa, lost in thought. Despite the many events that had just occurred, they did not disrupt his plans. He still wanted to eliminate Lin Fei. He couldn't act directly, but needed to ruin his reputation. The lightning user thought, this way, Yi Yushue will look down on him, and because of the pressure, the two will absolutely not be able to be together. With this thought, a cold smile appeared on his face. Challenging him was the best way. So the next day, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the gathering. The lightning user challenged an E rank. When people received this news, they were left dumbfounded. What was the lightning user doing? He was an S rank. How could he challenge an E rank? He could blow on that E rank and scare him to death, right? Did that E rank provoke him? Some people knew more information, because that E rank was Yi Yushue's boyfriend. What? When everyone learned this news, they were shocked. This news was even more shocking than hearing that the lightning user was challenging an E rank. An E rank actually dared to be the boyfriend of a goddess? Was he seeking death? What the lightning user did was indeed right. He was not bullying the weak. He was teaching that E rank a lesson. Many people said, where's the duel location? I want to go see. Only someone like the lightning user, an S rank, was worthy of being with the equally S rank Yi Yushue. A mere E rank should go pick up garbage in the corner. Meanwhile, in a villa in the city, the girl had just woken up and saw the news on her card that the lightning user was challenging Lin Fei. It was initiated through the guild, so there was a system notification. When she saw the news, Yi Yushue frowned slightly. At 9 o'clock this morning, she glanced at Lin Fei, who was sleeping soundly, and casually dismissed the message, getting up to make breakfast. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that Lin Fei woke up, washed his face, and ate breakfast. The girl had just finished preparing breakfast. Okay, Lin Fei nodded. After the two had breakfast, it was close to 9 o'clock. And at that time, Lin Fei finally noticed a message on the card. The Flash Electronics wants to duel with me? Lin Fei looked puzzled and said, is Flashing Electron that guy with yellow hair from yesterday? The girl nodded and said, are you going? Lin Fei opened the details and immediately frowned. Chapter 192. If you are a man, come and fight. Because he was the one being challenged, he could see all the information, which included the challenge letter with flashing electronic text. At 9 o'clock in the morning, there would be a duel in the square. The winner could have Yi Yushue, while the loser could never appear in front of Yi Yushue again. He casually tossed the card to the girl and said, you're already so grown up, yet you still play such childish tricks. When the girl saw the message on the card, her brows slightly furrowed, and she said, we don't have to pay attention to him. Lin Fei shook his head and said, I still need to go over there. Some things need to be made clear. He stood up and said, who you like is your choice. We can't decide that. The girl was taken aback for a moment. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a large crowd had already gathered in the square, all there to watch the excitement. Flash Electron stood in the center of the square, where there was a large open space that people had consciously made for him, treating it as a battlefield. From a distance, he was an S-class Flash Electron. If someone got accidentally hurt by him, they wouldn't die, but would be severely injured. It was already 9 o'clock. Why hadn't Lin Fei arrived yet? Everyone was waiting for Lin Fei to show up, but from 7 in the morning until now at 9, there wasn't even a shadow of him. He definitely didn't dare to come. Someone said confidently, this is a challenge from Flash Electron. How could an E-class dare to come? The only one likely to come would be the goddess Yi Yushue. Many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, he probably wouldn't dare to show up. By 9:30, Lin Fei still hadn't appeared. Flash Electron stood in the center of the square, his expression growing increasingly grim. How dare an E-class stand him up? The onlookers were starting to feel bored. If he doesn't come soon, I'm leaving. I have a lot to do, someone said. If it were me, even knowing I couldn't win, I would definitely come. Unlike him, such a waste. Someone angrily remarked, how could someone like him become the goddess's boyfriend? Only a responsible man like Flash Electron deserves to be the goddess's boyfriend. Yes, Only Flash Electron is worthy of being Yi Yushua's boyfriend. More and more voices echoed this sentiment in the crowd. Flash Electron's stiff and cold expression improved somewhat. No need to wait. I bet he definitely won't dare to come. If he does, I'll livestream myself eating shit. Someone shouted loudly. But just at that moment, a voice that made Flash Electron grit his teeth suddenly came from outside. Make way. You're all blocking the road. How can I get in? Then the crowd parted, and Lin Fei, accompanied by the girl, slowly walked to the center of the square. I'm here. Lin Fei looked at Flash Electron and said, but I'm not here to duel with you. That would be too childish. Who she likes is not something you or I can decide. Even if you beat me, if she doesn't like you, she still won't like you. Upon hearing these words, Flash Electron's previously improved mood vanished instantly. The person who had just mocked Lin Fei, saying he dared to come over and eat shit, was suddenly taken aback. He never dreamed that Lin Fei would actually dare to come. In an instant, he felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped dozens of times, and his head was spinning. Flash Electron coldly stared at Lin Fei and said, I've been waiting for you here for half a day. And you think just saying a couple of words will make me give up? If you're a man, come and fight. The winner gets to have Yi Yushua. Chapter 193. Can't hit the target. Lin Fei remained unmoved and calmly said, she is a lovely girl, not a commodity to be traded at will. Enough with the nonsense. The lightning user's face turned ashen, sneering repeatedly. I see you're just scared. I'm here to confront you, not to play games. With that, the lightning user moved. Crack. True to his name. In that instant, he transformed into a dazzling lightning bolt, charging straight at Lin Fei. An E level. He sneered. In his eyes, Lin Fei was bound to lose today because he knew that Lin Fei was merely an E-level ability user and didn't even possess any abilities. Just a pitiful, ordinary person. A person like that, I could kill with one punch. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Although he couldn't actually kill Lin Fei here, he could strike hard enough to ensure that he would never stand again. The lightning user's punch was approaching. Many onlookers watched with excitement. He's finished, someone said, because no one could emerge unscathed from the lightning user's fist. Moreover, this time it was an E-level ability user. What difference did that level make from an ordinary person? Not dead, but crippled. This answer surfaced in everyone's minds. The punch was here. The smile on the lightning user's face was sinister and cold. However, that punch missed. As the punch came, Lin Fei merely tilted his neck, perfectly avoiding it. What? The smile on the lightning user's face immediately froze. Was it a coincidence? He quickly transformed his fist into a blade, sweeping out to strike Lin Fei's head, but Lin Fei leaned back and dodged the blow. This is impossible. The lightning user's expression became more serious than ever, his body spinning, right foot supporting, left foot high above, directly striking down. Lin Fei merely tilted his body to the side. Boom! The entire square shook violently, and a 2-meter-long crack appeared in the ground, with tiles shattered everywhere. However, that kick still missed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In less than a second, the Flash Electron launched 3 attacks, but they were all dodged by Lin Fei. Swish! The Flash Electron quickly retreated, frowning and staring at Lin Fei in front of him. Meanwhile, the surrounding audience was dumbfounded. What just happened? Didn't the Flash Electron just attack? Why is Lin Fei still standing there unscathed? The ground was split by the Flash Electron, right? With such great force. How is it that Lin Fei seems completely fine? Confusion and doubt filled their minds. And because their own strength was too low, no one could clearly see what had just transpired in that instant. I underestimated you. The Flash Electron squinted, with electric sparks flickering in his eyes. Lin Fei simply looked calmly at Flash Electron and said, "Give it up, you're not my opponent." Flash Electron retorted angrily, "You just got lucky this time. But you won't be so fortunate again because now you've made me serious." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei noticed subtle currents of electricity jumping around Flash Electron. "Anyone who comes close to me will be paralyzed by the electricity on my body," he declared. The people around them were stunned when they heard this. How ruthless. After a long while, they finally reacted. Lin Fei was indeed in a dire situation, having forced Flash Electron to use such a technique. Soon he might be lying on the ground, convulsing. Chapter 194. Flash Electron's full force attack. I felt that Flash Electron didn't even need to attack. Just walking towards Lin Fei could sap his combat ability and even paralyze him. Many people turned to Lin Fei and laughed. He's definitely trembling in fear right now, probably about to wet his pants. However, when they saw Lin Fei's calm expression, they were dumbfounded. Didn't he realize what was about to happen? Was he indifferent because he was unaware? Had he just gotten lucky avoiding Flash Electron's move earlier and now thought himself invincible? He would soon learn how to write the word death. Seeing Lin Fei's indifferent expression, Flash Electron suddenly felt an unnamed anger rise within him. This was his proud technique, and now was being dismissed? Can I endure this? You will kneel and admit your mistakes soon enough, Flash Electron said, and then he took a step forward, slowly approaching Lin Fei. Getting closer, everyone became excited. Since this was their first time seeing Flash Electron use this technique, they were both curious and thrilled. What would happen to Lin Fei? He would definitely be convulsing on the ground. After all, it was an electric shock. Flash Electron was getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. The crowd clearly saw electric sparks jumping around Lin Fei. It's coming. Everyone was ecstatic. However, when Flash Electron was less than 2 meters away from Lin Fei still stood there, completely unharmed. Moments ago, there were sparks jumping, but now, even the jumping sparks had disappeared. The crowd was dumbfounded. They'd been anticipating Lin Fei's downfall, but now seeing him completely fine was beyond everyone's expectations. Could it be that Flash Electron held back? They all looked at Flash Electron. At that moment, Flash Electron's expression turned serious because he hadn't held back at all. He had even gone all out. The electricity dancing around him had turned golden. Such lightning could paralyze even an S-rank zombie for a moment. Yet now, this E-rank was completely unaffected. Your technique is useless against me, Lin Fei said. Do you dare to look down on me? Flash Electron finally became furious. It was one thing to have his 3 moves avoided, but now, even his ultimate technique was ineffective. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, directly enveloping Flash Electron. In that instant, all the lightning on him was activated. Crack! As the lightning flashed, he seemed like a thunder god descending to the earth. Damn! Flash Electron is serious. What did Lin Fei do to force Flash Electron to use all his strength? It's over. He was already at risk of being crippled, but now it seems he might not even remain intact. The crowd was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. Why did Flash Electron suddenly go all out? Was he really not afraid of killing Lin Fei? The lightning in Flash Electron's eyes blazed fiercely, electricity shooting out from them, a powerful aura emanating, captivating all around. People felt as if their hearts were suddenly gripped, nearly unable to breathe. Is this what an S-rank powerhouse feels like? So terrifying. I feel like I'm going to die. Flash Electron was invincible. Just standing there exuded an aura of invincibility. Who could be his opponent? Boom! At that moment, Flash Electron threw a punch, lightning flashing, aiming directly at Lin Fei's forehead. However, this lightning-fast punch was still evaded by Lin Fei, who merely tilted his neck aside. Don't even think about dodging again. Chapter 195, Still Can't Hit Flash Electron shouted angrily. A loud explosion occurred, and the lightning exploded, sweeping across a 3-meter radius around them. Lin Fei just took a step back and was already 3 meters away, just in time to avoid the oppressive lightning. Thunder roared. The lightning master raised his hand and slapped it. Boom! 5 golden bolts of lightning suddenly fell, striking towards Lin Fei one after another. Lin Fei stepped back a step. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck in front of him, but it missed. He stepped left. The square trembled, and this bolt of lightning also missed. Boom, boom, boom. 5 impressive and powerful bolts of lightning, all missed in an instant, as Lin Fei stood on the scorched ground, unharmed. The lightning master saw this scene. His expression turned extremely ugly. This was his ultimate move. Now it had all been dodged by Lin Fei. This was something that had never happened before. He stared at Lin Fei, wondering who he really was and how he could so easily evade all his lightning attacks. The power is good, but the speed is too slow, Lin Fei said. Are you provoking me? The lightning master was furious. At this moment, Lin Fei was actually evaluating his moves, which was incredibly disrespectful. Crack, crack. He clenched his hands, and the electricity danced above, striking the air continuously, making explosive sounds. Boom! The lightning master stomped on the ground, and in an instant, the square shook, the earth cracked open, and he charged toward Lin Fei at a speed faster than lightning. Seeing the opponent's fierce momentum, Lin Fei stepped back and walked in retreat. However, despite this, his speed was still too fast. Even walking backward was no slower than lightning. The lightning master gave it his all, but he could only get a little closer to Lin Fei. Finally close, the lightning master struck, his force like thunder. Unmatched in power, as fast as lightning, no one could compare. The air was cleaved open, creating a dead, silent vacuum zone. However, all of his attacks were dodged by Lin Fei. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had his hands behind his back, with no intention of striking, only dodging, avoiding everything. The lightning master roared, and in that moment his speed surged, a flash of electricity, and he arrived behind Lin Fei. The speed that surpasses you, you've lost. The lightning master said coldly, as a punch came flying from the air behind Lin Fei. At this moment, however, he saw Lin Fei glance sideways. Lin Fei had long sensed that the flash electron had come up behind him. When the opponent made a move, he slightly turned his head and glanced at the flash electron behind him. Did he sense me? In that instant, the flash electron's mind went blank. Bang! The flash electron's full-force punch struck the ground of the square directly, but Lin Fei still managed to dodge it. Lin Fei sidestepped, and the punch from the lightning electron missed. At this moment, the lightning electron was half kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, having just exerted all his strength and used his abilities without reservation. Now, he had finally exhausted his powers and didn't even have the strength to stand. "You are stronger than any master I've ever seen," Lin Fei said as he walked behind the lightning electron, looking down from above. "It's a pity that your path has been somewhat extreme. If you can correct it, perhaps you can achieve great things in the future." With this remark, Lin Fei turned and left with the girl. After the battle, the entire square fell silent. The lightning electron, half kneeling on the ground, was completely drained and had no strength left to stand, while Lin Fei, an E rank, walked away calmly. Chapter 196. The lightning electron becomes a zombie. It was as if nothing had happened just now. But a fierce battle had just erupted here. The lightning electron had gone all out. Was he really an E rank? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe the outcome. The lightning electron was S rank, and Lin Fei was E rank. The gap between them was at least a universe wide. Why had the lightning electron lost now? Who exactly was Lin Fei? Wasn't it said that he had no abilities? Besides the shock, they were still in disbelief. Watching Lin Fei's gradually fading figure, many of them couldn't find the words. What was this man's background? The news of the duel spread throughout the city. When the result came out, it spread even faster. The lightning electron lost. When others learned of this outcome, they were all stunned, their first reaction being that it was a joke. The lightning electron was an invincible S rank. How could he possibly lose to an E rank? There were some who were not shocked, like the middle-aged uncle and the enchanting woman. These two had seen Lin Fei in action before, killing S-rank zombies. One kick at a time, it was simply unbelievable. The lightning electron, an S rank, dared to challenge him. Even if he died there, they wouldn't have any doubts. He actually won. The vice president of the guild, that woman, was sitting in her office when she learned that the lightning electron had lost, and she was somewhat surprised. However, she calmed down now. Calling a servant, she instructed, "Invite him over. He is so powerful. With over a dozen ability fruits, what benefits can we offer him?" The servant was puzzled. "He is now E rank. We can promote him to S rank and provide him with the best treatment." Undeniably, he was strong, but ultimately not invincible. He definitely needed a place that could support him, and we are that place. He couldn't refuse unless he was invincible in the world. The vice president sneered, however. In this world, no one could be invincible. He originally thought he was invincible, but then he encountered that extremely powerful zombie. Today, even E-rank Lin Fei couldn't hit him. At this moment, the lightning electron was psychologically distorted due to the blow. "I should be invincible." He, an ordinary E-rank person, asked why. Why? The lightning electron's face twisted in rage. Then, in the next moment, he began to devour the zombie flesh voraciously. In an instant, he widened his eyes, and an internal mutation began. His body grew taller, his clothes ripped apart, his eyes turned crimson, and electric sparks flashed around him. Power! I feel like I'm 1,000 times stronger than before. He exclaimed excitedly. This is power. It's truly addictive. Boom! He stepped out, directly smashing through the wall. Zombie! When many people saw him, they were stunned, and after a long while, they screamed in terror. A zombie has come out of the lightning electron's house. Chapter 197. Are you really S rank? Shut up, you're driving me crazy. I am a lightning electron. The lightning electron said coldly, casually slapping his hand. And lightning struck from the sky, instantly killing those people. When a person turns into a zombie, it is a change from the inside out. Because the first thing that changes is their heart. Now, the lightning electron's true nature was finally exposed. Killing these people gave him a feeling akin to crushing ants. It was simply exhilarating. The lightning electron laughed heartily as he walked towards the street. Zombies have appeared in the streets. This news quickly spread, and the guild staff were terrified. The zombie claimed to be the lightning electron. Then the news reached the vice president, who immediately ordered S-rank ability users to eliminate it. A zombie tide was discovered ahead. The zombie tide has erupted. The vice president was stunned. His face changed drastically. How is this possible? Why now? Now! Zombies were slaughtering in the streets, and outside, a zombie tide was erupting. The entire assembly was in a dilemma. Immediately have everyone take refuge, the vice president said solemnly. In this special time, they could only set aside the matter of recruiting Lin Fei. On the Iron City wall, the soldiers looked grim, all watching the vast swarm of zombies rushing in from the city. There were at least hundreds of thousands. When they saw this dark mass of zombies, everyone felt despair. Not to mention that these zombies had tough skin and flesh. Ordinary weapons could not harm them at all, even if they had over 100,000 bullets. They didn't have enough to deal with them. In front of over 100,000 zombies, this Iron City wall was just a joke. It would be flattened in the blink of an eye. Moreover, there was still a zombie slaughtering behind. The once lively street was now littered with corpses, stained red with blood. After the lightning electron arrived here, he was bloodthirsty. Now his strength had soared, enough to overpower S ranks, let alone these ordinary people. This is so interesting. The lightning electron casually twisted off the head of an ordinary person and tossed it aside, laughing continuously. Bring someone strong to fight me. I want to know just how powerful I am, he said. Many people were petrified by the lightning electron slaughter. Those were living people, and now they were having their necks twisted off, their heads removed. The deaths were too brutal. They were so scared that their legs went weak, collapsing on the ground, unable to get up. At that moment, a sword came flying in. The uncle with the sword appeared, descending from the sky, and with one sword strike, the sword energy surged 10 meters, directly cleaving down on the lightning electron shoulder. Boom! The entire street shook violently. The 10-meter-long sword energy was ruthlessly shattered against the lightning electron shoulder, breaking on the spot. What the hell? The lightning electron patted his shoulder, which had no trace of injury. He looked at the sword-wielding uncle and said, "You can't even break my protective thunder. Are you really S rank? You are the lightning electron." The middle-aged uncle's face was filled with horror. Such skilled use of lightning could only be done by the lightning electron himself. "That's right, it's me." The lightning electron nodded. "How did you become like this?" The man scolded. "Because of a more powerful force." Flash Electron smiled. "I am invincible now. US ranks are too weak. Now I finally understand how exhilarating it is to possess power," he said. Chapter 198. "I'm just worried I might accidentally kill you. You have fallen." The man shouted. "Fun? This is redemption." Flash Electron smiled. "Humans cannot possess such powerful strength. So I have achieved sublimation. Now I am nobler than humans." He looked coldly at the man and said, "All right, enough small talk. It's time for you to go." With that, he raised his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, a 2-meter-wide golden lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the heavens, as if the wrath of the universe aimed to shatter everything in this world. The man's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his sword in front of him. Boom! After the explosion, the man's screams were heard. Amidst the thick smoke, he spun out, crashing to the ground in a sorry state, his clothes torn, skin charred, and many parts severely burned. In the next moment, shattered sword fragments spun down from the sky, scattering everywhere. His sword was broken. It was ruthlessly shattered by the lightning, and he nearly got struck dead on the spot. Is this not enough? Flash Electron laughed. I've only used half of my power. The man looked at Flash Electron standing there, his face filled with terror. What kind of power is this? Just a bolt of lightning. Yet it has such immense power. The people who had just glimpsed a bit of hope fell into despair once again upon seeing the man defeated. And this time, it was a deeper despair. Even the powerful S-rank couldn't withstand a single blow from Flash Electron. What kind of monster could be defeated? It was too terrifying, an unbeatable strength. Flash Electron walked step by step toward the crowd, coldly laughing as he said, "Once I kill all of you, I'll go find Lin Fei. I want to tear him apart. I want to possess Yi Yushue all to myself." He seemed to envision the scene of Lin Fei being torn apart, a chillingly sinister smile appearing on his face. However, in the next moment, his smile suddenly froze. A familiar voice unexpectedly rang out behind him. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. He turned around abruptly. Lin Fei, when did he appear here? This question popped into Flash Electron's mind, but he didn't think much of it. Is he the E-class? At this moment, the other people, including the crocodile, saw Lin Fei, but there was no surprise or excitement in their eyes. Lin Fei is just an E-class. Even the powerful S-class lost, so he's just coming here to die. Flash Electron looked at Lin Fei, who was standing not far away, and laughed again. I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to show up on your own, saving me some trouble. He smiled coldly. Lin Fei just shook his head. I said back then that you were too extreme, and I thought you could correct it, but I didn't expect you to go wrong again. Enough nonsense. Flash Electron sneered. Did you think I was the same as before? Now I have received the guidance of the gods, and am already invincible. He suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a 5 Thunder Strike. However, at this moment his 5 Thunder Strike was stronger than ever, with a single bolt of lightning capable of defeating an S-class ability user. Boom! 5 bolts of lightning struck down in succession, each one several times larger than before. Many people closed their eyes in fear, not daring to witness the scene of Lin Fei being turned to charcoal. This time, Lin Fei did not dodge. Boom! All of them struck him directly. Ha ha ha, Flash Electron laughed and said, if you're so strong, keep dodging. But even before the smoke had cleared, Lin Fei's voice rang out. The reason I didn't strike before was simply because I was afraid of accidentally killing you. Chapter 199. Let me guess your ability. Afraid of killing me? Flash Electron's expression changed slightly, unable to believe what he was seeing. The 5 Thunder Strike he used after becoming stronger was actually blocked by Lin Fei. This time he did not dodge, yet he managed to block it. Yes, Lin Fei stepped out from the scorched earth and slowly said, I don't want to slap you and still ask you not to die. Ask me not to die? The expression on Flash Electric's face instantly twisted into a snarl. It was simply a humiliation. He shouted, now I'll make you die. Boom! He stomped his foot, the ground cracked open, and like lightning, he charged towards Lin Fei. Hundreds of punches raining down in the blink of an eye. Rapid lightning punk. Lightning charged his fists, and they fell like a torrential downpour, imposing and seemingly unstoppable. This is my power now. Flash Electric shouted, I am invincible now. You will die today. However, Lin Fei merely stood there, not even needing to move his hands, absorbing all the punches with his body. Hundreds of punches fell, cracking the ground beneath Lin Fei's feet, yet he remained in place, completely unharmed. Flash Electric's expression changed drastically. He retreated dozens of meters, staring in horror at Lin Fei standing there. Why? At that moment, he could no longer remain calm, because now, even using all his strength, he couldn't shake Lin Fei in the slightest. Why was Lin Fei so powerful? At this time, not only Flash Electric was shocked, the onlookers around them, who had originally been scared to the point of trembling, thought Lin Fei was coming to his death when he emerged. But now, Lin Fei actually stood still and took all of Flash Electron's attacks. Is this really his true strength? A group of people stared in shock, even forgetting their earlier fear. This kind of person, and you tell me he's E-rank? Am I misunderstanding what E-rank means? Are the people who assessed him fools? To categorize such a powerful individual as E-rank? Thinking back to how they previously considered Lin Fei weak, they now felt ashamed. If this is considered weak, Then what does that make them, who are now too scared to get up? After becoming a zombie, Flash Electron had been laughing. But now, he truly couldn't laugh anymore and looked at Lin Fei with a serious expression, saying, "You are definitely not E-rank. With your strength, it's impossible for you to be E-rank." Lin Fei helplessly said, "This has nothing to do with me. You need to find the person who evaluated me. What exactly is your ability?" Flash Electron guessed that Lin Fei's ability should be something like enhancing physical defense. However, being able to block all of his attacks was an incredibly powerful defense enhancement. "Haven't you read my information?" Lin Fei said. "As stated in the information, I have no abilities." "You have no abilities?" Flash Electron couldn't believe it and said, "Without abilities, how could you block all my attacks? I guess your ability must make your body indestructible." Lin Fei shook his head. "I told you I don't have any abilities. Stop guessing." After saying that, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed out. Chapter 200, Please Don't Die. It's not a joke. He knew he couldn't harm Lin Fei now, so he planned to leave first and come back when he became stronger. However, before the lightning man could escape 3 meters, a figure was already standing in front of him. It was Lin Fei. "What?" The lightning man was shocked. Originally, his speed was not slow, and after turning into a zombie, it became even faster, surpassing the speed of sound. But now, Lin Fei was even faster. When did he get here? It was too fast. The lightning man couldn't see anything clearly. Not only was his defense incredible, but his speed was also this fast. 2 abilities? The lightning man frowned. "Get lost." He looked coldly at Lin Fei. The other's defense and speed were too terrifying. If he really wanted to run, he might not escape. But he understood that since Lin Fei's speed and defense were so astonishing, his attack power must be weak. Thinking of this, the lightning man felt the situation became clearer. No wonder he hadn't T-attacked before. It turned out it was because his attack was weak. So he coldly looked at Lin Fei and said, "Get lost. I admit I can't kill you, but you equally can't kill me. I figured it out. You only have amazing speed and defense, but your attack power is lacking." However, Lin Fei just shook his head. "You're wrong." With that, Lin Fei made a move. From 3 meters away, he casually threw a punch. Boom! The lightning man's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the most terrifying scene. The momentum of that punch was too frightening. It was like the world was collapsing. As this punch came crashing down, it felt as if the heavens and earth were suppressing him. The starry sky was collapsing. Light was disappearing, and the lightning man's body went rigid. Realizing he couldn't dodge this punch, even though this punch seemed slow enough that he could have closed his eyes and avoided it. At this moment, his body was incredibly stiff, emanating a deep-seated fear from the depths of his soul. He couldn't T-escape. There was simply no way to dodge this punch. Then, the lightning man clearly saw a gust of fist wind crashing into his body, and his body exploded. He felt the ground spinning as his head flew away. His face was filled with disbelief and terror. Why? Why was Lin Fei so powerful? Terrifying defense, terrifying speed, terrifying attack. Was this really an ability? What kind of ability could make a person this strong? In the last second of his life, the lightning man finally understood. Just as Lin Fei had said at the beginning, he had no abilities. Just as he had explained before, it wasn't he that abilities had abandoned him, but rather, the abilities were no longer worthy of him. He finally understood that Lin Fei's earlier words, "Please don't die," were not a joke, but rather that Lin Fei had truly become this powerful. Why did I provoke him? A person like this, even a god would die if they made a move. Bang! The lightning man died just like that. The people around were stunned, eyes wide open, unable to believe what they had just seen. The invincible lightning man was killed with a punch? This was called E-class? Why was he so strong? They couldn't react? It was just a punch, yet it had such power that it made the lightning man, who had become dozens of times stronger, explode on the spot. That was the limit of S-class. What level was he? What level could explode an S-class peak with a punch? SS class? Chapter 201. Love for peace. They couldn't figure it out. After dealing with the lightning man, Lin Fei planned to leave, as the girl was still fighting against the horde of zombies at the city wall. However, before he could take 2 steps, boom, the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and 2 tentacles emerged from the ground, wrapping around Lin Fei's feet. Boom! With a violent pull, Lin Fei was dragged into the ground. Everything happened too quickly. The people around didn't react in time, and Lin Fei was dragged underground just like that. Meanwhile, at the front of the city wall, the fierce battle continued. There were simply too many zombies. Their bodies had turned into a mountain, almost higher than the city wall. "We can't hold on," a soldier shouted. Their laser guns had overheated, the barrels glowing red, and they couldn't fire bullets anymore. Even the S-Class ability users appeared somewhat helpless in the face of such a massive number of zombies. Moreover, there were also S-Class zombies in front. The girl was entangled by 3 S-Class zombies. 2 were brute bulls, and 1 was a parasite. Under normal circumstances, the girl could easily defeat these 3 zombies, but now it wasn't possible because there were many zombies attacking her, no matter how strong she was. In front of the overwhelming number of zombies, she felt too weak. They couldn't hold on any longer. The city wall was breached by the zombies, and thousands of them climbed up the high wall through the mountain of corpses. In an instant, the fighting power on top collapsed. With the city wall breached, it meant the gathering had fallen. Many people in the gathering stared blankly at the scene before them, their hearts filled with despair. With the gathering lost, where could they run to? It's over. Many people felt weak in their legs and sat directly on the ground, their faces filled with despair. The loss of the city wall meant only one outcome for them: death, becoming one of those zombies. "Mom, I'm scared," a little girl cried out. The girl saw the zombies climbing up the city wall, but had no way to stop them. She still hadn't dealt with the 3 S-Class zombies. Now she could only protect herself. If Lin Fei were here, he would definitely have a way. She thought to herself. Just when everyone was in despair, all the zombies suddenly stopped moving. They ceased their actions. They even began to retreat, climbing down from the city wall. The tens of thousands of zombies surrounding the girl and the 3 S-Class zombies also retreated. The girl frowned, thinking of a possibility, because when she had witnessed something incredible at the B City gathering, something was commanding the zombies. Back in B City, it was an S-Class powerhouse who had turned into a zombie and gained the authority to command zombies. So what about now? She saw a path suddenly parting in the horde of zombies, and a tall zombie slowly walked out from within. Sure enough, the girl confirmed that this was also a high-level zombie. "You have already lost." The zombie spoke, laughing. "I have always loved peace. So today I give you S-Class powerhouses a chance to join us." "What do you mean?" Several S-Class ability users frowned. The literal meaning. The zombie said, "Humanity has been abandoned by the gods. Now, the future belongs to us. Humanity will eventually go extinct." Chapter 202. The girl is injured now. I give you S-Rank members an opportunity. Join us, and we 1T kill you today. The city walls have fallen. You've already lost. Continuing to resist will only lead to death. The zombie said, "I didn't want to injure you, which is why I halted the zombie tide. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I will flatten this place." The zombie's gaze fell on the girl, saying, "Especially you, little sister. You seem to be stronger than the others. Join us, and you will gain even greater power." Without a second thought, the girl replied, "I refuse." "Really?" The zombie chuckled and said, "What a pity." As soon as the words left its mouth, its figure vanished. Its speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneous, appearing behind the girl in the blink of an eye. A punch was thrown. Although the girl didn't expect the sudden attack, she had been vigilant. The moment the opponent disappeared, she sensed the danger. She immediately raised ice walls around her, creating a wall that was a meter thick. Boom! In an instant, the ice wall behind the girl exploded. The punch shattered the ice wall and ruthlessly struck her back. Bang! With a muffled sound, the girl was sent flying, landing helplessly on the ground. Cough, cough. The girl lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Her face was pale as she looked at the zombie approaching step by step, her eyes filled with indifference. She had sensed the opponent's power from the very beginning. However, she didn't expect that there would be such a significant gap between them. Those who refuse me will only meet one fate, death. The zombie stood before the girl, looking down at her with contempt. It was making an example of her, warning everyone what would happen if they refused. All the S-ranks felt a chill run down their spines. The girl, also an S-rank, had been defeated in one move. Even if they stepped up, they didn't think they could defeat this zombie. Why is there such a powerful zombie? Can we really overcome this? I want to give you a second chance to refuse me. the zombie said. The girl shakily got to her feet and said, "Someone will avenge me." "Who?" The zombie laughed. "I have something I must tell you," it said. "In fact, I am not the strongest here. There are beings even stronger than me. They should already be rampaging in the city by now." Hearing the zombie's words, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. This zombie had already defeated an S-rank ability user with one punch. What could be stronger than it? Moreover, such a terrifying existence was in the city, and they were completely unaware. The vice president on the city wall turned pale. A being more terrifying than this zombie was in the city? Why was it so quiet? Had that unknown zombie already dealt with everyone? The vice president, a woman who had always been strong, now felt her legs weaken. If she hadn't held onto the city wall, she would have almost fallen to the ground. "No one can avenge you," the zombie said to the girl. It raised its hand to publicly execute her, warning everyone present that opposing it would lead only to death. But just as it raised its hand, boom, with a loud bang, the ground behind it suddenly exploded, and a head flew out from underground, landing heavily beside the zombie. Chapter 203. Who are you? It instinctively looked to the side and froze. How is this possible? The smile on its face vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and horror, as the head belonged to the very strongest it had mentioned. But now, why was only a head flying out? Why was there only a head left? The zombie stiffly turned around and saw a hole in the ground about 10 meters behind it. The next moment, a man crawled out from it. I didn't expect something to move so fast underground. Lin Fei brushed off the dust from himself. Who are you? The zombie was stunned. Could this man before it have killed its companion? I am. Injured. Swish. The zombie felt a gust of wind rush past it, followed by a voice from behind. Lin Fei looked at the girl with concern and asked several questions. The girl's previously cold little face softened instantly. She shook her head and said, "It's nothing, just a small injury." "Don't lie to me," Lin Fei replied. "I'm not." The girl smiled. "Actually, the injury isn't that serious. And besides, ability users have better bodies than ordinary people, so they recover quickly." "That's good." Lin Fei sighed in relief and then asked who did it. "I'll break its hands." The girl pointed to the zombie in front of them. "So it's you." The girl turned around, looking coldly at the zombie. At this moment, the zombie was still in a daze. Just now, Lin Fei's speed was so fast that it didn't see anything before Lin Fei had already appeared behind it. What kind of speed is this? Now it was certain that its companion had been dealt with by the man in front of it. In fact, not only was the zombie dazed, everyone else was too, because no one had expected someone to suddenly jump out from underground. They all thought Yi Yushua was doomed. That person must be Lin Fei. The vice president recognized him at a glance. It really was Lin Fei. Is he here to seek death? She frowned. The strength of that zombie was clear to everyone. With just one punch, it had defeated an S-class ability user. What kind of power is this? Humans cannot be its match. At this moment, the zombie asked, "Who exactly are you?" It didn't even know there was such a powerful expert in this gathering. "What does it matter who I am?" Lin Fei said, "Just know that you're going to have a rough time next." "What a joke," the zombie retorted. "Do you see the horde of corpses behind you? No matter how strong you are, you'll die today." "Sorry, I can't see it," Lin Fei said as he strode toward the zombie. "Even if you bring 100 million zombies today, you're still doomed." Boom! Just then, the three S-class ability users who had been attacking the girl jumped out and blocked Lin Fei's path. The barbarian bull roared and swung a punch down. "Get lost!" Lin Fei also threw a punch. Boom! The towering brute, as tall as the wall, suddenly vanished, turned into powder by Lin Fei's punch. Only a pair of legs and half a body fell weakly to the side. Chapter 204. What is terror? The other brute and its parasite, who were just about to make a move, were dumbfounded, frozen in place. What did they just see? The invincible brute was killed by a single punch. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. "Get lost." As the two zombies were in shock, Lin Fei walked up to them. He kicked out. Boom! Another loud noise, and the two S-class monsters were sent flying, crashing hard into the steel city wall 100 meters away. Then the wall directly caved in, as if it had been struck by a meteor. The two S-class monsters were imprinted on the wall, unable to be pried off. In an instant, the entire area fell silent. The people on the wall were stunned. In less than a second, all three S-class zombies were dead, and they were dismembered. It was too tragic. "Don't block me when I'm angry. I can't hold back my punches and kicks." Lin Fei continued to move forward. This time, several S-class monsters around him trembled. Not a single one dared to take a step forward. Finally, he arrived in front of the zombie. You. The zombie opened its mouth, suddenly at a loss for words, as it was too shocked. Looking at the person before it, for the first time, it felt terror. With one punch and one kick, 3 S-class zombies were gone. Isn't it said that the strongest among humans is only S-class? So what is the situation of the person before me? The zombie couldn't understand. What do you mean? Lin Fei turned off the instant kill and activated the instant destruction, saying, "Which hand did you use to hit her? Show me. Are you insulting me?" The zombie angrily replied, "You, zombie, have abandoned your human identity, and yet you talk to me about dignity?" Lin Fei sneered and kicked out. Crack! The zombie's legs broke on the spot, and it directly knelt in front of Lin Fei. "The gods will not forgive you." The zombie gritted its teeth and said, "What has happened?" It saw nothing, and its legs were already broken. What kind of speed and strength is this? Gods? Lin Fei interrupted the zombie's hands again and said, "I'm also looking for him. Let him come out now. I have something to discuss with him." You. The zombie didn't know what to say. First, it had no way to contact the deity. And second, mentioning the deity would make anyone hold back a little. Yet this person in front of it, he was so reckless, even wanting to meet the deity. "Kill him," the zombie shouted. "No matter how powerful he is, he will tire out, and when that happens, he will definitely die. Everyone attack." With the zombie's roar, the previously silent tide of corpses erupted once again. All one could see was a massive wave of zombies rushing toward Lin Fei like a sandstorm. "Is this how you want to kill me?" Lin Fei turned around and, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, pulled a cannon out of his pocket. A rocket launcher. Boom, boom, boom. 17 shots per second, and countless artillery shells flew into the sky, landing amidst the tide of corpses, then exploding violently, one after another. Countless zombies were sent flying through the air. More and more zombies were coming, but the cannon in Lin Fei's hands never stopped. Boom! Even the powerful S-class bull demon was blown to dust by a single shot. The people on the city wall were dumbfounded. Is this still the rocket launcher I know? Even the soldiers were stunned. They remembered the model of this artillery, and it was impossible for it to be this powerful. One explosion took out hundreds of zombies. Within a radius of 300 meters around Lin Fei, not a single zombie could approach. Chapter 205. Killing to the bone when Lin Fei stopped firing. Smoke filled the air, and in the distance stood hundreds of thousands of zombies. Yet, not one dared to take another step forward. Fear is an instinct. After turning into zombies, they had nearly forgotten this feeling, but now, when this man appeared, they once again felt terror. With one shot, hundreds of zombies were obliterated. What incredible power is this? Even more terrifying was that the cannon had been firing for a minute, launching countless shells without stopping. No one saw him change ammunition, nor did they see the cannon overheat. It was utterly unbelievable. The surroundings fell silent. All eyes were on Lin Fei. Everyone on the city wall looked at Lin Fei, who stood among the ruins with horror on their faces. The quiet wilderness felt like a graveyard, and these people standing still were like tombstones. They didn't even dare to breathe. They had just witnessed a scene they could hardly believe in their lifetime. A powerful cannon that seemed to never run out of ammunition. "Who exactly are you?" A zombie kneeling behind Lin Fei asked in fear. "What kind of existence is this?" Just standing there, and hundreds of thousands of zombies were frightened. Not one dared to approach. Lin Fei. The zombie felt despair. It had once been immensely proud. Knowing its own strength, it thought it was invincible, capable of easily suppressing mere humans. But now, this human was extraordinarily formidable. It couldn't even react before its leg was broken and its hand was severed. "Why are you so powerful?" the zombie asked. How could a human be so strong? This was beyond excessive strength. "You were just too weak," Lin Fei replied, finally turning around and flicking the zombie's forehead with his finger. With a flick boom, this powerful being that could crush S-level zombies was instantly turned to ashes, scattered by the wind. "Damn!" Someone on the city wall screamed in fright. What kind of power is this? Even S-level ability users couldn't defeat this zombie. Yet Lin Fei casually flicked it away, and it was gone. Bang! The vice president, that strong woman, finally felt her legs go weak and sat down in horror, unable to get back up. How could he be so powerful? she exclaimed. Earlier, she had wanted to recruit Lin Fei, thinking that the fruits of his labor would ultimately belong to her. She had once asserted that there were no invincible people in this world. But now, with just a flick of his finger, he turned a powerful zombie that could easily crush S-level beings into ash. Wasn't that invincible? How could I have even thought about recruiting him? It was truly her luck that she hadn't been killed by him with a single slap. As this zombie died, the tide of corpses in the distance finally fell into chaos. This was the very zombie that had led the horde, but now that the leader was dead, everything was in disarray. Previously, they had already been terrified by Lin Fei. Now that their leader was dead, they turned and fled without hesitation. Everyone was stunned at this scene, including those at the S level. They were strong, but even after killing so many zombies, they had never seen any zombie trying to avoid them. Chapter 206. The Legend of the Four Arrows. And now, the tide of corpses was afraid of this man. It wasn't just one or two zombies. It was an entire horde. They looked at Lin Fei, only to suddenly see him pull out a longbow from somewhere. An arrow was shot. Boom! Everyone saw clearly that Lin Fei had only fired an iron arrow, yet it was as if a laser had been shot. The iron arrow was so fast, it was like a meteor striking the earth, flames blazing, fire lighting up the sky. With just one arrow, everyone could feel that this arrow could pierce through the earth. Wherever the long arrow passed, flames and fierce winds tore apart everything in its path, including the zombies that got in the way. Powerful S-level beings like the bull, the parasite, and the chaser didn't even last a tenth of a second. They were instantly blown apart by the heat wave. This arrow pierced through the horde and continued flying far and wide until it disappeared into the horizon. Everyone gaped, speechless. With just one arrow, the previously dense horde of zombies had a 100-meter-wide passage appear. At least over 100,000 zombies perished within it. Just as the crowd was in shock, Lin Fei decisively shot 3 more arrows. As the long arrows flew out, fire phoenixes and true dragons entwined around the shafts. Indestructible and unstoppable. In the end, only a few thousand zombies managed to escape into the city, those being the fastest and lucky enough not to be caught by the arrow's wind. Lin Fei watched as the zombies disappeared and ultimately chose not to take any further action. He felt that the zombie tide wasn't much of a challenge. It was just a matter of a few punches and kicks, and Lin Fei started to feel a bit bored. So, he casually tossed aside his longbow and walked over to the girl. "How are you feeling now?" he asked. How strong is Lin Fei? It's simply unfathomable. For arrows to quell the tide of corpses, he is a god, someone exclaimed. Before this, they thought S rank was the strongest, but now they finally realized their mistake. They looked at that man. Who exactly is he? Why is he so powerful? Wasn't he supposed to be E rank? Confused and bewildered, he walked away. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of loss. This person is so powerful. If he could stay at this gathering, they wouldn't have to worry anymore. The mysterious powerful figure rumored to possess lightning and flames must be him. What flames and lightning? To describe his power with flames and lightning is truly an insult to him. When the tide of corpses erupted and the city walls fell, everyone thought they were doomed. But at that moment, this man suddenly appeared, saving them from disaster, and then left calmly. He only left behind a longbow and a name, Lin Fei. These people felt grateful and, with their limited memories, created a statue of Lin Fei in the gathering square. The longbow he discarded was placed in the statue's hands. Meanwhile, a legend circulated in this gathering. At the brink of collapse, a deity descended, for arrows quelled the tide of corpses, saving everyone. Chapter 207. Oh no, I'm lost. In the story, Lin Fei's appearance varied. Some depicted him with wings, others with a divine halo. The only thing that was the same was his name, Lin Fei, with Lin meaning lush and Fei meaning soaring into the sky, strikingly handsome and unique. There were even rumors that Lin Fei never actually left this gathering, but instead lived incognito among them, still silently guarding this place. However, Lin Fei had no idea that so many legends had sprung up about him in this gathering. After eliminating the tide of corpses, he left with the girl, more worried about her injuries. Still at that villa, Lin Fei looked at the girl seriously and said, "If you feel unwell at all, you must tell me." He continued, I used to see this a lot on TV when I was young. They always kept things hidden until it was too late to save anything. Lin Fei still remembers watching CNGN when he was a child, and he feels lingering regret over the tragic ending. If the female lead hadn't hidden her serious injuries from the male lead, would there have been a different ending? I'm really fine. The girl was amused by Lin Fei. I'm not a child anymore. I understand boundaries. My body is very strong, and I recover quickly. A night's rest is enough. Lin Fei looked up and down at the girl and finally believed her words. We'll rest for 2 days before leaving. They had originally planned to leave today, but unexpectedly, a zombie tide had suddenly erupted, and since the girl was injured, their departure plans had to be temporarily shelved. It wasn't until 2 days later that Lin Fei saw the girl lively and well again, which put his mind at ease. It's time to go, Lin Fei said. There was no need to take the furniture in the house. After all, it was all infinite and would never run out. Lin Fei ultimately discarded the longbow because he had an endless supply of bows. He was too lazy to put it away, so he just tossed it aside. It's better to leave these things for someone fated to find them, Lin Fei said. The girl rolled her eyes at Lin Fei and said, besides us, who else will be living outside? It's much safer in the gathering. The two left at noon, after having lunch. While flying in the sky, Lin Fei suddenly realized a fatal problem. He didn't know the way. Do you know the way? Lin Fei asked the girl, like the big cities and such. The girl was taken aback. Although she knew of some famous big cities, she had never been to them, so she had no idea how to get there. We're doomed, Lin Fei said. His plan was to go to the big city to look for survivor gatherings, as there would likely be more information about the changes in the world. There might even be clues about the deity. However, right now, there was a critical issue. Both of them were lost, and by evening, they had not found a single city. They could only spend the night in the wilderness. There's a village. The girl spotted a settlement below, but she didn't know if there were any people inside. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Fei said, and then he descended with the girl in his arms. By evening, the village was somewhat dim. No lights were on in any of the rooms, and there was no smoke from cooking. However, many zombies were wandering on the road. Lin Fei took a glance at the village with his X-ray vision and found that there were truly no living people left. They had all turned into zombies. Lin Fei took out the M4, shooting one after another, quickly clearing the village. The two found a relatively clean room and decided to stay here for the night. Chapter 208. Big brother, what's your name? The two tidied up the house together, and soon it was clean. They plugged in the battery, and the lights in the house lit up instantly. The water heater and air conditioner were functioning normally. The girl checked the condition of the room and said, all right, let's have a good rest tonight. Lin Fei replied, today's dinner is also sumptuous. The girl's cooking skills had improved day by day, and the dishes she made were getting more delicious. Lin Fei felt he was becoming increasingly dependent on her. It's your favorite egg fried rice, along with 3 fresh vegetables and braised ribs. In fact, the one who ate the most every night was still the girl. Because she was an ability user, the consumption of her powers required ability fruits or a large amount of food for quick recovery. Although the girl would eat an ability fruit after every meal, no one could resist delicious food, especially Yu Shiwe. She never gained weight, no matter how much she ate. So now she indulged herself as a true foodie. Help! When the two had finished dinner and were resting, they suddenly heard a scream from outside. Lin Fei immediately saw the situation outside, through his perspective. In the fields outside the village, a young man was running in a panic, and 3 zombies were quickly chasing him from behind. Bang! The man didn't pay attention to his feet and tripped over a rock, falling awkwardly to the ground. Help! He shouted in terror as he saw the 3 zombies lunging towards him. However, at that moment, bang, 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the heads of the 3 zombies exploded, falling to the ground helplessly, startling the man so much that he almost wet his pants. You are saved, Lin Fei said, resting his gun on his shoulder from a distance. EM saved. The man was stunned, then laughed joyfully. I'm not dead. He hurriedly got up from the ground and ran to Lin Fei, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you for saving my life, big brother. No need. Lin Fei waved his hand and turned to leave. Just then, a zombie lunged out from behind the wall at the village entrance, startling the man again. However, bang, Lin Fei casually fired a shot, sending the zombie flying. He didn't look at the zombie, thinking it must be one that had just arrived here since he had already cleared the village before. The young man, seeing this scene, suddenly brightened his eyes. He immediately ran over, grinning, and said to Lin Fei, "Thank you, big brother, for saving my life, or I would have just died. My name is Yi Chao. What is your name? Do you live here?" Lin Fei, "Nice name," Yi Chao said with a grin. Yi Chao stood in place, looking at Lin Fei's brightly lit room, not knowing what he was thinking about. When Lin Fei was about to take a shower, there was suddenly a knock on the door. "I'll go take a look," the girl said. When she opened the door, it was the young man who had just been rescued. "Is something wrong?" the girl asked. When Yi Chao saw the girl, he was stunned because he thought Lin Fei was living alone. He never expected such a cute girl would come to open the door. Chapter 209, Betraying Kindness in Fact. He wanted to say he wanted to stay here, especially after seeing such a beautiful and lovely girl. Yi Chao was taken aback. He picked up a candle and awkwardly said, "Actually, I—" The girl slightly furrowed her brows, finally showing a hint of disgust. "Wait a moment." She turned around and left, and after a moment, she came out with a piece of bread and a bottle of water. "Take this," the girl said. Yi Chao was once again stunned, and after a long time, he finally couldn't say anything. Bang! He actually wanted to move in. In fact, the girl had known Yi Chao's thoughts from the beginning, so she used a candle and some food to make him leave. He just lived next door to Lin Fei, choosing this place for safety, worried about sudden zombie attacks. Damn it. Back in his room, he sat on the bed without lighting any candles or eating anything. Instead, he sat there with a gloomy expression. He had a gun, food, and such a beautiful girl. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he became. He had to find a way to take all these things away. He thought to himself, the gun, food, and the woman are all mine. When he was rescued, he never truly felt grateful to Lin Fei. From the beginning, he had his eyes on the gun in Lin Fei's hand. If I have weapons, I can survive in this apocalypse, having food and beautiful women. In the dead of night, Lin Fei and the girl fell asleep. As usual, the girl curled up in Lin Fei's arms, a faint smile on her pretty face. But at that moment, the door of the house slowly opened. A figure slipped in through the crack of the door. It was Yi Chao. He had not slept at all, as he was constantly thinking about Lin Fei's gone food and the girl's enchanting face. Yi Chao eavesdropped in the corner for a long time, and after barely hearing the two's breathing while they slept, he finally began to act. He stealthily entered the living room, seriously searching for the gun. It must be in the room. Yi Chao cautiously entered the room where the two were, and when he saw them lying on the same bed, his fists tightened. However, at that moment, the girl slowly opened her eyes. From the moment the door was opened, she had already woken up. As an ability user, she had a high level of perception. Even while sleeping, she could detect the slightest disturbance. She was about to get up, but found that a pair of hands tightly held her. It was Lin Fei. The girl moved slightly, looked up, and saw that Lin Fei was also awake. After exchanging a glance with Lin Fei, she vaguely guessed what was happening and closed her eyes again. They were both under the covers, so Yi Chao couldn't see anything. However, seeing Lin Fei and the girl sleeping together made him very unhappy. The gun. He had not forgotten his purpose for coming here and finally saw the gun on the bedside table. Yi Chao trembled as he picked it up. At that moment, he was so excited that he wanted to shout, but he held back, first carefully checking it. The gun was new, and the bullets were full. "Get up," he finally shouted loudly. Lin Fei finally released the girl, sat up from the bed, and looked at Yi Chao standing in front of him, sighing. "Perhaps I shouldn't have saved you from the very beginning. It's too late to regret now." Yi Chao laughed loud. "Now you get down and squat in the corner." He pointed the gun at Lin Fei's head, his expression already somewhat sinister. The girl also sat up from the bed, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression cold. She knew about betrayal, but she never imagined someone would treat their savior this way. "Take off your clothes," Yi Chao said, looking at the girl, the greed in his eyes impossible to hide. In the past, he had no power, so he had always restrained himself, but now that he had a weapon, a long gun, his ambitions were finally revealed. "I'm going to do this in front of your boyfriend," he said. Upon hearing this, not only did Yi Shui's expression turn cold, but Lin Fei's face also darkened. Boom! But at that moment, heavy footsteps suddenly came from outside. Lin Fei took a glance and saw a wild bull. It seemed to sense the presence of humans and was striding towards them. As his words fell, a loud bang echoed. The wall behind him suddenly exploded, and the wild bull stood outside the wall, coldly watching the three people in the room. The wild bull. Yi Chao was startled. Without any hesitation, he raised his gun and shot, but the lasers simply ricocheted off the wild bull. There wasn't even a scratch on the bull's skin. How was that possible? Yi Chao was stunned. The gun in his hand couldn't inflict any harm on the wild bull. But before, when Lin Fei used it, it was one shot per zombie, right? As the wild bull approached, fear appeared on Yi Chao's face. Boom! The wild bull smashed down with a punch, creating a loud whoosh. However, this punch was blocked by Lin Fei, who stepped forward, came in front of Yi Chao, and raised his hand to shield him from the wild bull's punch. Lin Fei looked up at the barbaric bull and said, "You cannot kill this person, because I want to kill him myself." After saying this, Yi Chao witnessed the most terrifying scene he had ever seen in his life. Lin Fei casually threw a punch, and the towering, giant-like wild bull exploded on the spot, its massive body instantly turning to ashes under the immense power. What kind of strength is this? Yi Chao was suddenly stunned. He had never imagined that Lin Fei could be this powerful. Even the wild bull, which could not be harmed in the slightest by a laser gun, was taken down by a single punch. With such an existence, is the laser gun still useful against him? Bang! When he saw Lin Fei turn around, his face bearing a cold expression, Yi Chao was finally so frightened that he sat down on the ground. His face was filled with fear. "Big brother, I know I was wrong." He threw the gun aside and hurriedly said, "I was just joking with you. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Lin Fei's expression was cold as he said, "If I can save you, I can naturally kill you. Forgiving you is God's business. You can go seek God's forgiveness later." Chapter 211, Going Out at Night in the Apocalypse. He reached out his hand, grabbing Yi Chao by the neck and lifting him up. "You've touched my bottom line." He tightened his grip, and Yi Chao's limbs began to twitch, his face turning purple, eyes whitening, nearly suffocating. "You want to take my gun? I can forgive you. But if you want to harm my people now, I will not forgive you." Lin Fei forcefully threw Yi Chao out. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Chao flew out like a cannonball, breaking through the large hole made by the wild bull, crashing into the house on the opposite side, then breaking through it and continuing to fly and crash. His body smashed through the houses of the entire village, eventually landing in the wilderness more than 10 kilometers away from the village, where a pack of wild dogs tore him apart, finally dead beyond any doubt. Lin Fei dusted off his hands and sat on the bed, saying, "I suddenly can't sleep." The girl obediently sat next to Lin Fei and felt a warmth in her heart upon seeing him get angry for her sake. "There's no need to be angry over such scum," the girl smiled. Lin Fei rubbed the girl's head and said as he got up, "Do you still want to sleep?" The girl gently shook her head and replied, "I was sleeping well just now. I'm not sleepy anymore. Besides, we psychics are very energetic. We just need a little rest to stay energized all day." "Then let's hit the road," Lin Fei said. "Let's take a look at the night in this apocalypse." The girl nodded. Finally, the two changed into their usual clothes and stepped outside. The room had already been destroyed by the wild bull, so it was no longer suitable for anyone to sleep in. They could only choose to travel. As they left the house, Lin Fei noticed the moon was bright and the stars were few, with a cool evening breeze. "Wait." He took a coat out of his backpack and personally draped it over the girl, saying, "It's cold at night. Don't catch a cold." The girl tightened the coat around her and smiled. "I'm not a child. I have ice powers, so I won't catch a cold." "Still, be careful," Lin Fei replied. At night, zombies became much more active. Just after leaving the village, they saw many zombies swaying in the moonlight, all heading in their direction. Perhaps they were attracted by the recent explosion. In this apocalypse, nights are extremely dangerous. Basically, no one would go out at night because it is too perilous. A slight misstep could lead to a gruesome death. Only Lin Fei dared to swagger out at night like this because he wasn't afraid at all, holding a long spear. He didn't even need to look. Each time he pulled the trigger, the laser would accurately hit a zombie. The night here wasn't too bad. Lin Fei looked up at the moon. The Green Mountains share the same clouds and rain. When has the bright moon ever belonged to two places? He instinctively recited a line of poetry and finally understood why the moon in ancient poetry often represented longing for home, because now when he saw the moon, he really felt a bit homesick. The girl beside him, her eyes brightened, asked, "Can you still write poetry?" She looked at him with admiration, as if she had discovered a new world. Lin Fei said, "The ancients wrote this, I just suddenly remembered it." Did the ancients write such a poem? The girl was curious because she had never studied it. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, "It's written by a great poet. It's a farewell poem." The girl shook her head and said, "I don't remember this poem." Lin Fei speculated that this was due to different reasons in the world. His original world was not the same as this one. Chapter 212, A Fat Guy. It wasn't until dawn that Lin Fei discovered a city. Surviving in this apocalypse was truly difficult. Upon seeing the city, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. When you're lost, it's really dire. I kind of miss GPS. The girl remained silent. After all, last night, the two of them had been wandering around like headless flies. I wonder if there will be a gathering of survivors here. Lin Fei said. "There might be," the girl replied. "In the past, people were powerless in the face of zombies, so everyone hid away. But now, with the awakening of abilities, people have the strength to resist and will come out." Lin Fei thought for a moment and agreed. However, before looking for the gathering, let's find a place to have breakfast first. Lin Fei said, "I stayed up late cultivating, and now I feel like I'm starving." The girl covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "I'll make some meat porridge later." She knew that Lin Fei didn't have any special abilities, so staying up late might really affect him. In fact, Lin Fei discovered a new feature in the modifier after the changes in the world, called infinite energy. That night, he curiously activated it. He suddenly realized that the entire night had passed, and he was too energized to sleep. Yes, as long as Lin Fei didn't want to sleep, he could turn on this feature, and he would never feel tired or drowsy. The only reason Lin Fei still needed to sleep was simply because he wanted to. In the apocalypse, having a cheat like this allowed him to do as he pleased. After eating the century egg and lean meat porridge carefully prepared by the girl, Lin Fei went out with her again to look for any survivors nearby. Since he was unfamiliar with the area, the best way to find a gathering place was to look for survivors and ask for directions. "There's someone ahead." After walking along the street for a while, the girl suddenly pointed ahead and said. Lin Fei looked ahead and indeed saw a fat man swaggering down the street. Bang! There were many swaying zombies standing on the street, but none of them attacked the man. It was a bit strange. Lin Fei said, "Let's ask for directions." The girl nodded and walked forward with Lin Fei. The zombies on the street immediately noticed the two and stumbled towards them. "Leave it to me," the girl said. Fortunately, the hundreds of zombies on the street were all ordinary zombies. These creatures had no consciousness and would only attack any living being. The girl was more than capable of handling them alone. At that moment, the overweight man heard the commotion behind him and quickly turned around. When he saw Lin Fei and the girl, his eyes immediately lit up. Wonderful. He ran over right away. He was able to run directly past the zombies, who seemed blind and couldn't detect him at all. "Follow me." They ran to Lin Fei and the girl, and the zombies immediately stopped, as they could no longer see Lin Fei and the girl. Lin Fei and the girl immediately recalled a similar ability they had seen before, which was encountered when they were looking for honey. They couldn't remember clearly, but they had indeed seen such an ability. As they saw the fat man about to leave, Lin Fei and the girl quickly followed him. After all, it wasn't easy to find a survivor, and he seemed so enthusiastic. In the end, the fat man took them into a hotel to hide. Chapter 213, The Legend of City, See Who Are You People? The fat man gasped, saying, "Aren't you afraid that an S-level zombie will suddenly jump out on the street and eat you? Aren't you also walking on the street?" Lin Fei replied, "I'm different." The fat man said, "My ability is quite special. It allows zombies to be unaware of my presence." "Is that so? That's pretty strong," Lin Fei remarked. "Ha!" The fat man laughed, a bit proud, and said, "Right? This ability is really strong. No matter how many zombies there are, I don't have to worry at all." "Let us not talk about that," Lin Fei said. "Actually, we just wanted to ask you for directions." "What? Where's this place?" Lin Fei asked. "Is there a gathering here?" Hearing Lin Fei's words, the fat man laughed again and said, "You must be from out of town, right? It's a miracle that you managed to get here alive." The fat man continued, "This is City D, and there's indeed a gathering, and it's quite large, even bigger than the neighboring City C." "That's great," Lin Fei said. "Maybe we can gather information about the gods here. Can you tell us where the gathering is?" "I'll take you there," the fat man said. "You're newcomers and unfamiliar with the area. Even if I told you the address, you definitely wouldn't be able to find it. Besides, you might get eaten by zombies just as you step out." He added, I'll take you there since I'm so kind. It's just right that my ability can come in handy. Lin Fei looked at the enthusiastic fat man in front of him and immediately sensed that something was off. He wasn't new to this apocalyptic world. Just yesterday, he had saved a thankless wolf. In the apocalypse, there might be kind-hearted people, but one should always be cautious. So he said, "Actually, you just need to tell us the direction." Upon hearing this, the fat man raised his eyebrows, his face full of displeasure. "What's wrong? Do you look down on me, this fat man?" Lin Fei shook his head and smiled, "Of course not." "Then come with me." They laughed again. "Am I going to eat you or something?" Lin Fei and the girl exchanged a glance, both sensing that the fat man was somewhat strange. But they didn't say anything more and let him lead the way, curious to see what he would do. The fat man enthusiastically guided Lin Fei and the girl outside. Due to his special ability, Lin Fei and the girl stood beside him without being detected by the zombies. "You're lucky to have met me, and the gathering is not far from here," the fat man said. "It'll take about an hour to get there." "Thank you," Lin Fei replied. The fat man smiled and said, "You're too polite. By the way, brother, what's your name? Where are you from?" Lin Fei said, "I come from City C." "City C?" The chubby guy suddenly became a bit excited and said, "So do you know about that legend from City C?" "Legend?" Lin Fei looked bewildered. "What legend?" "A deity descending to the mortal realm." The fat guy said, "Recently, news came from City C that they encountered a large-scale zombie tide. Just when they thought they were all going to die, suddenly a deity descended, with wings sprouting from his back and a divine halo surrounding him. He raised his hand and pulled out an invincible great bow from the void, killing countless zombies with 4 arrows.